Xia Sanfu, a 20-year-old examinee who has just emerged from the pressures of the examination hall, leads a life of mundane tranquility punctuated by modest happiness. She is blissfully unaware of the concerns of those at the pinnacle of human civilization, nor does she fathom that they have audaciously established contact with extraterrestrial beings. By the time she learns of it, the Galactic Empire has already unilaterally broadcast a declaration of war to the entire blue planet. The 7-star civilization, the Galactic Empire, hereby invites the 0.7-star civilization, blue planet, to engage in warfare. According to the laws of cosmic warfare, advanced civilizations cannot directly conquer lower civilizations through military force. Hence, we shall resort to a wager agreement, conducting a survival battle. From the effective date of the agreement, all humans on blue planet aged between 18 and 55, excluding those incapacitated, will be digitized and thrust into a survival game against the environment and abyssal species. Should they succeed in completing the game, blue planet shall be deemed victorious, and the Galactic Empire will resurrect all humans who perished in the game, aiding blue planet in elevating its civilization level to level 1 and establishing interstellar diplomatic friendship. Should no one succeed, the Galactic Empire shall be victorious, and blue planet will become a vassal planet of the Galactic Empire, which will hold absolute dominion over blue planet. The Cosmic Court has been invited to oversee the proceedings. The Cosmic Court announces, the Galactic Empire has exercised coercive power over blue planet. The wager agreement cannot be refused. The Cosmic Court declares, we shall now randomly select the survival game mode. The selection is complete, and personnel from blue planet will be digitized into the road survival game in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. In a fleeting moment, Xia Sanfu suspends her disbelief regarding her mental state, quickly dialing her parents in a bid to seek medical attention. Before she can utter a single hello, a sudden blue light engulfs her, and she loses consciousness. Ding dong player, welcome to the road survival game. Please note the following game regulations. 1. The game map updates every 30 days. This month's map is the Rainforest of Storms. Strive to survive. 2. The road is relatively safe. Unknown dangers lurk beyond its confines. Tread cautiously. 3. Resource chests will appear beside the road. Opening them may yield supplies, but could also bring forth crises. The barrier-free reading mode has been activated. Any language you encounter will automatically convert to the language system you are familiar with. Please silently recite the game panel to enter the beginner's tutorial. Instinctively, Xia Sanfu recites the game panel, and a virtual screen materializes before her, with an arrow sequentially pointing to various sections, accompanied by a voiceover displaying player information, forums, communication channels, and leaderboards. The personal information section reveals ID H008154088 player name. Xia Sanfu. The above information is public and viewable by all. The following information is automatically confidential unless the other party possesses special probing, means this prompt appears only once. Body development value 310 dismal, merely above the threshold of incapacitation. Brain development value 899, mediocrely excellent by human standards. Achievement points 0. Embark on your journey. Novice combat level 0. Accumulated mileage 0 points. 0 mileage is converted to points on a 1:1 basis, usable in the service area. The forum, communication channel, and leaderboard sections indicate that the unlocking conditions have not yet been met. The so-called service area is nowhere to be seen. She scrutinizes the 2 development values: body development and brain development. For instance, 310 indicates that 3 units of potential have been unlocked from a maximum of 10. The panel transforms into a spinning wheel. Please select a vehicle gift package. The wheel features various transportation options, including bicycles, tricycles, electric scooters, motorcycles, vans, sedans, SUVs, business vehicles, and RVs, with even a blank space indicating the absence of a vehicle. A sense of foreboding grips Xia Sanfu in her ordinary life. She has never found even a penny or won a single prize. Regardless, given the bizarre circumstances, she resolves to play along. She clicks the wheel, which spins rapidly, erupting in a shower of confetti. Congratulations, player! You have acquired a mountain bike, complete with a standard riding outfit. A gentle reminder, as the player has been forcibly entered into the survival game, a 12-hour novice protection period has been activated. During this period, the player enjoys absolute safety, please gather survival supplies, and explore gameplay within this time frame. After 12 hours, the Rainforest of Storms mode will commence. Xia Sanfu quickly surveys her surroundings: a dual lane, four carriageway, chaotic and overrun with rusting vehicles and decaying refuse. Gazing upward, she sees dilapidated skyscrapers looming, resembling a desolate cityscape. Examining herself, she finds her body unchanged, yet her attire has transformed into a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with her shoes replaced by straw sandals. Beside her stands a black mountain bike, which, under different circumstances, she would admire for its sleek lines and luxurious feel. Next to the bike lies a gift box. Upon unwrapping it, she realizes it contains the aforementioned riding gear. She dons the helmet, fingerless gloves, knee pads, and slings the riding backpack over her shoulders, placing the windbreaker and air pump inside, hesitating momentarily while pushing the bike. Calm down, identify the problem, resolve the issue. Perhaps due to the numerous examinations she has endured, once in an exam mindset, Xia Sanfu astonishingly sheds all worries and fears, her mind solely focused on distilled essentials. 12 hours, novice protection, absolute safety, supplies, gameplay, storms. This bike cannot withstand even the slightest downpour. She must seek shelter and procure sufficient food, water, fuel, and weapons within the 12-hour window. Points serve as currency, yet she has no idea where to spend them, and the game panel indicates that it is around noon, with the novice protection countdown showing 11 hours, 56 minutes, and 34 seconds. This city is a wasteland among the debris. She should be able to find something useful. Based on her life experience, she is currently on a main road in the city, flanked by shops. Xia Sanfu immediately fixates on a large shopping center to her right front and sets off on her bike. As she pedals, she feels the superiority of the mountain bike. Even the poor road conditions pose no hindrance. The lightweight, swift sensation brings a fleeting sense of freedom, lifting her spirits momentarily. Upon arriving at the shopping center, she conceals her bike in a dilapidated clothing store. The interior is a chaotic mess, as if it has been ransacked. Clothes are strewn about, and the majority have vanished, leaving only a few items fused with the dust on the floor, impossible to shake free. Xia Sanfu dismantles a steel pipe from a clothing rack and rummages through the front desk, uncovering a few unfamiliar banknotes, which she pockets, perhaps useful as kindling. Leaning against the wall, she cautiously opens a door, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The dim light reveals a small storage room. Virtually empty, it has been thoroughly cleared out. A sense of heaviness descends upon Xia Sanfu, an ominous premonition enveloping her as she quickly searches nearby shops. Indeed, whether it be snack stalls, convenience stores, or restaurants, none yield clothing or food. Even knives, appliances, and electrical devices have vanished. It seems this city has suffered an unprecedented calamity, leaving it devoid of all supplies. She ventures further into the shopping center, hoping to uncover some overlooked treasures. Inside, the dimly lit environment reveals disarrayed display cases, an overwhelming emptiness, and thick dust coating the floor, each step leaving a distinct footprint. Wait, footprints! Xia Sanfu fixates on the chaotic prints on the ground. A wave of dread washes over her. Her hair, standing on in the footprints, are devoid of dust, indicating recent activity. Were they made by players or NPCs? Does this broken game even have NPCs? Xia Sanfu inhaled deeply, her teeth clenched at the corner of her mouth, as she swiftly discerned the direction of the myriad footprints scattered across the ground. Although she could barely identify a singular path amidst the overwhelming multitude, the eerie silence enveloping the area was akin to that of a desolate city. If so many souls were present, why was there not a whisper sound? As she traced the wall, following the trail of footprints, she soon discovered that the majority led to the supermarket on the basement level, its cavernous entrance yawning open, revealing an abyss where light dared not venture. Withdrawing slowly, her thoughts wrestled within her, and she tightened her grip on the steel pipe in her hand, opting for caution above all. Chapter 2. The face in a restroom in a realm populated by 35,000 districts and 3.5 billion players. A staggering 99% stood bewildered upon a forest road, aimlessly seeking direction. Yet, a small faction of players, akin to Xia Sanfu, found themselves confronting a desolate city at the onset, some dashing forward while others scoured the buildings for supplies and signs of life. Within the first 5 minutes, a young man seized a stone and began to frantically strike a humanoid creature. World announcement. Congratulations to District C0001 for achieving the first kill across all servers. The sudden proclamation startled her. What was this first kill? Were there awards? Why was there no broadcast? Had the slaughter commenced so swiftly? Xia Sanfu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yet, upon reflection, realized that for someone of her inadequate skills, survival was of paramount importance. Avoiding the inexplicable footprints on the ground, she ventured into less traveled areas, discovering a reasonably intact glass bottle, a slightly dented stainless steel bucket, and a pair of rusty scissors. She also stumbled upon a doll, extracting its cotton stuffing for later use. As she approached a restroom sign, her pace slowed. Numerous scattered footprints were evident, clearly indicating entry and exit. A spark of intuition ignited within her mind. She sensed that the trail led towards a rather ominous place. Contemplating for a moment, she gazed at the sunlit entrance, suppressing her impatience, and continued her search, uncovering several scraps of fabric and a single sneaker. Despite her efforts to find a blade, time was slipping away, and she could not afford to wait any longer. Exiting the shopping center, she picked up a stone and diligently rubbed it against the rusty scissors, cleaning off the oxidation before slicing the fabric into strips. She then broke off a naturally curved, sturdy branch from a nearby tree, removed the shoelaces from the sneaker, and fashioned a bow. Next, she procured a piece of dry, dead wood, carving a notch into it, and found a straighter stick, sharpening one end to create a spindle. Wrapping the spindle with the shoelace and resting the rounded end in the carved notch, Xia Sanfu concealed a flat stone in her palm, pressing it down against the spindle's top while forcefully pulling the bowstring. Grateful for her rural upbringing, her lack of academic inclination, and the straw pile at her aunt's home, she felt the familiar warmth and ache in her hands within 3 minutes. A wisp of black smoke began to rise from the notch in the dead wood. Determined to persist, she gritted her teeth and exerted herself further, her back taut as a bowstring. The black smoke thickened, the friction generating heat, melting the wood and producing charred embers. She poured the embers into the cotton, puffing her cheeks to blow air onto it. Soon, a flame emerged, and she carefully placed the ignited cotton into the prepared pile of dead wood, gradually adding small twigs and fallen leaves to stoke the fire. Once the flames stabilized, Xia Sanfu resolved to investigate the origins of those footprints. Remaining passive was no longer an option. She bound 2 branches together, wrapping them in fabric strips to create a rudimentary torch. Ideally, she would have secured the fabric with wire, drenched it in a flammable liquid, and allowed it to dry before igniting. However, neither the restaurant kitchen nor the vehicles by the roadside yielded any fuel. The cars blocked on the road had been stripped to mere shells. Where would she find gasoline or oil? For now, she could only rely on her makeshift torch for illumination as she hastily approached the restroom. The area surrounding the restroom bore fewer footprints, situated close to the entrance, making it an ideal first site for exploration. Gripping the steel pipe tightly, she advanced with the torch, the darkness deepening around the corner when suddenly, a pale, human face materialized in the flickering light. Xia Sanfu scrambled out of the restroom, collapsing under the sunlight, gasping for breath as her heart raced violently. She stared at the quiet entrance of a shopping center, forcing herself to recall the visage she had just encountered. What manner of face was it? Pale, devoid of color. Most alarmingly, it was not merely that the face had appeared suddenly. It was that she had illuminated it. Considering that the owner of that face had not pursued her, did this imply that the entity was, for the moment, harmless? Xia Sanfu was uncertain about the limits of the novice protection period. Hesitating, she summoned her courage, rewrapped her torch, and re-entered the shopping center, extending the flame towards the restroom. Upon seeing that face again, she fought the impulse to flee, holding her breath as she scrutinized the figure before her. Perhaps it could not even be classified as human. Its skin sagged, resembling a grotesque layer of pale flesh draped over a skeletal frame, motionless, revealing sharp teeth upon closer inspection. Why did this wretched game lack an identification feature? Cautiously, Xia Sanfu withdrew from the restroom. Retreating halfway, she gripped the steel pipe tightly, deciding to take a gamble. She would wager that it was a monster, a part of this game, and that it might yield a clue for survival. Turning back, she ignited the corner of the creature's clothing with her torch. As the flames leaped, she retreated 3 meters, positioning the steel pipe across her chest. At the moment the fire intensified, the creature abruptly opened its blood-red eyes, contorting its limbs as it let out a shriek. Xia Sanfu dashed out of the restroom, leaning against the wall outside. Should it dare to follow, she would swing the steel pipe. However, after 30 seconds of waiting, the shrieking seemed to remain in place. It had not pursued her. Once more, Xia Sanfu entered the restroom, only to find that the creature was engulfed in flames, the fire raging remarkably. Clutching her torch and steel pipe at the side, she watched as it was reduced to a charred husk. Suddenly, the system notification echoed in her mind, startling her. Congratulations, player, for eliminating a level 0 night demon. Achievement points 10. Congratulations, player, for achieving your first personal kill. Achievement points 100. Friendly reminder: once achievement points reach 1,000, the player may advance to level 1 and receive a promotion package. So this is how the game is played. It seemed that during the 12-hour absolute protection period, night demons were rendered immobile, trapped in a forced standby state. Xia Sanfu mentally prepared herself and continued to explore the male and female restrooms, eliminating 2 more level 0 night demons. With each encounter, she grew increasingly adept. Her history was lacking. She had retained only 2 phrases. Those who lag behind will be beaten, and political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. There could be no retreat. She must seize the greatest advantage in the shortest time. Suppressing her fear, she harnessed her resolve, gathering more wood and fabric to stuff into the stainless steel bucket. With the bucket in one hand, the steel pipe in the other, and the torch held high, she strode boldly towards the supermarket entrance, which featured a downward escalator leading to the expansive basement supermarket. The flickering flames illuminated the path below, revealing shadowy figures lurking near the entrance. Stay calm. Treat it like a horror game, Xia Sanfu continually reassured herself, her legs trembling as she approached those terrifying humanoid figures. From the dim light, she discerned numerous shadows scattered throughout the supermarket. Her supply of wood was insufficient. Cautiously entering the supermarket, she was nearly overwhelmed by the overpowering stench. The densely packed night demons, eliciting a sense of dread. The humanoid monsters stood like lifeless corpses, appearing ready to spring to life and take a bite at any moment. She tore a strip from the hem of her clothing, covering her mouth and nose, and braved the shivers as she squeezed inside, taking a moment to survey her surroundings. Clearly, the supplies in the supermarket had also been disturbed, albeit incompletely, leaving behind a meager assortment of worthless items. Moldy rice, bags of decayed flour, and packaging stuck to the floor, perhaps once containing bread, were scattered about. Xia Sanfu suspected that the air was saturated with toxic gases, and a wave of nausea began to wash over her. She quickened her pace, meticulously searching the fresh produce, kitchenware, and deli sections. And her efforts bore fruit as she discovered a boning knife nestled in a corner. This could be considered a cold weapon. The clothing section still has a few tattered garments. Regardless of their wearability, I hastily stuffed them into my shopping cart. Chapter 3. Come, gather by the fire. Apologies. Xia Sanfu, both fearful and resolute, thrust the rusted bone knife into the chest of the night demon. The creature's eyes snapped open, emitting a hoarse roar, its crimson gaze seemingly intent on devouring her. Yet it was rendered immobile by the novice protection rules. How could this be? Was physical assault ineffective? Observing the night demon she had awakened, Xia Sanfu struck its head with all her might. Unfortunately, the blade was too dull and the skull too tough, leading to mutual frustration. She switched to a steel pipe, swinging it once, twice, thrice, and finally, on the 10th strike, shattered its skull. Congratulations, player. You have eliminated a level 0 night demon, earning 10 achievement points. Her arms ached, nearly unable to lift again. It had been exceedingly strenuous. despite the fact that fire should have rendered it vulnerable. Was it not a typical living creature? How long would she have to battle the night demons in this supermarket? She needed to search for combustible materials. At the supermarket's exit, one path led to the first floor, while another descended to the underground parking lot. Xia Sanfu took the escalator down to the second basement level, where it appeared chaos had reigned. Vehicles lay haphazardly, and night demons stood like specters among them. A casual glance revealed a face reflected in a car window, causing her heart to race. Fortunately, most of the vehicles here seemed intact, and tools and fuel might still be inside. She opened a gas tank. There was no anti-theft design, so she slipped a shoelace inside and pulled out a damp length. Miraculously, there was gasoline. However, its pungent odor and darkened color indicated it had deteriorated. Xia Sanfu suspected that this shopping center had once been a refuge during the apocalypse. For the vehicles showed significantly less wear than those outside, bearing signs of modifications, and the gasoline had not completely evaporated. She moved the open flames a short distance away, aware that the degraded gasoline could easily form flammable vapors when exposed to air. Thus, she had found her means to incinerate the night demons. Now, all she needed was a siphoning hose. A thought crossed her mind. She remembered seeing a broken tea machine in a restaurant lounge. Those who had changed the water knew that the machine had a hose connected to the water bucket. She hurriedly retrieved the hose, wiped it with her clothing, inserted one end into the gas tank, and before the gasoline could enter her mouth, she pinched the hose and let it hang down. Utilizing the principle of siphoning, gasoline began to flow steadily from the tank. Xia Sanfu busied herself, gathering cushions from the cars and placing them beneath the tank to soak them in gasoline. She wheeled over shopping carts, stuffing the gasoline-soaked items inside. After siphoning from around 20 tanks, she successfully acquired 16 carts of combustible materials. Rest in peace, everyone. Xia Sanfu ignited the materials, and the brilliant flames quickly spread, awakening the slumbering night demons, who writhed and twisted in agony, bound by the rules of novice protection. These creatures could neither move nor retaliate, and thus they danced chaotically in the inferno. The heat, the stench of char, and the already oppressive odors of the supermarket mingled into a suffocating haze. After observing for a while, Xia Sanfu retreated into the parking lot. Congratulations, player. You have eliminated a level 0 night demon, earning 10 achievement points. Congratulations, player. You have eliminated a level 0 night demon, earning 10 achievement points. Congratulations, player. You have eliminated a level 1 night demon, earning 100 achievement points and a common treasure chest. Congratulations, player. Your achievement points have reached 1,000, promoting you to level 1, and you have received a promotion gift package. Friendly reminder, night demon hatred value 930. You have achieved in my eyes only you in crowds. It will prioritize attacking you. With the flames still raging, Xia Sanfu nimbly descended to the second basement level, then ascended in a fiery spree, circling back to the ground floor in search of more targets. Within this structure, the night demons primarily congregated in the supermarket, while other areas were relatively sparse. The more she burned, the more exhilarated she felt, dispelling her initial fears upon entering the game, leaving only the desire for advancement. With fire in hand, the advantage was hers. Burn, burn, burn. Congratulations, player, for consecutively eliminating 100 night demons, earning the title of Demon Slayer. Wearing this title grants 5 damage against night demons. The system notifications persisted for an hour before finally quieting. She checked her historical records. This conflagration had claimed 91 level 0 night demons and 5 level 1 night demons. Including the initial 4 level 0 night demons and her first kill bonus of 100 points, her total achievement points were now 1550. A level 0 night demon only granted 10 points, and it was quite challenging to pierce its hide. If she had not feared fire, it would have taken her until nightfall to eliminate 100. She vaguely recalled a few night demons with more robust flesh and longer fangs, likely the so-called level 1 night demons. However, what was this hatred value? Would it pursue her beyond the novice protection period? Xia Sanfu opened her promotion gift package. Congratulations. Player, you have received 1 free attribute point, 1 mysterious bag, and 1 skill blind box. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these items, she understood that the free attribute point could be allocated to enhance her physical and mental development. The mysterious bag could yield resources tailored to her needs, while the skill blind box would transform a portion of her abilities into specific skills. Initially, she intended to immediately open the mysterious bag and skill blind box. But now she hesitated. Her attributes were quite average. What good items could she possibly obtain? She decided to postpone opening the bag and box until her physical or mental potential was further developed. Allocating the free attribute point to her physical development, ID H0081544088 player name, Xia Sanfu, physical development, 410, finally reaching the average level of blue star humans, mental development, 899, barely excellent, achievement points, 1552,000, oh. That's quite fast, but still lackluster. Combat level, level 1 total distance, 0, 17 kilometers penny pincher, underestimating distance has its price, points, 0, points are rounded to whole numbers. Surprising, right, miser? Negative status. Night Demon Hatred value 1550 unclaimed. Mysterious bag 1. Skill blind box 1. Xia Sanfu was slightly offended by the mockery in parentheses. What was this distance? Did her running up and down not count? Was only cycling considered distance? She immediately went out for a quick ride and finally earned a point, confirming that only cycling counted towards distance. Having released her pent-up emotions, she returned to reality. Between points and levels, she chose to prioritize leveling up. At the very least, the benefits of a level increase were tangible. She had faith in her own strength, and being in a monstrous lair with the novice protection still active, it was imperative to find a way to level up. Points could be set aside for now. Xia Sanfu returned to the supermarket for further investigation. She recalled the system notification about a level 1 night demon that, upon its demise, yielded not only 100 achievement points, but also a common treasure chest. The air in the recently burned supermarket was thick and stifling. She covered her mouth and nose as she ventured inside. Spotting a pile of white square boxes among the charred remains, easily opened by unfastening their latches, Xia Sanfu carefully retrieved a chest, crouching behind it for safety, lifting the lid to ensure no immediate danger before turning it to inspect its contents. Inside the chest lay a standard ordinary curved blade. The internal lid bore a bloody inscription, "Curved blade, common grade equipment." As soon as she withdrew the blade, the chest vanished. Xia Sanfu felt a wave of disappointment. After all, chests were a form of resource too. Countdown, 10 hours, 38 minutes, 35 seconds. Standing in the shopping center plaza, she gazed up at the towering buildings around her, setting her sights on the towering 32-story hotel. Now, that was impressive. In accordance with the nocturnal demon's aversion to fire, it likely harbors a fear of light as well. Thus, the sanctuary ought to be situated in a well-lit area. She secured the gathered fabric and wood onto her bicycle, while a stainless steel barrel contained the kindling, and swiftly pedaled towards the hotel, located 200 to 300 meters away. This hotel had been thoroughly plundered. Its wooden cabinets and flooring were stripped bare, as if the inhabitants of a bygone era had been particularly desperate for fuel. As Summer contemplated, the demon's vulnerability to fire raised questions. How did these demons originate? Had the indigenous people once battled against them? Did they ever amass fuel to combat these creatures? Or had the native population vanished too? And were there any living souls left in the city? Regardless, her immediate focus was on incinerating the nocturnal demon. Chapter 4. The hotel that had been raided. Xia Sanfu intended to set the place ablaze from the top down, planning to return to this refuge if the structure remained somewhat intact after the fire. The hotel was as desolate as a bare shell. It had stood tall at 32 stories. If she could gather the leftover wooden fragments, they could be used as fuel for a while. Just kill me, Xia Sanfu gasped, struggling up to the 26th floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she was suddenly struck with joy. What was that? A carpet lay along the corridor. Even though it was too dirty to discern its color and frayed with age, it was there. The carpets on the lower floors had all been ripped away. Rushing into the corridor, she discovered that most of the solid wooden doors to the rooms remained intact. Aside from their antiquity, the basic layout of the rooms was preserved. cabinets, tables, even decayed blankets and mattresses. This was an immense stroke of luck. She could certainly use this place as a sanctuary. The existing wooden cabinets and tables could be split for fuel storage. Fueled by excitement, Xia Sanfu dashed to the highest floor, the 32nd, which had been largely untouched. Ha 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 ha! She laughed inwardly, reassured that the torrential rain below would never reach her. Seizing the moment while the fire in the stainless steel barrel still flickered, she ignited a torch and began her hunt for the night demons, room by room. These creatures prefer to hide in cabinets, corners, and behind curtains. Though few in number, she occasionally encountered one, drawing them out into the open to burn. To her surprise, they even calmed down during the process. She took the opportunity to search their bodies for useful supplies, though most were either non-existent, spoiled, or useless. Suddenly, Xia Sanfu's torchlit journey came to a halt as she tugged at a door handle, realizing that this upscale door seemed to be locked from within. This was peculiar. Firstly, this door differed from others. She could not discern its quality, but it was evidently sturdier, possessing an air of ironclad strength. Secondly, while most doors were ajar, suggesting a collective exodus, this one was firmly shut. Frustrated, she struck the door with an empty fire extinguisher, but it did not budge. This ignited her rebellious spirit. Moving to the adjacent room, she peered through the window and noticed something unusual. The glass of the neighboring window was a different hue, darker than the rest. Many windows had shattered in the long-abandoned building, yet this row remained pristine. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. What if a formidable adversary awaited within? Even if the night demons were immobile, what if she encountered a neutral or friendly NPC and mistakenly harmed them? She assessed the risks while gazing at the rooftop, contemplating whether she could break the window by tossing a stone from above, utilizing inertia. Just then, she stumbled upon a length of rope in the janitorial closet, perfect for securing a heavy object to throw down. Checking the time, she allotted herself 20 minutes for trial and error. Slinging the rope over her shoulder, she ascended the stairs, only to discover that the rooftop door was ajar, the result of violent destruction. What appeared to be a claw had torn it apart. This was her first encounter with such raw force. Cautiously stepping onto the rooftop, she was astounded by the sight before her. What kind of power and wealth could create a glass house like botanical garden atop a building? Was it not subject to regulations or public scorn? The glass house was lush with greenery, laden with fruits. Although signs of damage were evident, they appeared to be remnants of a bygone era, now overtaken by rampant plant growth. She tapped on the glass, which felt remarkably solid, surely the fabled bulletproof glass. Looking up, she noticed a large hole. Xia Sanfu's instincts warned her that even greater monsters lurked within this city, far beyond the capabilities of the level 0 or level 1 night demons. Tensing her muscles, she surveyed the rooftop, casually plucking 4 apples and stowing them in her backpack, lamenting its limited capacity. As she neared the edge, a fallen astronomical telescope obstructed her path. She righted it and, after some tinkering, peered through it, only to see distant mountains reflecting light. A row of glass houses. Could it be a hideout for the affluent? Xia Sanfu clicked her tongue in thought, but quickly moved on, spotting a tool shed that housed a flame thrower connected to a liquid fuel tank. Scattered across the floor, the tank was empty, likely rendered unusable. However, several high-end cases caught her eye. Opening them revealed an exhilarating find: 2 brand-new flamethrowers and 4 full fuel tanks. Xia Sanfu yearned for 8 hands at that moment. It was simply too much to carry. She assembled 1 flamethrower with a portable fuel tank, which she could strap on her back like a backpack. With her backpack in front and the fuel tank on her back, she squeezed the trigger, unleashing a 3-meter burst of fire. Incredible! She discovered that the tool room also had a staircase leading downward into darkness. Holding her torch aloft, she descended, only to be met with a chilling sight: an entire room filled with night demons, at least 30 strong, clad in decayed suits and trousers. They resembled bodyguards. Their flesh appeared more robust, likely indicating they were level 1 night demons. This was likely the layout of a presidential suite leading down to a living room, study, master bedroom, guest room, conference room, gym, dining area, and even an indoor swimming pool. Beyond a small door to the west lay a similar arrangement, as if two presidential suites had been combined. The western suite seemed to serve as a storeroom, filled with clothing, daily necessities, weapons, and sealed food supplies, all brimming with potential. Xia Sanfu drew back the curtains, allowing light to flood in, alleviating some of the oppressive gloom. Unfortunately, most items had decayed and grown moldy. She opened a can, only to be met with a foul odor. It had exceeded its 5-year shelf life. The preserved clothing in sealed bags had some mold, and the compressed biscuits were bulging, though some daily essentials remained intact. The original owner had some means, albeit limited. In this world, canned goods and compressed biscuits with a shelf life of 3 to 5 years were common in military rations, while truly reserved military supplies could last over 70 years. Of course, it was also possible that the crisis had erupted suddenly, leaving no time for proper preparation. 2 cases of flamethrowers and 4 cases of fuel tanks dated 4 years later than the canned goods. In such a survival environment, the demand for weapons would be high, yet they had not been fully utilized, suggesting that these items had only recently been acquired before the city fell into ruin. Finally, she returned to the eastern presidential suite, where the night demons were predominantly congregated outside the master bedroom. One particularly tall demon stood by the door, its tattered clothing hinting at a once refined quality. It wore a wristwatch and a green ring on its thumb, its flesh more robust, and its fangs longer than those of its kin. Xia Sanfu rummaged through its pockets, a grin spreading across her face as she discovered a metal-cased lighter, heavy in her hand with seemingly strong sealing capabilities. Shaking it, she was delighted to find it still contained liquid. With a flick, a flame sprang to life. "Thank you for your existence," she exclaimed inwardly, grateful to have secured a means to ignite fire. Chapter 5. Terrified Xia Sanfu turned the doorknob of the east bedroom and cautiously made her way to the window, drawing back the curtains. The old yet opulent master bedroom nearly blinded her with its brightness, a testament to the wealth of its inhabitants. However, her emotions were swiftly shattered by the figure on the bed. The night demon, resembling a human, yet ultimately not, appeared emaciated, pallid, and decayed. Yet, the being on the bed, it was partially covered by a quilt, and aside from its slightly pale skin, it bore the unmistakable semblance of a living person. It was even clad in a clean shirt, were it not for its long, sharp, blackened fingernails and a lack of movement in its chest. Xia Sanfu suddenly recalled that night demons prefer to lurk in darkness and feared fire. Thus, they might also be wary of light. If it were a human hiding here, the curtains would surely have been drawn open. In other words, who had closed the curtains? It was the demon's cunning. The night demon must possess intelligence, aware enough to shut the curtains. This city was a den of malevolence from which one could not linger. A deeper sense of dread enveloped Xia Sanfu, and 3 words echoed in her mind: hatred value. She could very well be pursued after her novice protection period ended. Damn it, even in death, she would not go down alone. Xia Sanfu surveyed her surroundings. The marble floor and the spacious, cool-toned, minimalist living room seemed ideal for a ritual. She cleared the living room, tore down the curtains, moved aside wooden items, and opened the doors and windows, piling all the night demons together, especially the one dragged from the bed, which she placed at the forefront, dousing it in fuel and setting it ablaze. After igniting the fire, she retreated to the rooftop without looking back, blocking the staircase entrance. She was indeed famished. On the rooftop, she found a ripe, golden pumpkin, the size of a basin. Ignoring the possibility of toxicity, she kindled a fire, placed a sheet of iron over it, and began roasting a piece. Xia Sanfu cut the pumpkin into smaller chunks with a curved knife to hasten the cooking process. 20 minutes later, it was nearly soft. She cautiously tasted a bite and set it aside, needing to wait half an hour to ensure her body remained unscathed. The system notification sound was about to conclude. Congratulations. Player has eliminated a level 0 night demon. Achievement points 10. Congratulations. Player has eliminated a level 1 night demon. Achievement points 100. Dropped a common chest. Congratulations. Player has eliminated a level 2 night demon. Achievement points 200. Congratulations. Player S achievement points have reached 2,000, leveling up to level 2. Received a promotion gift pack. Friendly reminder, Night Demon Hatred value 2510, achieving the state of hatred you can't voice. As long as you are within 50 meters of the Night Demon, it will detect and locate you. Xia Sanfu waited another 10 minutes. Yet the notification sound did not resume. A twitch at the corner of her eye, her breath quickening. Something was amiss. 37 level 0 Night Demons. 4 level 1 Night Demons. 1 level 2 Night Demon. Only 42. But it should have been 43. Xia Sanfu immediately thought of the one on the bed. Surely she and T killed a real person? Impossible. Xia Sanfu opened her game panel. She had stirred the nest of night demons and leveled up to level 2. She opened the promotion gift pack, and the notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations, player has gained 1 free attribute point, 1 mysterious lucky bag, 1 skill blind box. Xia Sanfu allocated the free attribute point to her physical development value. ID H0081540888 player name. Xia Sanfu title. Demon Slayer physical development value. 510. Maximum level blue star human physique. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of 0. 7 level civilized human physique. 5 points for a pinnacle of blue star human physique. That pinnacle seemed rather low. The first allocation of attribute points had subtle effects, only noticeable when she climbed to the 26th floor, realizing her stamina had improved significantly. In the past, she would have collapsed after climbing 9 floors. This improvement primarily benefited her endurance. With the increase to 5 points, her strength and explosive power noticeably surged. She felt as if her backpack and fuel canister were weightless. And with a swift punch, she felt both quick and powerful, effortlessly lifting the solid wooden table beside her, easily weighing 500 pounds. Xia Sanfu felt slightly reassured. She wrapped a cloth around her nose and mouth, gripped her flame-thrower tightly, and descended, only to be met by a wave of heat and an indescribable stench. She retreated back to the rooftop, eliminated a few more night demons on the 2 floors below, taking some time before returning to the presidential suite. The ceiling of the living room bore the marks of smoke and scorch, and at the center lay a heap of charred corpses, the flames not yet fully extinguished, still flickering faintly. Her legs trembled uncontrollably as she approached the pile. A man knelt on one knee, remnants of burning clothing clinging to him, his skin slightly charred. Just a bit charred. Fire seemed to have little effect on him. How could he possess such high fire resistance? How had this creature evolved? It couldn't he possibly have magical attributes as well? With bared fangs and eyes like red glass, the creature fixed its gaze upon Xia Sanfu. In that moment, she was ensnared by the uncanny valley effect, a surge of terror coursing through her mind at the sight of this humanoid figure. Huh, you cannot burn me to death. The raspy voice struck Xia Sanfu like a blow. Damn it, he could speak. Xia Sanfu cracked, withdrawing a 1-meter-long steel pipe wedged between her chest and backpack, and began to strike. Can't you stop talking? I'm terrified. I'm scared, do you understand? What kind of monster speaks? The creature opened its mouth, only to have its jaw shattered by the blow. Dark red viscera and fragments splattered, staining the burning fire, the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Congratulations. Player has eliminated a level 5 night demon. Achievement points 500, dropped a bronze chest. Congratulations, player S achievement points have reached 3,000, leveling up to level 3. Receive a promotion gift pack. Xia Sanfu stared at the pile of mangled flesh, suddenly entering a state of exhaustion. So tired, her hands ached. This creature's bones were incredibly hard. She allocated her free attribute points to her physical development value, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her body, strengthening her limbs. She swung the bent steel pipe and discarded it, drawing out the curved knife obtained from the previous chest, approaching the treasure chest. With a click, the latch opened, revealing an item. Bronze-level night vision goggles. When worn, allows unobstructed observation of conditions within 100 meters in dark environments, limited to 3 uses, each lasting 1 hour. Optimistically, she had gained 3 additional hours for nighttime activities. Among the corpses, 5 ordinary chests remained, and she pried them open. Powerful flashlight, 1 autumn long-sleeve pants, set 1 gas mask, 1 fire starter, 1 the items from the ordinary chest were all commonplace. Yet for her current situation, they were invaluable. The last chest yielded a rather useless gemstone ring. Xia Sanfu held the green ring in her hand, questioning life itself. The items extracted from these chests couldn't possibly be a restoration of the night demon's possessions or abilities, could they? Muttering to herself, she donned a long-sleeved shirt and pants, re-equipped her helmet, knee pads, and fingerless gloves, slipping the green ring onto her finger, and pinning the blood-red lens night vision goggles to her collar. This outfit, practical in its utility, featured an abundance of pockets. She donned an urgently needed gas mask, stashing the powerful flashlight, fire starter, the sheathed knife, and the kerosene lighter she had previously found into her pockets. Her cycling backpack contained a pump, windbreak glasses, rusty scissors, a boning knife, and 4 apples. Now, invigorated, the weight of the backpack was no longer a concern. She rummaged through the presidential storage, selecting various supplies that remained in decent condition, and hung the usable clothing and blankets out to dry on the rooftop. Most importantly, there were unopened tents and sleeping bags. Ignoring their musty scent, they were still serviceable. Chapter 6. The sweep. Xia Sanfu had resolved to use the 32nd floor as a temporary sanctuary. She gathered all usable supplies and piled them aside, intending to clear out the night demons from the lower levels and surrounding buildings, collecting wood for fuel as dusk approached. The game panel displayed a countdown of 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds, and it had taken her about an hour to clear this floor. As she contemplated her next course of action, she rapidly flipped through a notebook she had found in the study. The notebook belonged to its former owner and contained daily reminders. The first half recorded standard business schedules interspersed with occasional reflections, but the latter half revealed increasingly abnormal content. Words such as leak, infection, and invasion gradually painted a grim picture. A virus had escaped from a local research facility, causing infected individuals to exhibit symptoms such as photophobia, aggression, and a thirst for blood, transforming them into blood-sucking monstrosities. Those drained of blood also succumbed to infection, becoming mindless creatures. They referred to these entities as night demons, characterized by their aversion to light and fire, exhibiting high attack power but low defense. Indeed, they were vulnerable to flames yet impervious to blades and bullets, unless one could strike off their heads or reduce them to fragments. The notebook's author exuded a sense of superiority, having once reigned like a local monarch within this hotel. However, after the establishment of the Fushan base and the relocation of numerous survivors, he chose to remain, confident in the self-sufficiency of his stronghold and the security of his doors and windows. He noted that the walls of his suite had been reinforced with steel plates from the outset, constructed from laboratory-grade materials that provided fire resistance and insulation. Yet, as he continued writing, a sense of urgency crept in. Night demons would grow stronger. After reaching level 3, their vulnerabilities to light and fire would diminish. Upon reaching level 5, they would gain self-awareness, evolving into blood-centric beings with powers comparable to human-sized cranes, even employing tools. The notebook abruptly ended, presumably due to an encounter with one of these formidable creatures. It revealed critical information, such as the gathering places of night demons, the distribution of resources in the city, and the existence of a level 10 night demon king. Lower-tier night demons would instinctively submit to their higher-level counterparts, while the legendary level 10 night demon king commanded an army of these fiends. Xia Sanfu pondered deeply. Were she the night demon king, she would undoubtedly assail human strongholds, viewing humanity as mere fodder. The largest sanctuary in the vicinity was none other than Fushan Base. Suddenly enlightened, she rushed to the astronomical telescope, realizing that the mountain across from her could indeed be Fushan Base. After all, why else would a telescope be set up there? Upon closer inspection, she noticed the glass observatory on the mountain had seen better days. If it were truly a base, it must have been breached by night demons. Was it possible they had taken up residence there? Her accumulated hatred from the night demons was already considerable. Whether for self-preservation or to reap rewards, a visit was imperative. Yet, she understood the futility of rushing headlong into danger. The distance was roughly 30 to 40 kilometers, requiring a bicycle ride of 1 to 2 hours. The mountain loomed high and vast, reminding her of the arduous memories of climbing. Once she ascended, she would likely need 2 to 3 hours to search thoroughly. Coupled with the time for burning and retreating, the entire endeavor might exceed 8 hours. A single misstep could push her past the novice protection period, leading to dire consequences. The most prudent course of action would be to flee the city now, the farther the better, ensuring that once the protection period elapsed, she would not confront an enraged horde of night demons. But who could predict what dangers lay ahead? To retreat was to step back. And if she hesitated even within the confines of the novice protection, how could she face the challenges ahead? Xia Sanfu scrutinized various routes through her telescope and ultimately made a decisive choice. She would take a risk. First, she devoured a pumpkin, perhaps out of hunger or to bolster her stamina. But even after finishing a large one, she felt it insufficient. She scavenged further, unearthing 6 or 7 sweet potatoes from the ground. Adding wood to the dying embers, she placed the sweet potatoes atop the iron sheet, covering them with pumpkin pieces, and took a bite of an apple, setting it aside. As she waited for her meal to cook, she aimed to clear the hotel as quickly as possible, hoping to accrue some achievements. With a dual boost of firepower and stamina, Xia Sanfu's speed increased exponentially. She barely lingered in each room, sprinting past any sight of night demons, and if none were visible, she wouldn't waste time searching. Achievements accumulated. 1001010. The lower floors housed fewer night demons, most at level 0, and even the pitch-black underground parking lot contained only a handful. Progress was agonizingly slow. She ventured into an adjacent building, where she encountered merely 2 more night demons, but she was determined not to overlook what had once been a human base, now likely overrun. In a standard treasure chest, she found a bottle of water, drinking half in a rush to alleviate her parched throat. She carefully stowed the remaining water in her cycling backpack. Returning to the rooftop, she gathered her drying belongings. The presidential suite contained numerous unopened supplies, a bit weathered and moldy from age, yet some were still usable. She collected 3 large-capacity travel backpacks, 2 raincoats, a sleeping bag, a tent, a small pot, and a thermos. The sleeping bag and tent were rolled into a cylindrical storage sack, which could fit alongside the raincoats and pot in one travel backpack. The second backpack was filled with 3 cans of fuel, with a flamethrower secured upright. The third backpack brimmed with baked sweet potatoes, raw sweet potatoes, apples, and a thermos filled with pumpkin pieces. Leftover pumpkin pieces were left on the iron sheet, which she directly consumed. She considered bringing the astronomical telescope along, but found it too cumbersome. With a resolute decision, she smashed it to the ground below. Countdown: 7 hours, 5 minutes, and 3 seconds. This bicycle lacked a rear seat, so she hung the 2 travel bags from the crossbar, securing them with rope, while carrying the cycling backpack and the one filled with fuel on her back. With a push of her legs, the bicycle surged forward. The desolate city streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and debris, yet her cycling skills allowed her to navigate confidently, propelling the bicycle with the ferocity of a motorcycle. "Hey!" A sudden shout startled her, causing her to swerve slightly. Steadying herself, she glanced at 4 figures rushing diagonally across her path. Who were they, players or NPCs? Xia Sanfu turned a corner, weaving around several buildings, and confirmed that no one was following her before continuing her rush towards Fushan. Time was of the essence, and she had no opportunity to linger. Her physical potential had been unlocked, enhancing her stamina. She pressed on without pause, completing what was initially a 2-hour journey in just 1. The perimeter of Fushan was marked by a dilapidated wall standing 7 to 8 meters high, with an iron gate wide open. Abandoned armored vehicles and tanks were strewn about, while electric fencing and artillery adorned the walls, suggesting a fierce struggle had transpired. As she ventured deeper, she encountered rows of container houses with open windows. Xia Sanfu instinctively recognized this as a civilian area, unworthy of her time, and quickly pedaled towards the heart of the base. Approaching the foot of the mountain, she came upon another defensive line, comprised of elongated warehouse-like barracks. To the east, a vast expanse lay scattered with military vehicles, along with broken refueling and repair equipment. These camps appeared designed to withstand night demons. Featuring extensive glass windows and roofs, She didn't need to look closely to know that night demons would not hide in such places. Xia Sanfu squeezed the brake lever, her feet touching the ground as she scrutinized the damaged refueling equipment, only to discover they had been violently destroyed. Circling back, she located a ground-level fuel depot, but it was completely empty, too pristine, as if it had been deliberately cleared out. Xia Sanfu turned her bicycle back onto the main road, where at the end, a cave awaited, its entrance shrouded in vines, leading into ominous darkness. Chapter 7. The base of Fukuyama in the sweltering summer heat. Xia Sanfu concealed her bicycle beside a nearby building and, after finishing the last half bottle of water, approached the cave. At this moment, the countdown read 6 hours. 40 minutes and 3 seconds. The ascent had consumed some time. The beam of her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a throng of night demons that made her gasp in trepidation. Indeed, this place had transformed into a den of nocturnal horrors. Driven by curiosity, she swiftly plunged into the midst of the night demons, her heart racing with every step as she sprinted down the 4-lane road, overwhelmed by the sheer number of fiends. After running for 7 or 8 minutes, covering approximately 1,000 meters, she stumbled upon a vast circular chamber. This cylindrical space was essentially a hollowed-out section of the mountain. Peering over the railing, she discerned that it stretched up to 17 or 18 levels, shrouded in darkness. Looking down, she was met with an abyss so profound that light could not penetrate its depths. Just like the underground, the night demons swarmed below, clad in both military garb and ordinary attire. The sight was overwhelming. Hundreds were visible, not to mention those lurking within rooms. What fuel could she possibly burn here? Was there not a layout of the base to guide her to a fuel depot or an explosive storage? Yet, the grim truth was that the storerooms might be as barren as the outside world. If the advanced night demons possessed self-awareness, they would undoubtedly eliminate any threats. Xia Sanfu stowed her flashlight and donned night vision goggles to free her hands. The moment she wore them, she was met with an unexpected delight. Bronze-level night vision goggles. Once worn, they allow unobstructed observation of conditions within 100 meters in darkness, limited to 3 uses, each lasting 1 hour. The term unobstructed actually meant enhanced vision. Through the lenses, Xia Sanfu gained a clearer understanding of the enormity of this base. Most of the upper levels housed dormitories and offices, while the topmost few floors served as hangars for aircraft. The 6 levels beneath were also dormitories, followed by various storerooms, laboratories, and energy supply areas. She quickly identified the locations of the advanced night demons, as they tended to gather in the company of numerous lower-tier fiends. Within a 100-meter radius from top to bottom, there were signs of 2 or 3 advanced night demons. The place was vast, and her efficiency in climbing stairs was inadequate. She spotted a heavy iron chain suspended from the railing, presumably for hoisting materials, extending from the top to the bottom level. Gripping it tightly, she tested its sturdiness. It clanked reassuringly. Relying on her current stamina and strength, she descended swiftly, landing on the 17th floor. Here, countless barrels of water were stored, and she even glimpsed a well leading to an underground river behind a large door. An advanced night demon stood near the well, its hair disheveled and clad in a white gown, its pallid skin wrapped in bandages, resembling a ghost emerging from the depths. Xia Sanfu raised the steel pipe she had found and struck it down by the well, launching a ferocious assault on its head. This creature was undoubtedly more formidable than the one she had encountered at the hotel. Striking it felt akin to hammering a piece of iron. After bending the pipe, she succeeded in delivering a fatal blow. As it twitched, attempting to rise, she swiftly crushed its skull. Congratulations, player. You have eliminated an 8th-level night demon. Achievement points 800. You have received a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, player. Your achievement points have reached 4,000, leveling up to 4. You have received a promotion package. With little time to spare, Xia Sanfu immediately opened the treasure chest, revealing a full-face helmet. Bronze-level Night Demon Helmet. Head Defense 5. The promotion package contained the usual items: free attribute points, a mysterious fortune bag, and a skill blind box. She donned the helmet, as was her custom, allocating the attribute points to her body development value before proceeding to the 16th floor. Unlike the 17th floor, where she encountered only one night demon, the 16th floor was a power supply level filled with generators, furnaces, and fuel zones. Shadows of various machines concealed numerous night demons. Time was of the essence, and Xia Sanfu focused on eliminating the advanced night demons, earning 700 and 800 achievement points. The nearby lower-tier demons were easily dispatched with a spray from her flamethrower. Whether they survived was left to fate, and she wouldn't linger to collect any drops. She sprinted through the chaos, achievement notifications chiming incessantly in her ears. 500, 700, 600. Congratulations, player! Your achievement points have reached 5,000, leveling up to 5. You have received a promotion package. Congratulations, player! Your achievement points have reached 6,000, leveling up to 6. You have received a promotion package. Congratulations, player! Your achievement points have reached 7,000, leveling up to 7. You have received a promotion package. As was her routine, Xia Sanfu allocated her free attribute points to her body development value. Congratulations, player! Your bodily potential has been fully tapped. You have awakened 1-star physical prowess. Xia Sanfu scrutinized her personal information panel. Body development value. 1010. The potential of a blue-star human body has been fully realized. Free attribute points can no longer be increased. A new line appeared. Physical prowess. 1-star, 100, 1000. Xia Sanfu was momentarily bewildered. Had her bodily potential truly been fully developed? How would she enhance her strength in the future? She resolved to continue her relentless pursuit of destruction. Congratulations, player! Your achievement points have reached 8,000, leveling up to 8. You have received a promotion package. Her body development value and allocation of free attribute points had failed, but she could not add free points to her physical prowess either. Was there an alternative means of enhancement for her physical abilities? For now, she could only allocate her attribute points to her mental domain development value, raising it to 9. Since the 20th minute of her journey, when she ignited a torch in the shopping plaza, Xia Sanfu had not ceased her rampage. Each level gained did not bring her rest. Instead, she pressed on with even greater ferocity, dispatching lower-tier night demons with ease as if they were mere watermelons. She dared not relax for a moment, fully aware that there were undoubtedly individuals more intelligent, with superior innate qualities and combat prowess. Yet, she believed that as long as she did not squander a single moment and maintained high efficiency in her slaughter, she would have the opportunity to amass greater resources for survival. The countdown read 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 33 seconds. Reminder: Night Demon Hatred value accumulated at 10150. Achieving a state of relentless pursuit, you will be hunted by the Night Demon King. Congratulations, player! You are the first in the server to reach level 10. Reward: Bronze Equipment Wolf Tooth Club, a limited-time 50 discount card for the service area, and a bronze-level repair station, upgradable. A world announcement will soon be made. Would you like to disclose the player's name? Xia Sanfu casually responded, yes. She was slightly dazed by the realization that she had surpassed 10,000 achievement points and was the first to reach level 10. World announcement: Congratulations to Xia Sanfu from Area H0081 for becoming the first player in the server to reach level 10. World announcement: A player has advanced to level 10, launching the server-wide battle level leaderboard, which will update in real time. At the end of each map round, the top 100 will receive corresponding rewards. Detected player is eligible for the leaderboard. Would you like to make it public? Xia Sanfu paused her assault on the night demons, responding with a yes. She was curious to see what the game had in store. Congratulations, player! You are the first to trigger the reputation system. Reward: 1 golden forum creation token. Note: reputation derives from the esteem of the masses. When the system detects public admiration for you, it will convert into reputation points. Conversely, reputation points will diminish when admiration fades. World announcement: The server-wide reputation leaderboard has been launched, updating in real time. At the end of each map round, the top 100 will receive corresponding rewards. Fortunately, the world announcement did not disclose the reward she had received. Just as Xia Sanfu believed the system notifications had concluded, she heard 2 more announcements. Detected player has accumulated 10 mysterious fortune bags. Would you like to exchange them for a mysterious grand prize? Detected player has accumulated 10 skill blind boxes. Would you like to exchange them for a secret manual blind box? This feature offered exchanges. Xia Sanfu crushed the last night demon in this room, pulled a crushed sweet potato from her pocket, and began to eat while reviewing her personal information. Body development value, 1010 physical fitness, 100 brain domain development value, 1199 achievement points, 10150 20,000 combat level. 10 upon reaching level 10, each advancement necessitates 10,000 achievement points, significantly increasing the difficulty. Xia Sanfu acquired a wolf fawn club, weighing approximately 70 to 80 pounds. It is entirely forged from solid iron, with a handle extending over a meter and a head around 70 centimeters in length, resembling both a juju pit and an oval hammer, adorned with numerous spines. The tail features a protruding drill, capable of striking foes or being firmly planted in the ground. Previously, she would feel fatigued even when lifting objects weighing a mere 10 or 20 pounds. However, gripping this wolf fawn club, she merely perceives a slight heaviness. With her current strength, augmented by this weapon, she could easily crush the skull of an 8th level night demon as if it were a watermelon. She has always remembered that the mysterious fortune bag and skill blind box have a chance of yielding resources pertinent to her personal development. Thus, she has refrained from utilizing these two items, intending to wait until she excels in a particular aspect, hoping to unlock corresponding resources. The mysterious grand prize and the secret technique blind box serve as advanced versions of the mysterious fortune bag and skill blind box. Currently, she finds herself unable to enhance her body development value, and the means to improve her physical fitness remain elusive. The only avenue left for increasing attribute points lies in her brain domain development value. Alternatively, upon reaching the next level, she could elevate her brain domain development value to 12 points and redeem the mysterious grand prize and blind box. After all, the stronger she becomes, the more suitable the rewards she will obtain. With a resolution forming in her heart, Xia Sanfu set off in search of the next high-level night demon. Chapter 8. Betrayal. She had already slain 18 high-level night demons of level 5 and above, along with several lower-tier ones, acquiring 14 ordinary chests and 4 bronze chests. With these, she assembled a complete bronze gear set of night demon armor, including a cloak, helmet, soft armor, and boots. Upon donning the entire ensemble, her overall defense increased by 15, and her speed surged by 10, a notable upgrade indeed. Additionally, there were various supplies she had yet to examine, which she hastily shoved into her bag. The countdown ticked at 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 16 seconds. The vastness of the map became apparent as she sprinted to the northwest edge of the 16th underground level, where she suddenly spotted a narrow passage extending towards another mountain in the northwest of the 13th level. This 13th level was designated as the experimental layer. Observations indicated that night demons below level 5 acted solely on instinct, refraining from entering closed, empty rooms. Conversely, those above level 5 exhibited unpredictable behavior, often choosing favored spots to linger, as Xia Sanfu had noted signs of tidiness where high-level night demons had resided. It appeared that personnel from the experimental layer had vacated early, resulting in most laboratories being sealed off, with no signs of violent breaches. Night demons seem to have merely congregated in the corridors. Due to the relative scarcity of night demons and the abundance of closed doors on this level, she initially bypassed it. However, upon noticing the passage leading to another mountain, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. She had yet to encounter the level 10 night demon king mentioned in her notes. Could it be hiding within? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The new player protection period was nearing its end. If she did not flee immediately, she would be besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of night demons. Prudently, she decided to eliminate the high-level night demons on her current floor before swiftly departing from the Fushan base. Remaining here would force her to confront a horde of night demons. With her wolf fawn club raised, she struck at the scholarly night demon seated nearby, the last high-level foe within her line of sight. Suddenly, she heard a faint metallic scraping sound. 10 minutes prior, 6 figures had appeared at the entrance of the cave. peering anxiously. Good grief, Brother Ben, we found the night demon lair. One exclaimed. This is it, we found a refuge, but what now? The new player protection period is almost over. We can't escape far. Brother Ben, there's a manual door switch here. Just turn this wheel, but it's rusty and will require a few of us to help. Brother Ben, rubbing his bald head, declared, he finally encountered so many monsters. I refuse to leave empty-handed. You have 10 minutes to slay as many as you can. Then we'll seal the door and retreat. Agreed. With weapons in hand, some wielding machetes, others clubs. One among them, Brother Ben, demonstrated unexpected skill by producing a homemade Molotov cocktail and hurling it, igniting a spark upon impact. That's almost up. With a creaking sound, the hidden steel door at the cave's entrance began to descend slowly. Clang, clang, clang. Urgent knocking echoed from deep within the cave. The 6 individuals stood alert, straining to listen. Is there someone inside? One hesitated. Brother Ben's eyes flickered. The knocking pattern, 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short, was an SOS distress signal, potentially indicating the awakening of a creature. We need to hurry. Exchanging glances filled with silent understanding. They quickly resumed, turning the wheel. Once the massive door descended halfway, it would continue to lower automatically, prompting the 6 to bend low and flee. On the other side, Xia Sanfu gripped the railing and dropped to the ground, witnessing the light at the end of the 1,000-meter-long passage grow ever narrower. She sprinted, hurling night demons towards the door. Some, due to miscalculation, flew beyond the threshold while others landed just beneath it. Though the steel door appeared to descend slowly, it was in fact quickening, crushing the stacked night demons beneath it. With only 2 fists worth of distance remaining, Xia Sanfu threw her wolf fawn club, embedding it in the fleshy remains of the night demons. Wedged between the door and the ground. Alas, it was too late. With gritted teeth, she braced against the heavy door, straining to lift it. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and despite her physical prowess, she managed to shift it only a few millimeters. Even the spikes on her bronze wolf fawn club were bent beneath the door's weight. Spotting the wheel nearby, she dashed over, only to find that a mere turn caused the entire wheel to come off. It was not due to her strength, but rather the corrosion of the connecting axle behind it. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a pungent odor. On the main road leading from the Fushan base, a business vehicle sped away, its occupants filled with relief at their narrow escape. Brother Ben thought ahead. Having corroded the wheel, it can't be opened even with intelligence. No wonder the big shots arrived in a car right from the start. I look at my tricycle and my head aches. Don't underestimate Brother Ben. He is a level 4 powerhouse and ranks on the combat leaderboard. As long as the game doesn't separate us, I'll stick with him. The countdown read 56 minutes and 21 seconds. Xia Sanfu steadied herself, wedging the wheel into the gap between the door and the ground, then finding 2 metal blocks to insert as well. With 1 foot on the wolf fawn club, she exerted all her strength to lift the steel door. At the moment the door loosened, her foot slipped off the club, pulling it free. The massive door sank, crushing the wheel and metal blocks in an instant. Fortunately, a gap remained, allowing air to flow in. Xia Sanfu did not succumb to panic, while eliminating the high-level night demons. She had noted the presence of emergency stairwells within the base. These emergency exits spanned all levels, leading to the mountaintop. On this level, the emergency exit was located beside the passage. The exit featured a standard 5-meter wide air defense door, currently ajar. Indeed, most emergency safety doors across the various levels were open, creating an atmosphere of urgent evacuation. Consequently, several night demons had pushed into the stairwell. With fierce determination, Xia Sanfu fought her way to the end of the corridor, where she encountered 2 doorways, one to the south and one to the north. The southern doorway led to a large hangar for warplanes, where gusts of wind swept through the expansive opening, tangling her hair. Peering outside, she beheld mountains and a sheer cliff. This exit was precariously positioned on a vertical precipice, making descent impossible, at least not by night. Proceeding to the northern doorway, she could not suppress a curse. Damn it, it's collapsed. This doorway led to the helicopter landing pad at the summit. It was unclear whether the collapse was natural or the result of explosives. With her night vision goggles having exhausted their 3 uses, She wielded a flashlight in one hand and her wolf fawn club in the other. How could she contend with the reawakened night demons? At that moment, a chill coursed through her body. She pulled her flashlight from her bag and scrambled to secure the emergency safety doors across the various levels. Encountering broken doors that required her to seek alternative routes to barricade them with heavy objects. She traversed the 16th level down to the 17th, covering a total of 33 floors, her body drenched in sweat. Countdown. 10 seconds. Xia Sanfu closed the final door and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. World announcement. The new player protection period has ended. Communication channels are now open. Minimap activated. Service area launched. Dungeon initiated. And the Stormy Forest map is now accessible. It is now day 1 in the Stormy Forest 0000. Wishing all players an enjoyable gaming experience. Xia Sanfu opened the communication channel, which was divided into 2 sections. One for the H0081 area, displaying online users, 99, 878, 100, 000. Wait, how did over 100 people perish during the protection period? The other section revealed the world channel, boasting a staggering online count, 5 billion. The total number of players across the server, which was divided into 35,000 regions, each accommodating 100,000 players. In the regional channel, there are no restrictions on the frequency of speech, yet each utterance must not exceed 50 characters. In the global channel, one must first purchase a horn, and the word count is limited to 300. A copper horn costs 100 points and may be used only once. A silver horn costs 500 points and is limited to 10 uses. A gold horn costs 1,000 points and may be employed 12 times. Additionally featuring a pinning effect with no word limit. Alas, it is unaffordable. As Xia Sanfu returned to the game interface, he noticed a map icon had appeared in the upper left corner. Just as he was about to click on it, a series of notification sounds echoed in his ears. Chapter 9. The Darkest Hour. Detected player is currently within the bronze level large solo dungeon city of night demons. The dungeon has commenced with the entrance sealed. Completion or abandonment of the dungeon is required to exit. Detected multiple intruders within the dungeon. Difficulty increased. Night demons enraged by 50. Note, first, the dungeon has officially begun. The minimap and public communication channels cannot be utilized. Second, with the exception of treasure chest supplies, all other dungeon materials cannot be removed. Task rewards will be calculated after the dungeon concludes. Triggered main quest. Survive for 3 days. Reward. 3,000 points. Triggered side quest 1. Explore the Fushan base. Find the night demon antibody reagent. Reward. Random card. Triggered side quest 2. Eliminate the night demon king. Reward. Bronze level physical enhancement agent. Xia Sanfu gazed at the chaotic positioning on the minimap, realizing she had started directly within the dungeon area. The entire city constituted the dungeon's boundaries. And what was with this dungeon classification? What did it mean by bronze level dungeon, accessible only to those at level 10, inclusive and above? She was precisely level 10, wasn't she? Why wasn't she expelled right from the start? Bang! A loud crash echoed as a bulge appeared on the emergency safety door beside her. Xia Sanfu was suddenly startled. Something was amiss. This was the 17th underground level, designed for water storage. And she had already dealt with a high-level night demon at the water well. How could there still be monsters present? Bang! The door trembled, nearly dislodging from its hinges. The corridor was too cramped to swing her spiked club effectively. Xia Sanfu promptly opened the safety door to the north corridor. Exiting the corridor, she found herself in a vast space resembling a crater. She turned and opened a large door leading to the area of the water well. As the flashlight beam illuminated the space, she spotted a slick, cow-sized rat banging against the door. But now, it turned and charged at her, its blood-red eyes glinting eerily under the light, exuding a bloodthirsty demeanor. Xia Sanfu quickly wedged her bright flashlight into the crevice of the stacked water barrels and raised her spiked club to strike at the rapidly approaching fat rat. I am an amateur badminton player at level 10. Their snowball I cannot catch. Boom! The fat rat smashed through a wall of water barrels, causing water to gush forth. Squeak! The explosive sound pierced her ears, leaving her momentarily dizzy. The blood-red eyes were now mere inches away. She swiftly sidestepped the oncoming figure and swung her club to create distance. This wretched rat seemed to possess some skill. Its screech was disorienting. Xia Sanfu gritted her teeth, realizing she could not afford a protracted battle. As it bared its sharp teeth and lunged once more, she lifted her club and tossed it into the air, then swung down, sending it crashing into the wall like a cannonball. Seizing the moment before it could fall, Xia Sanfu dashed forward, her club creating afterimages as she pounded relentlessly until the sound of shattering bones ceased. Congratulations, player has eliminated a level 10 Night Demon. Achievement points 1,000. Dropped a bronze treasure chest. Level 10 Night Demon? Something was amiss. Why wasn't he at the Night Demon King? Could it be that she had presumed too much? The hotel notebook had noted the level 10 Night Demon King could command an army of night demons, leading her to naturally assume the Night Demon King was level 10. But she had not considered how many years ago that notebook had been written. According to the rules of the bronze level dungeon, accessible to those above level 10. The danger level of this dungeon was clearly aimed at players of level 10 and above. This meant level 10 night demons could indeed appear. I can't play this. I can't play this. Xia Sanfu hastily summoned the game interface to locate the exit option for the dungeon, only to be informed by a pop-up that exiting the dungeon required purchasing an exit card, and all treasure chest materials obtained would be confiscated. Who knows where to buy an exit card? Even if she knew, what could she buy with her 32 points? Xia Sanfu reflected on how exhilarating her previous victories had been, now wishing to bang her head against the wall. Truly, Fate's gifts come with hidden prices. This is a deadlock. Xia Sanfu opened the bronze treasure chest, only to be met with disappointment. A one underwater breathing pearl of bronze level. Not an attacking item. She stowed the breathing pearl and peered into the water well. The appearance of the breathing pearl led her to suspect the rat had emerged from the waterway. In this room, the well was the only breakthrough point. However, she refrained from considering the peril of diving into the well. The situation below was uncertain, and it was not a wise choice. Suddenly, a sound of a heavy object falling echoed from outside. Xia Sanfu shone her flashlight outward, and goosebumps instantly erupted on her skin as she saw a night demon with broken limbs struggling to rise. Before she could lift her club, she noticed several more dropping from above. Soon, it was as if dumplings were falling, one after another. What grudge did they hold against her to leap to their deaths? Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, these night demons appeared somewhat frenzied. She shattered one, rushing toward her. Congratulations. Player has eliminated a level 0 night demon, pseudo level 5. Achievement points double 20. System notification, aggro exceeded 10,000. Night demon horde enraged by 100. Each night demon increases by 5 levels. Night Demon King gains collective enhancement, elevating to the dungeon S level cap of 20. No wonder it felt like striking a level 5 Night Demon. Good grief, level 20, level 20, level 20. Xia Sanfu's vision darkened as she slammed the door shut. Calm down, there is still a chance. The good news is that all high-level Night Demons above level 5 in the base had already been eliminated by her. The bad news is that over 1,000 pseudo-high-level Night Demons below level 10 were surrounding her. The good news is that according to the main quest, she merely needed to survive for 3 days. The bad news is that the location of the level 20 Night Demon King remained unknown, lurking ominously. Xia Sanfu stood on the wet ground, surveying the wrecked water barrels around her. Suddenly, she grabbed her spike club and began to smash, water splattering and pouring out. She turned and dashed into the emergency corridor, bursting into the experimental level. The experimental level boasted the strongest security, with thick safety doors lining each corridor, most of which were closed, and wandering night demons were relatively scarce. Wielding her club, she charged in, twisting and turning, following the fleeting vision she had seen earlier, ultimately locating the temporary chemical storage room. Perhaps due to the limited human knowledge of the intelligent night demons, the fuel depot's explosives, and even the refueling machines had been thoroughly destroyed, yet the safety door of the chemical storage room remained intact. Xia Sanfu swung her spike club against the door. After the 8th strike, it finally warped. With one kick, She forced the door open and anxiously searched for familiar chemicals. Inside the storage room stood robust safety cabinets, the light flickering in the darkness. She quickly spotted familiar chemical names, hastily retrieving the last 2 fuel cans and a flamethrower from her travel backpack. Then pried open 2 safety cabinets to stuff the bottles and jars in her bag. Returning swiftly to the 17th underground level, she set up several traps using the 2 types of chemicals. Outside the door, a horde of limbless night demons had gathered, once again sensing Xia Sanfu's presence, and began to violently assault the door. Within moments, the door began to give way. Xia Sanfu immediately retreated to the emergency corridor and sprinted upward. Shortly after, explosions erupted below, shaking the staircase. The 2 chemicals she had used reacted with each other, and one even reacted with water. The trap she had set ensured that as the night demons surged in, they would be toppled and mixed together. Kill notifications rang continuously, and although the quantity of chemicals was limited, the resulting explosion did not affect other floors. She returned to the experimental level to retrieve the fuel cans and flamethrower before racing down to the ground floor. Chapter 10. The draw of fortune bags and blind boxes. The emergency exit on the ground floor opened into a long corridor that led into the cave. The corridor, for lanes wide, was teeming with numerous low-level night demons. Most of them had just jumped from the ground floor. As they surged toward the inner side of the crater, she opened the door to find nothing but emptiness before her. However, it wasn't too long before the night demons caught her scent and turned their attention towards her. Xia Sanfu retrieved 3 white glass vials from her backpack and hurled them at the approaching swarm of night demons. Immediately after, she took out 3 brown bottles and smashed them at the spots where the white glass vial shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted. The shockwave tousled her hair. But the burning sensation was mitigated by the protective night demon suit she wore. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger, igniting the flames and unleashing a torrent of fire towards the explosion site. The violent reaction sent waves of fire surging forth, engulfing the clustered night demons as the inferno spread rapidly. Xia Sanfu paid no heed to the aftermath, discarding the empty fuel canister and swiftly retreating into the emergency corridor, making her way to the 9th floor. From her previous recollections, the 9th floor was a training area devoid of partitions, presenting an open layout. Although filled with various training apparatuses that could serve as obstacles, the number of night demons within was relatively low, around 20 to 30. She estimated that the night demons she had incinerated on the 17th floor and the ground floor, combined with these remaining ones, would suffice for her to ascend to level 11. Upon leveling up, she could acquire free attribute points and exchange them for mysterious rewards and skill blind boxes. Facing a level 20 night demon king seemed utterly impossible, so she placed her hopes solely on her game skills. As she stepped onto the 9th floor, the roaming night demons surged towards her like sharks sensing blood. Xia Sanfu clutched her flashlight, weaving around the training machines, engaging them in a battle of positioning. She would strike down 1 night demon at a time, retreating if more than 3 approached within a 2-meter radius. Congratulations, player, for eliminating a level 1 night demon, pseudo level 6. Battle points doubled 200. Congratulations, player, for eliminating a level 0 night demon, pseudo level 5. Battle points doubled 20. As Xia Sanfu stumbled, she glanced down to find herself in the barbell area, having tripped over a barbell. She grabbed a barbell and flung it around, knocking down a cluster of night demons. If I don't finish you off, then I've lost. She hurled several barbells in succession, the sounds of collision ringing out. Suddenly, Xia Sanfu felt a chill at her neck, followed by a heavy pressure on her shoulder, the stench of decay invading her nostrils. In a panic, she reached back and seized a decayed arm, swinging it off her shoulder and smashing it to the ground, dispatching the creature. Her night demon suit had begun to show signs of damage, and fearing that she could either be devoured or transformed into a night demon herself, she hurriedly circled back, picking off the stragglers. The number of night demons on the 9th floor dwindled, and finally, congratulations, player, for reaching 20,000 battle points, leveling up to 11, and receiving a promotion package. While dodging the last 2 or 3 night demons, Xia Sanfu diverted her attention to open the package. Package contents. Free attribute point 1. Source stone fragment 1. Points 110 source stone fragment. A purple hexagonal piece, redeemable for secret manuals in the service area. Strange. Why are there no mysterious fortune bags or skill blind boxes this time? She had no time to ponder further. She allocated the attribute point to her brain domain development value, which updated her personal information. ID. H008154088 player name. Xia Sanfu title. Demon Slayer body development value. 1010. Physical potential maximized. Stamina. 1 star. 100. 1000. Brain domain development value. 1299. Not bad. I suppose. Battle points. 20, 0, 20, 30, 0, 0, 0 combat level. 11 cumulative distance. 32. 57 points. 142 source stone fragments. 1 negative status. Night demon hatred value 20. 0, 20 unclaimed. Mysterious fortune bags 10. Skill blind boxes 10. Limited time half price card for the service area. Bronze repair station. Golden Forum creation order. Xia Sanfu chose to exchange 10 mysterious fortune bags for mysterious rewards. The game interface erupted in a dazzling display of colors, culminating in the appearance of a golden fortune bag. Under normal circumstances, she would have taken the time to appreciate it, perhaps wash her hands, and reverently opened it. But with the urgency of dealing with the night demons, she regarded the item as mere pomp, clicking it open without a second thought. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the epic equipment Hand of the Gods, which can enhance item quality and has a chance to alter item performance. Xia Sanfu's mind bust. Although epic sounded impressive, it was evidently not what she urgently required. Should she have taken the time to wash her hands? Kicking away a snarling night demon, she slid into a kneeling position, invoking various deities for protection as she sought to evade disaster. With a swift movement, she dispatched the attacking night demon and exchanged 10 skill blind boxes for a secret manual blind box, immediately clicking it open. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the mysterious quality void visualization technique fragment. Would you like to study it? Study, study, study. But wait, where's the one-click learning option? Why isn't it automatically implanted in my mind? Suddenly, the icon symbolizing the void visualization technique transformed into shimmering golden particles that flew into her forehead. With a thud, it felt as if her head had been struck, leaving her momentarily blank. When she regained her senses anew, how should she describe it? A mantra? Spell? Sutra? Had taken residence in her mind. Xia Sanfu felt utterly defeated by this overly realistic game. To learn a secret manual, she had to decipher it herself. She strove to calm herself and interpret the void visualization technique in her mind, but 5 minutes later, she cursed in frustration. It was incomprehensible, and she lacked the patience to continue. She needed to find a way to level up and earn those attribute points. The beam of her flashlight dimmed slightly, tightening her chest with worry. Suddenly, she recalled that among her rewards was a bronze repair station. She had yet to claim it, partly because once claimed, it couldn't be carried, and the game lacked any storage space, and partly because using the repair station required points, of which she previously had only 32. Now, with an additional 110 points, her life was at stake. There was no time to hesitate. Xia Sanfu claimed the repair station, which gleamed silver and was a cube roughly 26 inches on each side, featuring a circular button in the center of its front. She opened the top lid, revealing a 2 to 3 liter capacity. She placed her night vision goggles inside, and a mechanical voice abruptly sounded. Bronze equipment night vision goggles, valued at 500 points. Fully destroyed, requiring a 100 repair fee. Total, 500 points. Xia Sanfu quickly retrieved the goggles and placed them back in her flashlight. Ordinary equipment flashlight, valued at 75 points, 10 damage, minor damage, requiring a 10 repair fee. Total, 5 points, rounded to 8 points. Unbelievable, the game even rounds down. Repair, repair, repair. After a series of inexplicable clanging sounds, the flashlight emerged anew, its brightness restored to normal. Chapter 11. The transformation of the flashlight in the midst of summer's peak. Xia Sanfu inadvertently acquired the epic equipment known as the Hand of God. This exquisite item, a glove as delicate as a cicada's wing, magically melded into her left hand upon donning it, leaving no trace of its existence. Simultaneously, she gleaned the information regarding the Hand of God. Its usage did not require points, yet it drained her life energy. This did not bode well. Xia Sanfu transferred the flashlight to her left hand and silently invoked its enhancement. Instantly, her hand radiated with golden light, enveloping the flashlight. A minute later, the brilliance faded. System notification. The ordinary high-lumen flashlight has been upgraded to bronze equipment, triggering a transformation probability. The laser green line has been transformed into a high-energy laser net, limited to 30 minutes of use. The flashlight, originally palm-sized, elongated and gained additional settings: long-range, short-range, strobe, and laser net. Activating the long-range mode. The entire space illuminated as if it were day. The short-range setting emitted light akin to a standard flashlight. Upon engaging the strobe mode, she felt her vision blur, compelling her to don night vision goggles. Although the goggles proved ineffective, their faint red lenses sufficed as sunglasses. Adjacent to the settings was a sliding gear to control the light's range. A thought began to form in Xia Sanfu's mind, but a sudden wave of fatigue washed over her. She was uncertain whether it stemmed from her exhausting day or the purported drain of life energy. Initially, she had no intention of lingering at the Fushan base, having left most of her provisions outside. Now, she was left with merely a cooked sweet potato and an apple. Regret washed over her. Had she known this was a dungeon and that escape was impossible, she would have brought in more supplies. With a parched throat, she struggled to swallow, breaking off half the apple to moisten her throat before consuming the sweet potato. Though she was the sole living soul, the base seemed to come alive around her, with footsteps, running sounds, and distant roars growing ever nearer. Xia Sanfu dared not linger, even for the sake of collecting fallen treasure chests, and promptly dashed to the circular corridor on her current level. To her astonishment, the long-range flashlight illuminated all the way to the lowest level. The lower-tier night demons had gained 5 levels in power, yet their wisdom remained unchanged, relying solely on instinct. Upon her emergence in the circular corridor, night demons from all levels surged toward her, claws outstretched. The chaos was particularly pronounced on the ground floor, where they crowded so densely that some tumbled over the railing. Clattering echoed as agile night demons began to scale the elevator shaft. Xia Sanfu directed her light toward them, causing the creatures to recoil, shielding their eyes and wailing in despair. She shone her light upward, revealing a series of crane arms spanning the top floor, iron chains dangling down. She seized a chain positioned further from the corridor and hoisted it upwards by approximately 30 meters. Drawing her curved blade, she contemplated its use, ultimately striking her own nose with a punch. Blood streamed forth, and she quickly used a cloth to staunch the flow, tying the bloodied fabric to the chain. When she released it, the chain clattered to the ground, snapping taut. The bloodied cloth hung precariously near the ground floor, inciting frenzied excitement among the night demons, some even leaping over the railing in pursuit of the bloody fabric. Realizing that the blood drew them in, Xia Sanfu swallowed a mouthful of her own blood, stuffed cotton into her nostrils, and sprinted down the emergency passageway to the ground floor. The cave-like corridor was strewn with charred bones and several treasure chests. However, as the primary entrance to the base, the number of night demons was staggering. Even after her previous incineration, they appeared to be in overwhelming abundance. Exiting through the emergency safety door inside the corridor, she positioned herself at the center and activated the flashlight's laser net switch. A beam of red laser grid sliced through the kilometer-long passage, obliterating the night demons caught in its path in an instant. Xia Sanfu was taken aback. The high-energy laser net was indeed formidable. As she adjusted the gear on the flashlight, enlarging the light's range, the laser grid expanded, enveloping the entire corridor. The notifications of kills echoed rapidly. Congratulations, player! Your achievement points have reached 30,000, advancing you to level 12, and you have received a promotion package. The Night Demon Horde has entered a frenzy, with the Night Demon King gaining a 10-minute invulnerability aura. In the dark, desolate base, the agitation of the night demons escalated dramatically, and she could even hear the sound of doors being battered in the corridor. It seemed this dungeon was intent on achieving a no-survivors outcome. Xia Sanfu fought to dispel her fears at that moment. Hundreds of night demons had been reduced to mere fragments, and her flashlight was nearly too hot to hold. The laser net on her flashlight could only be used for 30 minutes, indicating she had 15 minutes of usage remaining. The promotion package contained free attribute points, source stone fragments, and points. Strangely, there were no mysterious fortune bags or skill blind boxes. Did those only appear during the novice protection phase? Suppressing her confusion, Xia Sanfu allocated the free attribute point to her brain domain development, raising it to 13 points. At this juncture, she sensed something was amiss. With each level gained, she obtained a point to allocate toward her physical development value, enhancing her strength, endurance, agility, and even her senses repeatedly. This led her to mistakenly believe that each promotion would render her incrementally stronger, capable of contending with night demons of a corresponding level. However, the system now informed her that upon reaching a physical development value of 10 points and unlocking physical ability, no further attribute points could be added. How then? Was her strength to be augmented? An overlooked detail also became clear. Within her personal information, her level was merely a combat level derived from accumulated achievement points. The levels exhibited by the night demons represented their true power, although her combat level could indirectly influence her personal strength through attribute points. It did not equate to actual power level. Just as she had added 5 points to her brain domain development value, she felt no tangible change. In other words, even if she escalated her combat level to 20, she might still be unable to contend with a night demon king of the same power level. Frustrated, Xia Sanfu began to pound the walls in anger. This wretched game was riddled with pitfalls. What happened to the promised highway survival? It seemed she was destined to perish in this accursed place before even setting foot on the road. As she grumbled, she collected 3 bronze treasure chests. The likelihood of low-tier night demons dropping bronze chests was minimal. Out of hundreds, only 3 emerged, while there were over 100 ordinary chests. Unfortunately, ordinary supplies could not remedy her urgent plight. Bronze equipment, defense necklace 1, defense 15 bronze equipment, waterproof and fireproof leather armor 1 bronze quality card. Shadow, 1 Xia Sanfu donned the defense necklace and leather armor, then picked up the card. This was her first encounter with card-type resources. The card was the size of a playing card, featuring 3 dark shadows on the front and a complex blue-green pattern with an inscription on the reverse. One-time use card. Activating the card can immobilize a single target for 1 to 5 minutes, with only 3 uses available. Chapter 12. The invincible aura descends as Xia Sanfu prepared to lure the night demons from various floors into the passage for a final obliteration. A sound reached her ears from behind. The colossal iron door was being slowly raised by a pair of hands. Xia Sanfu was left with a multitude of questions. Had she truly lost her mind in the heat of battle? Why hadn't she thought to sever the door with a laser net, thus securing her escape? Who was this formidable presence? Xia Sanfu directed the laser grid towards the exposed ankles of the figure, but nothing happened. To her dismay, it was the invincible night demon king. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the emergency staircase, racing towards the 12th underground level. Both the 12th and 14th levels served as fireproof and explosion-proof zones for the experimental layers above, acting as structural supports. Here, there were only the massive load-bearing columns that could not be embraced by 2 people. Curious as to why the Night Demon King had not pursued her, she turned and caught sight of a man in a tailcoat, adorned with long black wings, hovering at the end of the circular corridor to the north. To her utter horror, he could fly. In the blink of an eye, the creature swooped in, and Xia Sanfu had no desire to confront it head-on. She unleashed her full power, deftly maneuvering around the columns, engaging in a deadly game of parkour. Debris occasionally grazed her, the wings of the creature capable of cleaving through stone pillars. In its presence, she felt as fragile as a mere radish. Your blood is exquisite. If you behave, I may spare your life and transform you into a night demon. It purred, sending chills down her spine. The creature spoke. It had the audacity to make such demands, sounding like an arrogant overlord. Fearful, Xia Sanfu refrained from responding, recalling tales where replying would lead to her essence being siphoned away. Yet, this seemed to provoke the night demon king. Its wings beat low and viciously, shattering several columns into fragments. A rock struck her, causing her to stumble. And sensing imminent danger, she rolled to evade the claws that followed, springing back to her feet and sprinting away. The level was filled with columns, devoid of walls, stretching endlessly, akin to a vast playground. As she weaved through, the night demon king wreaked havoc behind her for what felt like an eternity. If not for the acceleration effect of her night demon suit, she would not have been able to outpace it. Suddenly, the night demon king let out a roar, and an uncountable number of footsteps echoed in perfect unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What was this? The return of a war god, with 100,000 soldiers kneeling in reverence? Terrifyingly, a horde of instinct-driven foot soldiers was about to become a precise weapon. With a thunderous crash, Xia Sanfu was sent flying 10 meters by the night demon king's sudden appearance, colliding with a reinforced concrete column. In that moment, she realized the incredible strength of her own body, capable of withstanding such a blow, yet she was acutely aware of the overwhelming power of the night demon king. The impact left her momentarily stunned, and she felt as if she were witnessing her ancestors. Despite the night demon suit and defensive necklace granting her 30 points of defense, it was insufficient. Her cloak was torn to shreds. In a fleeting moment, she coughed up blood, and beneath the mocking gaze of the night demon king, she leapt, grabbing onto the iron chain to slide down into the 13th underground level. Almost simultaneously, the chain snapped, and the night demon king dove after her with its wings spread wide. She leapt into the 13th level, fleeing desperately, the safety doors along the corridor slamming shut behind her. To the night demon king, these safety doors were nothing more than oversized tofu blocks, easily crushed. Xia Sanfu twisted and turned, evading capture, but ultimately found herself cornered at a dead end, the laboratory door blocking her escape like an impenetrable wall. Pressing against the door, she narrowly avoided a claw swipe. The claw pierced through, leaving a 20-centimeter hole. Within seconds, several more holes appeared in the door. The confined space, while limiting the night demon king's wings, left Xia Sanfu utterly exhausted, and one careless moment resulted in her defensive helmet being shattered. At this point, she was alarmingly close to the night demon king. In a desperate act, she unleashed a beam of laser light directly into its eyes. A pained howl erupted from the creature. The invincibility aura had finally come to an end. However, Xia Sanfu paid a price. A retaliatory strike from the night demon king fractured her palm, sending her flashlight flying against the wall, where it ricocheted twice. Without a moment's pause, she activated her shadow cards, ensnaring the night demon king in 3 successive shadows. In that precious instant, Xia Sanfu rolled to retrieve her flashlight and directed it into the creature's other eye. The night demon king's flesh and bones were remarkably resilient. Although it was struck, it did not suffer significant damage, only spewing forth a noxious, dark crimson fluid. However, its eyes were undeniably penetrated. Just as she began to exhale in relief, a grotesque bird head sprouted from the back of the night demon king's skull, its elongated neck and spine parting, unfurling the wings. Xia Sanfu felt a shrill scream echo in her mind, her sanity threatened, and she hastily adjusted the beam. To her dismay, the shadows had no effect on this newly separated monster, which effortlessly shielded itself from the laser net with its wings. Xia Sanfu switched to high beam and took off running, the creature pursuing her with relentless speed, its wings flapping as it seemed to glide without feet. The ground trembled more violently as the army of night demons summoned by their king rushed into the experimental lair. In the dim light, the darkness surged towards her like an overwhelming tide. She pivoted, clutching her flashlight, and hurled the contents of the safety cabinet towards the winged monstrosity behind her. Sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid rained down upon it. This creature, slender and frail, with a head the size of a fist, struggled to navigate with its expansive 3-meter wings, appearing unable to lift off the ground. The corrosive substances seemed ineffective against its wings, but the liquid would inevitably splash onto it, creating a blood hole with each drop. Xia Sanfu realized its body was fragile. Ignoring the danger, she pushed over a safety cabinet, crashing it onto the creature as it struggled to maintain its balance. Seizing the moment, she dove onto it, smashing a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid onto its head. A piercing scream pierced Xia Sanfu's mind, causing her head to throb painfully, her eardrums rupturing and blood flowing. In her dazed state, she caught sight of the swarm of night demons pouring in through the doorway. The world around her fell silent as she fought to rise, grasping her flashlight to activate the laser net mode, setting it to its maximum range, and bellowing as she charged forth. Stepping upon the corpses of the night demons, she propelled the laser beam ahead, pushing them out of the room, through one corridor and into another. With each meter she advanced, the ground became increasingly littered with bodies, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. The Night Demon King had summoned every night demon in the base, their numbers seemingly endless, relentless in their pursuit. The laser net flickered, its time nearly exhausted, yet the night demons continued to surge forward. For a fleeting moment, Xia Sanfu contemplated surrendering to death, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. But why? Why should it be her demise? Why should she perish here? She fought so hard to live. How could it come to this? Chapter 13. Unwillingness. Congratulations to the player for defeating a level 1 night demon, pseudo level 6. Achievement points doubled 200. Congratulations to the player for reaching 40. 000 achievement points, leveling up to level 13 and receiving a promotion package. Congratulations to the player for reaching 50. 000 achievement points, leveling up to level 14 and receiving a promotion package. Congratulations to the player for consecutively defeating 1000 night demons within 24 hours, earning the title of Butcher. While wearing this title, damage to night demons increases by 10. And intimidation against all creatures lower than your own level increases by 5. Congratulations to the player for defeating a level 15 night demon king, pseudo level 20. Achievement points doubled 3,000 and obtaining a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for completing side quest 2, defeating the Night Demon King. Quest rewards will be distributed after the dungeon concludes. Xia Sanfu, unwilling to perish, vowed to exhaust all her resources before meeting her end. With 2 promotions, she elevated her brain domain development value to 15 points. In the final minute before her laser net's time expired, she led the swarm of night demons to the experimental layers hall, dashing toward the northern circular corridor, grasping a metal chain. Her right arm lay broken by the Night Demon King's blow, rendered immobile, yet she knew she faced a grim fate. To be trapped by such a massive horde in a confined space meant certain death. With a flashlight clenched in her mouth, she secured the chain with her right arm and, using her uninjured left hand, began to climb. The exertion was immense. Her limbs ached, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Nevertheless, a fierce fire burned within her, and she compelled that flame to grow. Past experiences taught her that in dire straits, anger and hatred were her only sources of strength. Why should this be? She cast aside distracting thoughts. Why should those above her hold such power? Her heart raced, her body ablaze with fury. Why should the so-called Galactic Empire have such authority? Her wrath found its target. They could easily crush her entire life. She refused to die. She yearned to live, to persist for eternity. No one had the right to take her life. Xia Sanfu's eyes sparkled with determination as adrenaline surged through her veins, plunging into the 12th underground level, the very pillar layer where she had battled the Night Demon King. She retrieved a spike club from the railing. In her haste to descend to the experimental layer, she had abandoned the club. Almost as soon as she grasped it, the night demons surged forth from the emergency corridor. This time, she did not retreat. The open state of the pillar layer minimized the chances of being cornered, making it the most suitable battleground for her now. She switched her flashlight to its maximum range, positioning it on the railing. Her mind mapped out every movement in advance, akin to strategizing in a game of chess. With the spike club in hand, she felt confident. It was of bronze quality, and striking these low-tier night demons' heads would be as easy as smashing watermelons. Smash, chop, swipe, swing. Xia Sanfu immersed herself fully in this battle for survival, wielding the club with single-minded ferocity, oblivious to fatigue. Kill. Kill! Kill! The roar from her depths, fueled by rage, crescendoed. In this moment, she no longer feared death. She feared that she had not yet killed enough. The overwhelming fury and murderous intent filled her with strength. The dark crimson blood gradually obscuring her vision as corpses began to pile around her. She swung the club continuously, perhaps hundreds or thousands of times, until her arm lost sensation. Yet she pressed on, as if her will alone controlled her weapon, driven solely by the need to carve a path to survival. The night demon suit she wore made its final contribution, continually absorbing damage until it was tattered. She surrendered her body to her anger, with only her rational mind plotting every route for killing. Eventually, even that rationality was consumed. Time lost all meaning. In the dim, ravaged expanse of the floor, a mountain of corpses lay amidst a sea of blood, the thick stench of gore suffocating. Suddenly, something stirred. A figure, drenched in blood and bits of flesh, crawled up from the graveyard of bodies, propped against the stacked corpses, panting like a broken bellows, as if on the verge of shattering, abruptly halting. Yet she continued to breathe, and gradually her breath steadied. Xia Sanfu emptied her mind for a long while, her senses slowly returning to her. An overwhelming fatigue, accompanied by pain, engulfed her, yet her body and mind seemed to have split apart. Her body trembled from the agony, while her spirit remained undeterred. She shakily retrieved a half-eaten apple from her pocket and bit into it expressionlessly. Her forehead felt hot, her vision clouded with a reddish hue. Perhaps she had been infected by the night demons. Would she become one of those things? Having come this far, she had no reason to yield. Xia Sanfu steadied herself with the spiked club and limped into the experimental lair, casually opening a few treasure chests on the ground, but finding nothing useful. She left them be. She turned into the temporary chemicals storage room, where the two-winged monster lay dead, its avian head unrecognizable beneath a pool of concentrated sulfuric acid. It had evidently struggled for a long time before perishing, leaving the storage room in disarray. Next to it lay a silver treasure chest. Silver equipment, steel wings 1 silver quality card, parasite 1 special potion, night demon virus 1. This treasure chest was generous, providing 3 items, unlike previous ones that contained only a single item. Upon seeing the parasite card, Xia Sanfu confirmed her suspicions. The two-winged monster was indeed the true form of the Night Demon King. What was the purpose of the Night Demon virus? To transform others into night demons, creating a rival? The steel wings, a pendant of a wing, boasted 3 innate skills: flight, defense, and windblade, yet required the user to possess mental power. Mental power? Did mental power correlate with the brain domain? Xia Sanfu allocated her free attribute points from the level 14 package to her brain domain, prompting a system notification. Congratulations to the player for awakening a special power, mental power. Her personal information panel underwent a transformation. ID: H0081540888. Player name: Xia Sanfu. Title: Butcher. Body development value: 10/10. Physical ability: 1 star, 12/1000. Note: physical ability reflects the body's comprehensive adaptability to the environment, encompassing physical movement, adaptability, functional state, and various physical qualities. A 1-star initial physical ability is 100 points, and when 1-star physical ability reaches 0, it indicates irreversible exhaustion, leading to unrepairable loss of life and bodily potential. Brain domain development value: 1599. Mental power: 1 star, 5/1000. Note: mental power is an invisible force released by the brain. The initial 1-star mental power is 100 points. When 1-star mental power reaches 0, it signifies irreversible brain damage, posing risks of dementia and madness. Willpower: 1 star. Achievement points: 58,160,000. Combat level: 14. Cumulative distance: 32. 57 points: 524. Source: stone fragments. 4. Negative status: Night Demon Infection. Self-awareness skill: unnamed, unclaimed. Half-price card for the entire service area. Golden form creation order. Bronze quality card. Storage. What a shocking beginning. Her physical ability and mental power were perilously close to their thresholds, her body and mind on the brink of irreversible damage. Mental power manifested after her brain domain development value reached 15. Upon clicking on mental power, the conditions for promotion to 2 stars appeared, reaching 1,000 points for 2 stars, with 2-star completion at 2,000 points. However, clicking on physical ability yielded no response. Could it be that the pinnacle of physical ability was merely 1 star? Looking further, the night demon hatred value in the negative status transformed into infection, which made sense. The storage card was a reward for her self-awareness skill. But when had willpower and self-awareness skill come into existence? During the sweltering days of summer, Xia Sanfu perused historical records and stumbled upon a notable entry. Congratulations to the player for awakening a unique power, willpower. This revelation surfaced during a time of her unbridled fury. The newly emerged self-awareness skill was described as the flame of will ignited amidst anger, possessing the potential to shatter all obstacles. Its practical application remains unknown. She whimsically named it the fire of will, as it aptly reflects its essence. Xia Sanfu endeavored to wield the iron wings, only to be met with a notification indicating her poor mental state and diminished psychic energy, rendering her unable to do so. Consequently, she resorted to donning a previously discarded defensive necklace, placing it around her neck. She then ventured into a concealed corridor located in the northwest corner. At the corridor's end lay the site of her earlier confrontation with the Night Demon King, where a laboratory door, 20 centimeters thick, bore several gaping holes inflicted by the demon's assault. This was also the location she had observed with night vision goggles just as her novice protection period was drawing to a close. Within the laboratory, there existed a door and a passage leading to another mountain. The security of this door was such that even her fiercest swings with a spike club could not breach it, a realization that contributed to her decision to prioritize leveling up after the end of her novice protection period. However, upon leveling up without a corresponding increase in strength, a bold idea emerged to lure the Night Demon King to this location, hoping to exploit its power to open the door. Now, the door had sustained considerable damage. Xia Sanfu clenched her teeth and swung the spike club with fervor. Throughout the entire base, this section boasted the most stringent security measures, and any exploration related to the side quest of locating the Night Demon antibody reagent could only be conducted here. Chapter 14. The Illusory Contemplation at Last. The door was breached. Xia Sanfu bent down and entered, illuminating the laboratory with her flashlight. The floor was strewn with disheveled papers, and dust coated the instruments. She surveyed the area, but without any indication of completing her side quest. She moved toward the location of the passageway. The door to this passage was almost indistinguishable from the silvery walls. Had she not previously identified its position with her night vision goggles, one would hardly suspect its existence. With a vigorous assault, she struck the door repeatedly. Fortunately, it was not overly thick, and after a dozen blows, it yielded, revealing a winding corridor. Xia Sanfu advanced, wielding her spike club. Minutes turned into 10s, and then into 30, until her vision began to blur, and a silver-arched door materialized before her. She swung her weapon with fervor. This door appeared quite sturdy, and after numerous strikes, she managed to create a shallow dent. A sudden laugh escaped her. Indeed, one should not harbor false hopes. She should have ascended from the 12th subterranean level to the 9th, locating the repair station to restore her flashlight's laser grid function. Yet now, she lacked the strength to retrace her steps. Falling against the grand door, she sank to the ground. If during her descent from the 12th level she had forced her injured body to vanquish countless night demons through sheer will, now the toll of exhaustion had come to claim her. It felt as if her very strength was being siphoned away, a profound weariness urging her eyelids to close. Her mind to succumb. A feverish heat radiated from her forehead, threatening to obliterate her reason. She could not afford to lose consciousness. Her eyes, however, began to betray her, and she grasped for something to anchor her awareness. Having just celebrated her 19th birthday, she was virtually 20. Having repeated 2 grades for various reasons before finally completing her college entrance examination. In her daily life, she attended school, occasionally indulged in games, sports, or drawing, and maintained a circle of 3 to 5 friends, devoid of obnoxious relatives. Her grandparents had 2 daughters, her mother and her aunt. According to local customs, the eldest daughter was expected to remain at home to uphold the family name. Yet her aunt had married for love and thus departed, leaving her mother to take a husband. Her grandparents were not affluent, and the suitors available were often less than desirable. Her mother, unwilling to settle, focused on making a living until she married her father, a man from humble background, at the age of 30. Her father, 3 years younger than her mother, had only completed high school and struggled to make ends meet. After their marriage, he resigned to assist her mother in running a grocery store. By the time Xia Sanfu reached maturity, their circumstances had improved. It was said that upon her birth, her grandparents were overcome with joy, nearly fainting, while her aunt's family presented a solid gold longevity lock at her crib. Her father wept profusely, but her mother, her mother had fallen asleep, spoiled by her elders. Xia Sanfu once lived without restraint, only to be tempered by her mother's stern discipline. She had once helped her mother set up a stall and learned to handle account from her father, becoming familiar with the bustling street life, its myriad faces, and its colorful language. She found that profanity could express feelings quite effectively, occasionally letting slip a few choice words. One day, she uttered a particularly offensive remark in front of her mother, resulting in a slap across the face. From then on, she refrained from such language around her mother, knowing her father would not reprimand her. Despite this, her affection for her father remained strong, leading her to reserve her outbursts for her thoughts alone. Xia Sanfu wept bitterly, wondering if she would soon reunite with her parents. However, unwilling to succumb, she pinched herself, sensing that her high fever was amiss, fearing that if she drifted into slumber, she might never awaken. She strained to recall her past, attempting to focus her attention. Yet, having lived merely 20 years, how many memories could she truly summon? In the blink of an eye, they all faded away. Xia Sanfu began to ponder the mystical tome she had drawn. This text comprised a mere 10,000 words. Drawing upon her expertise in classical Chinese, she deciphered its essence. The illusory contemplation first section, the contemplation of the 5 organs. It instructed her to cast aside distractions, to understand her true self, and to infuse her body with pure intent. She envisioned her kidneys filled with dark water, which would flow into her liver and transform into azure fluid, subsequently entering her heart and becoming crimson energy. This red essence would then reach her spleen, morphing into a golden orb which would ascend into her lungs, dispersing as white vapor. This white vapor would return as nectar to her kidneys. When she could genuinely perceive her 5 organs, it would signify the alignment of her will and body, thus completing the first step. Next, she was to summon great will and focus, guiding the dark water, azure fluid, crimson energy, golden light, and white vapor, symbols of her 5 organs, into a cyclical flow. This practice, while honing her spirit, would also fortify her internal organs and alleviate their ailments. With no other thoughts to divert her, Xia Sanfu concentrated all her attention on the illusory contemplation, repeatedly visualizing the appearance of her organs and the circulation of energy within. After countless iterations, her consciousness sank, and she truly beheld the 5 organs within her body. She could not discern whether this was a surreal lucid dream or some wondrous ability. The 5 organs appeared rather unhealthy, marred by gray spots that spread ominously. What should she do next? Guide the energy of the organs into a cycle? Dark water transformed into azure fluid into crimson energy into golden light into white vapor, and white vapor returned to dark water. Kidney, liver, heart, spleen, lung, kidney, beginning and ending with the kidneys. Xia Sanfu seemed to genuinely sense the existence of the organ's energies, as she fumbled to direct their transformation and circulation again and again. Bang! The jarring impact of her head striking the ground jolted Xia Sanfu awake, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She touched her head. The fever had subsided, but the pain from her various wounds surged back with a vengeance, and her vision remained shrouded in a crimson haze. The infection from a night demons lingered. Yet, She felt her spirit had markedly improved. Physical condition: 1 star, 45 1000, mental strength: 1 star, 38 1000. These two metrics remained dismal, far from the normal threshold of 100. Glancing at the countdown for the instance, she realized it was now the third night, with only 3 hours left before the instance would conclude. The sole remaining task was to locate the night demon antibody serum. Xia Sanfu gathered her focus and turned her gaze inward, successfully achieving introspection. Truly witnessing her organs, what had previously seemed a dream. The gray spots on her internal organs had diminished significantly, indicating that this contemplation method was indeed effective in strengthening them. Thus, its potential to cultivate her spirit was not merely a hollow claim. Xia Sanfu felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that her learning ability had proven reliable in this critical moment. Her only notable trait was her rapid learning. However, she also had a tendency to forget quickly. Yet, her memory had improved, and she was unlikely to forget the contemplation of the 5 organs easily. She retrieved the steel wings, successfully equipping them this time. The wings expanded and affixed themselves to her back, and she immediately sensed a connection, as if an unfamiliar limb had been added to her form. The wings flapped awkwardly, causing her to stumble. After a period of adjustment, she managed to gain some control. With a subtle movement of her wings, she lifted slightly off the ground and silently invoked the wind blade, activating the innate skill of the steel wings. The wings flared left and right, unleashing twin gusts that sliced through the archway before her. Seeing the effectiveness, Xia Sanfu unleashed 6 consecutive wind blades, preparing to cast a 7th when a sharp pain shot through her head, causing the wings to detach and revert to a pendant. It felt akin to the weariness that follows an all-nighter, a sign of mental exhaustion. It appeared that utilizing the steel wings not only required a connection to her mental strength, but also greatly depleted it. Nevertheless, the door had been sufficiently damaged. She lifted the spiked mace, Kukul Khan, and struck it down, creating a passage wide enough for a person to pass through. Chapter 15. The Passage Upon Entering. The laboratory's lights automatically illuminated, startling Xia Sanfu, who stood frozen for several minutes, ensuring no other movements were present before proceeding. This laboratory was vast, divided into 2 levels. The upper level appeared to be an office area, while the lower housed several experimental zones. She even beheld rows of transparent glass cylinders, within which lay humans and animals suspended in a blue liquid. The base of the cylinders emitted mechanical sounds, as if the beings inside were merely slumbering under the influence of some drug. The place was impeccably clean, giving her the impression that it was meticulously maintained, though unfortunately, the caretaker was absent at that moment. Xia Sanfu dared not linger long. She stumbled upon the pharmaceutical research room, forcefully breaking the door. Inside were instruments she could not comprehend, save for a series of test tubes filled with liquid on the operating table. She picked them up one by one, yet received no notification of task completion. Frustrated, she searched each room from bottom to top until she discovered a safe on a desk in an office. The safe was unlocked, revealing a vial of deep blue serum accompanied by an unused syringe. Congratulations, player, for completing side quest 1. Explore Fushan Base and locate the Night Demon Antibody Serum. Rewards will be distributed upon completion of the instance. Xia Sanfu opened a vial and clumsily drew up a syringe. Was this meant for intravenous or intramuscular injection? After hesitating, she opted for an intramuscular injection in her buttocks, as she was unfamiliar with finding veins. The injection stung painfully based on her previous vaccination experiences. She needed to wait half an hour to observe for adverse reactions. As she surveyed the office, she noted a set of sofas opposite the desk, a row of bookshelves behind the desk, a wash basin next to the bookshelf, and a series of hooks on the wall beside the basin, where a lab coat and a towel hung. Turning on the tap, she was astonished to find the water flowing cleanly, and beneath the sink was a medical kit. Having already been infected by the night demon toxin, she felt little fear. Xia Sanfu stripped off her tattered garments and rinsed her wounds with water. To her shock, she found blood on her hands upon touching her head, which bore a dent likely caused by the Night Demon King's shattering of her helmet. Her face, arms, abdomen, and thighs were bruised and scraped, while her right hand felt soft and mangled, possibly suffering from a crush fracture. Her left hand bore the marks of severe acid burns. The top layer of skin seemingly dissolved, causing agonizing pain. Spotting soap by the wash basin, she lathered it and rinsed it off, finding some relief. Her chest and abdomen ached continuously, possibly due to broken ribs. She hesitated to use the medications in the kit, as she lacked the skill for complex bandaging. Instead, she simply wrapped the open wounds with gauze and bandages. She stabilized her fractured right hand with a splint and discovered a medical abdominal band in the kit, which she could wrap around her chest and abdomen for support, potentially aiding her broken ribs. After this ordeal, nearly 80% of her body was bandaged. Her previous clothing was unwearable, so she took the lab coat from the hooks to cover herself. Feeling cleaner, her spirits lifted considerably. The best news was that the crimson hue in her vision was fading. The serum was effective. She utilized a storage car to collect her tattered clothing, used towels, cotton swabs, and soap. This place was too pristine. She felt an inexplicable urge to leave no trace, fearing something might pursue her. After cleaning the soiled floor and wash basin, she exited the laboratory, leaving everything else untouched, as the surrounding area was filled with instance materials that could not be carried away. The only treasures she could claim were the loot from treasure chests, and she needed to gather them all. With only 50 minutes remaining, she sprinted, grateful that the previous battles had been concentrated, saving her significant time. She first collected the treasure chests from the experimental level, then the support level, before heading directly to the 9th floor to retrieve the repair station, and finally returned to the 1st floor to gather treasure chests. Since entering the base, she had slain over 1,000 night demons, acquiring more than 300 ordinary items, including the night demon set, leather clothing, and underwater breathing pearls, along with 4 new bronze items. Xia Sanfu stuffed everything into the card, which had 10 cubic meters of space, barely accommodating her haul. With 5 minutes left, she dashed out of the cave to the house where she had previously hidden her bicycle. This wretched game was fraught with pitfalls. She feared that without the bicycle, it would be confiscated. In the final 3 minutes, she changed into a set of underwear and a one-piece plush pajama suit she had acquired from an ordinary treasure chest, burning the lab coat and medical waste in a pile. Congratulations, player, for completing the main quest, surviving 3 days. You are about to be teleported out of the instance. Countdown. Congratulations, player, for clearing the Night Demon City. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, player, for achieving the first kill in the Night Demon City instance. Additional rewards. Congratulations, player, for being the first in the server to clear the instance. Additional rewards. Congratulations, player, for being the first in the server to clear the bronze instance. Additional rewards. World announcement. Congratulations to Xia Sanfu from District H0081 for being the first player in the server to clear the instance. World announcement. Congratulations to Xia Sanfu from District H0081 for being the first player in the server to clear the bronze instance. Xia Sanfu hardly had the heart to pay attention to the announcements, for as soon as the countdown concluded, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself drenched in a torrential downpour. Surrounded by undulating mountains, she stood upon a road, the sky completely dark, and the rain poured down in sheets, soaking her to the skin within seconds. The travel backpack she had collected in the Instance Hotel, along with its contents of tent, clothing, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins, had vanished. Even the bandages, splints, and medical abdominal band she had used were gone. Indeed, the instance materials could not be taken out. Stranded without resources, Xia Sanfu felt on the verge of madness. She would have preferred to remain in the instance. Fortunately, she had harvested over 300 treasure chests. Surely there were useful supplies among them. Donning a standard helmet, she stepped off the road, wielding a common axe. She felled 3 trees, stripped them of branches, and fashioned a triangular frame, binding the excess portions at the junctions with rope. The storage card contained a waterproof tarp measuring 6 by 8 meters, which she used to cover the frame, securing it with additional branches and twigs. Xia Sanfu crawled into her makeshift triangular shelter, unfolded a folding army bed, removed her heavy plush pajamas, and sat on the bed to tend to her injuries once more. Her luck had been poor. Out of all those treasure chests, She had only found 2 rolls of bandages, which she used to wrap her head and hand. Now, only a pair of underwear and a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts remained in her storage card. She had no room for complaints. She hurriedly changed and wrapped herself in a military blanket while gnawing on some bread. The food she had gathered included 3 fist-sized loaves of bread, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 bag of self-heating rice, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 2 bottles of mineral water. It would suffice for 2 or 3 days. She also had plenty of miscellaneous equipment, including an army bed, blanket, and crowbar. Chapter 16. As long as I lack morality, Xia Sanfu, while indulging in her meal, meticulously examined the game panel. The number of online players displayed in the regional channel was alarming. Within merely 3.5 days of the novice protection period, over 10,000 out of 100,000 had perished. What had transpired during this brief span? She casually scrolled through the chat logs, flipping through several pages before realizing that the discussions revolved around her. Pleas for strategies, requests for assistance, and calls for sharing insights filled the screen. One message caught her attention. Yang Qianhua. This person is extraordinary. They have maintained their position among the top 3 for 3 consecutive days, and the system's bloodbath has failed to eliminate them. Following this, another message appeared in a server of 5 billion. They rank first in the combat level leaderboard at level 14, while the second place is level 9. They have now also reclaimed the top spot on the reputation leaderboard. The series of responses that followed elucidated the situation for Xia Sanfu. The novice protection period is referred to by current players as the golden 12 hours. During this interval, wild monsters do not attack players, and opening roadside treasure chests poses no danger, making it the optimal time for resource gathering. However, after this period, opening roadside chests becomes risky due to the potential for ambushes by guardian creatures. Likewise, the areas beyond the roads are teeming with wild fruits and animals, which astute players would not overlook. Yet, the adage holds true: nothing comes without a price. Restriction 1. Once the protection period ends, every player will encounter a wave of wild monster ambushes, resulting in a surge in mortality rates. Restriction 2. Actively hunting wild monsters yields no combat points, leading to minimal level progression for players on the roads during the novice protection period. Only after its conclusion might they earn any combat points. From Xia Sanfu's observations, the appearance of road monsters correlates with roadside treasure chests, and the overall probability of encountering them is quite low. Typically, one might encounter only 2 or 3 in a day. This data may not be entirely accurate, as the complaints in the channel predominantly come from players traversing on foot or using low-speed vehicles. The combat points accrued are far inferior to those obtained in her bronze dungeon. She rapidly collected free attribute points, elevated her level, and after reaching level 10, acquired a bronze-grade weapon, the Wolf-Tooth Club, which rendered her virtually invulnerable to those below level 10. From the cacophony of lamentations in the channel, it was evident that the level 0 monsters, valued at 10 combat points, possessed strength comparable to that of an average adult. If one were to slay them during the protection period, it would be manageable. However, encountering them afterward necessitates a fight for survival. Thus, road players had experienced slow leveling over the past 3 days. Xia Sanfu was particularly attuned to dungeon information, and as she sifted through it, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Do not open the door, do not open the door, do not open the door. It's not what it seems. The players who had ventured into the ordinary dungeon, inverted apartment, were in a frenzy. The initial statement barely contained any useful information, while the remainder concerning the inverted apartment was mere nonsense. She found a relatively coherent statement in the World Channel, likely from an anonymous player who had completed the inverted apartment dungeon. If you encounter a dungeon, do not enter without sufficient strength. It is a descent into the abyss. The City of Night Demons was a bronze dungeon, where players appear to be in a relatively stable condition, albeit inundated with a torrent of expletives demanding manual censorship. Xia Sanfu's head throbbed as she perused a few more civilized remarks. This wretched dungeon shows no mercy. If you possess the ability to let us kill freely during the protection period, why impose a hate value? It's outrageous. Once the protection period concluded, I was immediately overwhelmed by the night demons. It was bad enough to be declared a failure, Why confiscate my equipment and attribute points? You reduced my level 11 to 0. How dare you unleash a massacre? Upon hearing about the hate value, I collected some resources, leveled up to 6, and before nightfall, distanced myself from the buildings, escaping to a secluded road. Wasn't it said that the roads were safer? Yet, it turned out to be a trap. I found myself within the dungeon area, besieged by night demons from all directions. I cannot fathom it. This dungeon evidently had no intention of allowing anyone to complete it. I did not kill any night demons, as this protection period is absolute. How could anything so favorable exist? It must be a trap. All my time was spent searching for resources and hiding, only to be eliminated by the Night Demon King itself. Thank you for extracting me from the chasm of despair. This dungeon was utterly insurmountable, regardless of one's prowess. The swarm of night demons could bury anyone. Did you incur losses like I did? I was merely 2 seconds away from being the first to reach level 10. There should be rewards for private achievements on the announcement board, and these rewards might be crucial for completion. I suppose I was merely unfortunate in my strategic misstep. Xia Sanfu, her mind swirling from the relentless scrolling, finally distilled several key pieces of dungeon information. First, only a minuscule fraction of players would be thrust into the dungeon area. Within the dungeon, players and monsters automatically become adversaries, meaning that slaying non-resistant monsters garners combat points. Moreover, once the dungeon is initiated, regardless of whether players meet the entry requirements, they will be trapped within, and only by completing survival tasks can they achieve success. Second, there are currently 2 types of dungeons, ordinary and bronze. The ordinary dungeon features fewer monsters, with player entry levels ranging from 0 to 10, while the bronze dungeon generally contains a greater number of monsters, with player entry levels from 10 to 20. This information may not be entirely accurate due to limited samples. Third, it appears that only 2 dungeons have been opened thus far: the large single-player ordinary dungeon Inverted Apartment and the large single-player bronze dungeon City of Night Demons. The former features elements of horror and Cthulhu mythology, while the latter is fraught with dangers such as viruses, attrition battles, and hate values, without a high-powered laser network. Survival is nearly impossible. Both dungeons are survival-based battle royales, with a survival time limit of 3 days and an absurdly high death rate, resulting in inevitable annihilation. Although they are labeled as single-player dungeons, some players may be placed in the same dungeon space, increasing the difficulty. This variability is questionable and warrants noting. Xia Sanfu suspected that she had been initially placed in the dungeon at the start. This was no arbitrary game design. It could either be an attempt to eliminate a cohort of exceptionally skilled players or a means to select a group of pioneers. Analyzing the language of the dungeon, players revealed that they seemed inherently formidable. Fourth, players who were thrust into the dungeon at the onset would receive a system prompt granting immunity from fatal injuries before their demise, thus declaring their failure to pass the dungeon. The condition for this immunity is the forfeiture of all rewards obtained within the dungeon, including loot from chests, task rewards, levels, and even free attribute points. This exemption is applicable solely to players entering the dungeon at the beginning, while it spares them from fatal wounds. Any other injuries that do not receive timely treatment merely prolong suffering by a few minutes. This likely accounts for the bloodbath observed on the combat level leaderboard. Xia Sanfu examined the announcement records and the fluctuations in combat level rankings. Both dungeons were initiated and concluded simultaneously for all players within the dungeon area. The ordinary dungeon Inverted Apartment had 7 players who completed it for the first time, while the City of Night Demons had only her as the sole first killer. The term first kill refers to the initial defeat of the dungeon boss, while first completion signifies the first successful passage. The two may share an inclusive relationship, thus elevating her status as a first killer to a more prestigious accolade. In a dungeon where survival is the primary objective, one can technically achieve completion by merely outlasting the boss until the time limit, and it may not even necessitate confronting the boss if certain tasks are fulfilled while avoiding death triggers. Whether the Inverted Apartment falls under the latter category remains uncertain. Among the players who completed the Inverted Apartment, one, Bakit, remained unanonymous and currently ranked 2nd on the combat leaderboard. The players ranked from 2nd to 8th were all level 9, albeit with slight variations in combat point data. This level distribution is particularly intriguing. It is possible that the death triggers within the dungeon are finite in number, and only by resolving all death triggers can one ultimately achieve completion. Beyond the 8th rank, there is a noticeable drop-off. The 9th player is merely level 4, while the 100th player is at level 1, bearing a combat point total of 1510. The leaderboard displays only the top 100 players, including Xia Sanfu. Only 8 players have completed the dungeon. Those who have not succeeded have been stripped of their levels, indicating that players ranked beyond the 8th position must have ascended from the relatively safer environments encountered on the roads. Achieving 1,000 battle points enables one to ascend a level. According to player experiences shared in the channels, the peril posed by a level 0 creature is akin to that of an ordinary human, while a level 1 creature resembles an individual who has undergone some specialized physical training or a small to medium-sized beast. The notion of slaying 100 ordinary individuals or 10 small to medium-sized beasts is unfathomable for the vast majority of humanity, especially when starting alone, unarmed and without any tools. In this light, even a level 1 player remaining on the leaderboard should not be underestimated, as they likely possess a foundation in combat skills. In the world and regional channels, red dots indicating specific players continuously flicker. She switches to the world channel. 0178 District, Ovist. H0081 District, Xia Sanfu, greetings. I am the Deputy Secretary General of the Blue Star Alliance. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. In this critical juncture for humanity's survival, only by gathering the wisdom and strength of the masses can we carve a path forward. I hope you will selflessly share your strategies to assist others in acquiring the means to survive. Humanity shall remember your contributions, and with your altruistic actions paving the way, more individuals will be inclined to share their experiences, aiding Blue Star humanity in achieving ultimate victory. Before she entered the game, the Blue Star calendar marked the year 2140 AD. Looking back 70 years, the Fourth World War ravaged the globe, exhausting countless planetary resources and leading to the annihilation of numerous small nations. Additionally, due to nuclear conflicts in certain areas, the death toll was staggering, and the living conditions became dire, having the global population of 10 billion. Ultimately, several major nations spearheaded the formation of a global United Alliance government, transcending national borders and concentrating resources to develop Blue Star, a succinct term for the Blue Star Alliance. The supreme governing body of the Alliance is the Citizens' Representative Assembly, with the highest leader known as the Chancellor, while the affairs of the Alliance are presided over by the Secretary General, whose deputy is the Deputy Secretary General. Most leaders of the Alliance are relatively elderly, and few have entered the game. Thus, Ovist is likely among the highest-ranking officials within the game. Simultaneously, he ranks second on the Prestige leaderboard. From the historical records and chat logs of the Prestige leaderboard, Xia Sanfu discovers that after its inception, she briefly claimed first place for being the first to ascend to level 10, gaining some prestige. However, it was not long before certain official members of the Alliance and societal figures began to reveal their identities in various regional channels, leveraging their established status and fame to garner attention and surpass her in prestige. In such turbulent circumstances, individuals were too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with others' identities. Those who sought to act as peacemakers risked becoming targets for the collective ire. Within her regional channel, an official who dared to emerge faced over 30 pages of scorn, totaling more than 30,000 records. People attributed their entry into this game as a failure of the Alliance. Why should we bear the burden of the Alliance's folly? Explain to us why the seven-star civilization declared war on us. Why must someone who has devoted their life to good deeds encounter such misfortune? It seems the pursuit of common prosperity does not concern me, and now the world is ending. Some even resorted to purchasing a 100-point trumpet to question the Alliance in the World Channel, asking whether they understood the game, the Galactic Empire, or the Cosmic Court, and if there was any means to exit the game. It was at this moment that Ovist stepped forward. His speech in the World Channel was heartfelt and impassioned, reminiscent of a school assembly where a distinguished teacher addresses students before an important examination, leaving them in tears, yearning to honor their parents, ready to face their tests with unwavering resolve. Yet, upon reflection, one often forgets the specifics of what was said. Ovi's oration boiled down to an admission of fault. I was wrong. I did not know. I am also struggling. I painstakingly accumulated 100 points merely to purchase a trumpet to soothe you all. Despite the overwhelming darkness before them, he urged unity. Ovi's influence soared, and within a few hundred words, he secured the top position on the prestige leaderboard. Had it not been for her consecutive appearances on the world announcements that garnered significant attention, it is likely that no one would have been able to unseat him from that position. Furthermore, his influence extended beyond this. Following Ovi's address, a line of individuals claiming to be official representatives of various regions echoed their support, highlighting that private messaging and adding friends across regions was not permitted. This indicated that they were collectively purchasing trumpets to bolster Ovi's standing in the world channel, though one cannot dismiss their potential desire to glean her strategies for personal gain. Setting aside ideals of shared values, it is essential to recognize that while water can support a boat, it can also capsize it. If she were to ignore the situation, her position on the prestige leaderboard would undoubtedly falter. Conversely, if she chose to respond, it would only serve to elevate Ovi's status further, allowing him to surpass her in prestige. In a world that has unified, a confluence of diverse ideologies has emerged, compounded by the threat of resource depletion and a stark divide between the affluent and the impoverished, with ordinary citizens facing numerous constraints. The most common recourse for the marginalized is to engage in protests to advocate for their rights. To some extent, human rights are relatively open, with few instances of violent suppression following demonstrations. The prevailing sentiment is one of mutual disdain. They vocalize their grievances while maintaining a cold detachment from one another in private. Thus, for Xia Sanfu, who had participated in protests during her student years, she felt little reverence for the Alliance personnel. Moreover, as a resident of the Central Plains, the heart of the Alliance and the birthplace of its founders, the prevailing atmosphere was one of enlightenment. She was self-assured and steadfast, unwilling to forsake her own reasoning in blind submission to the status or prestige of others. At this juncture, she failed to recognize Ovi's value, nor had she grasped the intricacies of the game. Thus, she refrained from speaking out recklessly. To assert that she felt no resentment would be disingenuous. It is difficult to claim that the Alliance is entirely blameless, especially given their engagement with extraterrestrial civilizations that led to declarations of war. Nevertheless, having faced life-and-death struggles, she understood that her grievances and anger stemmed from her own insignificance. She found herself unable to control her fate or existence. To survive, to live freely, she must be stronger than everyone else, in every conceivable aspect. She requires levels, points, prestige, and information. Chapter 17. A sense of relief. I sincerely apologize for my delayed response. I have just emerged from the dungeon, battered and bruised, with a pounding head and a stroke of ill fortune as I failed to procure any healing potions. The relentless downpour has rendered me immobile, and I lament my presence in this game. Perhaps the future victors will find a way to resurrect me. In the bronze dungeon of a night demon city, the only path to success lies in relentless slaughter, coupled with an earnest effort to elevate one's level, which in turn enhances personal prowess. Upon the revelation in the World Channel, the discussions erupted across all regional channels. I know you're on the brink of death, but hold on. Clarify your situation. This cursed world has destroyed countless lives. You can do it. You've cleared the bronze dungeon. What else could possibly elude you? Wait, I just realized it's a bronze dungeon. Only those below level 10 cannot enter. Did this unfortunate soul mistakenly wander into the dungeon and become trapped once it activated? I failed to clear even a regular dungeon and am left with psychological scars. I can hardly imagine what horrors await in the bronze dungeon. Hurry to the service area. They have a medical station. You can only apply to enter the service area every 100 kilometers, judging by this person's state. They must not have summoned a vehicle. Being trapped in the dungeon for 3 days, how could they have accumulated 100 kilometers? Upon reading this message, Xia Sanfu, with only 32 kilometers to her name, felt a wave of despondency. She noticed the shift in the chat's tone and promptly silenced the communication channel. She stood 5 levels below the second-ranked player, and the discourse surrounding her was tinged with a certain hostility, as if her achievements demanded her to contribute somehow. Yet, in truth, her journey was marred by the unique circumstances of her novice protection period and a myriad of unforeseen events, rendering the likelihood of replication nearly non-existent. No one would believe her tales unless they were penned as a novel. The path to success of the top-tier players from my previous life resides vividly within my mind. In this life, as the Dragon King, I have not only mastered the art of conjuring fire with my bare hands within the first 20 minutes of the game, but have also uncovered 2 confidential pieces of information. The first being that collecting 10 fortune bags and mystery boxes can summon a divine dragon, and the second revealing the location of the night demon's lair. This time, I shall act decisively, slaying mercilessly to seize the first level 10 and abandon the path of survival, making my presence known publicly. Only then can I be the first to trigger the prestige leaderboard and obtain the coveted Golden Forum creation order. In this life, who can stand in my way as the Dragon King? Shaking off her erratic thoughts, Xia Sanfu reminded herself that this was a bronze dungeon, accessible only to those above level 10, a realm still distant from them. They were merely eager to find a target for their frustrations, or perhaps hope for a savior to emerge. Her lamentations seemed to provide them solace. However, her situation was indeed dire. If her injuries were to persist, she risked lifelong disability. In this region, she had found no trace of her parents' names, so she chose to consider the absence of news as the best possible outcome. She was unwilling to search for others, constrained by her limited abilities. Reclining on her military cot, Xia Sanfu reflected on her 4-day ordeal, reluctantly acknowledging the sheer randomness involved in her success. Had she not ventured into the territory of the Bronze Dungeon, she may never have encountered such a multitude of monsters. Had she not ignited the flames, she likely would not have summoned the courage to explore those dark places. Had she not been driven by the desire to level up, she would have been mad to engage so many humanoid creatures. Had she not eliminated the high-level night demon first, enhancing her attributes, she would have been incapable of resisting the frenzied night demon horde that followed. Had she not been particularly attentive to the mysterious fortune bags and skill mystery boxes, which hinted at resources suitable for her, she would not have held back from opening them, waiting for her development points to rise. Thus, she would not have obtained the divine hand and the void visualization. These 2 were indeed the keys to her survival. She remained unaware if other players had uncovered mysterious grand prizes or skill mystery boxes, but surely their experiences differed from hers, and even if they had, the skills could not be utilized immediately. She could only hope that the grand prizes would lend her some strength. From the outcome of her endeavors, it seemed inadequate. On the other hand, the divine hand she had acquired consumed life energy, had she not allocated her free attribute points to enhance her physical development first. Achieving 1-star physical fitness, she would have been unable to wield this equipment and would not have endured long enough to face the Night Demon King. Xia Sanfu recognized the role of chance in her achievements, but did not dismiss her own judgment, insight, and cognitive abilities. The most unpredictable factor was her combat strength. After her battle with the Night Demon King, her physical endurance was pushed to its limits, and her ability to withstand the ensuing surge of night demons was beyond her expectations. The terms brain domain and willpower swirled her mind. If one were to insist, it could only be said that at that moment, she had unleashed an extraordinary will, powerful enough to vanquish over 100 enraged night demons with a single hand wielding a wolf fawn club. But what kind of will could manifest such miracles? She felt that her will had transcended mere conceptual significance during her desperate struggle, acquiring substantial power, as the system notification indicated, awakening a special power, willpower. Xia Sanfu found it difficult to articulate its existence. She speculated that her several near-fainting or unconscious moments were merely expressions of her willpower. Yet, why had this power awakened? There were certainly individuals in reality who would rather die than submit, yet none had been reported as having awakened such abilities. The changes within her stemmed from 2 sources, the development of her body and the awakening of her brain domain. The brain serves as the advanced neural center controlling movement, generating sensations, and facilitating higher cognitive functions. Physical movement, thought, will, consciousness, and spirit are all interconnected with it. Initially, her brain domain development value was rated at 8 and deemed barely excellent. During her confrontation with the Night Demon Tide, it surged to 15 points. Did this imply that once her brain domain development value surpassed 15 points, her brain's power could indeed influence her body? Moreover, in retrospect, her memory, reaction time, and perception appeared to improve incrementally. Especially after reaching 15 points, many of her forgotten memories gradually clarified, and there were moments of astonishing evasions that she could hardly believe were accomplished by her own efforts. The more Xia Sanfu pondered, the more she felt the limitations of her knowledge. There were far too many things she could not comprehend, and no one to provide guidance. In her earlier search through the chat records, she found few mentions of the mysterious fortune bags, let alone discussions surrounding willpower or mental strength. She was left to wonder if they had perished or simply withheld their knowledge. Skill mystery boxes were frequently criticized by dungeon players. Acquiring them required learning. And who had the time or inclination to study during life and death situations? In the face of this game, everyone was blind. Yet if the experiences of each blind player were synthesized, it would create a vast stream of information. Having grown up in a business environment with her mother, she learned early on a crucial principle. Effectively utilizing information disparity is a trump card. If I possess knowledge that you do not, I hold the power to dictate terms. How can one acquire more information? If one wishes to encourage the blind to speak, they must provide them with security, incentives, and a sense of belief. In her possession was a forum creation order, a means to facilitate the exchange of information. However, now was not the opportune moment. Firstly, her understanding of the game was scant, requiring further exploration. Secondly, this group of players had just entered the game. Their mindset had yet to shift, and their interactions were superficial, likely rendering the information they could provide of little value. Most importantly, she needed to prioritize her survival. The more Xia Sanfu contemplated, the more alert she became. Sleep eluded her, prompting her to organize her supplies. The 4 bronze treasure chests she had acquired yielded 4 items. Card, hunting net, capable of ensnaring creatures below level 15, versatile in size and of superior quality. Limited to 3 uses every 24 hours. Card, scent tracking, enhances olfactory senses for a brief period, facilitating the pursuit of prey. Lasting 10 minutes with a cooldown of 24 hours. Solar oil lamp, emits light that inflicts burning damage on abyssal species below level 15, requiring lamp oil for operation. Solar lamp oil, 1 liter, estimated to burn for 12 hours. The unfamiliar term abyssal species sent a shiver down her spine. Does that mean the night demon belongs to the abyssal species? Will other abyssal species emerge in the future? She glanced at the other materials. Night Demon City Mission Rewards. Points 3,000. Random Card 1. Bronze Level Physical Enhancement Agent 1. For the first clear of a Night Demon City dungeon. Additional rewards. Points 1,000. Silver Quality Card. Frenzy 1. Bronze Quality Card. Night Vision 1. The first completion of the Bronze Dungeon across the entire server grants an extra reward, a Lucky Spin. The Lucky Spin features 9 segments. Ecological Bottle, Bronze, Silver, and Gold Quality Upgrade Cards, Mysterious Gift Bag, Resource Box, First Aid Kit, Guild Creation Order, Skill Blind Box. The Mysterious Gift Bag and Skill Blind Box, which had vanished from the promotion rewards, intriguingly reappeared on the Lucky Spin. Additionally, the Guild Creation Order hints at the possibility of team battles. Xia Sanfu feigned indifference, then quickly tapped the Lucky Spin while was momentarily distracted. The pointer gradually came to a halt on the Gold Quality Upgrade card, capable of elevating any equipment card to gold level. Xia Sanfu felt somewhat satisfied and continued to examine the next reward. For the first completion of the dungeon across the entire server, additional reward, Gold Quality Card Book of Answers. Xia Sanfu, in a state of illness, sat up in shock and immediately claimed the reward for the first server completion. Can this Book of Answers truly answer anything? The metallic card rested in her hand, its front depicting a closed book, while the back was adorned with intricate golden patterns, noting, one-time card, limited to 3 questions. Xia Sanfu activated the card. If the Blue Star humans clear the game, can the deceased truly be resurrected? Insufficient permissions, no, answer provided. Unyielding. Xia Sanfu pressed on. What does the Galactic Empire covet about Blue Star? Please ask a game-related question. Xia Sanfu steadied her breath. How can one clear the game? Transcendence. Xia Sanfu's mind was filled with question marks. What does your two-word answer mean? How can one achieve transcendence? Immortality. Goodness gracious. Of course, immortality ensures one can clear the game. Are you being indirect? This peculiar exchange truly embodies the essence of the Book of Answers. Chapter 18. Service area. There was one final question she wished to pose, one of a practical nature. Physical fitness, mental capacity, spiritual strength, willpower? Alas, given its nature, it would only provide a vague outline rather than specific methods. Thus, it would be more prudent to inquire about what could be achieved. The theory of the Great Void seemed capable of influencing both mind and body, offering a noteworthy cost-benefit ratio, yet it was but a fragmented manuscript. She decided to ask how one might obtain the complete teachings of the Great Void. After a brief pause, 3 words appeared on the card. Inheritance Island. Xia Sanfu lay bedridden, engulfed by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. This cryptic message seemed to convey much, yet revealed nothing concrete. The small map bore no indication of Inheritance Island. Could it be a special instance? Upon closer inspection, the routes on the map resembled a 3-dimensional figure 8, reminiscent of a rare 8-shaped Klein bottle. The Klein bottle could only be fully realized in 4-dimensional space, lacking boundaries and directional orientation as one traversed its surface. The direction perpetually shifted, rendering the concepts of inside and outside moot. Suddenly, Xia Sanfu recalled snippets of conversation from her chat history. Encountering no one, the path appeared endless. And only upon applying to enter the service area did the route manifest. What on earth did this convoluted road game signify? She slapped herself, reproaching her lack of diligence in learning. Disaster struck every 30 days, and with the torrential rain having subsided, she was uncertain of what lay ahead. Regardless, she resolved to visit the service area to glean more information. Changing her posture, she began to visualize her internal organs. This method proved intriguing. Although she concentrated on circulating the energy of her organs, she remained oblivious to external conditions while simultaneously sensing their presence. Her consciousness was awake, yet her body felt as if it were in slumber, granting her a more profound rest than actual sleep. Xia Sanfu struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion. Was this truly her corporeal form, the so-called digitized entry into the game? Did it entail converting bodily information into a simulated human body? Or was it the transmission of her physical data into the game, transforming into a real person once more? If it were the latter, what technology would be necessary to achieve such a feat? Was this world genuine or fabricated? Xia Sanfu had intended to pose this inquiry, but since it appeared feasible to conquer the game, this question seemed to wane in importance. In the dead of night, a tempest raged, the cacophony of thunder resembling a drumbeat. Her ears were assaulted by the piercing shrieks of the night, rendering her world eerily silent. Save for the frantic flapping of the waterproof tarp. The edges of the tarp were weighed down by timber, and branches covered its surface, providing some assurance against being swept away by the winds. Just as her thoughts flitted, the shelter was wrenched away by the ferocious gusts. Damn it! With quick reflexes, Xia Sanfu yanked the tarp back, securing it over the shifting camp bed. This wretched game seemed intent on her demise. Why unleash a typhoon amid a downpour? She gathered her bed and blankets, cut a third off the tarp, fashioned a hole in the center, donned it, and secured it with a length of rope, creating a makeshift raincoat. Taking advantage of the strong winds, she hopped on her bicycle and sped forward. As her right hand struggled to grasp the handlebars, she leaned forward, resting her right arm upon them, while her left hand steered. Fortunately, the bicycle was equipped with its own lighting. Otherwise, securing a flashlight to the bike would have posed a significant challenge. The water on the road reached her ankles, making progress cumbersome. The wind twisted her bicycle, and the torrential rain occasionally obscured her vision, chilling her to the bone. Perhaps it was the silence that enveloped her. Her world was reduced to the bicycle and the road ahead. She meticulously adjusted her posture and grip, learning to navigate the tempestuous conditions with greater stability. Just as she began to feel a sense of accomplishment, An odd droplet of water struck her face. Though her ears were deafened, her other senses remained acute. A quick stop revealed it to be mud. Glancing toward a nearby slope, she mounted her bicycle and surged forward like the wind, her legs pumping furiously. A landslide. Rocks and mud cascaded down in pursuit, and she zigzagged her way past the impending debris, ultimately plunging into a lake. Heavens! Who plants trees in a lake? How could one discern between road and water? Xia Sanfu emerged from the frigid waters, dragging her bicycle along. Thankfully, her enhanced physical fitness had kept her alive through this ordeal. She was only 60 kilometers shy of reaching 100 kilometers, with a mountain bike's superior performance. Under normal conditions, she could have completed the journey in merely 2 to 3 hours. However, the fierce winds and relentless rain hindered her progress, and her physical discomfort compounded the difficulties. It took over 9 hours before she finally illuminated the gray service area icon on her map. Fourth day of the deluge. 1:15 p.m. The sky was overcast, and the rain continued unabated. Raising her gaze, she spotted a blue service area sign alongside the winding mountain road. After 10 more meters, she beheld an entrance ramp. In the distance, the words "Welcome to Service Area H0081" glimmered in the storm. As she entered the ramp, the tempest suddenly ceased, revealing a massive structure ahead, stretching nearly 2 to 3,000 meters and soaring 8 stories high, crowned with a welcome billboard. Approaching closer, she noticed virtual arrows on the ground indicating directions. The eastern and western sides served as vehicle entrances and exits, while the central passageway was reserved for pedestrians, prohibiting vehicle entry. So this colossal edifice was a multi-level parking facility? Xia Sanfu wheeled her bike toward the impressively vast eastern entrance, where new directional signs appeared. The ground floor accommodated large vehicles, while smaller ones ascended to the upper levels. The underground levels were designated for bicycles, tricycles, motorcycles, and other 2- or 3-wheeled vehicles. The entrance screen displayed the number of available parking spots on each floor, with a total of 10,000 spaces. Over 1,000 spots on the ground were occupied, while more than 5,000 spots below were taken. The proportion of individuals possessing automobiles appeared rather low. It was only on the 3rd underground level that Xia Sanfu found a parking spot. As she placed her bicycle inside, a white line illuminated, presenting the option, "Would you like to lock this parking space?" Once locked, only the user of this space may move the vehicle, consuming 1 point every 10 minutes. Did this imply that without locking the space, her bicycle could be moved or even vandalized by others? Having come this far, she decided to proceed with the locking. Yes, lock the space. The text on the screen morphed into a lens, scanning Xia Sanfu. Locking your space. Lock successful. The lens transformed into an image of a closed lock. Xia Sanfu retraced her steps to the main entrance on the 1st floor, noticing several vehicles parked haphazardly outside designated spaces. She seized an empty spot, uncertain whether it was due to her bike's unremarkable condition or a belief that it would go unscathed. Nonetheless, she had witnessed many lamenting in the historical records, recounting tales of theft and vandalism occurring within the service area. Currently, the predominant method for accruing points was through mileage, with vehicles being of utmost importance. According to historical data, if one possessed a vehicle, only mileage accrued through its use would count. If one lacked a vehicle, or if it had been rendered inoperable, only mileage gained through walking would be acknowledged. Chapter 19. Madness. Ordinary individuals manage to traverse a mere 5 kilometers on flat terrain within an hour, which is commendable. Thus, if one were to walk for 8 hours, they would cover a modest 40 kilometers. Conversely, cycling at 20 kilometers per hour could exceed 100 kilometers in a day. When traveling by car at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, one could potentially cover over 800 kilometers in 8 hours. Of course, these figures represent ideal conditions. In reality, physical state and environmental factors such as road conditions and weather can significantly impact such endeavors. For instance, during last night's tempestuous storm, many found themselves unable to move even an inch. Human nature is inherently complex. If I walk, why should you ride a bicycle? If I ride a bicycle, what justifies your use of a car? With a flash of anger, acts of theft and violence could erupt without warning. Currently, Xia Sanfu gazes enviously at the car owners parked above. To possess four wheels at the outset seems a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The speed they offer also provides a semblance of shelter. Her envy swiftly transforms into astonishment upon entering the pedestrian passage, where she encounters a sign stating, "You may stay in the service area for 2 hours free of charge. Any excess is charged at a rate of 100 points per minute." It is no wonder that individuals are often seen hurrying about, as every aspect of this service area demands a fee. Xia Sanfu quickens her pace, stepping aside as a frail middle-aged man tumbles at her feet, gazing up at her with an expression of bewilderment. Her appearance is hardly dignified. She wears a helmet and a waterproof cover, her entire form drenched. The man, equally disheveled with wet clothes and hair, dark circles under his eyes, and mud caked all over him, nevertheless exhibits a glimmer of hope as he perceives the value in her belongings. The helmet, the waterproof cover, each holds potential worth. He pretends to grasp her legs, wailing loudly, "I beg you. I cannot survive any longer. My grandson has just been born. Please help me." Young individuals, particularly naive women just out of school, are often driven by a mix of compassion, a desire to escape, or the reluctance to appear unkind, and thus tend to give something to placate such pleas. The last person hurriedly thrust their bread into his hands. Yet, before the man could process it, Xia Sanfu's foot sent it flying away. Instinctively, she retaliated. After enduring countless nights besieged by darkness, one becomes hypervigilant to any disturbance. When the man first fell at her feet, she nearly drew her spiked club to strike him down, but she had prepared herself psychologically beforehand, reminding herself that violence was not the answer. The man, incapacitated by her kick, struggled to rise, yet she felt no remorse. In the bustling streets, people often resort to exaggerated tales of woe for trivial gains. There are those who, in an effort to bargain, might declare their family members dead, and others who dress in tattered garments, portraying a pitiful image to sell vegetables in the biting cold. What she once perceived as the world's misery existed in the fields, in the marketplace, among neighbors, and she learned later that it thrived in schools and skyscrapers as well. Even the world's wealthiest lament the pressures of business, sleepless nights, and reliance on medication. This world is rife with the mundane, filled with individuals who embody pettiness. Ask anyone, and you will surely hear tales of hardship. If not, it is likely that you do not possess what they desire. Even if one's suffering is genuine, offering help is a matter of kindness, while refusal is merely a matter of principle. In this instance, a man who approaches and clings to another's leg in despair undoubtedly engages in a form of emotional extortion, devoid of sympathy. Xia Sanfu diverts her gaze, taking in the panorama beyond the pedestrian passage. Before her lies a vast square, crowded with innumerable stalls and throngs of people. A virtual screen hovers in midair, proclaiming, "Player-free trading market." Within the outlined grid spaces, vendors squat, displaying items for sale, predominantly wooden goods, utensils, scraps of cloth, and other once overlooked yet now essential items. From historical chat records, she discovers that the resource chests appearing along the roadside primarily contain food, spices, drinking water, clothing, and tools related to vehicles, while the chests she had encountered in the City of Nightmares were filled with various equipment. Suddenly, chaos erupts to the east. She glimpses one person fleeing, with another in pursuit, the circumstances unclear. In the blink of an eye, she sees someone kneeling by a vendor, tugging at a package the size of a brick. With a tearing sound, rice spills onto the ground, and a dozen individuals rush to claim it, forming a mountain of bodies. Turning her gaze away, she is met with a flash of crimson. A man with a gleeful glint in his eye indiscriminately stabs at others. Within a minute, he is subdued by a group of frustrated individuals who proceed to beat him mercilessly and strip him of all his possessions, including his clothing. His bloodied body lies amid the bustling crowd. Someone swallows hard, stealthily lifting the body away. Xia Sanfu is taken aback. In just 4 days, has the world descended into such madness? Are the villains unmasked, or have the virtuous abandoned their morals? The scene in the square resembles an elaborate, terrifying mime. Currently, the most sought-after resources are food, medicine, fire starters, rain gear, and dry clothing. Time is of the essence. She hastens toward the comprehensive service building across the square while scanning for nearby stalls selling medicine. Yet fortune does not favor her. She gazes upward at the service building, which is elegantly curved with glass walls and features protruding glass walkways connecting to the multi-level parking structure, creating the illusion of two towers embracing the square. Upon entering the building, a notification screen appears. Fighting, loud noises, and littering are strictly prohibited within any building. Violators will face fines or, in severe cases, permanent expulsion. Xia Sanfu spots a large rabbit, nearly the height of an adult, standing behind the information desk in the center of the service hall, clad in a black uniform, seemingly a member of the staff. Beside the desk, a virtual screen displays the layout of the building. Medical station, card shop, equipment store, essential goods shop, vehicle purchase center, vehicle maintenance shop, training base, underground food street. A food street? Her stomach audibly protests at the most inopportune moment. Taking a deep breath, Xia Sanfu turns to locate the medical station. It is situated to the east of the service hall, and upon traversing the corridor, she reaches the medical hall, where people lie in disarray, each bearing a pallid complexion, coughing, sneezing, and trembling. A few attempt to grab her attention, but she deftly evades them. The pristine medical hall is equipped with numerous self-service ticket machines, while a large screen displays rolling numbers and consultation rooms. At the entrance to the consultation rooms, a large white duck dressed in pink nurse attire stands at the guidance desk. Xia Sanfu curiously observes before directing her attention to the self-service ticket machine. This device operates simply. Scan your face, pay, and receive a ticket. The consultation fee is rather steep, costing 10 points. Despite the throngs of people outside, very few actually seek medical attention. Within a couple of minutes, her number appears on the large screen. Following the directional signs, she enters the designated consultation room, which contains two machines, one resembling a space capsule and the other akin to a bank ATM. A nearby screen helpfully details the names, functions, and usage instructions for these machines. In essence, one is a medical pod, while the other serves as a dispensing machine. The dispensing machine also doubles as a self-service pharmacy, allowing individuals to describe their symptoms and receive recommendations for medications or medical supplies. However, it is undoubtedly less specialized than the medical pod. Chapter 20. Treatment. Xia Sanfu reclined within the medical pod as the door slid shut automatically. Strands of red and blue light crisscrossed her body, visible to the naked eye. Yet she felt nothing else. After a few minutes, a diagnostic report materialized on the transparent door. Fractures, abrasions, strains, and internal injuries, an overwhelming list. At the bottom left corner, a treatment plan was indicated. Upon clicking it, she gasped in astonishment. The first option, comprehensive treatment within the medical pod, promising recovery in approximately 45 minutes for 500 points. The second option, localized intensive treatment, contingent upon specific circumstances. The third option, standard treatment, estimated to take around 60 days for 50 points. The fourth option, localized standard treatment, also dependent on specific conditions. 60 days? Would she accrue debts akin to a dog? She possessed a mere 414 points, mostly earned through level up and completion rewards. It was insufficient to cover the treatment costs. This game was insidiously cruel. Xia Sanfu selected the second option, which detailed her various injuries along with their respective costs. The most expensive treatments included a comminuted fracture of the right hand, a fissured fracture of the skull, multiple rib fractures, and minor organ damage, not to mention the open wounds on her hands and head, already showing signs of infection. Furthermore, as a novice, this was her first brawl. Her arms, back, and thighs bore various degrees of muscle strains, making her walk somewhat unsteady. If left untreated, these would surely lead to lingering ailments. However, her funds were scant. She prioritized treatment for her right hand, head, and hearing loss, intending to address the remaining injuries later. Once she exited the medical station, she would investigate whether the shop offered any items or cards related to treatment, or if she could barter resources with other players. Moreover, once her health improved, she could continue exploring dungeons. Despite their dangers, dungeons still offered advantages in terms of leveling up, accumulating gear, and earning points. Upon confirming her choices, the page transitioned to the payment screen. You have an unused limited-time 50 off card for the service area. Would you like to use it? Xia Sanfu's spirits lifted. Could this card be applied to medical services as well? She had thought it was only valid for retail shops. Yes, she must use it. Her health was her most valuable asset. Moreover, the card had a 7-day expiration, and today marked the 4th day of torrential rain. Only 3 days remained before it expired. With this card, she could afford the full-body intensive treatment, now reduced to 250 points, a manageable sum. Xia Sanfu promptly selected the first treatment option and opted to pay 250 points. Upon completion of the transaction, the card vanished, indicating it could only be used once. A puff of white mist filled the pod, and within seconds, she lost consciousness. 45 minutes later, Xia Sanfu awakened, feeling revitalized from within. Her headache had dissipated, her hand regained its functionality, her hearing was restored, and she brimmed with energy. Both her physical and mental stamina had returned to a full 100 points. Aside from the substantial depletion of her savings, everything else was splendid. Determined to expend her points, she pondered the uncertainty of her survival. It was prudent to acquire valuable possessions. Exiting the medical pod, she proceeded directly to the nearby dispensary. What medications were needed for external injuries, excessive blood loss, and signs of infection? What remedies could address extreme fatigue and diminished focus? Standard items such as effective hemostatic ointment, bruise medication, bandages, and gauze were all priced below 100 points. Yet, the dispensary boasted numerous miraculous remedies that promised healing in mere seconds, each bearing astronomical prices in the hundreds or thousands. Far beyond her means, she glanced at other medications and medical supplies. Hemostatic adhesive bandages, resembling oversized adhesive strips, required frequent replacement and cost 50 points each. Pain-free suturing strips were 65 points, ideal for minor wounds needing stitches. Antiseptic solution was 100 points for 50 milliliters, and medical glucose syrup was 80 points for 80 milliliters. Useful for replenishing energy and treating conditions like hypoglycemia, hyperkalemia, and edema. She purchased 2 hemostatic adhesive bandages, 2 pain-free suturing strips, a bottle of antiseptic solution, and a tube of medical glucose syrup, spending a total of 410 points. She hurried out of the clinic. I need a fever reducer. I can't endure this any longer. Please help me, and I promise to repay you. My points are only enough to buy an 80-point bun, and I've run out. Some individuals, unable to afford treatment, attempted to detain her, but she deftly evaded them. Hearing such desperate pleas was moving. Yet she recognized that the foundation of her willingness to assist was not to sink into the depths of despair alongside them. She lacked the spirit of selfless sacrifice. As she passed the service hall's inquiry desk, Xia Sanfu paused to converse with the rabbit attendant. Hello, may I inquire what will transpire after the torrential rain? The rabbit replied with a clear voice. The revelations will unfold on the final day of the storm. Thank you so much. I am young and lack survival knowledge. I only purchased hemostatic and glucose replenishing items. Do you have any additional recommendations? The rabbit appeared vividly animated, and she even perceived a glimmer of curiosity in its eyes. You might consider visiting the Crow bookstore. Thank you for your assistance. Xia Sanfu glanced at the nameplate on its chest. Lawn. It's my pleasure. I'm honored. The Crow bookstore was located on the 3rd floor, and she decided to stop by the 2nd floor supply store en route. The store resembled a massive supermarket, occupying an entire floor, yet customers were scarce. Xia Sanfu casually glanced at the prices, which were not exorbitantly high, yet they were still both expensive and impractical. Currently, the most pressing needs were water, food, and fire starters, none of which were available in the store. However, there was an abundance of high-end clothing, mats, seat covers, and blankets, resembling a boutique supermarket that offered no chance for the impoverished. She even spotted raincoats suitable for bicycles, priced at 320 points, causing her to appreciate her self-made raincoat. There was also a waterproof jumpsuit, equally suitable for cycling, but it cost 200 points. The more she observed, the more her heart ached. Objectively speaking, based on her supermarket experience, the prices of many everyday supplies were comparable to reality, with 1 point roughly equating to 1 yuan in purchasing power. However, the prices of items relevant to the current disaster were prohibitively high. Moreover, the majority of ordinary individuals struggled to earn even 20 points a day. Ultimately, Xia Sanfu only purchased waxed thread and large needles for leatherwork, spending 30 points. She could mend the waterproof fabric herself. After completing her shopping, she ascended to the 3rd floor, heading straight for the Crow bookstore. Inside the bookstore, the lighting was dim, and the towering rows of bookshelves created an oppressive atmosphere. The books could not be opened. One could only glean their content through titles and brief summaries on the covers. Xia Sanfu wandered between the shelves, experiencing a profound renewal of understanding. Chapter 21. Setting out in the rain. Blueprints, combat techniques, skill books, and secret manuals are brazenly displayed in the shop. It appears that in this game, one can purchase anything with points. After scrutinizing the items for a while, her excitement was doused by a splash of cold water, for the blueprints were merely simple drawings. To create anything, one must procure the raw materials and engage in the crafting process. It does not possess the miraculous ability to conjure items out of thin air with a mere click. The same applies to combat techniques, skill books, and secret manuals. One must learn, comprehend, and practice independently. Moreover, 2 distinct systems of power are revealed here. The Mental Power Manual, Mental Power Skill Book. The Elemental Power Manual, Elemental Power, Combat Techniques. Regardless of which system one wishes to learn, one must first purchase the manual to cultivate this power. Notably, the Elemental Power Manual can be exchanged for source stone fragments, requiring only 3 pieces. In contrast, the Mental Power Manual demands a minimum of 5 fragments, yet she possesses only 4. The Void Visualization technique can enhance mental power, but it focuses more on refining the internal organs and does not address the application of mental power. Thus, acquiring the Mental Power Manual remains essential. Summer Sanfu felt a pang of regret, encountering unaffordable books at the most helpless moment. She merely glanced at the items and inquired with the owl shopkeeper if there were any reference books to aid in understanding this world. You may find them at the end of that bookshelf. At the southern wall's terminus stood an entire shelf labeled textbooks. Zoology, botany, leather processing techniques, plant cultivation, soil management, driving manuals, basic vehicle maintenance and repair, tracking studies, investigation studies, an array of subjects that dazzled the eyes. Most books were categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, seemingly structured from simple to complex. Beginner books cost 180 points, intermediate ones 680 points, and advanced tomes 1080 points each. These prices are exorbitant. Yet for someone like Summer Sanfu, lacking survival skills, they are akin to treasure. Although she does not know how to drive, she reasoned that possessing a vehicle would be immensely beneficial and thus purchased the beginner's driving manual in advance. She also acquired the beginner's zoology and botany books, as her knowledge was limited to domestic animals and common grains. Furthermore, in this peculiar game, many items resemble their real-world counterparts, such as the pumpkins and sweet potatoes found in the City of Night Demons. However, numerous elements are entirely different, like the remarkably effective potions. If the underlying logic of this game is coherent, various materials for magical potions should be flourishing in its nooks and crannies. Thus, systematically understanding the flora and fauna within the game would be prudent. The beginner's leather processing technique was also essential to purchase, given that the map is the rainforest. Wild beasts are surely present. After all, if one were to hunt a beast, one cannot simply consume the meat and discard the rest. What has she discovered? Beginner's mental power theory and beginner's elemental power theory. These are related to power and must be acquired. With that, 1,080 points were swiftly depleted. Upon concluding her visit to the bookstore, she ventured next door to the equipment shop, which was divided into 3 sections: ordinary, bronze, and silver, selling weapons, armor, and accessories. The ordinary section featured common cold weapons such as axes, kitchen knives, daggers, long swords, and spears, differing only in quality, with options like copper, iron, refined iron, and alloy steel, leading to significant price variations. Copper items were priced below 100 points, iron below 300, refined iron between 300 and 400, and alloys starting at 500. Numerous protective gear was also displayed, including cloth armor, stab-resistant suits, and shields, resembling the equipment one might encounter in daily life on Blue Star. The bronze section was rather extraordinary. Items here boasted special attributes, such as speed-enhancing shoes, high-defense clothing, and swords imbued with flames, hinting at mysterious powers. Additionally, a plethora of peculiar items was available, though the prices were daunting. Each item in the bronze section began at 1,000 points. Having acquired several bronze items from the City of Night Demons, Summer Sanfu's inclination to purchase more diminished, leaning instead towards saving points for silver equipment. In the equipment shop, there were only a few silver items available, essentially one weapon, one piece of armor, and one accessory. Prices started at 10,000 points. Merely a glance sufficed. The card shop brimmed with cards imbued with unique powers, each costing thousands. With only 35 minutes left of free time in the service area, she needed to grasp the shop's general layout, intending to return later to exchange for useful resources. Summer Sanfu hastily ascended to the 4th floor. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors were dedicated to vehicle-related shops, while the 8th floor housed a training base. She merely inquired on the 4th floor and learned that the cheapest four-wheeled vehicle cost 20,000 points, providing her with a basic understanding. Turning back, she entered the daily necessities store once more. Since skills, equipment, cards, and vehicles were temporarily beyond her reach, she decided to stock up on essentials. One could survive several days without food, but cannot go without water. Summer Sanfu swiftly spent 380 points on a simple water quality tester and another 250 points on a portable ultrafiltration water purifier, compact like a thermos. With a filtration precision of 0.01 microns, capable of removing bacteria and protozoa, with a lifespan of 1,000 liters, sufficient for one person. After completing her purchases, she hurried towards a parking lot. The route was lengthy, descending 7 underground levels, spanning 1 to 2 kilometers, taking over 10 minutes on foot, which meant players were constantly sprinting past her. Exceeding 1 minute incurs a penalty of 100 points. Who would dare to linger? Fortunately, with her strong stamina, Summer Sanfu managed to compress her selection of daily necessities and return within 20 minutes, arriving at her parking space 15 minutes early. Hello. You have used the locking service for 105 minutes, costing 1 point for every 10 minutes. Please pay 11 points. Ah, rounding up again, are we? Even a miser would call you ancestor. Summer Sanfu scanned her face to pay the points, leaving her with a mere 3 points after this expenditure. She rode her bicycle out of the ramp, with a gusty wind and rain assailed her. At least the sky was somewhat bright, a slight improvement over riding in darkness. Resolutely, she set out into the rain. Riding a bicycle is monotonous and demands focus, requiring physical strength, patience, perseverance, and diligence. In this context, one must also possess keen observation skills. Suddenly, Summer Sanfu slammed on the brakes, skidding 2 meters before dislodging her wolf-toothed club to clear the roadside grass, revealing a white, ordinary treasure chest lurking within. A surge of excitement washed over her. After riding through half the night and most of the day, she had finally encountered a roadside treasure chest. Inside were 50 grams of salt and 100 grams of laundry detergent. Quite satisfactory. She had yet to procure any salt. Around 5 p.m., she stumbled upon another treasure chest, which yielded a pair of shoes that appeared somewhat inferior in quality. Summer Sanfu stowed her supplies and surveyed her surroundings. Despite the torrential rain, the picturesque landscape of green mountains and misty waters was breathtaking, ideal for setting up camp overnight. This stretch of road curved gracefully, cradling a large lake and backed by towering mountains. On a sunny day, camping by the lakeside would be romantic. Regrettably, the current dismal weather meant the lake's waters were nearing the shore. She feared being inadvertently submerged. After walking a short distance up the mountain, Summer Sanfu found a flat area halfway up, from which she could gaze down at the lake below. Considering the lesson learned from last night's tent being blown away, she devised a different plan today. She could not afford to set up a tent daily, as it would waste precious time. Instead, she resolved to construct a wooden house capable of storing her cards, allowing her to retrieve it whenever she wished to rest. With a card space of 10 cubic meters, she envisioned creating a wooden house with internal dimensions of approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. In the sweltering heat of summer, Xia Sanfu first retrieved 2 large iron pots to collect rainwater. Subsequently, she felled 2 trees to clear a patch of land and unfurled a waterproof tarp, securing its 4 corners to 4 nearby trees. With a shovel, she excavated a hole 1 meter deep in the center of the clearing and erected a tree trunk to support the tarp, allowing rainwater to cascade down. This constituted her makeshift shelter. She then dug a 1 meter long shallow pit beneath the shelter and gathered stones to form a fire pit. As the torrential rain drenched the earth, it became difficult to ignite the dry wood from the mountains. From her supplies, she unearthed a desk obtained from an unopened box and chopped it into firewood. Her only fire-starting tool was a flint, yet it sufficed. She dismantled a newly arrived cotton glove, cutting the fabric into strips. Taking a handful of cotton, she fashioned it into a ball and struck it with the flint. Soon, sparks ignited the cotton. Hastily, she placed the burning cotton atop the fabric strips, and as the flames grew, she added small wooden pieces to kindle the carefully arranged timber stack. Once the entire 1 meter long fire pit blazed with flames, she dashed into the rain, hauling a dead tree, which she chopped into logs to dry out over the fire. As dusk descended, she spared no time in retrieving her undergarments, short-sleeved and long-sleeved shirts, shorts, long pants, soft armor, leather jacket, cloak, helmet, and gloves from her time in the city of night demons. She tossed them into one of the pots filled with water and added laundry detergent to scrub them clean. These garments, either soaked in blood and flesh or damaged, were unwearable for the time being, but with a repair station available, they could be mended and restored to new. After disposing of the dirty water, she transferred water from the other pot and placed the washed clothes in it for another round of scrubbing with detergent. After repeating this process 3 times and rinsing with clean water 4 times, she deemed them sufficiently clean. Using a tree branch as a drying rack, she propped it beside the fire pit to dry the clothes, then turned her attention to chopping wood for a wooden house. In the city of night demons, over 300 ordinary treasure chests had been opened, yielding an abundance of tools such as shovels, axes, handheld saws, and hammers. However, there were no nails or similar fasteners, necessitating the use of mortise and tenon joints. Chapter 22. Completion of the wooden cabin. Xia Sanfu was not particularly well-versed in the mortise and tenon structure, yet she understood it fundamentally revolved around a precise fit. As she pedaled her bicycle, her mind was occupied with the design of the wooden cabin, contemplating the intricacies of each joint. Fortunately, the task at hand was a simple wooden cabin, devoid of overly complex constructions, making it manageable given her spatial imagination. She felled numerous trees of varying thicknesses, stripping away branches and conducting basic processing. Lacking the tools to cut the trunks into planks, she opted to use the unrefined logs. Bark intact, she sawed to length, carved grooves, and chiseled protrusions, redoing any mistakes with fervor until the early hours of the morning, finally completing the preparatory work. Leaving only the assembly. Cold and hungry, she paused to set a small pot over the fire, pouring in the last bottle of mineral water. Once boiled, she added 2 packets of instant noodles. Her enhanced physical condition had significantly increased her appetite, and after a day of exertion, the food was consumed rapidly. The provisions unearthed from the treasure chest of Night Demon City were initially thought sufficient for 2 to 3 days, yet within a single day, only a loaf of bread and 2 packets of compressed biscuits remained. The impending food scarcity loomed large in her mind. She resolved to search for edible small creatures at dawn. The service area boasted a gourmet street, but she had heard tales of its exorbitant prices and chose to forego that option. After savoring the steaming noodles, she brought in another unused large pot, placing it over the fire to boil rainwater, while she turned her attention back to assembling the cabin. The structure was modest, a simple slanted roof, resembling a trapezoid with 2 right angles when viewed from the side, with just a single waterproof tarp measuring 6 by 8 feet. A section had already been cut for a raincoat. To utilize the tarp, she had to dismantle her current makeshift shelter. She gathered her half-dry clothes and deadwood into her inventory, removed her makeshift raincoat, and pitched a small tent to shield the fire pit. In a flurry, she hastily detached the waterproof tarp and draped it over the roof frame, tightly fitting semicircular logs to hold the tarp in place, creating a sloped roof. The cabin was largely complete, with a small window and doorway left open, the excess tarp from the roof trimmed for temporary coverage. She retrieved the iron pot she had used for washing clothes, relocating the fire into it, and bringing it inside the cabin. The walls, constructed from logs, were not perfectly sealed. The wind still found its way in, alleviating concerns of carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, the small space warmed quickly. She extracted a pry bar, bending it into a U shape and resting it atop the newly crafted fire pit, then filled a stainless steel kettle with rainwater and placed it above to simmer. Reintroducing her damp clothing and deadwood, she set them out to dry. Having completed these tasks, Xia Sanfu began to modify her makeshift raincoat by the firelight. This self-fashioned raincoat was essentially a large piece of waterproof fabric with a hole cut in the center, allowing wind and rain to seep in, rendering it of limited utility. She contemplated transforming it into a two-piece waterproof suit, jacket, and trousers. Though inexperienced in garment construction, her audacity propelled her forward. Carefully observing the drying clothes, she mentally deconstructed them, envisioning their unsewn form. Armed with scissors, she made swift alterations to the raincoat, realizing she needed more fabric, and ventured outside to gather scraps of waterproof material. The firelight flickered against her face, her hair damp and dripping. Yet her eyes reflected no impatience as she diligently stitched together the sturdy fabric. The stitching was uneven and sparse, necessitating a second round for reinforcement. Fortunately, the waxed thread she had purchased was ample for her endeavors. After a considerable half-hour, her creation took shape. Upon inspection, the sleeves varied in length, and the pant legs were uneven. Unfazed, she decided a quick trim would suffice. With enthusiasm, Xia Sanfu tried on the ensemble, finding it surprisingly fitting, though comfort was not the priority. The only flaw lay in the neckline, which was a tad low, permitting rainwater to seep in. The remaining fabric was insufficient for a full hood, but she could fashion a high collar. After completing the collar, she hung the waterproof suit by the fire pit to dry. She checked her underwear, finding it dry, and promptly shed her wet garments for a thorough wash from head to toe. The water, previously heated in the large pot over the fire, had cooled somewhat, prompting her to add a kettle of hot water. Using the freshly changed short-sleeved shirt as a towel, she washed her hair and body, making do with her limited conditions. Once clad in dry underwear, she tossed her rain-soaked clothes from yesterday, along with her freshly changed garments, into the pot for washing. As it stood, she possessed 3 pairs of underwear, 2 bras, 2 short-sleeve shirts, 1 long-sleeve shirt and long pants, and 1 plush set of pajamas. If she dried them by the fire each night, she could manage. On the 5th day of the torrential rain, at 4:05 a.m., Xia Sanfu propped her soaked boots on a wooden stick beside the fire pit to dry. These boots were part of the Night Demon set, the only item within the ensemble that remained intact. She hoped for their resilience, as they were one of her 2 pairs of shoes. Tidying up the wooden cabin, she shifted her belongings aside and unfolded her folding bed, snuggling under a quilt. The small wooden cabin was filled to the brim. Even a slight shift could send her tumbling into the fire pit. Yet at last she could rest. Emotionally, she yearned for a deep, uninterrupted slumber. But her rational mind reminded her that the practice of visualization not only refines the spirit and purifies the organs, but also hastens the recovery of physical vitality. Resolute, she concentrated her thoughts, visualizing her internal organs, astonished to discover that today, the energy flow of her organs seemed remarkably smoother. Was it a sign of her healing? In a state of semi-consciousness, she visualized for 2 hours until the energy flow within her organs came to a halt. The movement of these energies represents the vital essence within the kidneys, transforming and merging the nutritional essence from her spleen and stomach, along with the breath from her heart and lungs, ultimately converging into pure energy stored within her kidneys. Yet, this energy must also be replenished through sustenance. Flipping over, Xia Sanfu realized she needed nourishment. She cleared her mind, continuing to sleep for another 3 hours before fully awakening. At 12:20 p.m., she sneezed. noting that her blanket had become slightly damp and the fire in the pit had extinguished. She rekindled the fire, donning her long sleeves and pants, and retrieved a bronze-level stamina enhancer from her rewards. Drenched daily, even an Iron Man would struggle. She needed to utilize this enhancer. It was housed in a bronze box the size of a pencil case, accompanied by a syringe. The syringe bore instructions that read, "This stamina enhancer is designed for strength enhancement, suitable for 1-star stamina, and can be administered subcutaneously." Following the instructions, Xia Sanfu withdrew the pale, pink solution and injected it into her upper arm. Initially, she felt nothing, but after 7 or 8 minutes, an indescribable pain and itchiness coursed through her body, as though needles were piercing her bones. Xia Sanfu, in discomfort, pounded the ground, mindful not to collapse the floor beneath her, and bore the sensation with restraint. Chapter 23. The Realm of Moro. She sought an object to divert her attention and retrieved a book on introductory zoology. Although it appeared to be a traditional book, upon opening it, she discovered a screen where she could click on the table of contents or opt for an audiobook or projection explanation mode. The general outline indicated that living organisms are classified into kingdoms, phyla, classes, orders, families, genera, and species, primarily featuring familiar flora and fauna. Yet, within this classification, there was an additional realm, the realm of Moro. The term Moro may evoke thoughts of magic and sorcery from novels, but here it is interpreted as mysterious. The realm of Moro encompasses all creatures shrouded in mystery. As she flipped to the section on the realm of Moro, she encountered bizarre beasts, referred to as demon beasts, and peculiar plants known as demon flora. To her astonishment, she also found an introduction to the night demon clan. Under the phylum of Chordata and the subphylum of Vertebrata, there was a classification of blood transmission. While normal humans belong to the class of Mammalia, this category referred to those infected by blood, suggesting a means of population expansion through this affliction. The text further explained that night demons are a variant of normal humans and simultaneously categorized as abyssal species. Xia Sanfu struggled to comprehend this. Did it imply that she had indeed taken lives? Over 1,000 souls? Yet, reflecting on it, she contemplated the age-old adage that those not of my kind must have different hearts, especially considering the nature of her achievements, which had predetermined the opposition of factions. After an hour of reading, she realized that the discomfort and itching on her body had significantly diminished, allowing her to move freely. She neatly folded her bedding and utilized a water quality tester to analyze the rainwater, which surprisingly proved clean enough to boil and consume, saving her the trouble of a purifier. After boiling the rainwater, she accompanied it with 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, donned her waterproof clothing and helmet, equipped her wind goggles, and summoned her iron wings to practice flying. Today, she decided against cycling, feeling that it had become somewhat aimless. Instead, she would rest and gather wood for drying while seeking sustenance. The 2 wings felt like an unexpected pair of hands, and her mind struggled to acclimate to their presence, resulting in collisions with trees and the ground. Thankfully, she wore a helmet. After an hour of practice, she felt more fatigued than after 8 hours of cycling. Her spirit felt drained, and her body exhausted. When she tired of flying, she collected deadwood, and when she grew weary of that, she returned to flying. Once her dwelling was filled with gathered wood, she could finally soar above the ground. Though her mental stamina was lacking, she could only maintain flight for 10 minutes before suffering a headache that forced her to descend. Yet, she relished the experience. Flying was truly a wondrous and magnificent endeavor, granting the illusion of grasping freedom as her feet left the earth. What is freedom, she pondered, is it the sky, or perhaps something beyond it? Perched on a tree branch, she gazed down at the undulating mountains and the seemingly endless road. This was a quest for survival, but she mused that it might hold other meanings for her. At the very least, she believed that if her body was on a journey, her spirit should also embark on one, to explore, to learn more, until the very moment of her demise. With a powerful push against the tree trunk, Xia Sanfu soared towards the expansive lake at the foot of the mountain. During a torrential downpour, fish would surface to breathe, their large bodies bobbing in the water. Xia Sanfu flew to a point about 7 or 8 meters above the lake's surface and suddenly hurled a sharpened stick into the water, scattering the fish. Only one fish, measuring half an arm's length, was snagged along with the stick, flipping onto its back. She seized the stick, pulled the fish ashore, and repeated the process at another location where fish were more concentrated. In less than 5 minutes, she had captured 3 sizable fish. By now, she was nearing the center of the lake, and as she turned to head back, she realized that falling into the water would make it difficult to swim back. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden movement caught her attention. A water arrow whizzed past her face. She evaded the arrow, but her wings lost balance, plunging her into the water. She fought to break free, rising above the surface, darting from side to side like a sparrow, swiftly avoiding the pursuing water arrows. Rolling back to the shore, she glanced behind to see the water's surface bulging ominously. Accompanied by a cacophony of splashes, a massive creature resembling a crocodile tortoise emerged. Its upper jaw resembled an eagle-esque beak, and its armored back bore sharp ridges. Upon reaching the shore, it charged like a bulldozer at an astonishing speed of 120 miles per hour, relentlessly pursuing her with water arrows. What a behemoth! It was at least the size of a skyscraper, towering over her. Xia Sanfu dodged left and right as the water arrows shattered trees and created deep craters, sending chills down her spine. What manner of beast was this? She had merely sought to catch a fish. Gathering her strength, she ascended into the sky, unleashing 2 wind blades that collided with the creature's shell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The wind blades, capable of cleaving through 20-centimeter thick steel doors, left no mark on its back. Determined, Xia Sanfu aimed for the creature's head, but as she did, a glimmer of gold flashed above it, dispelling her wind blade into nothingness. What formidable defense! No wonder it acted so brazenly. The gargantuan creature unleashed 3 water arrows in rapid succession, prompting Xia Sanfu to veer off and descend. The exertion of using wind blades had drained her mental energy. The sky was not her battleground. She hung the iron wings pendant back around her neck and sprinted forward. The creature galloped after her, unleashing water arrows, shaking the ground as it carved a path through the forest. Who could stand against such a defensively fortified giant? Its spiked shell was as sharp as a blade, capable of obliterating trees, and its forehead could withstand her wind blades. A formidable all-around defense. Old thief, I shall not let you off so easily. Xia Sanfu, now emboldened by her newfound strength, executed a slide to evade a water arrow and charged toward the colossal beast, seizing a tree as thick as a basin that it had toppled and thrusting it against the edge of its shell. But it did not budge. The massive creature turned its head, displaying its astonishing biting power, and with a crunch, it reduced the tree to splinters. Xia Sanfu swiftly rolled beneath it, grasping her mace and activating the card, Frenzy. Frenzy. For 3 minutes, the user's physical performance is enhanced by 150 with a cooldown of 10 days. With a roar, Xia Sanfu felt an instant surge of strength, forcefully toppling the beast and crushing a cluster of trees. The creature, however, was remarkably agile, quickly repositioning its legs to right itself. Yet Xia Sanfu was swifter. With a thud, she landed atop its armored belly, wielding her mace with fervor. Crack, crack, crack. The armor splintered, blood gushing forth. The creature, in pain, executed a vigorous flip, attempting to dislodge her. In that critical moment, she clung tightly to the fractured armor, her hand gripping the remnants. As the world spun upside down, the creature's legs hit the ground, shaking its head violently in an attempt to throw her off. Suddenly, a jolt shot through her scalp. Realizing the creature was about to perform a crushing blow, she swiftly withdrew her hand and positioned her mace atop the armor. With a deafening roar, the creature leaped towards the lake, blood spilling in its wake. Xia Sanfu crouched on the ground, stunned, as it descended. Her mace had become lodged within the crack in its armor, and scalding blood splattered all over her. She truly bore no sadistic desire to torment the creature. Wait, my mace, return to me. Xia Sanfu sprinted after it, seizing a 20-meter tree to intercept the creature before it could dive into the lake. With a mighty blow, she struck it back several meters. Strangely, it seemed to have lost its earlier determination to pursue her, turning instead to flee into the water. Not a chance. Xia Sanfu would not allow that. Having provoked her, it dared to escape. Such a naive little thing. Chapter 24. Confrontation with a golden-backed crocodile turtle, blade of wind. An invisible gust sliced through the air like two swift daggers, piercing the creature's left eye, causing blood to erupt forth. Xia Sanfu's heart raced as she realized its vulnerability lay in its eyes. With the might of thunder, she shattered the darkness. In the final second of her frenzy, Xia Sanfu transformed into an arrow, using her immense diving momentum to drive a 2-meter-long steel rod deep into its right eye. With a resounding splash, the beast plunged headfirst into the water. The lake's waters engulfed Xia Sanfu's head as she clutched the steel rod tightly, swaying like a strand of watergrass. She quickly shoved a water-breathing pearl, gifted by the plump rat from Night Demon City, into her mouth, activating the night vision card. Her breathing and visibility were instantly restored. In the murky lake, a large mass of blood dispersed, startling the fish into a frenzy. Gripping the steel rod, Xia Sanfu steadied herself, folding her legs and adopting a half-horse stance atop the creature's head. Though the monster was now blind, it seemed to have a destination in mind as it rapidly dove towards the lake's bottom. Damn it, turtles have a habit of burrowing into the mud. It couldn't possibly be doing that. This would not do. Xia Sanfu vigorously stirred the steel rod, smashing its brain to bits. Bang! With a thud, the turtle sank, stirring up a murky cloud in the lake. Congratulations! Player has slain the level 15 golden-backed crocodile turtle. Achievement points 1500. Xia Sanfu swam out of the murky area, waiting for several minutes until the lake bed became clearer. There, she spotted a bronze treasure chest, half buried in the mud, a distance of more than 10 meters away. This was a worthwhile endeavor. Xia Sanfu opened the chest, tossing its contents into her storage card, then secured a rope around the turtle's tail, straining to swim towards the shore. Its massive size created considerable resistance, and dragging it was not easy, but Xia Sanfu was determined to retrieve its prized shell. No matter the effort, after an exhausting struggle against the water, she finally dragged it ashore. Collapsing in the heavy rain, she felt utterly drained. After using her frenzy card, there were some aftereffects, particularly mentally. She felt as though she had consumed 3 cups of coffee and pulled an all-nighter, exhilarated yet hollow. Xia Sanfu closed her eyes to gather herself, then opened the bronze chest. Inside lay a palm-sized gold coin. She took a moment to examine the interior of the chest lid and confirmed that after the 12-hour novice period, chests would no longer provide hints about their contents. She lifted the coin, weighing in her hand. The front bore the word luck, while the back was inscribed with tiny lines of text smaller than an ant. Wearing it increases the chance of encountering a mysterious traveling merchant who possesses many rare items, provided one has sufficient points. It seems that certain items, much like cards, explicitly denote their effects. However, this chest seemed unusual. In dungeons, monsters typically drop chests upon defeat, and the materials inside often relate to the creature. For example, after defeating the Night Demon King, the chest yielded steel wings, the parasite, card, and the Night Demon virus. Yet, upon slaying the golden-backed crocodile turtle, Xia Sanfu felt no indication of a chest drop, nor was there a system notification. Thus, this chest must have been resting at the lake's bottom all along. The communication channel also mentioned that chests could be guarded by wild creatures, but did not state that defeating them would yield a chest. Does this imply that there are 2 sets of rules regarding chests, one inside and one outside the dungeon? Why did the golden-backed crocodile turtle hastily dive to the lake's bottom? Was it suddenly concerned about guarding the chest? Shouldn't it have tried to lead her away instead? Changing her perspective, if she were injured, what would she do? Naturally, she would seek to preserve her life. Did it think it would be safe submerged in the lake? Or was there something at the bottom that could aid it? Xia Sanfu drank a vial of medicinal glucose syrup, soothing her hungry stomach while providing her body with some warmth. Feeling invigorated, she removed her cumbersome helmet and waterproof clothing and plunged into the lake. The lake bed was densely populated with aquatic plants, resembling an underwater forest. Xia Sanfu searched for a long time, only to find mud, water plants, and stones. Nothing particularly special. Had she been overthinking it? Surfacing, she was startled to see 3 wolves gnawing at the corpse of the golden-backed crocodile turtle, and fury bubbled within her. What audacity! As she stepped ashore, the wolves turned to see her and fled, howling in panic. Or was their beastly pride? They should take a lesson from the golden-backed crocodile turtle. Suddenly, Xia Sanfu remembered she was wearing the butcher title. It granted 10 damage against night demons and 5 intimidation against all creatures below her level. No wonder others lamented in the communication channel. Either they were bitten by beasts or pursued by monsters, while she had encountered none. It seemed they had all been intimidated away. Xia Sanfu summoned the game panel and studied it for a while, but found no option to hide or remove her title. Never mind. She approached the turtle's body for inspection. There were no bite marks, indicating that the 3 wolves were indeed of low level, unable to penetrate its tough hide. However, their behavior suggested it was edible. The golden-backed crocodile turtle, to be precise, was a creature imbued with mysterious powers from the realm of Moro, colloquially referred to as a demon beast. Players were still unaware of this information, thus labeling wild creatures as monsters. Xia Sanfu flipped through her zoology references, discovering information about turtles. Indeed, they had hard shells, thick skin, abundant flesh, and both blood and meat possessed medicinal value. With a prolonged lifespan, they thrived both in water and on land, harmonizing with water elemental energy, and some high-level specimens could evolve into sentient beings. The information was brief but accurate. This golden-backed crocodile turtle had not spoken and appeared rather dim-witted, suggesting it was not a sentient species. She was not quite ready to consume intelligent beings. Casting aside her hesitations, Xia Sanfu focused solely on the 6 words, medicinal value. This implied it could be eaten, right? If that massive turtle was indeed consumable, she would transform into an exuberant and lively girl. Xia Sanfu strained to flip it over, clambering onto its belly, and extracted her wolf-tooth club from within. The question arose, how to dissect it? She tried an axe, a saw, and a curved knife, but none could breach its skin. Instead, they dulled her blades. Surely, she couldn't simply scoop out the flesh from its split shell? Well, that might not be entirely out of the question. Before that, however, how to transport it was another challenge. The books mentioned its blood had medicinal properties. She winced at the sight of the pooling blood seeping into the water. Xia Sanfu retrieved her golden quality enhancement card, capable of elevating any card or equipment to golden status in a single leap. There were many items she wished to enhance. The bronze level repair station. If upgraded to silver, repair costs would be discounted, and it could repair more items. However, this equipment was already upgradable, requiring points to feed it. 10,000 points could elevate it to silver. She had other ideas for earning points. If successful, she would not fear lacking point for upgrades. The second item was the bronze-level flashlight, whose laser net function, created by the hand of God, was akin to a cheat, but that function was now out of commission. To enhance its quality, she would first need to gather points to fully repair it. After this battle, she felt less reliant on the laser net function. It could not penetrate the defenses of the steel wings, and likewise, the steel wings could not breach the shell of the golden-backed crocodile turtle. Each challenge surpassed the last. It seemed more prudent to enrich herself. The third item was the bronze-level wolf-tooth club, her most effective weapon at present. With considerable damage potential, essentially one-hit kills against creatures below level 10. However, at this moment, she resolved to upgrade the storage card. Storage, 10 cubic meters of storage space, fire-resistant. The quality of cards can be distinguished by the color of the patterns on their back. Some are bronze, some silver, and others gold, such as the Book of Answers card she had used previously. This card bore a bronze pattern on its back, signifying its bronze quality. If it were elevated to a golden quality, it would surely expand the storage capacity, wouldn't it? One must forge ahead, ensuring that logistical support is well prepared. In the initial stages, while the advantage of strength remains, it is imperative to swiftly accumulate resources from all aspects. Having a sufficiently large storage space would yield remarkable efficiency. Chapter 25. Upgrading the storage card, the golden quality enhancement card transformed into a brilliant sphere of golden light enveloping the storage card. After approximately 10 minutes, the golden radiance was entirely absorbed, revealing a brand new card. The front of the card displayed a dimly lit spatial map, with various materials floating within it, while a section in the lower right corner was shrouded in white mist. The reverse side was adorned with intricate golden patterns, accompanied by a line of annotations regarding the card. Card storage space, 10,000 cubic meters of storage capacity, of which 9,900 cubic meters are designated as the storage area and 100 cubic meters as the absolute freshness zone, capable of preserving freshness for up to 3,000 days without decay. Card functions: binding, pickup, warning. Do not place living creatures, pollutants, or energy bodies undergoing fusion into the storage space. Xia Sanfu was astounded by the upgrade. She recalled that her classroom measured 9 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, totaling 162 cubic meters. 10,000 cubic meters equated to approximately 60 classrooms. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 entire academic buildings. Furthermore, the added preservation function, while not for heat retention, was still quite impressive. Xia Sanfu examined the binding and pickup functions. Once the card was bound to her, it could not be forcibly taken by others. Under binding conditions, the user could silently invoke the pickup of a specific item or category of items, which would be automatically retrieved. These features were indeed beneficial. After confirming the binding, the entire card transformed into light and entered the back of her right hand, forming a golden cross pattern. She instinctively felt this represented a spatial coordinate system. Xia Sanfu silently invoked the pickup of the golden-backed crocodile turtle into the freshness zone, only to be met with both joy and dismay. Pickup failed. The 100 cubic meter preservation zone could not accommodate it. She had underestimated its size. Xia Sanfu stood there in frustration. She had never slaughtered chickens or ducks, but had seen others do it. Such creatures typically required a bleeding process, right? She couldn't pierce its skin to let it bleed. Given the weather and location, it was not suitable for such a process either. The bronze-grade wolf-tooth club should prove useful, especially since it could crack open its carapace under her enhanced strength of 150%. Well, it was worth a try. Xia Sanfu gathered 2 trees to prop up the golden-backed crocodile turtle's neck, placing a square stainless steel tub, roughly the size of a bathtub. Beneath it, this was the largest item she had obtained from a common treasure chest in the city of night demons. She wielded the wolf-tooth club like a saw, grinding away. After much effort, she finally severed its neck. Blood gushed forth, warm and splattering onto her hands. To her surprise, despite the substantial loss of blood, it still filled a large tub. She decided not to keep all of it, mainly due to a lack of containers, as her pot and kettle remained back at the wooden house. However, she couldn't waste the blood on the ground, so she stuck some leafy branches into it to prevent the rain from washing it away, intending to use it as bait later. Xia Sanfu placed the tub into the freshness zone and rolled up her sleeves to undertake the next significant task, sawing off limbs, tail, cracking open the carapace, and extracting the innards. She had grown accustomed to the flying bits of flesh until she nearly drowned in the slippery, bloody cavity. Xia Sanfu ran to a tree, retching for a while, her face pale, as she extricated all the internal organs, which piled higher than herself. Unsure if they were edible, she decided to store them in the freshness zone. The combined weight of the bones, flesh, and innards amounted to about 5 or 6 tons. If they were consumable, she would no longer have to worry about food. As darkness fell, Xia Sanfu finally managed to clean up the carapace, which resembled a small hill. The edges seemed sharp, protruding outward like a ring of blades, while 3 longitudinal and 3 transverse ridges adorned the surface, resembling peaks of knives. This would undoubtedly serve well as a defensive wall in the future. After washing the carapace, she placed it into the storage area, with the carapace no longer occupying space. The freshness zone was now sufficient to accommodate the remaining parts of the golden-backed crocodile turtle. Xia Sanfu dug a 5-meter-deep pit, disposing of fragments, blood, and the blood-soaked soil, and she inserted sharp wooden stakes into it, covering the top with branches. Done. Anyone willing may enter the pit. Xia Sanfu collected 30 to 40 trees knocked down by the golden-backed crocodile turtle into the storage area. She firmly believed that human survival depended on water, food, and fuel, and currently, only trees could serve as fuel, albeit wet ones. Xia Sanfu bathed by the lake and washed her clothes before returning to the wooden house. Back home, she took a hot shower and changed into dry clothes. She cut a palm-sized piece of meat into smaller chunks, boiled it in cool water, and added a pinch of salt. Xia Sanfu was not adept at cooking and had no other ingredients, so merely getting it cooked was a significant achievement for her. The only thing she remembered was that turtle soup was nutritious, so once the broth began to boil, she carefully moved the pot to the side to let it simmer on low heat. During the wait, she diligently studied basic botany, comparing aquatic plants with those she had seen at the lake bed. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh. The golden-backed crocodile turtle must have a regular nesting area, and she should focus on locating it. Xia Sanfu prodded the meat in the pot. It had been stewing for 3 hours, so it should be nearly done. Using the chopsticks she had carved herself, she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. It was incredibly chewy, momentarily leading her to believe she was chewing on rubber, yet it possessed a unique flavor. After waiting half an hour and confirming there were no adverse reactions, she proceeded to enjoy the rest. To her surprise, the feeling of fullness was profound. It was the first time in days she felt her stomach satisfied, warming her insides. Xia Sanfu turned inward to assess her organs and harness their energy. Indeed, as the energy flowed into her stomach, she felt an increase in vitality. Once the energy transformed and returned to her kidneys, she immediately sensed warmth in her lower abdomen, invigorating her significantly. That small morsel of turtle meat was equivalent to half a kilogram of biscuits. Now, Xia Sanfu found herself capable of splitting time into 2 minutes, immediately activating the night vision card, holding her breath, and re-entering the lake. The lake water at night was significantly colder than during the day, yet she persevered, moving through the depths. She retraced the path the golden-backed crocodile turtle had taken when it fled. The aquatic plants at the lake bed were abundant, resembling an underwater forest. However, there was one area devoid of any vegetation. This spot was quite expansive, and she had previously suspected it to be the turtle's nesting site. Yet at the time, she had focused solely on the surrounding water plants. If the water plants held no particular significance, she would have to search for its nest again. This area had soft, muddy sediment, reminding her of the tendency of turtles to burrow. Given the size of the golden-backed crocodile turtle, how deep would it need to burrow? Xia Sanfu contemplated this and began to dig with her shovel, determined to leave no stone unturned. The turtle measured approximately 10 meters in length, so she decided to dig down 20 meters. After reaching that depth without any discoveries, she swiftly turned the page. Unexpectedly, she found herself using the steel wings to shield against the mud. Thank you for the invitation. She was already in the pit, and mud was cascading down. Thankfully, she still had her wings. Xia Sanfu dug fervently, and as she reached 4 to 5 meters down, an unsettling sensation arose. The mud below felt nearly semi-solid, and upon touching it, she discovered it was somewhat warm. How peculiar! Xia Sanfu alternated between digging deeper and to the side, sensing the changes in temperature, confirming that there was indeed a heat source present. It felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack in the ocean. After digging for over 4 hours and resting 3 times on shore, she finally located the source of warmth. Chapter 26. Unexpected gains. The heat source resembled a peculiar grayish sludge, roughly the size of a basketball, with an amorphous shape that, strangely, did not disintegrate. It felt as if one were holding a gelatinous mass that could shift and flow. While warm, it was not scalding to the touch. Such an oddity. This time, Xia Sanfu had brought a large iron pot for boiling water. She placed the gray sludge into the pot and, for safety's sake, added some surrounding heated mud connected to the lake water, endeavoring to preserve its original environment. This concoction was stowed away in her storage area. She had a nagging feeling that the remaining heated sludge was also valuable. At this moment, Xia Sanfu's mindset was akin to that of a goose plucking feathers. The storage space could not directly accommodate flowing liquids, but could hold semi-solids. She scooped enough heated sludge to fill half a classroom and deposited it into the storage area, feeling quite satisfied as she returned to the shore. It was now 3:11 p.m. Having inadvertently stayed up all night, Xia Sanfu thought, since she was already drenched, why not catch some fish, grass carp, and other varieties? Due to the limited space in her storage area, she caught 36 fish before stopping, scaled them, and removed the innards before placing them into the storage area. After completing her tasks, she hurried back to the wooden cabin to seize the opportunity for rest. On the sixth day of the torrential rain, at 10:30 a.m., Xia Sanfu stretched lazily in her bed, only to inadvertently hit the wooden wall, causing it to tremble. Momentarily stunned, she threw off the covers, placed her feet on the ground, and exclaimed, "What on earth? It seems my strength has increased. Could this be the effect of the physical enhancers? How astonishing." Xia Sanfu opened her personal information. After using the enhancer, her physical abilities had increased by 100 points, now totaling 1 star, 201, 1000. Her mental strength had also progressed from 1 star, 100, 1000, to 1 star, 105, 1000. Of course, the enhancement of her mental strength was not due to the enhancer. It had been gradually increasing by 1 or 2 points daily, likely related to her practice of visualization techniques and the use of iron wings. Both required concentration and consumed mental energy, but conversely, they also served to strengthen her mental faculties. The data revealed an important piece of information. The 5 organs visualization technique could restore and enhance both physical and mental strength. The 1 point in 201 and the 5 points in 105 were both connected to this technique. However, while recovery was rapid, enhancement was slow. Xia Sanfu pondered the relationships within this framework, noting that physical ability was a composite capacity exhibited by the body's adaptation to the environment, encompassing physical movement, adaptability, functional state, and various physical qualities. Chopping wood all day would not significantly impact one's body. The most evident effects were merely fatigue and hunger, resulting in a decline in stamina. A meal and a good night's sleep would suffice to restore it. Stamina was merely one component of the body's functional state. Hence, when stamina declined, it could be quickly replenished through nourishment. Conversely, stamina was only one aspect of the body's functional state, no matter how full one felt after a meal. It would not translate into boundless strength. Thus, reliance on replenishing stamina to enhance physical ability was futile. To effectively elevate physical ability, one would need a balanced diet, exercise, and the strengthening of the 5 organs, which required time to accumulate. Consequently, over the past 2 days, she had only managed to increase her physical ability by 1 point. Mental strength felt more akin to a campfire, with the brain serving as its fuel. The more one utilized it, the faster it burned and consumed energy. However, as long as a small ember remained, one could recover brain activity through sleep and continue to generate energy. Typically, the state of the human brain remained stable, and the mental strength released was both finite and consistent. Moreover, mental strength was constantly being released and consumed, with only the surplus being visible. Thus, the crux lay in ensuring that the release exceeded the consumption. The prompt indicated that mental strength was an invisible force emitted by the brain. Xia Sanfu deduced, through her visualization techniques and brain domain development, that enhancing and strengthening the brain was the primary pathway to increasing mental strength. Development aside, her hypothesis regarding strengthening stemmed from the introspective effects of her visualization practice. Xia Sanfu believed that all things had a root, and the introspective effect likely arose from brain function. In essence, the visualization technique temporarily enhanced the brain's visual capabilities, achieving introspective results. Simultaneously, this enhancement released more mental strength, elucidating why visualization could elevate mental capacity. Although visualization increased mental strength, it also consumed it, thereby limiting the ultimate gains. Each night of visualization could yield only 1 or 2 additional points. Xia Sanfu planned to continually validate these hypotheses in her daily life, experimenting with cognitive enhancement, broader thought processes, brain massages, and exercise to see if she could fortify her brain function and influence her mental capacity. At this juncture, Xia Sanfu had a vague comprehension of the enhancements to her mental and physical abilities. After bouncing about to invigorate her body, she dined on the slowly simmered meat of a tortoise from the fire pit and opened the communication channel in search of useful information. Xia Sanfu rarely engaged with social media, preferring to resolve matters swiftly, either through face-to-face meetings or phone calls, finding it tedious to engage in prolonged dialogues. Given that these past few days have been crammed with activities, she had neglected it altogether. Upon opening the app now, she noticed the current online count was 87,245 100,000. Did this mean 10,000 had perished? In the regional channel, messages flooded in at a rate of 999 per second, a chaotic stream of pleas for help, complaints, and curses. Xia Sanfu scrolled back several pages, observing individuals discussing various wild vegetables and herbs that could remedy ailments like colds, diarrhea, and fevers. Initially, the community expressed gratitude, but soon, many began demanding that the speaker engage and trade at the service area. After being politely declined, they turned on the speaker, verbally assaulting them into silence. This was troubling. Why was the atmosphere so hostile? It was instinctive for humans to seek self-preservation, and in such dire circumstances, one would expect a mutual exchange of information and resources to enhance survival rather than pointless venting of frustrations. Switching to the World Channel, Xia Sanfu frowned. Indeed, players themselves were a significant calamity. B0011 District, by Bienting. A recent discovery reveals that the Service Area South Free Trading Square is completely unrestricted, allowing players to fight and kill each other without consequences. The points of the slain transfer to the slayer. Naturally, I have not engaged in murder. I merely acquired this information. I recall that the conditions for victory in the game involve clearing levels, although the specifics of what constitutes completion remain unclear. However, it is undoubtedly essential to accumulate various resources. I propose that since victory will resurrect all the deceased, why not empower a select group first? Many individuals are ill-suited for this game, suffering greatly within it. It would be wiser to allocate resources to others. Those who agree with my proposal, please tear a strip from your clothing, stain it with blood, and bind it around your head. This symbolizes our commitment to sacrifice and our reverence for such dedication. Our shared belief will forge bonds akin to brotherhood, enabling us to withstand adversity together. We may not inhabit the same region or maintain contact, yet we share a common name, Holy Light. His rhetoric was eloquent. In plain terms, it was a call to band together to slay players for equipment and points. Furthermore, he downplayed survival while emphasizing the game, inadvertently diminishing players' regard for their own lives and, consequently, their respect for others' lives. Most critically, he provided players with a rational justification for murder. Currently, many were experiencing intermittent starvation, struggling to survive. Their thoughts might already be teetering on the fringes of legality. In this context, by Bienting's theory would undoubtedly provide them with a sense of relief. It's merely a game. After all, killing within the game is not a crime. What wrong is there in my actions when everyone will be resurrected after the game is completed? Upon checking the reputation leaderboard, Xia Sanfu confirmed that by Bienting's rhetoric had garnered immense support, catapulting his reputation to second place. In the realm of global discourse, there are individuals who question the arguments presented by the protagonist. However, in a scenario marked by scarcity and a lack of productivity, where everyone exists as an isolated entity, self-interest often prevails over unity and cooperation, reflecting a more fundamental aspect of human nature. Xia Sanfu refrains from commenting on the underlying values and worldviews, as she has already immersed herself in the role of a player, whose sole objective is to conquer the game and reach the pinnacle of success. Her thoughts are predominantly occupied with the notion that this individual is usurping her reputation. Furthermore, she contemplates the methods of progressing through the game and whether there exists a balancing mechanism within it, as well as the nature of that balance. To illustrate, she once became engrossed in a fantasy role-playing game that allowed the manipulation of various characters in combat. One particular character, which she had developed to an exceptional level, led to widespread dominance once the strategy was revealed, resulting in a significant imbalance in gameplay. Consequently, the developers reduced the character's attributes, thereby increasing the game's difficulty. This is precisely why Xia Sanfu chose not to disclose her dungeon experiences immediately. She feared facing a similar fate. The very title of the game, Survival, raises the question of whether it can truly foster a sense of familial harmony. Moreover, she has discerned that the surrounding areas of the game are rich in exploratory potential. Yet she harbors concerns that certain advancement and completion criteria may be concealed within the vast game map. Relying solely on herself or a select few, it would be exceedingly challenging to unearth everything, necessitating a sufficient number of players to ensure survival. Xia Sanfu is patiently awaiting the onset of the next calamity, believing that after experiencing the interplay of two disasters, she will grasp the fundamental mechanics of this survival game. Chapter 27. The Deal. As Xia Sanfu pondered in silence, the World Channel was abuzz with new excitement. Bienting's remarks had been made 2 days prior, mere minutes apart from Xia Sanfu's own lamentations. In a way, he had ascended by stepping on her shoulders. After all, was she not the strongest among those he urged to rise? As for a Weister, perhaps he had run out of points or encountered misfortune, for he had remained silent these past 2 days. It was only just now that he, constrained by the character limit, released a 300-word essay urging players to maintain their faith in survival. He called for the formation of a spontaneous relief committee, inviting doctors, wilderness survival experts, athletes, and warriors to share survival techniques in the communication channel and service area, imploring the public to rise and protect the torchbearers. Weister indeed possessed the demeanor of a leader, and his words resonated deeply with many. The fluctuating prestige rankings between Weister and Bienting had inadvertently relegated Xia Sanfu to third place. Let them push her down, aside from her level. She held no other advantages. Though she yearned for the top spot, her self-awareness remained intact. Xia Sanfu donned her helmet, goggles, cycling mask, and waterproof attire, then stowed away her entire wooden cabin before stepping into the rain. After traversing 100 kilometers, she was eligible to apply for entry into the service area. This privilege could accumulate. The more times one qualified, the more times they could enter the service area, albeit only once per day. However, the torrential rain rendered visibility abysmal, and cycling against such resistance was arduous. Even with formidable stamina, she could manage no more than 10 kilometers in an hour, inflicting severe strain on her body. It was unfathomable to consider her struggles, let alone those faced by lower-level players. Perhaps due to the relentless downpour, points were scarce, and hunting in a wild proved exceedingly difficult. Many players attempted to conquer dungeons instead. The world announcement showcased multiple records of first kills in ordinary dungeons. Unfortunately, when Xia Sanfu attempted to apply for a dungeon, she learned that the prerequisite was to first trigger the dungeon, a matter entirely left to chance. It was a gamble to encounter a rift. Xia Sanfu had never factored luck into her plans. She turned her gaze to the expanse of forest and mountains beyond the highway. Surely, there must be resources hidden within that vast wilderness. Yet, she dared not charge in recklessly. Thus, each night, she diligently reviewed zoology and botany, enriching her meager understanding of flora and fauna. In the afternoons, she braved the rain on her bike, searching for highway treasure chests, while using midday to explore off the road. On a good day, she could collect 5 or 6 highway treasure chests, containing basic survival supplies, small tubes of toothpaste, soap the size of a coin, biscuits. Speaking of which, it was necessary to lament the quality of the basic supplies found in these chests. They were either miniature or of inferior quality, akin to disposable items found in hotels. For instance, the tiny tube of toothpaste, barely the length of her pinky, could only be used twice at most. The clothing obtained seemed ready to tear after just a few wears, and the food was all packaged in minuscule portions, lacking in nutrition, no meat, no vegetables. And only occasionally would she find pre-prepared meals. The highway supplies truly provided only the most rudimentary of living necessities, and even those had an exceedingly short lifespan. In contrast, the items in the living supplies store were standard goods, albeit devoid of food and fuel. It It was rumored that the bronze treasure chests along the highway could yield valuable items, but she had yet to encounter one. On the 10th day of the deluge, she remained the top survivor, her private messages inundated with 99 daily requests, pleas for help, flattery, and curses in equal measure. She would check occasionally, wary of missing vital information. And on this day, one particular message caught her attention amidst the flood. Qian Xiaoru. Hello, I fortuitously discovered a square, special stone in the wild. I'm unsure of its use, but I obtained it from a wild creature, so it has to be valuable. I only have a bicycle, and I can't escape the rain. I'm on the brink of collapse. I wish to exchange it for a raincoat, kindling, dry tinder, and 3 pounds of food. Not just one of those, but all, or 1,000 points. Xia Sanfu quickly distilled the essence of her message. According to the service area pricing, ordinary supplies generally cost below 1,000 points, whereas bronze-level items started at 1,000 and silver level at 10,000. Items above silver were not available for public sale, only obtainable through treasure chests. Treasure chest supplies came with item information, while materials or creatures discovered in the wild required identification in the service area. She was asking for a bronze-level price up front, without providing identification information. After pondering, Xia Sanfu replied, "Are you there? Big shot, you finally replied." "I'm here," came the almost instantaneous response. Xia Sanfu continued, "The equipment store charges 20 points for item identification. You pay for the identification, and if it truly is a bronze item, I will reimburse the identification fee." After a pause of 7 or 8 minutes, a message finally arrived. "Big shot. It takes me 3 to 4 days to accumulate 100 kilometers. Each visit to the service area costs me 10 points for the consultation fee, 10 points for a fever reducer, 50 points for 3 packs of cold medicine, 25 points for a disposable thermal blanket, and 5 points for locking the bike. If I skimp on any of these, I risk freezing or falling ill. It's not that I'm unwilling to identify it. I genuinely have no money. How about we meet at the equipment store? You can take a look at the item first. Just touching it, you'll sense its uniqueness. If you think it's worth it, we can proceed with the identification and trade. Regardless of the outcome, you cover the identification fee. If it's not satisfactory, we'll simply forego it to avoid unnecessary costs." This was intriguing. Xia Sanfu agreed to meet her the next day at noon, right outside the service area equipment store. In District H0081, there is only one service area capable of accommodating 10,000 people. Typically, once an application was made, entry was granted. An advance reservation for specific time slots were also allowed. Concerned that the service area might be overwhelmed by the time they reached noon, Xia Sanfu opted to reserve a slot from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Inside her small wooden cabin, the fire crackled merrily, and a pot of milky white fish soup simmered. As the time approached, Xia Sanfu tossed in a handful of shepherdess purse. The energy-rich alligator turtle meat could prove burdensome if consumed at every meal, as the body would struggle to absorb its energy. Therefore, she limited herself to 1 meal of alligator turtle meat per day, supplementing it with fish, wild vegetables, and low-level monster meat for variety. Xia Sanfu also gathered the food she intended to exchange from the preservation area. Among the ordinary fish meat, she found the most, along with 2 pheasants, a level 1 wild boar, and 2 level 5 cicadere. Over these days, she had confirmed that only beasts that actively attacked her would yield achievement points upon being slain. Should she initiate the attack, no points were awarded. Moreover, the energy contained in monster meat generally surpassed that of regular meat. However, encounters with monsters were rare, typically requiring deeper exploration into the woods. The forest was laden with unknown plants, each carrying its own dangers. Just the other day, she had carelessly been scratched by a leaf, resulting in a wound that turned dark and left her arm immobilized. No amount of hemostatic plaster or disinfectant proved effective. Fortunately, she had accumulated enough opportunities to enter the service area, and after treatment, her points were entirely depleted. Thankfully, the poison was not instantly lethal. While Xia Sanfu was not one to be easily intimidated by past experiences, she had become notably more cautious. The monster meat was not something she could part with. A single fish, roughly 3 pounds, would suffice. She still needed the raincoat, kindling, and dry tinder. The raincoat in the living supplies store cost 320 points. Kindling could not be purchased from the service area. It could only be crafted or obtained from treasure chests. Chapter 28. The turmoil of Freedom Trading Square. The Firestarter was created using a wooden stick. A couple of days prior, she had come across some coarse toilet paper and thus selected a piece of dried wood, for which she carved several hollow wooden tubes. She tightly rolled the toilet paper and stuffed it into the tubes, igniting it, then extinguishing the flame, and finally sealing the tube with a wooden lid to create an oxygen-deficient environment. This rudimentary fire starter was now complete. For future use, she could simply remove the lid and blow to rekindle the paper. The tinder was even simpler, made from shavings scraped off dry wood. As for the knife, she casually grabbed a kitchen knife. Her ordinary treasure chests from the City of Nightmares were filled with axes, saws, and various tools. The raincoat cost her 320 points, which she needed to purchase herself. At precisely 11 o'clock, Xia Sanfu carefully packed her belongings into a bag and hung it on her bicycle. The bag was a large plastic one, costing 2 items for 1 point at the supply store. She wore a cycling backpack and tucked an axe in her waistband for show, entering the service area right on schedule. With a third of the disaster map already passed, players had managed to gather some supplies despite the hardships. Observing the bicycles, tricycles, and motorcycles in the parking spaces, all tied with large and small bundles, she noted that players tended to leave their important supplies on their vehicles due to the lack of safety at the Freedom Trading Square. Those with raincoats would even remove and carefully store them. Carrying a substantial load, Xia Sanfu attracted many predatory gazes as she walked along. Who was bold enough to brazenly carry such a bounty through the service area? The Freedom Trading Square, devoid of order, had devolved into a marketplace of free-for-all, rife with theft and robbery. Average players seldom dared to engage in open trading. Only those armed would have the audacity to set up stalls in the square, or they would announce their goods in the communication channel, privately sifting through potential buyers before arranging a meeting to trade within the service area's buildings. Inside these buildings, noise and fighting were strictly prohibited, with violators facing immediate punishment, thus providing a relatively safe environment. Few, like Xia Sanfu, strode through with such confidence. Brothers, look over there. That must be a plump sheep. A young man with a small mustache pointed at Xia Sanfu from a corner of the square, gesturing to 2 others, Shaoli, Xiao Wang. You 2 are new. Go test your courage. This group of 10 was armed with axes and cultivators, their foreheads wrapped in bloodied cloth strips. A self-formed holy light society that adhered to the ideology of worshipping the boundary. Xiao Wang and Shaoli swallowed hard. Brother, that person seems quite confident. Are you too afraid of a single person? Remember, test first, then judge. If they seem weak, rob them entirely. If they resist, kill them. If the odds are against you, make a hasty retreat. Understand? Got it. Xiao Wang and Shaoli, both towering at 8 meters, were robust enough to qualify for joining. Clutching their axes, they charged towards Xia Sanfu, causing some stall owners to tremble in fear. Hey, sister, you're here to trade, right? This trading square is under our control today. Hand over your supplies, and we'll ensure your safety here. Xia Sanfu observed their drenched clothing, pale faces, and unsteady steps, feeling a mixture of disdain and pity. Step aside. Hey, Xiao Wang and Shaoli exchanged glances, puffing out their chests and advancing. Do you know who we are? Our brothers are watching from over there. If you refuse to cooperate, I can't guarantee your fate. The man named Li, taking on a red-faced demeanor, said, seeing you're a woman, I'll give you a discount. Hand over most of your supplies, and you'll be safe. Xia Sanfu glanced at the 8 men nearby, a chilling smile gracing her lips as she swung a massive slap towards the man named Li. A sickening crack echoed as he fell, his head and neck hanging an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Xiao Wang's pupils dilated in shock, his legs trembling as he raised his axe and shouted, How dare you kill? Doing good deeds. Xia Sanfu seized his axe and swiftly slashed his throat, striding toward the remaining men. Panic ensued among them as they huddled closer to the mustached man. Zhao bro, this woman is provoking you. You must take action. Zhao Chuanyu, tense and alert, shouted at Xia Sanfu. It's all a misunderstanding. Those 2 have nothing to do with us. Dogs of the Holy Light Society do not understand misunderstandings. With a clang, Zhao Chuanyu drew his weapon to block Xia Sanfu's descending axe, only to see the blade splinter. Zhao's confidence surged back. Having trained for 20 years and wielding a bronze-grade long knife, he thought he had nothing to fear. Huh! Zhao Chuanyu's aura shifted as he danced his blade with ferocity, each move powerful and fierce. Though Xia Sanfu had no formal martial training, her battle instinct honed through countless group fights set her apart. She moved with a speed unmatched by ordinary individuals. No matter how skillfully he fought, he could not touch her, and instead, she swiftly drew her wolf fang club, smashing down on his hand and disarming him. Before Zhao Chuanyu could process the shock, another blow followed. Regardless of his training, Xia Sanfu relied solely on her brute force, each strike capable of shattering bones and drawing blood. After 7 or 8 strikes, he was rendered immobile. "My son," a woman burst forth from the crowd, collapsing atop Zhao Chuanyu. "Please spare him. I'll buy his life. I'll buy his life." The woman appeared to be in her 50s, her face kind yet streaked with tears as she frantically produced a square block of black gold from her bosom, fearfully and obsequiously regarding Xia Sanfu. A bronze-grade expansion stone. It can expand 10 cubic meters of storage space. Xia Sanfu casually hurled an axe, striking a man attempting to flee in the back of the head. "Everyone stay put. Sister, I only resorted to this because I was desperate. I barely know them and have done no harm. Heroine, I'm seeing them for the first time. This cloth strip on my head was just for show. I'll take it off right now." These men were genuinely terrified, kneeling and cowering, urine streaming down their legs. Xia Sanfu simply planted her wolf fang club into the ground and, in a gentle tone, inquired of the elderly woman, "What is your name, madam?" "Qian. Qian." The elderly woman, seemingly in a stupor, stuttered, "Qian Xiaoru." Xia Sanfu chuckled. "Didn't you say you didn't know what the stone was?" "You." The elderly woman, as if hearing a horror story, pointed at Xia Sanfu in terror. "You are." Before she could finish, a swift blow silenced her. Xia Sanfu, uninterested in further exchanges, delivered another blow to the gasping Zhao Chuanyu. This feeling indicated he was likely of level 3 or 4, which was quite impressive. No wonder he had the audacity to scheme against her. Xia Sanfu swiftly eliminated the remaining players from the Holy Light Society, leaving one alive for questioning. Chapter 29. Triggering the title assessment. Revised. Spare me, fair maiden. Today's incident was entirely unintentional. I had no desire for this. It was all him. Yes, him. He summoned us, claiming he had a grand scheme. This Zhao, a level 4 player, is quite renowned. He convinced us to follow him, promising vehicles, points, and resources. I was wrong. I truly was. Xia Sanfu placed the spike club atop his repeatedly banged head, rendering him motionless. "I shall ask you one last time. What are your plans? And who else is involved?" "And no, wait, there is." Zhao mentioned that the top player in our district has abundant resources. He wanted to lure them out, deceive them for some supplies, and gauge how easy they would be to handle. If they were manageable, he intended to take them out. I swear I knew nothing. I was merely seeking a meal with him. With that, he collapsed. The surrounding players had long since fled, leaving the square desolate. Xia Sanfu gathered the resources they had dropped, including the discarded axe, hoisted the bag, and retraced her steps with the spike club in tow. Such a waste of sentiment. She had harbored hopes for her first transaction. Upon reflection, Qian Xiaoru's initial private message contained a certain persuasive undertone. She spoke of discovering an unknown stone in the wilderness, igniting curiosity and a sense of gamble. She subsequently proposed a meeting at the equipment shop for identification, which necessitated passing through the chaotic free trade square. It is worth noting that the communication channel only reveals a player's ID, title, and name. Other details remain hidden. In-person meetings provide no visibility into one another's information. If she were to meet Qian Xiaoru at the equipment shop, revealing her gender and appearance, passing through the trade square again would surely result in an ambush. Xia Sanfu suspected that the two brazen individuals who suddenly confronted her were sent by the bearded Zhao. Seeing her laden with resources, they surmised she could be the top player destined for trade and dispatched two to assess her strength, deciding on their next course of action. However, They were unprepared for her relentless advance and immediate aggression. What they likely did not realize was that she had chosen not to stash her resources in a vehicle and head to the equipment shop for identification before returning to the parking area for trade. Instead, she paraded her goods in plain sight, hoping to lure out the members of the Holy Light Society. This could be considered a mutual pursuit. Bai Yanting's theory provided players with a justification for disregarding life, stealing, and committing violence. In the H0081 district, numerous violent factions operated under the guise of the Holy Light Society. Of course, her intent was not to dispense justice. Her motives for targeting the Holy Light Society were twofold: to tarnish their reputation and curtail Bai Yanting's influence in the district while simultaneously enriching herself. This was no mere bronze-tier blade. Had she obtained the expansion stone? Along with that, there were 7 or 8 axes, a rake, and over 1,000 points. Unfortunately, despite their initial provocation, her preemptive strike counted as active aggression, yielding no achievement points. Nonetheless, her gains far surpassed the effort of pedaling a bicycle. Among the collected resources were 3 car keys. Could she possibly refuse? The parking lot was vast, making the search arduous. Fortunately, the number of players with vehicles was limited, making it easy to survey the expansive ground level. Riding her bicycle, she pressed each key until, on the 3rd level, she finally heard the beep of an unlocked car. Xia Sanfu pedaled over to discover a 4-seater sedan with 2 more parked nearby. Testing the other keys, she confirmed they belonged to the same group. After death, the vehicle locking service automatically deactivates, which is a significant reason the Holy Light Society favored robbery and murder. Why spend tens of thousands of points to purchase a car when one could simply steal it? Noticing no one around, she aimed to stow all 3 vehicles in her storage space, only to find it impossible. She had previously attempted to store her bicycle without success, initially believing it to be an anomaly. Could it be that vehicles were not eligible for storage? Xia Sanfu felt a pang of regret, sensing she might be on the brink of a monumental loss. You may park for free in the service area for 2 hours. Exceeding that incurs a fee of 100 points per minute. This rule applied not only to players, but also to vehicles. They must have been parked for some time. Estimating that she and Qian Xiaoru had agreed to meet at noon, and she arrived an hour early, it was clear this group had entered even before her, likely targeting her for robbery. If they aimed to ambush her, they most likely entered around 10:30, or perhaps even in multiple waves. As it stood, it was now 11:40, and by 12:30, they would be over the time limit. Those with vehicles would not purchase one, while those without could scarcely afford one. Even if she sought to barter, finding a buyer instantly would not be easy. She decided to give it a try. Any gain would be welcome. While contemplating, she opened the regional channel. Urgent sale, 2 car keys, vehicles operational, each containing 5 liters of fuel. Players able to enter the service area immediately. Please message with offers. Starting price, 1,000 points or bronze items. Highest bidder wins, limited to 10 minutes. A warning to members of the Holy Light Society. Consider yourselves warned. Xia Sanfu spent 10 points to pin her offer for 10 minutes. She selected one of the 5-seater vans, which had a high chassis, ample space, and relatively advantageous off-road capabilities. The van contained a fair amount of resources, likely belonging to the bearded Zhao. She stored the resources from all 3 vehicles in her storage area and checked the fuel levels using the virtual display at the parking spot. Each had around 20 to 30 liters of fuel. Xia Sanfu retrieved a container from her storage space and siphoned fuel from the other 2 vehicles until they each had only 5 liters remaining, which she kept. She reclined the rear seats of the van, stowed her bicycle inside, and changed out of her hardshell raincoat, though she did not remove her helmet or cycling mask. With nearly 10 minutes elapsed, the regional channel buzzed with activity, and her private messages flooded in once again. Help me. If you give me the car, I'll serve you. I'll share half of everything I find with you from now on. Please, Great One, grant me this vehicle. I'll do anything you desire. Great One, I can offer 1,000 points, but I need to ride 10 kilometers to reach the service area. It'll take over an hour. Is that acceptable? The price is too steep. It's only the 10th day. I have barely 200 points. How about 100 points? Great One, I have bronze items. I need to encounter a bronze treasure chest, which is guarded by monsters above level 10. Anyone brave enough to approach perished. I caught a wild chicken. Can I trade it plus 50 points? Please, lend me the car. I promise to repay you. Xia Sanfu gained a newfound understanding of the player's poverty. A vehicle worth over 20,000 points could not fetch even 1,000. Given that the few members of the Holy Light Society gathered barely amounted to over 1,000 points, it was clear that offering her vehicle for a mere 100 points, while also risking a face-to-face transaction, time costs, and potential post-sale disputes, was not worth her while. Though she thought this way, she lingered an additional 20 minutes, familiarizing herself with the various controls. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a figure cloaked in a dark raincoat, exuding an air of suspicion, stealthily wandering and glancing about, seemingly locking onto her direction and approaching. The individual bowed at the front of her vehicle, raised both hands, and cautiously tapped on the driver's side window. Xia Sanfu lowered the window slightly, inquiring, "What is it? Are you the top player? Is your car still for sale?" Yang Xiaoyan had witnessed the one-sided slaughter and was still trembling in fear, but as the saying goes, the timid starve while the bold prosper. Noticing the top player suddenly selling car and warning the Holy Light Society, she realized that the one who had just killed might indeed be the top player. "I only have 500 points, but I possess 2 pieces of information about the dungeon that no one in the channel has disclosed. I wish to exchange this information." With nothing to lose, Xia Sanfu could hardly refuse the offer of 500 points. 500 points accompany your message. Additionally, I have some inquiries regarding the game. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, urging, "Ask away. After all, it pertains to a vehicle. I have grown weary of my motorcycle. If I continue to ride it, I fear I might end up paralyzed. Please share your news first." "Very well. The means to enter the dungeons, aside from the randomly appearing rifts, is through dungeon summoning tickets, which would be obtained by opening bronze treasure chests, as informed by an acquaintance of mine." Yang Xiaoyan glanced at her with a hint of apprehension. The information wasn't particularly groundbreaking, as the outcome of opening chests is notoriously unpredictable. "Does your friend sell them?" asked Xia Sanfu. Yang Xiaoyan shook her head. He has already utilized it. To open a bronze treasure chest, one must either possess considerable strength or superior equipment. There are indeed capable players in the H0081 region. And what of the second piece of information? Someone has discovered a dungeon team card, allowing entry into the same multiplayer dungeon. Is there any news regarding a road team card? I haven't heard of such a thing. Xia Sanfu, disinterested in team play, inquired. I need to ascertain whether players' experiences in the game are similar. Please recount your experiences and level, beginning from your entry into the game. Yang Xiaoyan felt her journey was rather ordinary, so she spoke candidly. I regained consciousness on a mountain road, drew a motorcycle, and since it didn't rain during the novice protection period, I rode in search of treasure chests. Initially, I didn't realize that the animals near the chests were guardians. They did not attack me, nor did I intend to slay them. However, after opening 3 chests without finding any food, I grew anxious and killed one for sustenance. During the 12-hour protection period, I only killed that one. Once the protection period ended, I was relentlessly pursued by a wild creature, but fortunately, I managed to crash it to death. Following that, it was simply a matter of traveling, seizing treasure chests, and striving to survive. Oh, and I just reached level 1. On the 10th day of torrential rain, level 1 players were scarce in the area. Accumulating enough achievement points at level 1 by solely defeating guardian beasts was unfeasible. This indicated that one must possess the audacity to venture into the wild for resources and to slay monsters. Xia Sanfu then asked, "Do you know any players who failed to clear the starting dungeon?" "There is one. What would you like to know?" "The advancement rewards during the initial dungeon period." Messages in the channel are often a blend of truth and falsehood, making it challenging to discern. Encountering a significant player and cross-referencing basic information is mutually beneficial. With her friend's consent, Yang Xiaoyan divulged, during the novice protection period, the gift package included free attribute points, a mysterious fortune bag, and a skill blind box. She paused to glance at Xia Sanfu, but regrettably, she could not discern anything. From the mysterious fortune bag, I received an ordinary quality weapon, while the skill blind box yielded a lock-picking skill, which was somewhat disappointing as I had to learn it myself, and it was confiscated upon failing the dungeon. After the novice protection period, the only advancement rewards were free attribute points and achievement points. I acquired 1,000 points at level 1, enough to sustain me for 5 or 6 days of arduous travel. Xia Sanfu envied the advancement rewards available to players below level 10, which were distributed at a rate of 1,000 points per level. After level 10, additional rewards included shards of source stones, yet the points were only multiplied by 10. The game does extend a modicum of support to novice players under level 10. Xia Sanfu handed her a car key, saying, "Transfer the points to me. If you encounter any dungeon summoning tickets in the future, feel free to reach out." Yang Xiaoyun, eager to form a connection, asked, "Might I have the opportunity to get to know you better? I dare say, in our current region, there are few who strive diligently in dungeons and hunt wild creatures outside the roads. My friends and a few diligent players have established connections, and the items available for trade are quite diverse." Xia Sanfu politely declined. "Reach out to me once you hit level 10. Yang Xiaoyun felt as if the opportunity had slipped away. As time drew near, and with no suitable buyers, Xia Sanfu decisively abandoned the endeavor and prepared to depart. She frantically recalled the operations outlined in the driving manual. It was still a manual transmission. Fasten the seatbelt, ignite the engine, depress the clutch with the left foot, the brake with the right, shift into first gear, release the handbrake, ease off the brake, and press the accelerator. Uncertain of her actions, she nonetheless set the vehicle in motion. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough that she did not reverse, but rather rolled over the parking spots. Clumsily barreling down the sloped exit, upon exiting the parking garage, she was drenched in cold sweat. This endeavor was perilously exhilarating. As she drove out of the service area, the torrential rain cascaded down, forming a waterfall on the windshield. Even with the wipers working tirelessly, visibility remained poor. Xia Sanfu initially utilized the expansion stone to enhance her storage space, increasing it from 10,000 cubic units to 10,010. Then, she drove a leisurely pace of 20 miles per hour, reassuring herself that at least she wouldn't get wet. The H0081 region boasted few players on the leaderboard. Among them Zhao Chuanyu, even if he was anonymous. This stirred a slight commotion in the regional communication channel. The level 4 player from our region has vanished from the leaderboard. He must have perished. People die every day. What is so surprising? Reflecting on the death of even a level 4 veteran, Yang Xiaoyun felt a moment of pride for still being alive. The cycle of life and death is indeed imperceptible. On the 15th day of relentless rain, Xia Sanfu's routine had undergone several adjustments and had essentially stabilized. From 5 to 7 o'clock, she would rise, freshen up, and read for an hour and a half, followed by a meal. From 7 to 9 o'clock, she would descend the road to hunt or forage for wild vegetables within a 3-kilometer radius, as beasts tend to be more active during dawn and dusk, increasing the likelihood of encounters. From 9 to 11 o'clock, she would drive to accumulate mileage points while searching for treasure chests. From 11 to 1300 hours, she would prepare meat and fish to satisfy her hunger, interspersing her cooking with reading, followed by an hour of rest. From 13 to 1500 hours, she would resume driving to gather mileage points and seek treasure chests, typically driving for an hour and resting for 10 minutes. From 15 to 1700 hours, she would chop wood, filling her remaining storage space as much as possible. From 17 to 1900 hours, she would reheat the leftovers from lunch and hunt along the road. From 19 to 2100 hours, she would continue driving to accumulate mileage points and search for treasure chests. From 21 to 2300 hours, she would wash up and read. Finally, from 23 to 3 o'clock, she would visualize her internal organs in lieu of sleep, and from 3 to 5 o'clock, she would rest. As of today, her storage area contained over 200 sturdy trees, while her preservation area was largely occupied by a golden-backed tortoise and around 30 assorted prey, making it rather cramped and necessitating some clearing. Just as she was nearing the end of her basic animal skin processing technique studies, she intended to complete her reading before getting to work. Upon finishing the last line, she was about to close the book when she unexpectedly discovered an additional page. It read, "You have completed the entire course. Would you like to undertake the assessment for the title of junior tannery?" Such a thing existed. Yet every book she had received She had quickly skimmed from the first page to the last, and there had been no such prompt at that time. Xia Sanfu flipped through the remaining unfinished books and confirmed that there was indeed no such prompt. Was it necessary to read them all to trigger this? Xia Sanfu touched the book screen and clicked confirm to proceed with the assessment. The assessment was divided into two sections, the first part being a theoretical written test and the second part a practical evaluation. Chapter 30. Leather crafting. As the theoretical examination commenced, the screen displayed the questions, rendering it impossible to review related materials. Fortunately, she had diligently attended each class and absorbed the knowledge well, allowing her to navigate through the questions with relative ease. Most of the queries could be answered from the content she had studied, with only 2 or 3 straying beyond the syllabus. She answered what she could and fabricated responses for the rest. Upon submitting her paper, a score of 98 appeared on the screen, with a mere 2 points deducted. Xia Sanfu reviewed the explanations for her incorrect answers, noted the correct responses, and proceeded to the practical assessment. The practical examination required her to create a water-dyed leather piece. With 3 attempts allowed, achieving a score of 60 or above would result in passing. It seemed she did not need to prepare her own materials. After confirming her participation, the entire book distorted and elongated into a door. Upon entering, she found herself in a laboratory-like room, equipped with a large rectangular crafting table designed for leatherwork. Adjacent to it was a cabinet containing various auxiliary materials essential for leather production. Although the book provided instructions on how to use the crafting table, it was her first time handling the physical equipment, and she felt somewhat unfamiliar. She spent half an hour familiarizing herself with all the functions of the crafting table and the necessary materials. Despite the seemingly simple requirement of creating water-dyed leather, the task was immensely challenging. Selecting the right materials was crucial. She chose a fresh cowhide from the cabinet and placed it in the water basin on the left side of the crafting table, adding the appropriate amount of disinfectant solution for soaking. Following this, she secured it on the table, proceeding with flesh removal, degreasing, hair removal, alkaline soaking, expansion, degreasing, softening, acid soaking, and tanning. Since she was working with the top layer of the thick cowhide, she had to split it to extract the top layer evenly. Then reintroduce the tanning agent for tanning, neutralization, dyeing, oiling, filling, drying, waxing, and polishing. Typically, this entire process would take 1 to 2 months to complete. However, the high-quality reagents provided significantly expedited the soaking, softening, tanning, and dye-fixing processes. The cutting machine, splitting machine, drying chamber, and rolling box beneath the table further assisted her. If she executed the actions smoothly and maintained precise control over time and material usage, she could reduce the duration to approximately 24 hours. A day later, Xia Sanfu stretched her neck and picked up the khaki leather, which had excellent elasticity and breathability, confirming her submission. Practical assessment. Written exam score 98, practical score 95. Congratulations. Player, you have passed the evaluation and earned the title of Junior Leatherworker, along with a standard leather crafting table and a materials gift pack. Congratulations on receiving an excellent evaluation, granting you an additional 500 points. Congratulations on being the first player in the server to obtain a professional title. Rewarded with a career planning guide that unlocks all career paths and advancement routes. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xia Sanfu from region H0081 for becoming the first player in the server to obtain a professional title. I may have lost my mind. I actually heard someone achieve the title. This damn survival game even includes professions. Exhausted and hungry, she thought to herself. Upon completion of the assessment, Xia Sanfu was expelled from the practical space. The book on basic animal hide processing had vanished, and her personal information panel displayed several unclaimed rewards: the standard leather crafting table card, the materials gift pack card, and the career planning guide. She retrieved the 2 cards, noting that activating them would release the physical items, and when not in use, she could retract the cards to save space. The standard leather crafting table was identical to the one she had used in the practical space. The materials gift pack contained a comprehensive array of supplies, sufficient for her immediate needs concerning various hides and crafting requirements. However, she would need to source the hides herself, as none were included in the gift pack. Finally, she claimed the career planning guide. she discovered that the books within the game were electronic screens. The first page displayed leatherworker. She had unlocked the junior leatherworker title. The intermediate leatherworker title remained locked, with the following requirements for unlocking. 1. Must have acquired the junior leatherworker title. 2. Complete the intermediate animal hide processing techniques. Leather usage overview. Comprehensive research on leather auxiliaries and the 4 major courses in leather crafting. 3. Achieve a full 1-star mental capacity. 4. Pass the intermediate leatherworker title assessment. The prerequisites for the intermediate title were extensive, particularly the requirement for a full 1-star mental capacity. Currently, she only had 130 points, while a full 1-star required 1,000 points. However, the disclosure of assessment requirements and title rewards presented a significant opportunity. She could deduce each profession's growth potential based on these criteria. Professions included leatherworker, tailor, blacksmith, farmer, breeder, engineer, chef, alchemist, physician, psychologist, musician, hunter, mental control practitioner, and warrior. Furthermore, she noted that a majority of intermediate titles required a 1-star mental capacity, indicating a profession system that favored mental acuity. Among all professions, the only one centered solely on mental capacity, demanding continuous exploration of this attribute, was the mental control practitioner. She recalled that the training base in the service area primarily prepared players in physical and mental capabilities. With this perspective, she could choose the mental control practitioner as her main profession, while selecting warrior as her secondary profession, balancing both intellect and strength. Professions such as leatherworker, tailor, hunter, chef, farmer, and alchemist could be temporarily limited to developing their junior titles, as her survival in the wilderness required her to engage in all aspects of sustenance and shelter. Aligning with these professions, the courses for these professions also interlinked. For instance, leather required stitching, cooking meat necessitated hunting, and medicinal herbs grew from the earth. Essentially, she would learn while enhancing her survival skills. However, pursuing their intermediate titles would be excessively taxing on her energy, as each intermediate title required completion of several, if not dozens of books, making it challenging to allocate that much time. Therefore, she resolved to set her long-term career goal as a mental control practitioner, with a midterm objective of becoming a warrior. If her energy proved insufficient, she would suspend the warrior profession in the later stages, utilizing it solely for physical training. Additionally, she sought a long-term auxiliary profession that could sustain her livelihood. She tentatively designated this auxiliary path as either a farmer or alchemist, given that both the junior, intermediate, and advanced titles of a farmer came with land. With land, she could cultivate her own medicinal herbs, establishing a sustainable source of materials. Even mastering a single recipe could provide sustenance for a considerable time. Chapter 31. The Mileage Board unveiled the course for novice planners, which she was on the verge of completing, was an introduction to botany. With only a few pages left, Xia Sanfu decided to take a brief respite before diligently finishing the remaining content. Prior to this, she had visited the Raven bookstore to procure several essential beginner textbooks, including hunting techniques, herbalism, culinary arts, and a manual on clothing design. Subsequently, she posted a message on the world announcement. Day 15 in the rainforest. Note: in the Raven bookstore's textbook section, completing the beginner-level materials will trigger a professional assessment task, offering a chance to unlock a career beneficial for survival. Xia Sanfu observed the uproar in the channel for a moment, glancing at her climbing reputation points, and pondered thoughtfully. With 15 days remaining, she hoped not to be disappointed. I happen to be at the Raven bookstore. The beginner textbooks cost 180 points. That's exorbitant. I still need to save up for a vehicle, she lamented. To pursue a profession requires points. It's utterly frustrating. At least there's hope. Otherwise, I will be trapped in the rain every day, scavenging for boxes, with no glimpse of the future. Can someone clarify? Is it true that even beginners can unlock careers? And how does one learn? Frustrated, she recalled purchasing a beginner hunting techniques book, yet she had skimmed through it, finding the content impractical. I can't even venture beyond the road to track any signs or set traps. I haven't finished reading it yet, she cursed, reminiscing about her recent purchase of a cold remedy blueprint at a high price, only to discover it required either an alchemist or a physician profession to utilize. I painstakingly triggered the profession from an NPC to buy the textbook, and had it not been for my failure in the assessment, I would have been the first to unlock a career. Being able to purchase blueprints was no small feat, as each one cost several hundred points. Why keep such information to yourself? Shouldn't we all strive for the top? She sighed, realizing the absurdity of her situation. As a physician, she would not have sought out medical textbooks. She needed to acquire the hunting knowledge that she lacked. Xia Sanfu had commenced her planter assessment, which comprised two parts, a theoretical written test and a practical examination. She scored 96 on the theory and achieved full marks in the practical, where she successfully grafted 2 fruit trees in a hands-on space. The title reward was a 4-square-meter fertile plot, rated as excellent, along with an additional 500 points. The career planning document merely stated a 4-square plot, yet what she received was a truly fertile one. Was the quality of the land tied to her performance? Regardless, having land was a blessing. Xia Sanfu promptly opted to claim her reward, receiving an ecological bottle in her hand. The base of the bottle was round and black, resembling stone, yet hinting at metallic qualities. It was covered with a semi-transparent dome, revealing sunlight, wisps of clouds, and soil within. Though small, it encapsulated a unique ecosystem. Following the provided instructions, she scanned her body to complete the binding. Both she and the items she brought could then shrink and enter the ecological bottle. Upon exiting, they would return to their original size, including anything that had been cultivated. The only drawback was that once inside, the ecological bottle remained in place, leaving her vulnerable to unexpected visitors. Inside the ecological bottle, Xia Sanfu found herself on a pitch-black, oily land surrounded by white mist, with a radiant light source hanging high above. The air was refreshing and rich in oxygen, and beside her was an operational screen to control temperature and humidity. Though altering the default temperature required points, there is also a time limit for her stay. Each day, she could only remain for a maximum of 60 minutes. After a short while, she immersed herself in her daily activities and realized that the opportunity to trigger the professional assessments through beginner textbooks had come rather late. Otherwise, hunting techniques, herbalism, culinary arts, and clothing design could have been seamlessly integrated into her daily hunts, cooking, and foraging for wild plants. However, it was not too late. These books offered an audiobook mode and projection teaching mode, allowing her to listen, read, learn, and apply the knowledge practically. She was also close to completing 2 additional courses, beginner zoology and a beginner driver S manual, striving to finish the assessments within 3 days. The beginner theories of mental strength and elemental force contained extensive, unfamiliar content, causing her to progress slowly. On day 25, Xia Sanfu finally passed the beginner Beastmaster and driver assessments, earning a Beastmaster gift pack and a Driver S toolkit. The former was a set of tools intended to soothe beasts and create their food, which was of little use to her at present. The latter, though seemingly mundane, was of utmost importance for drivers. Prolonged driving could lead to various ailments, including cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc disease, kidney stones, and digestive issues, among others. This toolkit provided some assistance to drivers' health, consisting of a massage-equipped driving seat, eye protection mask, and a posture-correcting lumbar support belt. The lumbar support belt was thin yet resilient, flesh-colored, resembling a snug high-neck vest, with restraining straps for the neck and waist to correct posture without hindering movement. It could be worn discreetly beneath clothing. Xia Sanfu's daily routine was now more fulfilling than preparing for college entrance exams. Driving had surprisingly become a form of leisure. The scenery along her route was constantly changing, but luck was not on her side. After driving over 40 kilometers, she finally stumbled upon an ordinary treasure chest, yielding a bundle of noodles and 2 eggs, perfect for her alligator turtle soup. Setting up her wooden cabin, she lit a fire. The small pot still contained a couple of pieces of meat, congealed with broth into a gelatinous texture. Once the soup was heated, she added the noodles and eggs, and the dish was incredibly fragrant without needing any seasoning. While waiting, she sought useful information in the communication channel when suddenly a new announcement caught her attention. World announcement. A player has accumulated a total distance of 10,000 kilometers, unlocking the mileage leaderboard for the entire server. The leaderboard will update in real time. and the top 100 will receive corresponding rewards at the end of each map round. Which brave soul has achieved this? She wondered. In the torrential downpour, the rain obscured her view through the windshield, making driving arduous. The side windows were also clouded, and the winding mountain roads required her to remain vigilant for any treasure chests. Most of the time, visibility was less than 50 meters, and she could only manage a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. It would take 333 hours to cover 10,000 kilometers in a downpour lasting 25 days. That meant driving for over 13 hours each day. Only a superhuman could manage that, unless one had found numerous treasure chests to enhance vehicle performance. Tackling issues like poor visibility, slippery roads, and rugged terrain would be nearly impossible. Xia Sanfu opened the mileage leaderboard. The first place was anonymous, and the second to the 100th places all boasted over 9,000 kilometers, creating fierce competition. What a relentless race, she mused, glancing at her own accumulated distance of less than 4,000 kilometers, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Squatting in her wooden cabin, she slurped the noodles while listening to the sound of the rain and gazing into the distance. This stretch of mountains was characterized by sheer cliffs, towering and perilous, shrouded in mist. She wondered if there were any high-level mysterious creatures lurking there. In terms of levels, she still held an advantage. Never mind, she decided. I should conserve my energy for the next map round. After finishing her noodles and meat, just as she was about to down the remaining soup, she suddenly sensed movement and instinctively seized an object that was hurtling toward her forehead. Misjudging the force, the item burst in her hand, revealing a red fruit. Unsure of its toxicity, she quickly shook her hand and rinsed it under the rain while casting her gaze toward the nearby forest. A red-faced monkey hung from a branch, screeching at her with an indignant demeanor. Its brash attitude was hardly friendly, so Xia Sanfu picked up the fruit pit on the ground and hurled it at the creature. With considerable strength, the small pit sliced through the air, striking the monkey and causing it to tumble from the tree. The red-faced monkey clutched its head, howling in distress as it fled into the woods. Under the scorching summer sun, Xia Sanfu chuckled heartily, stowing away the wooden cabin before resuming his leisurely drive. Not long after he set off, the rustling of leaves by the roadside caught his attention. The sound grew increasingly closer. Upon a glance, he was taken aback to see a troop of monkeys swinging through the branches, hurling fruits and stones like bullets in his direction. Thud, thud, thud. Cracks began to appear on the rear window. Xia Sanfu hastily accelerated. The monkeys, undeterred, pursued him with fervor. Oh, you wish to chase me, dear little ones? Here I come. Chapter 32. The cunning monkey in the oppressive heat of summer. Xia Sanfu opened the brakes and soared into the air, her wolf fawn club in hand, chasing after the monkeys that had dared to provoke her. This time, a smile graced her lips as she pursued the panicked troop. The cacophony of their chattering echoed through the mountain forest, shaking the very trees. Though these raucous monkeys appeared weaker than her, their audacity to challenge her was irksome. The agility and speed of the monkeys were impressive. Her attempts to strike with wind blades were futile. It was evident that her mastery of the steel wings was lacking, particularly in her flight techniques, the release of wind blades, and the timing of her defenses. The night demon could effortlessly navigate through densely columned spaces, spinning and slicing through obstacles with ease. In contrast, she struggled to maintain her aim when her targets moved. A realization struck her. These monkeys were excellent sparring partners. "Come play, little monkeys," she called out, descending dramatically in front of the fleeing troop, causing them to scatter in terror. The formation must not break, she thought, intercepting them here and there, her wings fanning out as she herded them like a shepherd. The entire troop, exhausted from their frantic escape, was met with barriers and blockades, their chattering filled with expletives. Xia Sanfu felt somewhat wronged. Her efforts were equally strenuous, as these monkeys darted away with remarkable speed. She had to continuously accelerate while avoiding crashing into trees and gradually learn to glide between the dense foliage. "Here I come, my dear," she exclaimed, as one startled monkey screeched to a halt, scrambling away in fright. "Don't run," she laughed. rediscovering the joy of chasing geese from her childhood as she plunged deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance of fruit wafted through the air, and she soared to catch sight of a magnificent waterfall, its vibrant colors adorned with various fruits. The famed flower fruit mountain. Just as she was about to revel in her discovery, she noticed the monkeys weeping and pointing at her, their heads popping up from the mountain. Within moments, she found herself under siege, the monkeys pelting her with stones. Their aim was far superior to hers, and she was bombarded by a veritable rain of rocks. These monkeys were tactical. Some pursued her while others flanked her, and even in the air, they managed to launch their attacks with ferocity. The impacts rattled her steel wings and left bruises on her body. Yet, Xia Sanfu remained unperturbed, focusing intently on evading their relentless assault. As the saying goes, the best training comes from real combat. Having experienced pain and defeat, she learned how to dodge and retaliate. Her flying skills soared as she maneuvered through the forest, side-flying, low-flying, ascending, accelerating, dodging, hiding, and sharp turns. After a brief moment of disarray, she began to circle around the monkey army. Occasionally, she executed feints to distract them, sneaking back to the flower fruit mountain to raid the fruit trees. After several attempts, she caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma emanating from behind the waterfall. It was a veritable water curtain cave. Inside lay an array of stone jars, from which the delightful scent wafted. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the jars contained a golden-hued liquid. Having only tasted beer once at a post-examination banquet, which she found rather unpalatable, she pondered why some people enjoyed such a beverage. Yet its existence indicated a demand. In a matter of seconds, she gathered the jars into her storage, only to turn and find an elderly monkey, arms laden with peaches, frozen in astonishment at the cave's entrance. Well, caught red-handed, she thought, and with a swift motion, she zipped past it, sending it staggering from the gust of her passage. "Chatter, chatter," the monkey exclaimed as Xia Sanfu hovered in the air, giving a thumbs up and pressing down twice. A cheeky gesture that implied that the first to provoke should bear some cost for the disruption. Just as she was about to depart, she heard the sound of stones tumbling. Ahead of her, a rugged peak loomed, its summit piercing the clouds, upon which rested a stone resembling a monkey pointing skyward. Suddenly, the stone shattered, and a 2-meter-tall red-faced monkey leaped forth, landing deftly on Flower Fruit Mountain. The troop rallied behind their newfound leader, a monkey king far more imposing than the rest, crowned with a tuft of golden fur, his visage bearing an almost human-like authority. Sensing something amiss, he glared at Xia Sanfu with a fierce countenance. Feeling the weight of fatigue from her prolonged use of the steel wings, she promptly took flight. Yet behind her, the Monkey King extended his hand, and a mesmerizing purple crystal in his palm erupted with a brilliant radiance. In an instant, the world was enveloped in a violet moonlight, and Xia Sanfu felt as if trapped in an illusory wall, unable to escape the confines of Flower Fruit Mountain. The Monkey King advanced with a stone spear, moving through the air with ease, a formidable foe that seemed insurmountable. With a resounding clash, the spear met her wolf fawn club, the force of the impact sending Xia Sanfu crashing against the mountain, tumbling down amidst a shower of rocks, enduring a relentless barrage of pain from cuts and bruises. Something was amiss. Xia Sanfu, having traversed through treacherous paths before, possessed an instinctual awareness of danger. Yet, she felt an inexplicable urge to retreat, as if an external force compelled her to perceive the monkey as unbeatable. She had encountered mental, physical, and elemental attacks, but this peculiar situation was unprecedented. Suddenly, a surge of survival instinct coursed through her. Grasping a stone, she propelled herself into a spin, unfurling her steel wings and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, she pricked her fingertip with a large sewing needle, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality. Looking around, she realized there was no purple moon, no invincible Monkey King, only her own self, bewildered by an illusion and plummeting towards the mountain. At the mountain's base, the Monkey King awaited his unsuspecting prey. Had she not awakened in time, she would have impaled herself upon his spear. The Monkey King, astonished, regarded her with shifting expressions before finally stating, "You." human female, possess either remarkable mental fortitude or indomitable will. Otherwise, you would have succumbed to the illusion. Xia Sanfu was taken aback. This monkey could speak. He was no mere anthropomorphized creature from a service area, but an authentic primate. Prepared for an encounter with a sentient being, she maintained her composure. Raising an eyebrow in inquiry, "What do you propose?" The power of strong mental acuity perceives subtle shifts, and a robust will remains unbeguiled, the Monkey King mused. We, one above and one below, cannot reach a conclusion. However, the essence of the 100 fruits is vital sustenance for my kind. If you return half of it, I shall grant you a jar of the 100 fruits brew. Intrigued, Xia Sanfu inquired, "What distinguishes it?" Chapter 33. The pranks of the Monkey King. The differences are quite pronounced. The Monkey King leaped onto a rock, gesticulating with exuberance. The liquid that dripped from the fermented fruits was known as fruit essence, which possessed a faint aroma of wine, capable of dispelling fatigue. It was ideal for those unremarkable children of mine, but of little use to you and me. It could only serve as water. If one wishes to drink, they should indulge in the fruit brew. The fruit brew, being the essence of the fruit essence, has the effect of purifying the body and enhancing physical strength. If you doubt it, I shall fetch a jar for us to share. The Monkey King planted his spear into the ground, leaped nimbly into the waterfall cave, and shortly returned with a jar of wine. Noticing Xia Sanfu perched on a prominent rock, he exclaimed in exasperation, "I keep my word. I said I wouldn't fight, and I won't. Why do you linger so far away?" Using a hard fruit shell as a cup, the Monkey King poured a bowl of wine and set it on the ground, retreating 10 meters. "Surely this is acceptable? I may be a bit competitive, but I admire true skill. Allow me to drink first." He took large gulps from the jar, his monkey face radiating delight. Xia Sanfu descended, retracting her metallic wings, picked up the fruit shell, and found it filled with a clear, emerald liquid. The fragrant aroma invigorated her senses. "Oh, mighty Monkey King, how stingy of you to offer me but a sip. This wine is reserved for those with discerning palates. If you find it unpalatable, it will be a waste for me to share. Why not taste it first?" Xia Sanfu tilted her head back and drank it down, coughing slightly, wiping her mouth with a relaxed demeanor. "What a fine wine. Even I, who seldom indulge in alcohol, find it quite enjoyable." The Monkey King's eyes sparkled as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Typically, I am the sole drinker of this wine. Come, let's have another cup. Allow me to tell you, 1 cup invigorates the mind, 2 cups bring comfort to the body, and it is only after the 3rd cup that one truly experiences enhanced vitality." Xia Sanfu scrutinized the Monkey King and declined. "No, I become intoxicated with just 1 drink. I see your sincerity, and, as you suggested, I shall trade you a jar of fruit brew." But how can one become drunk on fruit wine?" Come, come. The rain is too heavy here. Let's retreat into the cave for a chat. I find you quite agreeable. If you fulfill 1 request of mine, I shall share with you the method of brewing the fruit brew." The Monkey King enthusiastically led her into the waterfall cave, revealing a hidden world within. The cave connected to another, spacious enough for a troop of monkeys to rest. Come, come. Another drink. He filled her fruit shell once more, clapping his hands to summon a group of monkeys bearing leaves and fruits, quickly covering the ground with an array of colorful offerings. "Excellent." Xia Sanfu blushed and smiled. "Then I shall befriend the great king. In our human culture, there's an old saying, 'Good wine pairs well with good meat.' Coincidentally, I possess some meat from a golden-backed alligator turtle, which is highly nutritious, and I rarely part with it. By the way, can the king consume meat?" The Monkey King scratched his chin and grinned. "I occasionally partake." "Can you eat it raw?" "The rain has been relentless, and I find myself out of firewood. But this raw meat is exceptionally tender." Xia Sanfu retrieved a stainless steel lunchbox from her cycling backpack, divided into 2 compartments, each filled with bloody strips of meat. She took a piece, chewed it, and offered the box to the Monkey King. "Here, try this turtle meat. How does it compare to your fruit brew?" The Monkey King eagerly grabbed a few strips from her portion, his expression shifting with intrigue. The turtle meat was known for its strengthening properties, and the energy it contained was indeed potent. "You have a discerning taste. If you enjoy it, take as much as you like. My request for your fruit essence was misplaced." Xia Sanfu pressed the lunchbox into his hands and raised her cup. A bite of meat paired with a sip of wine enhances the flavor. Wouldn't you agree? With that, she drank deeply, her cheeks flushed, removing her helmet and raincoat before producing another piece of raw meat from her backpack. Keep it coming. Not eating will be disrespectful to you. Great monkey. I am eating. The Monkey King replied, as he devoured the meat with evident enjoyment, savoring the taste. Let us feast. Today I treat. Xia Sanfu playfully patted his head, urging him to indulge while the freshness lasted. Eat up. If the meat is left to sit, it will spoil, and spoiled meat is inedible, you know? I will eat. I will eat. The Monkey King, having emptied the lunchbox, did not forget to pour more wine. Come, let us drink another cup. Excellent. I adore your forthrightness. You delightful monkey. I shall gift you an extra piece. Xia Sanfu tossed a piece of meat into his lunchbox, shaking her head. Eat up, but you must promise me an additional jar of fruit brew. No, 2 jars. 2 jars. All right. If you do not share your meat, I shall also gift you 2 jars. Is that true? Indeed. I do not believe you. There must be reciprocity, you see. You consume my meat, and then I shall trust that you genuinely promise me the jars. Gifts without exchange are mere illusions. Xia Sanfu, inebriated, smeared blood across his face, demanding that he finish the meat. The Monkey King bit into another piece, laughing heartily. I told you, promise me one condition, and I shall share the brewing recipe with you. Is such a thing really possible? Xia Sanfu collapsed onto the ground, patting the space beside her. Come sit with me. The Monkey King, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, replied, Indeed, if we were to combine our strengths, not only would I share the brewing recipe, but I would also be wholly yours. Xia Sanfu pondered for a moment. Then, would our offspring not be a blend of human and ape? The Monkey King was momentarily taken aback by her response, realizing she was genuinely intoxicated. He returned to his fierce demeanor and declared to the troop of monkeys, Behold, this is the new queen. She shall bear my mightiest offspring. The monkeys erupted into cheers and howls of excitement, creating a ruckus. The Monkey King, emboldened, lunged towards Xia Sanfu, but she deftly evaded him. Wait, you raucous monkey. I feel a bit dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? The Monkey King cackled. This is my first time drinking the fruit brew. 1 cup, and I'm nearly tipsy. You've had 2 cups and still remain coherent. Truly, you are the mother of my children. The Monkey King felt slightly woozy, heat rising to his face, but dismissed it as mild intoxication. He lunged at Xia Sanfu once more, but she summoned her metallic wings and soared to a nearby rock. She observed the Monkey King below, remaining silent as he staggered, clutching his head and swaying, the redness in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced, as if veiled in a sheer mist. Wiping the turtle blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, Xia Sanfu raised her spiked club overhead. At that moment, the Monkey King's mind was clouded, as if filled with boiling water. Instinctively, he dodged, causing her to shatter his shoulder bone, but she immediately struck him squarely in the chest. The troop of monkeys bared their teeth, rushing in to attack. Xia Sanfu, with the wounded Monkey King clinging to her, fought fiercely, leaving no survivors in her wake. What was thought to be a whimsical encounter in the Flower Fruit Mountain turned out to be a fierce battle in the heart of Shu, where the allure of beauty and intoxication proved irresistible to the primates. Chapter 34. Ingredients for fruit brew in a powerful swing. Xia Sanfu hurled the Monkey King into a heap of corpses. The Monkey King's slick, oily fur became matted with blood and flesh as it convulsed and struggled to rise, its blood-red eyes devoid of any semblance of reason. Yet, before it could muster its strength, Xia Sanfu crushed its skull. At the moment the Monkey King collapsed, it felt as though something shattered in the air. The cave remained the same, yet a foul stench permeated the space, filled with the remains of various animals. The monkeys were unchanged, yet each bore grotesquely protruding fangs, hideously transformed. Congratulations! You have slain a level 15 gibbon, earning 1,500 achievement points. Including the monkeys and their offspring, this wave of achievement points totaled 3,120, and with an additional 1,500 from the crocodile turtle, it was sufficient for promotion. Indeed, in the next moment, congratulations! Your achievement points have reached 60,000, promoting you to level 15 and granting you a promotion package. Free attribute point 1. Source stone fragment 1. Points 150. Xia Sanfu discovered a purple crystal on the Monkey King. Unsure of how to utilize it, she looked at the transformed monkeys and realized she had been lured into a trap from the very beginning. The Monkey King, cunning in its ways, likely sought to test her abilities by having its minions lead her deep into the mountains, first attempting to confuse her with illusions, and when that failed, enticing her with the fruit brew and its brewing recipe, tricking her into drinking a potion that would render her incapacitated. However, Xia Sanfu, born with a vigilant nature, would never consume anything offered by strangers. Thus, she cleverly stored the liquid in her storage space during the act of pretending to drink, though unfortunately, the bulk liquid, lacking a container, was as trapped as a speck of dust in a bottle, impossible to retrieve with her mind. At this point, she still had not fully grasped the Monkey King's intentions, but the creature was impatient. Seeing her drink, it managed to restrain its words. Yet its body could not be contained. Monkeys, after all, wore no clothes, leaving nothing to the imagination. Xia Sanfu, feeling a surge of murderous intent, played along and entered the waterfall cave with it, where she noticed a second point of suspicion. It is known that a den of beasts can be overwhelmingly foul, especially with hundreds of monkeys gathered in one place. Yet within this communal cave, there was not a whiff of odor, causing Xia Sanfu to suspect she was still ensnared in an illusion or that there was some form of disguise at play. She had no choice but to escalate her performance and resort to her poison scheme. With limited attack methods, preparation was essential. She stored turtle meat in a lunchbox, injecting half of it with a night demon virus dropped by the Night Demon King. Once activated, this virus would plunge a person into a fevered, chaotic state, presenting an undeniable opportunity for her. The Monkey King remained cautious, only consuming the meat from the same compartment she had previously eaten from. It was only when she feigned drinking a second cup of liquor, exhibiting signs of drunkenness, that it lowered its guard. Although the cave had been disguised, the fruit liquid and the brew were genuine. Xia Sanfu searched around and discovered 10 jars of fruit brew and a bronze treasure chest within a secluded nook of the cave. The treasure chest contained the brewing recipe for the fruit brew, which, according to the instructions, indeed had the ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the essence. However, brewing required skill and time, both of which she lacked. Wow, check the battle leaderboard. This person leveled up again? Achievement points, 62, 710. Is this person cheating? I almost got beaten to death by 2 level 0 monsters, which only yield 10 achievement points each. How many level 0 monsters did this person have to slay? The second place was still at level 9, which provided some comfort. Surely there must be methods to gain achievement points without slaying monsters. I implore the one called Xia Sanfu to share her experiences quickly. Indeed, one should not be so selfish. What benefit is there in everyone perishing? The communication channel buzzed with excitement due to Xia Sanfu's recent level up. Meanwhile, she gathered dry grass, wooden logs, and stones from the cave, incinerating the corpses of the monkey horde, primarily to prevent the spread of the night demon virus. Who knows what other calamities this game might unleash? It was prudent to remain cautious. She did not wish to be pursued by a horde of resurrected night demon monkeys. Amidst the thick smoke, she exited the cave, extending her arms to allow the waterfall to wash away the bloodstains. An inexplicable laughter erupted from her as she gestured a middle finger to the murky heavens. After her cleansing, she ventured out to gather the abundant fruits scattered across the mountains. Unable to fit everything in the preservation area, she initially stored them in her storage space. The quantity was uncountable, and she felt no inclination to calculate their weight. However, to brew the fruit liquid and the fruit brew, 2 special magical plants were required. One was called fermentation fruit, a natural yeast for fermentation, and the other was called bixinko, essential for transforming the fruit liquid into the brew. Since the recipe indicated the presence of these 2 magical plants, they should be nearby. Utilizing a card to detect traces, the recipe noted that the fermentation fruit possessed a distinct fragrance, making it easier to locate. Indeed, it wasn't too long before she spotted a small tree sprouting from the crevices of broken stones, resembling a tea tree, adorned with clusters of small, tomato-like red fruits, about 100 in total. Xia Sanfu reluctantly stuffed the fermentation fruit into her preservation area, then pruned the tree's branches and leaves, drastically reducing it to a bare trunk with a few twigs, carefully transplanting it, along with the surrounding stones and soil, into an ecological bottle. The Bixinko grew in clusters, resembling chives at first glance, emitting a refreshing aroma that seemed to penetrate the crown of her head. Upon closer inspection, its leaves were broad and crystal clear green. There were about 10 mature plants. She decided to keep 3 for transfer into the ecological bottle, curious if they would continue to grow and seed, while the rest were stored in the preservation area. Xia Sanfu also discovered a bamboo grove, and with a flurry of chopping, she harvested it. Although water was plentiful at present, it was wise to prepare for potential shortages. Bamboo could be fashioned into water storage tubes, and, if conditions allowed, could also be crafted into various utility items. Indeed, it was useful. It was now approximately summer to autumn, and the forest was bountiful. It merely required skill to gather. The bamboo grove also offered plenty of shoots, and having had her fill of meat and fish, she held a particular fondness for such vegetables. After a thorough foraging, Xia Sanfu drove to the service area, smoothly reversing her vehicle into a parking space. Ding dong, hello. Your fuel tank is detected to be below 5 liters. Would you like to refuel? It had been 15 days since she acquired this vehicle, and the fuel, drawn from 2 other vehicles, had been exhausted. She had refueled several times herself. In this game, vehicles utilized a universal fuel type, unlike Blue Star's differentiation between gasoline and diesel or octane ratings of 92, 95, and 98. Here, it was a single type of fuel, costing 10 points per liter. This vehicle had a fuel tank capacity of 48 liters and consumed about 5 liters per 100 kilometers. At her current speed of around 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, driving 10 hours a day would yield only 200 to 300 points, while costing over 100 in fuel. The fuel prices were indeed steep. Expensive as it was, she had to purchase it. Xia Sanfu refueled with 30 liters, costing her 300 points. Then she headed straight to the Raven bookstore, seeking the shelf dedicated to mental energy. Here, combat skills and individual mental abilities could be exchanged for points, but the manuals for elemental energy and mental energy required source stone fragments. If a skill were a blade, then a manual was the method to forge countless blades. After reaching level 15, she had accumulated 5 source stone fragments, meeting the minimum requirement to exchange for a mental energy manual, of which there were 4 available for 5 fragments. Chapter 35, Development of the Brain Domain and Intoxication, the Stormy Meditation Technique. Utilizing specific environments to swiftly sense the existence of one's mental power. This secret art aligns with the current situation. Hypnotic synesthesia, specializing in the cultivation and skills of mental power related to hypnosis. Defensive locking technique, exclusively designed for the practice of various defensive mental power skills. The dark meditation technique, relatively basic yet superior in its approach, akin to the stormy meditation technique, requiring a specific environment. However, the resulting mental power possesses greater destructive and perceptive capabilities. Its drawback lies in its low success rate, as practicing this meditation often leads to an explosive amplification of fears and repressed emotions, risking the shattering of one's mind. Initially, Xia Sanfu was drawn to the stormy meditation technique, seeking rapid adaptation. After eliminating the Monkey King, she found this pursuit rather uninteresting. The world was already so chaotic. What harm would it do to be a little reckless? If she were to learn, she would strive for the best. Moreover, the opponents she would face in the future would undoubtedly be stronger and more enigmatic. While playing it safe might ensure stability, it would not allow her to break through. Xia Sanfu spent 5 shards of source stone to acquire the dark meditation technique and promptly made her way to the supplies store. The supplies store was immense, seemingly endless. Locating items by oneself would prove to be quite a hassle. Typically, one could search for products on a self-service kiosk, after which a staff member would retrieve the items and deliver them to the customer. Xia Sanfu searched for a temperature-adjustable fermentation vat, intending to use it for brewing fruit liquids and wines. Generally, as long as the requests were not absurd and did not involve high-spec energy, one could find the desired items. Soon, a smart fermentation vat appeared on the interface, boasting a capacity of 150 liters, temperature control, and powered by disposable batteries. Expiring after 10 days, necessitating replacement. It was priced at 550 points, somewhat expensive for everyday supplies. Xia Sanfu, who had been frugal and had accumulated points from assessments, had around 600 in her possession. She ordered 6 vats. Shortly after, a kangaroo staff member arrived with a cart, the vats towering over waist height, encased in metal, with ceramic interiors. Exiting the service area, Xia Sanfu immediately became busy. She relied on flight to locate a large cave, release the 6 vats, and then found a crystal-clear pool to wash various fruits. After washing, she took the fruits into the cave to dry, then placed them into the vats. Given the depth of the vats, each one only required 2 pieces of fermentation fruit to initiate the process. Xia Sanfu filled all 6 vats, sealed them with heavy lids, and adjusted the temperature to 30 degrees. In 7 days, the fruit liquid would be ready. Combining it with Xia grass and allowing it to ferment for a month would yield the fruit wine. Even with 6 vats filled, a considerable amount of fruit remained in storage. The excess food became a source of vexation. She planned to purchase some sealing jars the next day to make fruit preserves and sell some surplus items in exchange for sugar and salt. By the time Xia Sanfu finished her tasks, it was already late at night. She returned to the roadside, set up a small wooden cabin beside her vehicle, and lit a fire pit to cook and boil water. After a tiring day, she ate a little, washed up quickly, and pulled out her military bed to settle in. Remembering that the fruit liquid could alleviate fatigue and the fruit wine could refresh her mind, she took out a jar of each. She first poured herself a cup of fruit liquid, a yellow, fragrant liquid that tasted of wine yet was gentle, low in alcohol. It felt as though a surge of energy was breaking through the accumulated emotions in her mind, lifting her spirits and invigorating her. Just this one cup was a remarkable elixir, restoring more energy than a bowl of carbohydrate-rich food, and it was remarkably refreshing. She activated her internal energy to absorb the liquid in her stomach, dispelling the alcohol's effects, and poured herself a cup of fruit wine. The Monkey King had mentioned that upon first tasting the fruit wine, one would be overwhelmed by a single cup. Considering she was on the roadside, as long as she avoided opening treasure chests or responding to provocations from wild creatures, she should be safe enough to indulge in a sip. Xia Sanfu took a drink. The liquid was a vibrant green, rich in fruit aroma, and the taste was intensely spicy. She could feel the warmth of the liquor racing down her throat to her stomach, unleashing a powerful surge that threatened to engulf her consciousness. Like a boat navigating through a tempest, she struggled against the tide, determined not to succumb to despair. After several minutes, or perhaps much longer, clarity returned abruptly. She felt an inexplicable sensation of her mind expanding. Xia Sanfu accessed her personal information interface. ID, H0081540888 player name. Xia Sanfu title, Butcher body development value, 1010 physical strength, 1 star, 211-1000, brain domain development value, 1799 mental power, 1 star, 175-1000, willpower, 1 star. 2 data points appeared anomalous. The first was the brain domain development value. After leveling up to 15, she had allocated her free attribute points to this value, raising it to 16, yet it now stood at 17. The second anomaly was her mental power, due to practicing the void visualization and the steel wings. Her mental power had been gradually increasing by 1 or 2 points daily, previously at 125 points, now suddenly soaring to 175 points. An astonishing 50-point increase. This sip of wine could develop her brain domain potential and enhance her mental power. Xia Sanfu finished the remaining fruit wine in her cup. The storm within her intensified, resembling a vortex that threatened to sweep her consciousness away. With unwavering determination, she fought back, conjuring an army of energy to counter the swirling chaos. Finally, calm descended. She rubbed her temples and checked her brain domain data. 19 points. Mental power data. 278 points. This cup of fruit wine had granted her an extraordinary increase of 153 points in mental power. Moreover, it had unlocked 3 points of potential, equivalent to 3 free attribute points. Such a fortune was hard to resist. Xia Sanfu poured another cup of fruit wine and drank deeply. Unfortunately, this time, perhaps due to her increased resistance, she felt no sense of surrender, and her data remained unchanged. Greed had indeed taken hold. Was it true that only the first drink affected her brain domain and mental power? Yet, wasn't it said to cleanse and refine the body? Why did she not perceive any physical changes? Was it due to insufficient consumption? Taking a third cup, she still felt nothing. Then a thought struck her. Could it be that by circulating her internal energy, she had transformed the alcohol's potency into essence stored within her kidneys, thus failing to unleash its true effects? Xia Sanfu downed 3 more cups consecutively, this time without consciously controlling her internal energy for digestion. She felt bursts of energy exploding within her body, surging towards her limbs and leaving her head in a dizzy haze. Her spirits soared as she grasped the stone vat, pouring the liquor into her mouth, inhaling the aroma of the wine. Ha ha! Why hasn't Mommy come to find me yet? Does she not love me? Why do even older men in their 30s have mothers to shield them, while I do not? I miss you all so much. If I could see you just once more. Just once. Chapter 36. The stirring of emotions. Xia Sanfu contemplated her current predicament, concluding that she must have lost her mind. To put it plainly, she found herself ensconced within a vast, malodorous hollow of a tree, with what was presumably her business vehicle obstructing the entrance. Beneath her lay a soft entity, indeed, the belly of a large she-bear. Fragments of inebriated memories surfaced unceremoniously, prompting Xia Sanfu to cover her face. She recalled running through a torrential downpour while hoisting a vehicle, laughing uncontrollably, stumbling upon a bronze treasure chest, and inadvertently summoning a black bear, which she mistook for her mother. The bear, however, refused her embrace and threatened to bite, causing her limbs to fracture and her jaw to shatter. She had dragged her mother home, only to find herself fighting off wild boars and eventually curling up to sleep with the bear. What a terrifying ordeal! With a heart heavy with despair, Xia Sanfu descended from the bear's belly, gazing at the creature's feeble state. She swore she had no inclination towards animal cruelty. For the first time, she felt a pang of guilt towards a magical beast. What on earth was she to do? She could scarcely tend to her own ailments, let alone cure a beast. Letting out a weary sigh, she unsheathed her long knife and swiftly ended the bear's suffering. Congratulations! Player has slain a level 12 Gale Black Bear. Achievement points 1200. My apologies, but it is wise not to provoke a drunken girl in the future. Xia Sanfu moved aside the vehicle that blocked the entrance and, no longer tempted by the bear's pelt or flesh, dug a grave to bury it. Glancing around, she found herself surrounded by dense woods with no discernible path. How had she managed to drive the vehicle here? With a throbbing headache, Xia Sanfu hoisted the vehicle, her current strength barely sufficient to manage the 2 to 3 ton weight. She ascended a winding slope and retrieved a card from the bronze treasure chest. Eventually, she returned to the road. After setting the vehicle down, she walked back 2 to 3,000 meters, finally spotting the small wooden cabin she had left behind. What a mess! Xia Sanfu reclaimed the cabin and slumped into the driver's seat, allowing her tumultuous thoughts to roam freely. After a while, she scrutinized the card's details. Intelligent display screen. Upon release, this will replace the original windshield and possess the ability to conceal weather effects. Choosing to activate the card, a fleeting glimmer passed over the windshield, imparting an unexpectedly sharp clarity. 2 virtual buttons adorned the left edge of the glass, labeled Restore and Remove Weather Effects. She pressed Remove Weather Effects and was astonished to find that while the rain continued to pour, the screen shielded her from the deluge, rendering her view remarkably clear. However, the side window remained obscured by the relentless rain. Pressing Restore, she was immediately engulfed by the downpour, her visibility once again compromised. How had she not discovered such a splendid item sooner? Had she activated it earlier, she would not have been limited to a mere 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. After marveling at her newfound advantage, Xia Sanfu opened the game panel to review her personal data, feeling a surge of vitality. Her stamina had risen from 211 points to 311 points, a full 100 points, comparable to a bronze stamina-enhancing elixir. No wonder she felt as though she had shed a heavy shell and emerged anew. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort gripped her abdomen, prompting her to exit the vehicle and relieve herself. To her surprise, the waste was dark and oily, as if her body had expelled impurities. What a potent drink! However, until she acquired a means to restrain herself, she dared not indulge again. Xia Sanfu meticulously perused the game panel, only to be struck by a revelation. The displayed time read, Day 29 of the downpour, 23:30. But she distinctly remembered that the day she had consumed alcohol was day 26. Had she been inebriated for 3 days? In just half an hour, it would be day 30. The rabbit at the consultation desk had mentioned that on day 30, clues regarding the next disaster would be revealed. Hence, day 30 was crucial. She had intended to remain at the service area before its arrival to prepare for the next wave of necessities. There was still time. Xia Sanfu hastened to request entry into the service area. Upon her successful application, she started the vehicle and soon spotted the service area sign. After parking, she hurried towards the comprehensive building supply store. It was likely that she was not the only player seeking information from the consultation desk, as the shop was teeming with aimless players. Opening the game panel, she noted the time, date 29 of the downpour, 23:59, which transitioned to day 30 of the downpour, 00:00. World announcement. For the next 24 hours, the roads will no longer be safe. Players will face challenges from abyssal species. Those who survive the next 24 hours will receive a treasure chest to aid in overcoming the next map disaster. Abyssal species? What exactly were abyssal species? Ghosts? Good heavens! Was this akin to an elimination round? If they were to simply kill me, I might as well give up. I could barely withstand physical damage, let alone magical. The communication channel erupted once more. Xia Sanfu turned and bolted towards the equipment shop. During her time in the City of Night Demons, she had obtained a bronze-level sunlight kerosene lamp capable of burning abyssal species below level 15. But it contained only a single liter of kerosene, sufficient for a maximum of 12 hours. Were there any items to combat abyssal species? What? So exorbitant. Customers who do not purchase items are limited to 10 minutes in the store, after which they are automatically expelled. Equipment to resist abyssal species has been placed on the first shelf. The cacophony of players and the shopkeeper's voices was overwhelming. As Xia Sanfu entered, she caught sight of the first shelf's new stock, crowded with people, yet very few were actually making purchases. The most expensive item was a piece of silver equipment. Holy Light Guardian, costing 10,000 points, capable of inflicting damage on abyssal species below level 20. The cheapest bronze item was an exorcism stone, priced at 1,000 points, which could intimidate abyssal species below level 10, but dealt no damage. Ordinary equipment could inflict minimal damage on creatures ranging from level 0 to 10. Bronze equipment was designed for levels 10 to 20, while silver was for levels 20 to 30. Holy Light Guardian and Exorcism Stone were evidently the most basic items within their respective tiers. However, most players were of low levels and typically encountered only level 0 or 1 magical beasts, so the Exorcism Stone would suffice. Unfortunately, the vast majority of players lacked even 1,000 points. Who could amass such points? A single fever reducer cost 10 points each day, and purchasing medicine required paying consultation fees. Trading for food and drink, with vendors demanding exorbitant prices of 60 or 70 points. I rode a tricycle through torrential rain, grateful if I could travel 10 kilometers a day. I earned hardly enough to survive. This was a matter of life and death. Did they expect us to keep living? Xia Sanfu glanced around and approached the counter, inquiring about the sunlight lamp oil. She did not see it on the shelves. The fox shopkeeper nodded, stating it was 1 point per milliliter, with a minimum purchase of 100 milliliters. She would likely encounter abyssal species at around her level, approximately level 15. Despite having slain a pseudo-level 29 demon king, she would have perished without an antibody potion. The very mention of abyssal species struck her as ominous. Their threat lay not in brute force, but in their malevolent nature. I'll buy it. Xia Sanfu paid 1,000 points, and the shopkeeper retrieved a 1-liter brown bottle from beneath the counter. Combined with the existing liter of lamp oil, she now had enough for 24 hours of burning. The downside of purchasing items on-site was that everyone could see. At this moment, buying anything drew significant attention. A player with a mole on his face appeared stunned, as if he had witnessed a monster. Chapter 37. Me, the top player, pay up. How did you accumulate points to purchase equipment? It must have been obtained by robbing us. Yes, share a bit with us. It rightfully belongs to us. Big shot, I am different. I sense you're a good person. Please, save me. You possess points to buy items. You must be incredibly formidable, perhaps the top player in our district. With great power comes great responsibility. You must take care of us. What? The top player is here? Hurry, the top player is going to buy us things. The first to claim she was the top player merely aimed to exploit someone formidable, hoping to seize her possessions through public opinion, never expecting to encounter the true master. Quicker than Xia Sanfu's reaction was the peacekeeping system within the building, crackling with electricity from the ceiling, causing the loud crowd to tremble in fear. First warning, electric shock. Prohibition of noise, pushing, fighting. Second offenders expelled from the service area. At this moment, Xia Sanfu had already exited the equipment store. Everyone appeared drenched, resembling pale corpses fished from water, and as a large crowd surrounded her, Xia Sanfu's instinctive response kicked in, prompting her to swiftly enter the nearby Raven bookstore. Do you have any books introducing abyssal species? The owl shopkeeper's tone dripped with sharp sarcasm. Abyssal pictorial, 999 points. Compendium of all things, 999 points. Xia Sanfu pondered this. Following the world announcement, every service area overflowed with people rushing towards the equipment and card shops. They all assumed the 30th day would be the elimination round, and that abyssal species were terrifying entities, only to be confronted with special equipment. Faster than the emergence of abyssal species was the fear of the people. They knew they could not afford equipment, yet rushed to the shops, praying for a glimmer of hope. What if the prices dropped? Those players who appeared clean and dry, clearly having arrived by vehicle, became the targets of aggression, with some being beaten to death in the square before even reaching the comprehensive building. Across various regions and service areas, similar scenes unfolded, and the communication channels echoed with cries to attack the wealthy and divide their points. In service area H0081, Xia Sanfu's silence shattered many players' defenses. They publicized her location within the building and on the communication channel, unleashing a torrent of curses. In other service areas, players desperately attempted to swarm into the shops. In H0081, they fought to block Xia Sanfu's escape. A fleeting rumor suddenly morphed into the belief that the top player would save everyone. Xia Sanfu remained unhurried in the Raven bookstore. After all, the bookstore valued tranquility, and within, they could only glare at her helplessly. Looking outside the bookstore, all she could see were heads. H0081 area communication channel, Wang Dagong. I find such people utterly revolting. Don't they understand that with great power comes greater responsibility? In the face of disaster, they only care for their own survival. Who will look after us? Yao Jianya. Let us take down those point-rich players. If we divide their assets, we can survive. Especially Xia Sanfu from our district. I saw her buy something in the equipment store. She must have plenty of points and gear. Wu Lina. She can't possibly be a good person. Clearly, she is the top player in the combat rankings and must know a lot about the game. Yet she has never shared any information with us. Selfish and greedy individuals deserve to perish. Lin Quan. Brothers and sisters, join our Holy Light Society. Today we will surround Xia Sanfu at the Free Trading Square and interrogate her for game secrets. For our lives, to eradicate the pests among humanity and to uphold justice. Charge with me. Countless responded, and the regional channel erupted into a rallying cry. Suddenly, a message glowing with golden light was pinned. Xia Sanfu. I'm the top player in combat, third in prestige. Transfer me points within 10 minutes, and within 72 hours, I will double the return. 1 point or 2 is not too little. 10 or 100 is not too much. This is a one-time opportunity. Once passed, it will not be repeated. Lian. What is this, an ancient scam text? Lu Yao. I'm lucky to be in the presence of a big shot. Good thing I set a special ringtone for the big shot. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Yao Jianya. Surely no one believes this. Even the top player in the mileage rankings wouldn't dare promise a doubled return. Lin Quan. This is a trick to distract us. Everyone, don't fall for it. Are we fools? Wei Xiaoya. How can you be sure that the rewards the top player received don't include a large number of points? Lin Quan, everyone, don't be deceived. Gather at the free trading square of the Holy Light Society. Yang Qianhua, what confidence do you have to think you can defeat the top player in combat? Yao Jianya, let us not mythologize her. She is just a woman. As we all know, women are weaker and more timid, afraid to kill even chicken. Her level surely isn't earned through actual combat. She might have items that boost her performance. If we kill her, the items will belong to us, and we can all level up quickly. Wu Lina, you've pierced my ears with your words. What is wrong with being a woman? If you had said earlier she was a woman, I would have transferred my points to her, fool. Yao Jianya, are you out of your mind? You were cursing her just moments ago. Wu Lina, transferring points doesn't prevent me from cursing her. As the top player, she should share her experience. May her whole family perish. Lu Yao, at this point, still creating internal division? How did you survive the Fourth World War? Yao Jianya, robbing while belittling others, coward. Half of every industry is supported by women. In a game like this, we must unite and seek strength, not persecute one another. Li Yun, to be honest, the chickens in my house were slaughtered by my grandmother and mother. I've transferred my points. If I'm scammed, so be it. I can't survive anyway. Yang Qianhua, big shot. Do you recognize me? Do you need a sidekick? I'll transfer the points. Yu Lu, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. This is clearly a scam. Many of us have survived to the 30th day, and most are worth little more than 1,000. No matter how outrageous she is, she can't possibly have that many points to double. Yao Jianya must have seen her purchasing items in the equipment store. He might have been the first to shout that she was the top player, yet she doubted his ability to confirm her true identity. However, one thing was certain. She was relatively affluent and had purchased equipment capable of resisting abyssal species. It was precisely this reason that made her a scapegoat, inciting the call to attack the wealthy and divide their points. Even though she truly was the top player. Are you really the top player? Will the points truly double? Do you know how to survive this challenge? Players inside the store dared not speak loudly, anxiously whispering to each other, and Xia Sanfu responded quietly, not my concern. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Xia Sanfu disabled the payment function, glanced at the transaction records, and found that over 16,000 people had transferred points, totaling 195 points. The vast majority only transferred 1 point, with only a few transferring around 100. I wish to purchase the compendium of all things. The owl shopkeeper rubbed his hands together with obsequiousness. This compendium can be customized for a second form, allowing you to view it anytime, anywhere. Would this esteemed player consider it? First, let me see the compendium. All right. The owl shopkeeper waved his hand, and a book flew from the depths of the bookshelf. Chapter 38. The Divine Cuisine Pavilion. Its exterior resembled that of a book. Yet within it lay an electronic tome akin to the educational text previously acquired. The earlier purchases in zoology and botany primarily elucidated the structures, classifications, and behavioral traits of various organisms, merely listing a handful of common or representative species. However, this compendium of all things seemed inexhaustible, boasting over 1 million pages. It not only provided detailed descriptions of diverse life forms, but also included various equipment and cards. The content was extraordinarily comprehensive, even incorporating features such as binding, searching, identifying, updating, and mental control. Nevertheless, utilizing these convenient functionalities required additional points, generally costing 1 point per use. Xia Sanfu inquired, were the second forms available? The owl shopkeeper produced a booklet, saying, please take a look. There was a considerable variety of second forms, including watches, glasses, mobile phones, contact lenses, and brain chips, each varying in price. The most convenient brain chip was priced at 3,000 points. Xia Sanfu felt a twinge of apprehension regarding anything invasive to the brain and, after contemplation, opted for the contact lenses priced at 1,000 points. Please wait. I will assist you in activating the second form. The owl shopkeeper took the compendium to the workroom. After a brief interval, upon its return, Xia Sanfu noticed a new function for form conversion had been added. With no time to spare for exploration, she swiftly searched for information concerning the abyssal species, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. She pushed through the crowd, returned to the equipment store, pooled her points, and purchased the Holy Light Guardian valued at 10,000 points. This action provoked even more individuals to approach her excitedly. Regrettably, combat was prohibited within the comprehensive building, and upon their advance, they received a warning and were swiftly removed from the premises. Ignoring their curses and questions, Xia Sanfu navigated through the throngs, only to find the stairwell corridor completely congested. Resolutely, she raised her hand and leaped directly to the grand foyer on the first floor. The crowd fell silent, then suddenly surged toward the railing. Goodness, she jumped from the third floor? Where did she go? This must be the top rank. Xia Sanfu recalled references to the food street in the regional channel, which mandated that non-patrons could not linger, prompting her to hasten toward the underground food street. Turning down the staircase and entering the food street's entrance, her vision expanded dramatically, revealing an incredibly long stone-paved street flanked by wooden buildings embedded in the rock, adorned with a myriad of lanterns, resembling a vibrant, flowing river of light. It's the top rank. She is here. The players followed her closely. Xia Sanfu surveyed the shops lining the street and swiftly entered the grandest and most opulent establishment, the Divine Cuisine Pavilion. How many guests? Just one. Are there private rooms available? Is there an extra charge for a private room? Yes, there is no charge. Please follow me. The wolf waiter led Xia Sanfu to a small private room on the second floor and presented her with the menu. The menu exuded a luxurious quality, yet the prices were exorbitant. Even a simple vegetable dish cost over 100 points. Xia Sanfu was not there to indulge in a meal, so she ordered a cup of tea for 35 points. The wolf waiter appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Would you not like to order any dishes? Our hotel's culinary master is of divine chef caliber. Can you process ingredients brought by customers? In reality, many restaurants allow patrons to bring their own ingredients for the chef to prepare, hence her inquiry. The wolf waiter loudly affirmed, certainly. What are the charges? Depending on the intricacy of the dish, it ranges from dozens to hundreds. If the ingredients you provide meet our menu standards, we can prepare 2 portions, one for you and one as compensation. In haste to dismiss him, she produced 2 pounds of alligator turtle meat. Is this acceptable? If so, I need it prepared within an hour. The wolf waiter sniffed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent ingredients. I will assure the chef you will be satisfied. Good. Do not let anyone disturb me. Xia Sanfu handed over the meat, and once the door was closed, she opened the game panel, locating the golden forum creation token. After a moment of contemplation, she confirmed its use, hoping that this moment was propitious. Otherwise, this grand gesture would be in vain. System prompt. Would you like to use the golden forum creation token? Once used, it cannot be revoked. Xia Sanfu confirmed once more. The golden token materialized the screen, outlining the steps to create a forum. The forum's foundational functions included registration, login, nickname creation, posting, commenting, editing, deleting, quoting replies, liking, disliking, exiting, anonymity, and blacklisting, among others. It offered 4 editable foundational sections, primarily designed for posting. She renamed and categorized them into Game Strategy Zone, Entertainment Gossip Zone, Scientific Information Zone, and Member Zone. The forum was divided into 2 categories, ordinary and golden. The ordinary forum essentially encompassed the aforementioned functions, while the golden forum afforded numerous privileges. The most significant being the ability to create autonomous core sections, such as trading and live streaming. Her initial consideration was live streaming, as it could easily permeate the mental realm, significantly enhancing reputation and fostering communication, with its built-in tipping feature providing a potential boost in points acquisition for players. As for trading, the service area possessed a free trading square and various shops, which she initially thought would sufficiently satisfy player trading demands. Yet, the chaotic state of affairs had transformed the free trading square into a venue for unrestrained expression, showcasing an array of absurd spectacles. Xia Sanfu recognized the pivotal role of trading in human development, and the disorder in the free trading square ignited her ambition to seize control over the trading market. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Your tea, esteemed guest. The wolf waiter placed a teacup on the table and smiled, preparing to exit when Xia Sanfu called him back. Could you assist me in procuring some supplies from the living materials shop? I will provide a tip in points. Apologies, esteemed guest, but I cannot leave my post. However, I can arrange for the shop to deliver. You may need to pay a small delivery fee. Approximately how much? If the items are not too heavy, a mere 10 points will suffice. Very well. I require 5,500 milliliter plastic water storage bags at 1 point each, 100-liter stainless steel barrel for 130 points, and 2 1-ton capacity plastic water tanks for 150 points each, as well as 25 40-centimeter thin stainless steel basins at 10 points each. Please wait. I will bring your items once they arrive. Xia Sanfu took a moment to sip her tea, savoring its fragrant essence, invigorating her spirit. Upon glancing at the teacup, she realized it contained only 3 sips of tea in an exquisite azure cup. Too costly, utterly exorbitant. Xia Sanfu redirected her focus to the forum. Clicking on the trading area, which presented various templates. Some were auction-style, while others resembled posts. She opted for the conventional e-commerce platform model, opening a shop, listing items, and selling goods. The next step involved selecting the trading format. First and foremost, utilizing this special section required a fee. The basic usage fee amounted to 1,500 points per day. Since she had opted for online trading, physical meetings were out of the question. Thus, a system for item teleportation must be established. Chapter 39. Establishing the Crow community. The bidirectional transfer fee is settled daily, based on the total mass of all traded items at a rate of 0.1 points per kilogram. In this respect, Xia Sanfu aims to profit from the price difference. Thus, for items weighing under 8 kilograms, a fee of 1 point is charged per transfer, while for items exceeding this weight, an additional charge of 0.4 points per kilogram is applied to the overweight portion. Additionally, she regulates item pricing by introducing 2 forms of transactions, bartering and point-based purchases. In bartering, sellers and buyers can trade according to their needs. The point-based purchasing system functions as a conventional shopping method. To enhance competitiveness, she implemented an evaluation system, ensuring buyers can view the authentic information of items, thereby preventing counterfeit goods. The daily cost of the evaluation system is 800 points. Thus, combined with the basic usage fee of 1,500 points, she must spend at least 2,300 points daily to maintain this trading platform. Furthermore, in other sectors, she plans to introduce features such as tipping, paid services, anti-theft measures, and photography. In totality, she must earn 5,000 points daily from the trading sector to sustain the entire forum's operations. Therefore, she also needs to impose charges on sellers, collecting 2 points as a transaction security fee for each completed sale. In cases of bartering, where both parties are sellers and buyers, the initiator will bear the costs. After 30 days of contemplation, Xia Sanfu's ideas have crystallized into a plan. She swiftly refined the forum's functionalities, arriving at the naming stage. It shall be called the Crow Community. Simple, comprehensible, and memorable. Congratulations to the player for establishing the first regional forum, receiving a 24-hour total revenue doubling card. Countdown begins now. World announcement. Congratulations to Xia Sanfu from H0081 District for founding the first regional trading forum, Crow Community. In the regional channel, Xia Sanfu has already been subjected to 30,000 scathing remarks. Players increasingly believe she has squandered their points for her own benefit, indifferent to their fates. This has caused her to tumble down the reputation rankings. The sudden world announcement momentarily silenced the communication channel. A forum? What purpose does it serve? Why open a forum now when there is already a communication channel? Is it regional? Why not make it available to the entire server? This is unjust. Xia Sanfu was taken aback. The reward of a revenue doubling card was overwhelmingly generous, leaving her feeling apprehensive, fearing she might become a target. Nevertheless, she proceeded with her plans. Xia Sanfu launched the Crow Community and created a post titled Introduction to Abyssal Species in the game strategy zone. Following the announcement of the occupational titles, the once desolate Raven bookstore became bustling, with a plethora of information regarding related books. Notably, if a player purchases a textbook, another individual cannot access its content. A lock symbol appears on the electronic screen, rendering the material invisible. Players are also barred from disseminating textbook content in the communication channel. with any attempt to share more than 3 segments resulting in a ban. The anti-theft measures are remarkably effective. However, if one incorporates their own insights to create original content based on the textbook material, no restrictions apply. Xia Sanfu quickly reviewed the information regarding abyssal species, distilling key points, weaving them into a narrative akin to a horror story, which she then uploaded. Upon clicking publish, a pop-up appeared listing 3 options. Enable tipping for this post. Enable paid access for this post. Enable anti-theft measures for this post. These 3 features, which Xia Sanfu acquired, incurred daily costs of 300 points, 500 points, and 800 points respectively. Xia Sanfu does not offer these services to players for free. Tipping and paid access cannot be activated simultaneously once the poster selects either feature. The platform deducts 30 of the daily earnings from that post as a commission. If the anti-theft feature is enabled, a one-time fee of 100 points is charged daily. Once activated, players who have viewed the post cannot publish content in the communication channel that overlaps more than 10 with the post. While this function does not prevent offline sharing, it does assist in maintaining the uniqueness of information in the short term. Xia Sanfu selected the paid access and anti-theft options, setting the purchase price for the full text at 2 points. In the game strategy zone, this paid reading must be substantiated with evidence, passing through her acquired systems verification to ensure relative authenticity before publication. The term relative authenticity does not imply absolute truth. It reflects what she perceives as true. This time, she only needed the system to verify the compendium of all things. Returning to her post, the total characteristics of abyssal species are chaotic, abnormal, devoid of reason, or mentally distorted, classified into tangible and intangible categories. The tangible category includes entities like night demons, vulnerable to physical attacks, while the intangible category comprises ghosts and psychic entities impervious to such assaults. Although the compendium does not specify the weaknesses of various abyssal species, Xia Sanfu deduced, through analyzing their traits, that most lower-tier abyssal species, whether tangible or intangible, exhibit a certain aversion to heat-emitting energies, such as fire and light. The entirety of the horror story encapsulates the major categories of abyssal species and their primary attack methods, ultimately suggesting through the protagonist's voice, why not try light and fire? As for its validity, that remains to be tested. Xia Sanfu configured a list in the backend and sent 2 messages in the H0081 regional channel. Xia Sanfu. The online trading area of the Crow community has been launched, featuring item transfer and system evaluation functions, ensuring the authenticity of goods while enabling transactions without face-to-face meetings. You can choose to barter or use points for purchases. We welcome players to join and achieve prosperity. Xia Sanfu. I have opened a post related to abyssal species in the game strategy zone. The 16 players who conspired to attack me, including Lin Quan and Yao Jianya, have been blacklisted by the platform. Please take note. She spent 200 points to pin both messages for 100 minutes, pressing her throbbing temples. The H0081 regional communication channel fell silent for a full 3 minutes before erupting into chaos. Online trading? Finally, I no longer need to brave the free trading square. How accurate is the information regarding abyssal species? Wow, our district is about to rise. I'm in tears. Our great leader is unparalleled. Elena Quan Franticayi Masaja Yaujianya. Didn't you say to seize the moment of despair, eliminate a top contender, rally our allies, and raid the service area to plunder points and resources, establishing our own great power? Is this person you selected really the top contender? Certainly not. Don't you realize that the top contender on the battle leaderboard is undoubtedly male? The one I chose is female. Enough chit-chat. I've already built up our influence in the service area, and everyone is focused on her. She is the sacrifice for our blood oath. When our forces unite, what do we have to fear from the top contender? If you truly fear him, once the situation calms down, we can offer some gifts to recruit him. In the regional channel, Xia Sanfu's reputation experienced a dramatic reversal, and her name swiftly ascended the reputation rankings like a rocket. Noticing that the time was right, she finished her remaining tea and was about to leave when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Guest, your dishes are ready. The voice belonged to a werewolf server, but the first to enter with a robust lion clad in a white culinary uniform. The lion placed a soup bowl, scarcely larger than a teacup, upon the dining table, doffed his hat in a gesture of respect, and expressed gratitude for the ingredients provided, inviting you to savor his culinary skill. Chapter 40. The Fangs of the Holy Light Society. Xia Sanfu curiously lifted the lid, revealing a milky white soup within. When she scooped a spoonful, she found a few morsels of shredded meat. She nearly overturned the table in disbelief. She had provided 2 pounds of meat, and according to the tavern's customs, 1 pound should have been transformed into a dish for her. Yet, she was served merely a small bowl of soup. She had given such a substantial piece of meat. Truly, the game developers were impressive. Xia Sanfu remained composed as she tasted a spoonful, and the sudden explosion of exquisite flavors quelled much of her anger. What a delectable delight! The soup was fragrant and rich, and the shredded meat was tender and flavorful. To be honest, it was the first time in days that she had tasted turtle meat so tender that it required no effort to chew. Normally, even after 3 hours of stewing, the meat would remain tough, leading her to believe that the flesh of the golden-backed alligator turtle was intrinsically so. Xia Sanfu couldn't help but praise the chef's skill, saying, "This bowl of soup has allowed me to momentarily forget my hardships. I cannot provide a professional critique, but I assure you, I will reminisce about this soup for a long time. Might I inquire about your name?" The chef chuckled heartily. "You may call me Feng Lian, which means abundance." Xia Sanfu nodded with a smile. It was indeed delicious, but regrettably too disappointing. She vowed never to return. "Dear guest," Feng Lian remarked, twitching his nose, "I suspect you possess more than just 2 pounds of turtle meat. Allow me to prepare the remaining meat into dishes for you." "Thank you, but I must decline," Xia Sanfu politely responded. "It is no trouble. Although your culinary skills are tempting, my food sources are limited. If meat falls to the ground, I must pick it up and consume it. I simply cannot afford the fees demanded by your esteemed establishment." Feng Lian confidently replied, "Have you not noticed anything unusual about your body after finishing the soup? I extracted all the essence from 1 pound of turtle meat to create this broth, ensuring you absorb all the nutrients without wasting a drop. The human body has a limited capacity for absorption. If you were to prepare the dishes yourself, you would be fortunate to absorb half of the essence." Upon reflecting on Feng Lian's words, Xia Sanfu could indeed sense that the energy contained in the soup was comparable to consuming a pound of turtle meat. However, typically, she would rely on her internal energy to fully absorb the essence of the turtle meat, which required time and process. Now, with the soup entering her stomach, it was naturally absorbed without the need for special conversion. This chef was truly skilled. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Sanfu smiled and replied, "To be honest, I possess an entire turtle, and I have the ability to digest it completely. Your soup is insufficient to persuade me to part with half of it. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Feng Lian eagerly inquired. "Do you truly have an entire turtle? The bones, shell, blood, and head are all intact?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Feng Lian clapped his hands together. "Wonderful. This kind of turtle is a rare gem. I propose you give me half as payment, and in return, I shall prepare medicinal cuisine for you." Turtle meat relaxes the muscles and alleviates fatigue, combined with medicinal herbs. It can create a restorative soup that quickly restores energy and relieves pain in the muscles and bones. The turtle shell nourishes the yin and subdues the yang, and can be crafted into a potent bone-strengthening ointment or a hemostatic cake. The turtle bones are rich in calcium and can also be transformed into a strong bone ointment. Turtle bile detoxifies and can be made into an excellent detoxification pill. The blood invigorates and heals wounds, so it can be transformed into a nourishing drink that promotes blood circulation. Feng Lian enumerated the benefits with ease, seemingly confident that Xia Sanfu would not refuse. Xia Sanfu found it challenging to decline, as she could only cook the turtle meat. She was at a loss for how to process the other materials or combine them with medicinal ingredients. Although she was studying herbal knowledge, she still had a long way to go before she could effectively apply it, likely needing to reach intermediate level first. Given the entire turtle, she would waste a significant portion of it. However, in business, negotiation is essential. Xia Sanfu pointed to the open compendium of all things, stating, "This turtle I have is known as the golden-backed alligator turtle, level 15, capable of harnessing the power of water elements. It took considerable effort to slay it. I have heard that elemental beings communicate through mental power. Upon death, a creature with mental power generates a neurotoxin in its brain. If you can help me extract this toxin, I might consider your terms of trade. Also, its liver, heart, lungs, and intestines are intact. Even if we cannot make medicinal cuisine, I believe you can still prepare them in dishes, correct? Moreover, let me clarify. First, I have other uses for the turtle shell, which is not included. Second, the medicinal cuisine has grades. What level of medicinal cuisine can you confidently prepare?" This player was quick-witted. Feng Lian's gaze deepened, and his tone grew serious. "If I cannot create a bronze-level medicinal cuisine from a level 15 ingredient, then I shall relinquish my title as a culinary deity. Alas, I have finally encountered materials that pique my interest. I shall consider it a loss and agree to your terms. Then shall we draft a binding contract?" Feng Lian instructed a server to bring forth a transaction scroll. He casually sold it well, stating, "I can assist you in removing the black layer from the turtle's body. You may keep it to fashion a waterproof, temperature-regulating garment." Xia Sanfu inquired, "What is this black layer? Is it the membrane on its skin?" "Indeed," Feng Lian replied. "Typically, the black layer of turtle-like creatures serves to provide waterproofing, temperature regulation, and defense. The drawback is its sensitivity to heat. A single roll in boiling water will cause it to peel away, but it requires a temperature of over 1,000 degrees to affect this level of turtle. Master Feng Lian, being so knowledgeable, I would appreciate it if you could help me retain this black layer. Consider it a simple favor. Remember to seek me out next time you acquire good materials." "Certainly." Xia Sanfu meticulously reviewed the transaction contract for the first time, ensuring there were no issues. It generally outlined how Party A would process the ingredients according to Party B's requests and the compensation for failure to meet those requests. However, did the order here truly hold any validity? Xia Sanfu asked, "Is there a supervisory body?" Feng Lian pointed to the circular emblem on the contract. "You need only trust this symbol. Any transaction contract, agreement, or covenant bearing this mark will automatically upload to the system once signed. You can access the electronic version in the system's information. Should either party default, one can petition the system for sanctions." Xia Sanfu squeezed the metallic textured contract, akin to paper, and signed with her ID and name. Feng Lian completed his signature, and Xia Sanfu indeed received the electronic version of the contract, which included buttons for confirming completion and requesting arbitration. It was quite comprehensive. Xia Sanfu had Feng Lian guide her to a spacious area to release the ingredients, agreeing to return the next day to collect the finished product. The supplies from the general goods store, including a large stainless steel barrel and a plastic water reservoir, had also arrived, for which she paid 1180 points plus a 15-point delivery fee. After finalizing everything, she hastily departed from the underground food street. With only 10 minutes remaining before the 2-hour free stay limit expired, she emerged. Indeed, it was her. The trading square was ablaze with lights. As soon as Xia Sanfu stepped out of the main building, she was surrounded by players emerging from all directions. These players were not markedly different from others. They were all disheveled and ragged, some draped in leaves, others wearing plastic bags, resembling refugees. The distinction lay in the bloodied cloth strips tied around their heads and the weapons they wielded: axes, wooden clubs, sickles, each bearing expressions akin to hyenas. "The boss is here," a voice shouted from the back. The crowd parted, revealing 6 or 7 individuals. Their attire appeared somewhat drier, and they brandished knives and axes. The leading middle-aged man was not particularly robust, yet a sinister aura emanated from his ordinary face. At the edge of the square, behind the windows of the building, players in the service area watched the spectacle unfold, perhaps eager to witness the downfall of the top-ranked player, or contemplating future trends, or hesitating over whether to join the Holy Light Society and partake in a heist. The appearance of these 6 or 7 individuals escalated the tension, as if all present were spectators at a life-and-death contest. Those individuals are the leaders of the Holy Light Society, who have monopolized this free trading square for half a month. They have already robbed numerous people. This individual is in grave danger. And it is unfortunate that the recently emerged crow community is so ostentatious. They will meet a swift demise. They should take a lesson from the top-ranked anonymous players, who thrive in obscurity. Anonymity has its own advantages, just as public recognition has its merits. Otherwise, how could one ascend the prestige rankings? It is still that cunning Baitian who has incited so much malevolence. Chapter 41. Deterrence, revised. Each player is permitted to linger in the service area for a mere 2 hours without charge, rendering the establishment of any substantial power quite challenging. Yet they possess a shared faith. The cloth bands adorning their foreheads serve as a testament to their allegiance. While creating order proves arduous, sowing discord is a far simpler task. In a brief span, they devised a method to identify their own, recruit the robust, prey upon the frail, and eliminate the affluent. Some players, in a bid for self-preservation, don the cloth bands to masquerade as members of the Holy Light Society. However, to join, one must first engage in a violent act. Those who hesitate are swiftly dispatched. They communicate through the regional channel and private messages, coordinating a time to converge en masse. This assemblage of 7 or 8 individuals, under the banner of the Holy Light Society, has emerged as a cadre of leaders within the service area. Lin Quan has taken the lead in this endeavor, capitalizing on the shared animosity to ascend to a position of authority. Upon observing Xia Sanfu, youthful and disheveled, he felt a measure of relief wash over him. His apprehension regarding her potential deadly equipment lingered, yet desperation has driven him to take risks. In reality, who would heed his commands? No one. Yet here, he is the leader, the cornerstone of power, free to plunder and execute at will. The intoxicating allure of this dominance is irresistible. He seeks not only to seize Xia Sanfu's possessions, but also to establish his own formidable reputation, solidifying his status as the apex leader of the Holy Light Society. Assuming the guise of an experienced veteran, Lin Quan admonished Xia Sanfu, "Young lady, do not be overly selfish. Relinquish your equipment and your access to the crow community. You lack understanding of the depths of this realm. While our Holy Light Society, with our revered leader Baijian as our spiritual guide, has spread across major regions, amassing boundless wisdom and might, positioning us as the most formidable force capable of conquering this game. Should you consent to surrender, we shall support you in becoming the regional leader of H0081. However, if you choose to defy us, you may find it impossible to leave this service area today." One of the leaders echoed his sentiments. "Do you dare to blacklist us, preventing our entry into the crow community? Such arrogance and selfishness." Ladies and gentlemen, even the finest treasures, when placed in the hands of a young and inexperienced woman, will turn to dust. Only our Holy Light Society possesses the capability to guide you to victory in this game. Xia Sanfu interrupted their tirade. "How can you be certain that I am the illustrious Xia Sanfu?" Lin Quan's gaze flickered, musing, "Of course you are not. If you were, we might hesitate to strike. Regardless, all that is needed this time is a lamb for slaughter, especially one so foolish as to publicly acquire equipment meant to counter the abyssal creatures. Do not attempt to feign innocence. It is futile." Lin Quan shouted to the crowd. "Do you desire points? Yes. Do you wish to survive? Yes. These so-called point hoarders, high-level players, who care nothing for our lives, are the most despicable pests. Shall we kill them? Kill, kill, kill." A surge of fervor erupted among the 100 or so players of the Holy Light Society, their malice boiling over. Naturally, they wished to kill. After one, they would proceed to the next, their purses sure to swell. Lin Quan drew his blade, bellowing, "Come on, everyone. How much trouble can a mere girl cause?" The leaders rallied the morale, leading the charge towards Xia Sanfu, a tide of players surging forth. Xia Sanfu activated her iron wings, ready to showcase her swift, blade-like techniques. Compared to the virulent night demons, the heavily armored tank tortoises, and the agile monkeys, this horde of low-level players, none even reaching level 10, appeared to her as if moving in slow motion. Conversely, to the players, the girl clad in a green helmet, obscured by a riding mask, and wearing a simple raincoat speckled with mud, suddenly transformed into a predatory beast, diving into a flock of helpless chicks. In an instant, the colossal meat grinder roared to life, blood mist erupting in violent bursts. As shadows flitted by, dismembered limbs and flesh fell to the ground. Lin Kuan stood bewildered, questioning the whereabouts of those who had charged alongside him. Why were they gone? He wiped the blood from his eyes, and in that moment, despair seized him. Just as he was about to collapse, a hand grasped his throat from behind. The girl's voice, radiant as the sun, offered a chilling revelation. How fortuitous. I am indeed Xia Sanfu. With a swift motion, she wrenched Lin Kuan's head from his shoulders. The members of the Holy Light Society met their demise, while thousands of onlookers, paralyzed for 3 minutes, finally broke free, scrambling in terror as they soaked their pants. Xia Sanfu trembled, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar exhilaration that she could not comprehend. Was it merely the instinctive response of her muscles to the adrenaline coursing through her? Or was it the intoxicating sensation of wielding life and death? She suppressed this physical thrill and proclaimed, "Feel free to insult me, to fabricate tales about me. Even in my presence, I shall not harm a hair on your heads. However, should you seek my life, let us see if your resolve is sufficient." Casting aside Lin Kuan's head, she strode confidently from the trading square. Only when her silhouette vanished did the throng dare to exhale, drawing in the pungent scent of blood, accompanied by a chorus of dry heaves. The act of retaliating against players also garners accolades. The cacophony of kill notifications gave Xia Sanfu a headache. Upon final tallying, she had amassed merely 700 points, most of which came from level 0 players worth only 10 points each, with a smattering of level 1 and 2. Their prowess was minimal, yet their variety was remarkable. She specifically searched for the names Lin Kuan and Yao Jianya, the two most vocal in the communication channel. Lin Kuan had already made the kill notifications, and only now did she connect the name with the leader she had dispatched. Yao Jianya's name did not appear. He must have left the service area just as his time expired, narrowly avoiding a grim fate. Casting them aside, Xia Sanfu assessed the bounty of resources she had collected, which included 7 car keys. Regrettably, she had inquired at the information desk and learned that vehicles could not be stored in her inventory unless utilizing a personal garage, which was unavailable in the service area. Clutching the keys, she methodically drained the fuel and resources from the vehicles, then climbed into her own car and drove into the shrouded darkness of the rain. In the interim, she established a crow shop, listing the 7 car keys for sale at 500 points each or 1 bronze item, clearly noting that they were still within the 2-hour grace period of the service area, with no guarantee against damage after that time. Interested buyers were instructed to private message her for the vehicle locations, and she shared the trading link in the channel. Xia Sanfu surmised that sales would be challenging. Those with points were likely preoccupied acquiring equipment to combat the abyssal creatures. She had not driven far when she halted the vehicle, retrieving a solar-powered oil lamp, filling it with kerosene, and lighting the wick, placing on the console. Traveling by night was fraught with peril. Opening the crow community once more, she noted that within less than an hour, her post had garnered over 100 replies, though most were expressions of emotional release in the entertainment section. The game strategy, scientific information, and membership areas adhered to a stricter posting review mechanism, and at this moment, everyone was preoccupied with survival, leaving no one to contribute. However, her post had already amassed over 30,000 points in purchases, swiftly allowing her to repay the more than 16,000 players. Of course, she could initially establish the crow community and then accumulate points to purchase the illustrated guide and the Holy Light's protection. Yet, that process would be too slow. She might encounter abyssal creatures she could not contend with in the interim. Moreover, the fastest way to forge relationships with others is through mutual interests. To be candid, her 2 previous speeches in the World Channel served as a show of humility, reminding players to enhance their strength, while her second addressed methods to trigger titles, essentially offering hope through hardship. Her first address in the regional channel, which called upon players to contribute financially, could be seen as a test of loyalty under unique circumstances, as well as a clarion call for the launch of the crow community. In Oswites, the status is significant in just embodying orthodoxy. By Bienting, however, deviates from the norm, exploiting human nature to garner prestige. If she aspires to dominate the reputation rankings, she must possess a clear banner, distinctive characteristics, and a loyal following. The over 16,000 players hold immense potential in this regard. The reason her post, which alludes to the abyssal species, requires 2 points is to grant these players complimentary access. When she later returns their points in double, it will undoubtedly leave a profound impression upon them. Strategically, leveraging points serves as a method to gain widespread recognition and establish a name. Were it not for this initiative, the Crow community would not have been recognized so swiftly. The point strategy is her first strike, while the Crow community represents her second. Yet, to firmly establish herself in the hearts of players across the region, a third strike is still needed. As Xia Sanfu opened the trading area, the backend displayed over 4,000 items listed, with more than 1,000 transactions completed. The demand for weapons, food, medicines, and items associated with fire and light surged dramatically. Regrettably, these are also the most scarce and sought-after resources. It is challenging to kindle a fire inside a vehicle on a rainy day, and igniting one outside is nearly impossible. Those with vehicles can at least utilize their headlights and interior lights, while those without face a veritable hellish scenario. With over 70,000 players in the region, she lacks the ability to ensure that everyone can access fire and light. However, she can sell motions. Xia Sanfu retrieved the wooden cabin and positioned it adjacent to her vehicle, preparing to light a fire and boil water within. Chapter 42. Grand opening festivities. She first filled a 100-liter stainless steel barrel with water. Habitually testing the water quality before placing 3 large stones she had collected from the monkey hole in a triangular formation atop the barrel. She ignited the fire pit, positioning it beneath the stainless steel barrel to commence boiling the water. The process was rather slow. She utilized all her water collection tools, and it took an hour to fill the large barrel. By the time the first barrel of water began to boil, an hour and a half had elapsed. 1 pot of water filled 200 storage bags, consuming another hour. These disposable storage bags resembled those used for soybean milk, each capable of containing 500 milliliters of water. Although there was no shortage of water, hot water was a different matter entirely. Xia Sanfu posted a link in the regional channel, pinning it for 10 minutes as the official representative of the Crow community, offering players a benefit: 1 bag of hot drinking water for either 3 points or over 5 kilograms of wood, with a limit of 1 purchase per person. After listing 200 bags of water, she promptly brought in her external water collection tools to refill the stainless steel barrel and continued boiling water. Simultaneously, she extracted 25 stainless steel basins, placing 1 kilogram of dried wood alongside burning wood for sale. With each fire pit priced at 30 points or over 150 kilograms of wood, also limited to 1 purchase per person. In her lifetime, she never thought she would have access to hot water again. It felt as though she had been transported to another world. I trembled from the cold without shedding a tear, but now I found myself unable to stop crying. Is it gone in a second? I was just gathering branches. Is it no more hot water? I've already resigned myself to this fate. Even if I get a fire pit, it would be extinguished by the rain. All I want is a sip of hot water. Someone encountered an abyssal creature. At that moment, Xia Sanfu noticed a post in the entertainment gossip section gaining traction, titled "The Skeleton Gripped My Rear." Clearly, they understood how to attract traffic. Upon opening the post, a video was attached at the top. The footage unfolded from a first-person perspective. The poster, clutching a flashlight, was hiding inside a small car with both the headlights and interior lights on, capturing something lurking outside the vehicle. Who understands this? I went to the roadside for a bathroom break, just squatted down when something suddenly supported my rear, scaring me to jump 3 feet high, scrambling back into the car. You wouldn't believe what I saw. A skeleton emerged from where I was. It terrified me to tears, and now I dare not speak loudly. This must be the skeleton mentioned in the Big Shots post. It moves slowly and is too afraid to approach my car, likely a level 0 monster that fears light and fire. If anyone could send me a tip, I'd share my experience on hunting skeletons once I gather 100 points. Xia Sanfu casually clicked like, although the forum's filming feature required payment. The stability of the footage made it worthwhile for players to use for free, incentivizing them to return the favor with more points. A tip of 100 points meant that 30 points would be given to her. Encouraging players like this was beneficial. Xia Sanfu divided her attention to observe the outside activity. Since someone had encountered a creature, it was prudent to be cautious. On the 30th day of the torrential rain, at 5:45, Xia Sanfu listed the 5th batch of hot water, which sold out within a minute. She tallied her earnings. 6 car keys sold for 3,000 points. At this point, being a minute late meant losing 100 points, so they would likely remain unsold. She sold 25 fire pits, garnering 750 points, but no one paid for wood, likely due to a lack of time to gather it or a desire to reserve it for fire. She sold 1,000 bags of hot water, earning 1,989 points, with 337 others trading wood, totaling over 1,600 kilograms. If she were merely a seller, this hot water transaction would be a loss. She had to account for the platform's 2-point transaction guarantee fee and a 1-point delivery fee, with additional charges if the weight exceeded 8 kilograms. The 1,989 points earned from selling hot water barely covered the fees, not counting costs. This illustrated that sellers faced considerable transaction costs. However, if one initially charges a higher fee and later reduces it, others will appreciate the gesture. Conversely, if one starts with low fees and raises them later, discontent may arise. Therefore, she could not present an overly accommodating stance from the outset. To encourage more transactions from sellers, she established a 5-tier membership system. Sell 500 items to become a level 1 member, 1,000 for level 2, 5,000 for level 3, 10,000 for level 4, and 20,000 for level 5. The poster's membership level would be determined by the post's views, likes, and earnings. Higher membership levels would confer greater benefits, such as reduced fees and access to special auctions. This was also designed to filter out capable players. While not seeking to control them, it was essential to acknowledge their presence. Of course, since the Crow community had just opened, it was premature to discuss such matters. Xia Sanfu's third initiative was not merely to offer hot water for benefits, but to guide players in establishing a new trading chain. As she browsed the trading section, her furrowed brow eased. The nascent form of a trading chain had begun to emerge. When it came to hot water, it could be divided into bags, water, pots, fire sources, and fuel. One person might lack all the necessary items, but what if they weren't alone? Players in the service area began listing storage bags and stainless steel basins, trading wood, seeking fire sources, and pooling resources to produce hot water. Agents emerged, intermediaries appeared, and manufacturers began sprouting up, with several shops selling hot water and fire pits. Naturally, their prices would be higher than Xia Sanfu's, starting at 10 points per bag of hot water, with many demanding food in exchange. In this world, there were plenty of astute business people. As long as she provided them with a concept, they would swiftly establish a trading order. The trading section of Xia Sanfu was the epicenter of this order. This was her third initiative. She aimed for everyone to become reliant on it. It was, after all, the first day of opening, and Xia Sanfu planned to continue making waves. Thus, in the entertainment gossip section, she posted a bounty, sending out a message in the communication channel. Xia Sanfu, to celebrate the opening of the Crow community, I have collected 129 spoils. They will be listed at 6 o'clock for a uniform price of 250 points. Additionally, a bounty is placed on the 7 individuals posing a threat to the community: Yao Jianya, Zhou Qi, Wang Dagong, Yao Zhenmin, Qian Zishue, Sun Fuchen, and Lu Jiqi. Each head is worth 1,000 points, with evidence posted in the community's bounty section. Henceforth, any mention of the Holy Light Society or similar ideologies within the Crow community is strictly prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted and banned from entering the community forever. These 7 individuals had led the charge in the channel to attack the top-ranked member, but had not appeared in the kill notification. She noted the time. 10 minutes remained. Speaking of spoils, where had the group that swore allegiance during the day disappeared to? The oath had perished. Why did the officials hesitate? The heist is on. In the equipment store, the iron tools with blades were not inexpensive. They were priced at 500 points, but she offered them at a 50 discount. With the stimulus from the abyssal creatures, the players' demand for weapons surged, and as soon as they were listed at 6 o'clock, They were nearly sold out within seconds. Inside a small car, reeking of unpleasant odors, a man trembled as he read the praises of the top-ranking player in the communication channel. His skin quivering in sync with the 2 hairs on his mole. A monster. Brother, I can't avenge you now. Xia Sanfu collected her wooden house and water collection tools, closed the car door, and reclined in the driver's seat, channeling her internal energy. She had no intention of sleeping, lest she inadvertently meet her end. Chapter 43. The phantom in the mist. The wind howled and the rain fell at an angle, the leaves rustling like hollow lamentations. Summer Sanfu suddenly sensed a chill, as if countless eyes were watching her. She propped herself up and gazed out of the windows in all directions. But all she could see were the dark, dense forest and the towering mountains. It was already past 6, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. At this moment, she truly experienced the solitude of sleeping out in the wild. Although the radiant oil lamp illuminated the entire carriage, she took it down from the central console, opened the armrest compartment, and placed it inside. At least it was within reach. The Holy Light Guardian was a glistening orb with a limited lifespan of only 12 hours. She wore fingerless gloves, and the Holy Light Guardian was tucked in her left glove. Though it felt a bit constricting, it could be activated promptly. Summer Sanfu dared not focus on introspecting her internal organs any longer. Instead, she remained vigilant of the outside movements while familiarizing herself with the compendium of all things. She transformed it into its second form, converting it into contact lenses, which she wore in her right eye. It resembled a game interface. Once bound, she could summon the directory panel through brain waves to browse or generate text in the search bar. It also possessed a crucial function: identification. Summer Sanfu happened to have 2 unfamiliar items. First, she retrieved the purple crystal obtained from the Monkey King and clicked to identify it. A circular scanning frame appeared on the virtual panel, scanning the purple crystal for about 5 or 6 seconds. The scan completed, a photograph moved to the upper left corner, and a report emerged in the center. Item: Moonlight Crystal Level. Silver, upgradable. Function: creates illusions, disguises, confuses usage condition. Establish a mental connection with the Moonlight Crystal. Charging upgrading method: place it outdoors in an open area during the transition of day and night. It will absorb dark energy autonomously. Side effects: individuals with unstable minds may be affected by dark energy, exhibiting symptoms such as irritability, paranoia, and forgetfulness. The value of upgradable items is self-evident, yet its side effects are daunting. It would be wise to handle this with caution. She decided to set it aside and study it further when her mental strength was restored. The second item was the grayish sludge obtained from the lake bed. The identification result read: Item: Heart of Sludge Level. Gold function: hemostasis and healing, treats neurosis, detoxifies the liver, waterproof, cultivates aquatic plants, assimilates surrounding sludge, purifies pollution usage condition, none maintenance method, maintain a healthy underwater ecological environment. Summer Sanfu nearly leapt in astonishment. This semi-fluid substance was, surprisingly, of gold grade. What did the maintenance method entail? Did it require a watery environment to thrive? She wondered if placing it with the surrounding sludge and lake water would suffice in providing the necessary ecological conditions. Her current emotions resembled those of attending a funeral. She had finally encountered a genuine treasure of gold, yet it seemed to be on the brink of death. Where could she find a lake now? Even if she did, she couldn't take it with her unless she acquired an ecological bottle. Summer Sanfu then identified the surrounding grayish sludge she had excavated. Some was ordinary sludge, some was bronze sludge, and some was silver sludge. They lacked the assimilation and purification functions of the heart of sludge, but retained all other properties, albeit presumably with varied efficacy. Feeling somewhat relieved, she was grateful she had unearthed a substantial amount of sludge, nearly all of it from close proximity to the heart of sludge. Otherwise, she would have missed out on countless treasures. The next time she visited a service area, she intended to explore specific methods for utilizing this sludge. Suddenly, Summer Sanfu recalled a random card she had yet to use, a reward for exploring the Fushan base. The random card was akin to a blind box. Until it was opened, one could not know its contents. Aware of her own luck and currently having an abundance of cards, she decided to tuck it away for future hope, reminding herself that she still had a card yet to reveal, a chance for victory. As the sensation of being watched intensified, Xia Sanfu quickly assessed the left window. A ghostly pale face gradually materialized within the scanning frame. Race, eerie name, phantom in the mist category, abyssal species level, 5 traits. They emerge with the mist, emitting wailing sounds, weaving beautiful dreams, luring creatures into the fog to play with them, causing those who enter to vanish without a trace. Do not open the door. Do not listen or look. Fire and light can only deter them from approaching, not prevent your exit. Physical attacks cannot harm them, but mental attacks are effective. Wailing sounds? Was that what she heard? She had thought it was merely the wind rustling through the trees. Recalling the Monkey King's words, she pondered if her willpower had protected her from being bewitched. Xia Sanfu proceeded to scan the other windows and discovered she was indeed surrounded by a multitude of phantoms in the mist. The fog had thickened in front of the car, rendering high beams ineffective. However, the low level of these phantoms was reassuring. For the moment, the radiant oil lamp offered a semblance of safety. She retrieved the hardbound book on dark meditation. Its pages were made of actual paper. The dense text was dizzying. Although studying this book felt like a last-minute effort, she had little else to occupy her time. Xia Sanfu focused her mind, striving to comprehend each word. The difficulty lay in the fact that this was not a game skill. There were no shortcuts for learning it. She had to interpret and grasp the concept herself before attempting to practice. As she continued reading, her head gradually dipped, and with a thud, she struck her forehead against the steering wheel. The impact jolted her awake. How could she, who had endured a high fever, fall asleep while reading? Wiping her mouth, she wondered if the book truly made one dizzy. Had she unwittingly purchased a counterfeit? Xia Sanfu decided to identify it. Item: Book of Darkness level, bronze content, dark meditation method beginner. Traits: the specially crafted cover and pages possess a confounding effect. They serve as a test for practitioners by the creator. Only by resisting and seeing through it can one learn the true secrets. Paid for a manual, yet must endure trials? Was learning something this arduous? Xia Sanfu glanced at the time, 8:00 a.m. She opened the communication channel, noting the online count, 81, 342, 100, 000. Over 5,000 had perished in merely a few hours. Reviewing the chat history, she gleaned that around 7 o'clock, players had mistakenly believed the dawn had arrived and that the abyssal creatures had quieted. They then faced a collective ambush. This confirmed that low-tier abyssal species indeed feared light and fire. Yet, if noise was made or blood was shed, it would attract a multitude of abyssal beings, rendering ordinary fire and light ineffective. Skeletons, zombies, vampire bats, decayed beasts. Xia Sanfu flipped through the records, realizing those who met tangible. Physically attackable abyssal species were fortunate. Why had she encountered these eerie beings instead? Checking the battle leaderboard, it was evident that although many players had perished, many others had also risen, with ranks constantly shifting. Second place had even reached level 10. It was perilous, exceedingly perilous. Her encounters with treasure chests on the road were infrequent enough, and now even the monsters were being withheld from her, while the Holy Light Guardian provided defensive and retaliatory effects. Encountering an Eerie for the first time without absolute confidence made her hesitant to leap from the vehicle and rely on the Holy Light Guardian's retaliation to combat the phantoms. Chapter 44. Illusion. Xia Sanfu regained her focus and continued to read the book in her hands. Realizing it indeed possessed an enchanting quality, she grew increasingly vigilant. It sought to lull her into slumber, yet she resisted. The struggle between them resembled a classroom scenario, where one yearns to doze off but dares not succumb. Uncertain of how long this back and forth persisted, she found herself becoming more alert. Glancing at the game interface, it displayed 11:01. Nearly 3 hours had elapsed, though it felt like mere moments. Her mental fortitude had inexplicably increased. Mental power, 1 star, 291, 1000. Just moments ago, her mental power stood at 280 points, and now it had surged by 11. Typically, Practicing the void visualization method only yields 1 or 2 points a day. Dismissing other possibilities. It must be attributed to the book in her possession. Thus, through her struggle with the book, had she indirectly honed her mental strength? Shaking her head, she turned to the second page. Indeed, the time had flown, and she had merely completed 1 page. Reflecting on the content of the first page, she experienced a flicker of enlightenment. The essence of the first page revolved around cultivating a robust core, enhancing self-awareness and self-control, and maintaining rationality and stability amidst a constantly shifting environment. Clearly, she had succeeded, thus she learned. As for the second page, having only glimpsed the introductory words, Xia Sanfu promptly closed the book. No, the few words at the beginning had already caused her heart to race. The trials on this page would likely be arduous, unsuitable for her current state of mind. She glanced outside, where the oppressive mist still lingered, obscuring the light of day, and the phantoms within the fog had yet to disperse. Xia Sanfu furrowed her brow. Perhaps fortune favors the bold? Without genuinely confronting the eerie terror, she had no direction for her efforts. Gripping her holy light guardian, she extinguished the blazing oil lamp. Darkness enveloped the carriage. The fog churned, temperatures plummeted, and a cacophony of disordered voices erupted. Sanfu, dinner is ready. It was a gentle male voice. Xia Sanfu opened her eyes to a sunlit day, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Nearby, children frolicked in the sand, while a few elders sat on a stone bench, enjoying a performance. A pregnant woman ambled past her. Xia Sanfu. A woman's exasperated voice echoed from above. Dinner is ready. Did you hear? Don't make me come down and tug your ear. Keep it down, don't shout at the child. Xia Sanfu gazed up at the building before her, hesitating for a moment before ascending the stairs, familiar with the path to the kitchen. Upon seeing the 2 individuals within, her heart ached. She embraced a man who was busy tasting the pork rib soup from behind, pressing against his back. To the woman serving the dishes, she said, in front of outsiders, "Please show me some respect. Say it's an honor for the queen to dine." All right, your majesty. Hurry and bring the dishes to the table." As the woman approached, extending the dishes to her, Xia Sanfu smiled softly. "I have a gift for you, mother." Grasping the woman's hand, she activated the holy light guardian. A fierce radiance erupted from their clasped hands, and Xia Sanfu felt a violent struggle beneath her grip, witnessing the figure morph into a grotesque visage, akin to a renowned painting consumed by flames, screaming in agony. Whimpers, shrieks, and contorted faces. The inferno claimed the woman, the man. She heard numerous voices wailing in despair. "Congratulations, player has slain a level 16 Phantom Leader, 1,600 achievement points earned. Congratulations, player has slain a level 10 Phantom, 1,000 achievement points earned. Congratulations. Player has slain a level 8 Phantom." The thick fog began to dissipate, revealing the light of day. Xia Sanfu crouched on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Why this wretched game? Of all things, it cured her of her delusions. She no longer had parents. Long before that sunlit day, filled with songs of birds and fragrant flowers, she had lost her parents. Xia Sanfu had continually reassured herself that her parents were still alive, and, in her mind, she truly saw them, even though she was acutely aware it was a fantasy. Her will was undeniably strong. She had forced herself to forget it was an illusion. Until she entered the game, her mind grew increasingly lucid, and no matter how she tried to ignore it, her subconscious inevitably presented the truth. Suddenly deciding to confront the phantoms in the fog head-on was perhaps a desperate hope of reuniting with her parents once more. The phantoms wove dreams of comfort through their mournful cries, luring souls. She was grateful for the dream they had crafted. After weeping, she released the pent-up emotions within her, wiping her tears away. Under the protection of the Holy Light Guardian, the Phantom Leader and several unfortunate phantoms nearby were vanquished, while the others fled, granting her 3,300 achievement points. Before level 10, one required merely 1,000 achievement points to level up. Beyond level 10, it demanded 10,000 points, and she was still short by a small margin. To her surprise, the slain monsters had dropped 2 bronze treasure chests. Card: Invisibility. Last 10 minutes, cooldown of 24 hours. Item: Miss Crystal. can summon a bewildering mist for 30 minutes, limited to 3 uses. Xia Sanfu tucked away her spoils and returned to the vehicle. The Phantom's alluring abilities were indeed formidable, momentarily convincing her she had truly returned to her community, evoking her most painful memories, thereby rendering her consciousness unable to be deceived. Even so, without the Holy Light Guardian, she would have been powerless against them. Regaining her composure, Xia Sanfu turned to the second page of the dark meditation method. The lingering anxiety remained, yet it was significantly lighter than before. Well, she had suspected that this page's trials were tied to her emotions. Had she not confronted the phantoms to break her emotional barriers, she would have lacked the courage to delve further. The searing light of the Holy Light Guardian still shone brightly, providing her with ample reassurance. Seizing the moment, she earnestly studied the content of the second page. As she read, darkness enveloped her once more. She looked around, finding no wind, no direction, only an eerie silence. Xia Sanfu reassured herself. With the Holy Light Guardian capable of defending against and reflecting attacks from level 20 abyssal entities, she was safe. She would uncover the intentions of this page. Suddenly, she turned to see a shadowy figure with an indistinct face standing behind her. Though startled, Xia Sanfu was not overly frightened. She had shattered her fears amidst the corpses, and she doubted that, even transformed into ghosts, they would dare approach her. "Come forth, and I shall strike again." Xia Sanfu. Turning, she found herself face to face with her high school homeroom teacher. The teacher was a round-faced, middle-aged woman, a literature instructor with a warm demeanor, adept at touching hearts. At the start of their senior year, she had called each student out for heart-to-heart conversations, and none returned without tears. When it was Xia Sanfu's turn, she had not cried, yet the teacher had wept throughout, perhaps because Xia had fervently tried to convince her that her parents were still alive. And the teacher had been either terrified or moved. "Teacher Tan." Xia Sanfu embraced her, smiling as she said, "This game allows me to see you again. How wonderful." Teacher Tan's face was filled with concern. "Sanfu, I am also very glad to see you. I have always known you to be a bright and thoughtful child. If the future were normal, you would attend a good university, secure a good job, and pursue what you truly desire. It's a pity you encountered such circumstances." Chapter 45. A direct gaze. Xia Sanfu nodded. "I think it's acceptable." Teacher Tan remarked, "But you will be injured. You may die. On the road, who is truly immortal? Wherever I perish, that will mark the conclusion of this journey." Teacher Tan sighed. "Is this truly your sentiment? Do you genuinely cherish this journey? You know that no one awaits your return. Hence you refuse to allow yourself to pause." "Teacher, you still possess the knack for piercing through one's heart," Xia Sanfu replied. "Is it because no one is waiting that I evade? Is it because no one is waiting that I act without restraint? Which you believe is preferable? That depends on you." After experiencing life and death, I have come to realize that nothing is more significant than these extremes. If I am unafraid of death, what do I need to escape from? If I do not fear living alone in this world, what should I be concerned about? Suddenly, Teacher Tan declared, "With 5 billion people in the world, you are one of their guiding lights." In the darkness, silhouettes emerged, including her classmates, neighbors, relatives, the uncle from the breakfast stall, and a young lady from the convenience store, countless individuals known and unknown to her. They appeared so vibrant, yet in the next moment, limbs were shattered, heads were split, clothes were torn, and faces were smeared with blood. Teacher Tan's eyes bled. Her lower half seemed devoured by something as she crawled towards her. Every person bears responsibility for humanity's rise and fall. You understand nothing. Remaining aloof will lead them astray. Why? I learned from you to combat beasts. Yet now I am consumed. You must possess a secret. Tell us. Save us. Come down, come down. The failure of Blue Star to conquer the game is all your fault. Surrender your equipment, your secrets, your experiences, your people. Hand them over to those who are wiser and more astute. They will undertake the monumental task of humanity. Your inaction would be the greatest assistance." The multitude overwhelmed her, and she could even sense the foul stench from Teacher Tan's breath. She did not evade or shy away, but calmly stated, "I am but a novice with limited knowledge. I comprehend my inadequacies, and I am seeking ways to address them." The crowd fell silent, as if frozen. The fate of the many should be returned to the many. My crow community will be a sanctuary for collective wisdom. My destiny shall rest in my own hands. I shall not rely on anyone nor cast blame upon others. Xia Sanfu gazed at them and chuckled. As for why I am the first, it is simply because you are all too inadequate. With a thunderous roar, countless figures dispersed like grains of sand. In the darkness, a book appeared, flipping open to the third page. On this page was inscribed, "Emotional stability is the prerequisite for cultivating all forms of mental energy. However, the method of dark cultivation is fraught with peril. Darkness may render you stronger, yet it can also envelop you in terrifying visions. You must maintain relative rationality and absolute confidence, envisioning a mental anchor that grants your spirit a place of return, so as not to become lost." This notion indeed felt somewhat idealistic. With a thought, Xia Sanfu conjured countless nebulae from all directions, erupting into individual planets. My anchor shall be this starry sky, this universe. The fourth page instructed, concentrate your mind, visualize the structure of your brain, and place this mental anchor within it. Xia Sanfu closed her eyes. Recalling her readings from years past, she remembered that the yin tang acupoint, located between the eyebrows, was said to clear the mind and soothe the spirit. So she placed the anchor there. The fifth page stated, in truth, every living being possesses mental energy. It is akin to grains of sand, unable to coalesce or be grasped. Imagine what you perceive as mental energy, feel its existence within your brain, condense it, guiding it towards the anchor to create a space for mental energy. If you still cannot sense it, close your eyes and envision the mental anchor as a destination, treating your imagined manifestations of mental energy as yourself, sprinting towards that endpoint with all your might. The swelling and pressure felt by your brain during this process is the manifestation of mental energy. Xia Sanfu's mental energy was inherently stronger than that of an ordinary person, and with a slight nudge, she quickly sensed its tangible presence. She envisioned herself and her mental energy as water, spreading throughout various regions of her brain. Now, with her surge, they converged, transforming into a river, rushing into the starry sky. She navigated freely through the cosmos until fatigue set in, finally choosing a pleasing planet to merge with, causing the dim, celestial body to shine a little brighter. Xia Sanfu's hands gripped the steering wheel, her head resting against it as she gasped for breath. She felt a sense of mental fatigue, her heart racing, struggling to concentrate. After a brief respite, she closed the book. At least she had sensed the existence of mental energy and had begun to coalesce it. One cannot achieve greatness in a single leap. Reaching this step today exceeded her expectations. Xia Sanfu glanced at the dim sky and opened the game panel, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's already 23:38. Had she truly spent an entire day merely reading a few pages? With only 22 minutes left, the day was about to end? As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a bloody handprint on the right window. The Holy Light Guardian could repel dark creatures below level 20 within a radius of 10 meters, ordinarily. Such beings could not breach this perimeter. The proximity of this entity indicated it was likely at level 20 or perhaps even higher. This game was exceedingly cruel. Had she not exchanged for the Holy Light Guardian, she wondered if she could have escaped this peril. Xia Sanfu checked the communication channel and the situation in the crow community. At dawn, during the evening, and late at night, there had been a wave of intense attacks from abyssal species, reducing the online player count to 75,753. Voices of distress, relief, despair, and indignation filled the air, creating a cacophony of chaos. Some expressed gratitude for the weapons she had released at 6 o'clock, while others lamented, insinuating that the top player had failed to act as a caretaker. The myriad of human emotions was a whirlwind of contradictions. Switching to the trading area, Xia Sanfu noted the accumulation over the past 30 days. With the emergence of online trading and the heightened urgency of the situation, a wave of consumption was triggered, leading players to clear their inventories. In just one day, the number of listed items surged to over 30,000, resulting in more than 20,000 transactions. Xia Sanfu searched for vehicle upgrade cards, recalling mentions of bronze chests by the roadside that could yield vehicle-related cards, though she had only managed to acquire a smart display screen. In the realm of highway survival, she felt as though she and others had followed two divergent paths. She fought monsters off the road while others raced down it. This divergence resulted in differing resources. She sought to enhance herself, while others focused on upgrading their vehicles. Items like the 100-kilometer acceleration card, door defense card, and fuel tank expansion card were all things she had seen mentioned in chat, but had never encountered herself. Upon searching, 3 cards currently for sale indeed appeared. In the blink of an eye, she sold one. Quick to act, she clicked on one of the display windows. Chapter 46. Announcement of the rankings. The card for a 2.0T turbocharged engine boasts 5,000 points. Xia Sanfu found herself in a realm of ignorance. With these 5,000 points, could she not purchase some skills? Yet, acquiring skills necessitates effort, time, and the endurance of trials, with no guarantee of success. Contemplating this only deepened her discontent. Upon further examination of the card's description, she gleaned that this engine could output 250 horsepower and 380 newton-meters of torque. In simpler terms, horsepower dictates the vehicle's maximum power output, directly correlating with speed. The greater the horsepower, the higher the maximum speed. Should she equip this engine, her vehicle would surely exceed speeds of 200. Torque, on the other hand, influences acceleration and load capacity, serving as a measure of explosive power, particularly vital for climbing and hauling. Presently, her vehicle's maximum horsepower did not surpass 105, nor did its torque exceed 150 newton-meters, rendering its performance vastly inferior. However, Xia Sanfu did not feel an urgent need to enhance her vehicle's performance, or rather, she could not ascertain whether a vehicle was truly essential. While distance traveled was the primary means of earning points, and a vehicle represented a second home for players, its significance was undeniable. She had alternative methods to accrue points. In such elimination rounds, a vehicle seemed less indispensable. Most importantly, the upkeep and repair costs of a vehicle were exorbitant. Her previous encounters with the tortoise and monkey had left her vehicle in tatters, resulting in losses amounting to tens of thousands, if not more. Thus, to her, a vehicle was merely a means of transportation, not a tool for livelihood, let alone survival. Moreover, even without a vehicle, traveling on foot still counted towards distance traveled, indicating that the game system did not regard vehicles as a requisite for progression. Road survival. How could walking along the road not be considered road survival? She had watched numerous road movies, which typically revolved around a journey, using events and landscapes along the way to shape the protagonist's values, worldview, and outlook on life. Vehicles were certainly not the focal point. No road movie solely focused on repairing or switching vehicles throughout the entire narrative. It was not a racing film. Xia Sanfu closed the display case. It was unnecessary to dwell on vehicles for now. She would first equip herself before contemplating her vehicle's needs. Another car available for purchase was a transmission, an integral component of the vehicle's drivetrain that affected speed. The price was also steep. As Xia Sanfu perused various sections of the forum, the torrential rain of the 30th day quietly came to an end. World announcement. Congratulations to all players for completing the 30-day survival task. Each participant receives a completion treasure chest. A rest day has arrived. During this period, wild creatures will not actively attack players. Wishing everyone enjoyable gameplay. World announcement. The combat level leaderboard, reputation leaderboard, and mileage leaderboard have been finalized. Rewards are as follows. Combat level leaderboard. First place H0081 zone, Xia Sanfu. Energy pills 3, celebrity badge 1, first aid kit 1. Pioneer order 1, second place C1521 zone Barkit. Energy pills 2, celebrity badge 1, first aid kit 1, third place B1475 zone anonymous. Energy pills 1, celebrity badge 1, first aid kit 1/4 to 100th place. Energy pills 1, first aid kit 1, reputation leaderboard. First place H0081 zone, Xia Sanfu. Golden number 1, celebrity badge 1. Supply box 1, unlimited team summon card 1. Second place B0011 zone by Bien Ting. Silver number 1, celebrity badge 1. Supply box 1, Third place, a 0178 Zone AO Wister. Bronze, Ember 1. Celebrity Badge 1. Supply Box 1 4th to 100th place. Torch 1. Energy Pills 1. Supply Package 1. Mileage Leaderboard. First place, a 1021 Zone Anonymous. 3. 0T Supercharged Engine 1. Celebrity Badge 1. Full Vehicle Defense Card 1. Semi-automatic Transmission 1. Second place, C1595 Zone Anonymous. 2. 0T Turbocharged Engine 1. Celebrity Badge 1. Full Vehicle Defense Card 1. Third place, B1074 Zone Huangfu Jingyun 1. 8T Turbocharged Engine 1. Celebrity Badge 1. Full Vehicle Defense Card 1 4th to 100th place. Vehicle Repair Card 1. 4-door Defense Card 1. World Announcement. The area with the highest ranking will receive a 1-hour luck boost. During this time, loot from road treasure chests may double, and the bonus can stack. H0081 Zone Announcement. From 1 to 3 o'clock on rest day, each player will receive a 2-hour luck boost. As the news spread, channels across all regions erupted in chaos. With 100,000 players, was it impossible for even one to achieve the top ranking? In contrast, ordinary players in the leading region ignited her envy. This was illogical. Xia Sanfu had evidently dropped from the reputation leaderboard. How could she return so swiftly, displacing their revered leader? The reputation leaderboard was indeed surprising. Xia's ranking had dramatically reversed, leaving them puzzled about what transpired in her region. How lamentable. To be born under an ill-fated star and to enter a game in a less favorable area. Why were there so many anonymous entries on the mileage leaderboard? Be bold and reveal your identities. We are not here to steal your glory. The H0081 channel was in a frenzy of excitement. I can hardly keep my eyes open. What should I do? Could they not place the boost during daylight hours? I'm dragging my weary body. I can't lie down now. Finding treasure chests is paramount. Bowing to the great ones, you bless the masses. She pondered how Xia Sanfu had managed to ascend the reputation leaderboard so rapidly. To be truthful, she did not fully comprehend it, but she was intrigued by how Xia had created the forum. Such matters were beyond the grasp of mere mortals. She had positioned herself beside a treasure chest, with 46 minutes remaining. Xia Sanfu had just collected 3 airdrop boxes, 2 being rewards for the top rank and 1 a completion treasure chest. Previously, she had mentioned that the completion treasure chest contained clues to the next map. She eagerly opened it. Sunscreen 1 flint, 1 nutritional liquid, 3 to her surprise. She had received flint. All players would be well equipped with fire sources in the next map. Did this imply that even greater dangers awaited? Sunscreen indicated high UV exposure, perhaps at high altitudes with thin air or seaside, tropical grasslands, or sweltering heat. The preparations required would differ significantly. Setting aside these considerations, the immediate concern was the potential harm to her skin. Xia Sanfu briefly inspected the other 2 top rank rewards before heading out in her vehicle to locate road treasure chests. Her foremost priority was to capitalize on the 2-hour luck boost and to accumulate qualifications for entering the service area to procure supplies for the next map, while also searching for resources in the wild. She noted that as the torrential rain of the 30th day ceased, the so-called rest day might usher in favorable weather. Fortune smiled upon her this time. Having driven only 2 kilometers, she spotted an ordinary treasure chest. She waited until 1 p.m. to open it, revealing soy sauce 200 G1, vegetable oil 250 G1, triggering a luck double, resulting in 2 portions. She subsequently collected 3 more treasures, comprising ordinary daily necessities and clothing, among which 1 set of clothing also triggered the luck double, ensuring she had ample attire to change into. Chapter 47. Wealth Rankings. As the event drew to a close, she stumbled upon the second-ever bronze treasure chest on the highway, earning a vehicle repair card and doubling her luck. Well then, who would dare question her prowess? Glancing at the regional channel, she noticed little chatter about the luck enhancement. Switching to the forum, the entertainment gossip section was ablaze with activity. In the anonymity of the Crow community, players, driven mad with excitement, donned pseudonyms to flaunt their newfound riches. Self-heating pots on one side, braised meat on the other, an array of weapons and cards, all in a vibrant display. Summer Sanfu took another look at her own loot and sighed. As expected, it was rather mundane. A quick check of her back-end earnings, however, restored her good spirits. The forum's earnings could be withdrawn at any time, but with her 24-hour earnings doubling card active, she hadn't touched those earnings. Now that the 24 hours had elapsed, the income report was in. Transaction security fee, 442 points. Teleportation fee, 721 points. For each transaction, a security fee of 2 points was charged, and since the items were not abundant and weighed little, none exceeding 8 kilograms, only 1 point was charged in teleportation fees. Revenue from paid content, 863 points. This sum stemmed from her enlightening post about abyssal species, which garnered a total income of 876 points. As she had activated the paid feature, 30 of that went to forum earnings, while the remainder was deposited into her personal account. The two accounts were distinct, essentially a transfer from left hand to right. Tips revenue, 756 points, garnered from other players. Theft prevention income, 100 points, contributed by her efforts. Next came the forum expenditure items. Basic usage fee, 500 points. Daily fee for the transaction evaluation system, 800 points. Daily fee for the tipping feature, 300 points. Daily fee for the paid feature, 500 points. Daily fee for the theft prevention feature, 800 points. Daily fee for the photography feature, 700 points. Daily fee for the automatic membership level calculation section, 200 points. Two-way teleportation usage fee, 5014 points. She charged players 1 point for any weight under 8 kilograms, regardless of whether it was 100 grams or 9 kilograms, while the system charged her 1 points per kilogram, thus creating a profit margin. Total forum earnings, 55,068 points. Doubling, 136 points. Her personal earnings from that post amounted to 30,013 points, with weaponry netting 250 points. This income was not subject to doubling. Today, her total earnings exceeded 170,000. Suddenly, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations! Players' total assets have surpassed 10 million, earning a permanent Diamond VIP card for the service area. World announcement. A player has amassed over 10 million in total assets, activating the server-wide wealth rankings, which will be updated in real time. The top 100 will receive corresponding rewards at the end of each map round. Xia Sanfu was momentarily struck with terror. What the hell? Where did I get 10 million from? I advise you to retract this message. Quickly, system, retract it. Don't spread rumors. Detected player qualifies for the ranking. Would you like to make it public? Who reached 10 million? Don't drag me into this. Anonymity. 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 And once again, it was Xia Sanfu, overwhelmed with dread. Please don't implicate me. Anonymity. Anonymity. Make it anonymous. Hurry. Players receiving the ranking notification were even more panicked than Xia Sanfu, all having developed in a cautious, stealthy manner. The sudden revelation felt like a public shaming, leaving them in disarray, clutching their tangled hair while staring at their accounts with paltry sums of points. At this moment, the wealth rankings updated rapidly, with Xia Sanfu sitting at the top with a total asset of 10,006,000. The second to eighth places hovered around the million mark. The second place holder, Backed, who was publicly named on the combat level board, ranked 10th. Upon closer inspection, many players in the top 100 of the combat rankings were also present on the wealth list. The reputation leaderboard featured by Yanting and the mileage leaderboard held the third-place title of Huangfu Jingyun, both positioned in the mid to lower tiers. Ovist was nowhere to be found on the list. The last place, ranked 100, boasted total assets of 200,000. The only ways to earn points were through mileage and trading. Aside from Xia Sanfu, a player with over 50,000 points was considered a significant player. Thus, it was evident that the assets included vehicles, equipment, cards, and resources. Xia Sanfu was momentarily alarmed, but soon regained her composure. After reviewing the rankings, she felt even more at ease. Her divine hand was an epic-grade piece of equipment, its value incalculable in the Crow community, certainly not cheap. Additionally, with the presence of the Heart of Muck, a golden tier item, she suspected that the high prices likely stemmed from these three items. From this, it could be inferred that the players ranked 2nd to 8th must also possess high-grade equipment. With 5 billion people, only they existed as a group, indicating the exceedingly low probability of treasure drops. However, the gap between her and the second place was substantial, nearly 8 million, and without her, this wealth ranking would likely not appear for several more rounds of maps. She promptly repaid the borrowed points. Having borrowed 195 points, she returned 390 after doubling. But due to the deaths of some players, the actual return was 30. At this time, all eyes were on the wealth rankings, and her sudden loss of 50,000 points sparked a flurry of envious comments. Typically, this was the peak of competition for the reputation leaderboard. What does reputation mean? It requires effort and communication. B0011 district. By Yanting, at Xia Sanfu, brother, this isn't a solo game. Collective strength is true strength. Share with us how you acquired your assets. You already have an advantage. Don't worry about us surpassing you. We only wish to save ourselves and help everyone. B0011 district. Shun Wenhao, we beg you, save us. B0011 district. Han Xinyue, we plead with you, save us. The usually quiet world channel was now abuzz. After Bai Yanting spoke, many voices from the same district joined in. Xia Sanfu quickly grasped the situation. Being ranked first could grant benefits, and the Bai Yanting district clearly aimed to usurp her position to elevate their own status. A barrage of pleas for assistance flooded the chat, creating a momentum akin to a mass petition, and she had unwittingly become the savior. Xia Sanfu had no delusions of proving herself. She purchased 1,000 points, acquiring 12 opportunities to speak, enhanced by the gold trumpet's pinning effect, and boldly declared, roll away. Call your mother. A 0178 district, East. At Xia Sanfu, citizen, you must trust the alliance. The more we learn about this game, the easier our survival becomes. To live is to have hope. With hope, we can turn the tide in this struggle. You too, roll away. If you had the ability, I wouldn't be here. Ignoring the barrage of accusations on her screen, Xia Sanfu sent forth her pre-prepared statement. By some stroke of luck, I have not perished and have been thrust into the spotlight of this game. I am filled with trepidation, but my experiences may not be universally applicable. I fear leading everyone astray and hastening their demise, which is why I have refrained from sharing until now. I will now present 3 points of experience that still require verification. Please consider them carefully and avoid blind imitation. Chapter 48. The Turbulent Channel. Firstly, upon achieving a physical development value of 10 points, a qualitative transformation may occur. Secondly, numerous hidden resources lie beyond the highway, yet high risks do not always guarantee returns. Respect for life is paramount, and one must choose wisely. Thirdly, as one ascends in rank, the dangers encountered become increasingly formidable. Those lacking strength may find themselves ill-equipped to adapt to their environment. Survival necessitates power, and the triggering of job titles is undoubtedly known to all. The development of one's profession may indeed herald new opportunities, requiring practical exploration. Fourthly, I shall cease my discourse here. Act prudently and refrain from incessant lamentations. To the players of each region, what a delightful face-to-face mockery we have here. In Zone H0081, Liu Yao remarked, I have received the points from my mother. Let us return home and not engage in their nonsense. Yang Xianhua added, Mother, your son has come to escort you home. The points you provided are truly delightful. Mother, it is time for dinner. Mother, it is time to rest and rejuvenate. How amusing it is that the top player bestows points upon others. Why have we not received any? We do not possess a top player. Astonishingly, the top player is a woman, surely. It must be a man masquerading as a woman to deceive us. The players in Zone H0081 clamored for their mothers, causing many faces to contort in discomfort. This conflict seems inescapable. Xia Sanfu found herself at a loss for words, though she had anticipated this. She borrowed points, created a forum, and established a trading area, all in pursuit of forming a certain degree of mutual benefit with select players within a region. There were undoubtedly individuals within the area who sought to take advantage of her, aiming to eliminate her and seize her treasures. as well as those engaging in various forms of moral coercion in the regional channel and forum. Nevertheless, as long as she remains the top player, she will continue to command the respect of the community. After all, who is not adept at moral coercion? Xia Sanfu then turned to the World Channel and declared, "My forum preserves written words, esteemed scientists, politicians, medical professionals, military strategists, martial artists, and literary figures. All citizens, ordinary yet skilled in your respective fields, your survival techniques, your repositories of knowledge, and your profound insights are invaluable. Please leave your marks in the channel for collective analysis." She further urged experts in various fields to post in the forum, as it would benefit the populace while also earning them points. She herself pinned 2 posts in the game strategy section: discussion on the frequency of highway treasure chests and types of resources, and discussion on service area resources, encouraging everyone to share valuable information they discover. In passing, she reminded everyone that on rest days, they should not merely rest but also seek out outdoor resources nearby, albeit not venturing too far, as the woods are fraught with unforeseen dangers. Hitangyue. Greetings, I am Qi Chaoyan, a professor of traditional Chinese medicine and inheritor of the Qi family acupuncture tradition, as well as a 7th-generation academic heir of national medical experts. Please check your system private messages. I have something important to discuss with you. Please do take a moment. Just as Xia Sanfu published her post, 3 replies promptly appeared. She was disinclined to engage in frivolous disputes, so she had neglected to check her private messages and had even disabled the friend request feature. Her private message inbox contained thousands of unread messages, with new ones continuously accumulating. Failing to see Qi Chaoyan's name at a glance, she conducted a search and uncovered 3 messages. The first message dated back to the night she exited the dungeon. That night, she had spread rumors in the regional channel about her impending demise, and within minutes, Qi Chaoyan's private message arrived, inquiring if she needed remote guidance on emergency measures and whether she could reach the service area, where medical station was available. If she had no points to spend, he could also offer some assistance in treatment. However, she had not checked the private message at that time. Xia Sanfu found the name somewhat familiar. Was he not the one who had once popularized the effects of wild herbs in the channel, only to be chased into silence by a horde of opportunistic players? The second message arrived earlier that afternoon, formally introducing his name and capabilities and inquiring if he could exchange a 2.0T turbo engine for medicinal herbs to treat corpse poison or sufficient points to purchase the medicine. He noted that the turbo engine had been listed in the trading area at a high price to capture her attention. If the first message radiated the warmth of a healer's heart, the second exuded a sense of urgency and dignity in survival. The third message, however, was purely transactional and devoid of sentiment. Qi Chaoyan pointed out that after 30 days of torrential rain, players were suffering from excessive moisture within their bodies, leading to conditions such as eczema, nodular prurigo, nodular erythema, ulcers, and rheumatism, ailments that, while seemingly trivial, could inflict severe physical and mental torment and disrupt the gaming atmosphere. He possessed a remedy for dampness, with the necessary herbs being common in the wild. Additionally, he had an antidote for corpse poison, which, though requiring rarer herbs, could still be found outdoors. He hoped to collaborate with Xia Sanfu, secure some investment, and leverage her influence to procure and stockpile herbs from players during the rest day for sale. Xia Sanfu recalled a previous world announcement regarding a newly created drug formula and messaged him, "Are you the first player to create a formula?" He promptly responded, "Indeed. I created a formula by chance after being poisoned by corpses. Do you have an interest in collaborating? Feel free to voice any queries or concerns. Apologies. I have not been in the habit of checking private messages. I require to see the finished product, as well as details on the investment amount, risk assessment, and profit distribution. I will send you the details via private message. The finished product is ready and can be delivered now. I have listed it in the trading area, but I fear it may be snatched up by others. I hope you can monitor my shop ahead of time." No need. I am selling a mildly alcoholic beverage in the Crow's shop, specifically trading for the dampness clearing and corpse poison antidote. Once you purchase it, I will inform you by dawn if it is effective. Agreed. Xia Sanfu poured a glass of mixed fruit liquid and promptly completed the transaction. The dampness-clearing soup was contained in a somewhat rough wooden bowl, presenting a less than appealing dark brown hue. The antidote for corpse poison had been rolled into small black glass bead-sized pills, wrapped in leaves. Qi Chaoyan's private message soon followed, detailing the onset times for the two remedies. The dampness-clearing soup would yield results within 6 hours. The corpse poison antidote could immediately counteract the spread of the poison. But for complete eradication, the severity of the poisoning would dictate the efficacy. This was beyond doubt, as the evaluation system had already assessed and displayed the complete information of the medicine upon listing, aligning closely with what Qi Chaoyan had stated. Xia Sanfu reviewed the proposal Qi Chaoyan had sent, which outlined the raw materials, costs, expected selling prices, and comparisons to similar medications available at medical stations. The dampness-clearing soup was compared to a standard dampness-clearing pill, which consisted of 7 pills per treatment for 258 points, whereas the soup required 3 bowls for the same course. The poison-clearing pill was compared to a bronze antidote that could eliminate poison with a single dose, priced at 1,080 points. While the new pill could not guarantee complete eradication with just one, it was assured to rescue anyone not gravely ill, priced at only 800 points. Given that most players lacked surplus points, Qi Chaoyan primarily sought to engage in barter for trading. Chapter 49. A home acquired. The damp-removing soup allows for the use of 2 pounds of raw materials per treatment. The materials for the detoxification pills can be procured at a low price through points or exchange for the damp-removing soup, and once processed into finished products, they can be exchanged for scarce resources at high price. Her primary deficiency lies in the tools necessary for drug production and defense. The process of creating medicine is time-consuming, requiring a tranquil and secure environment. She hopes to use a 2.0T turbo engine valued at 5,000 as collateral to secure an investment of 3,000 points from Xia Sanfu, with the subsequent profits divided 80-20. Should her venture ultimately fail, if her earnings do not exceed 3,000, she will surrender the engine to Xia Sanfu. If they do, she will reclaim the engine. Although during this period, Xia Sanfu may use it without charge. Yawning, Xia Sanfu decided to sleep first. It had been a long time since she last rested. She slept soundly until 6:30, awakened by her biological alarm clock, and lazily organized her supplies. She began by examining the rewards on the combat level leaderboard. 3 energy pills awaited her, each capable of restoring both physical and mental states to their peak. Xia Sanfu's eyes brightened at this. It was akin to receiving a second chance at life. Next, she noticed a celebrity badge. Collecting 3 would grant access to the Hall of Fame, which contained exclusive resources not available for public sale. She raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a testament to the strong, thriving. The next reward was a first aid kit, a striking portable case that, upon opening, revealed a collection of powerful pills: a hemostatic pill, a healing pill, a foundational pill, a universal antidote, a blood-replenishing pill, and a bone-setting pill. Indeed, this first aid kit was packed with potent remedies capable of reviving even someone on the brink of death. The final item was a pioneering order, which indicated that activating it required clearing 3 dungeons, excluding the previously conquered Night Demon City. Next came the prestige leaderboard rewards. She skipped over the celebrity badge and briefly glanced at the unrestricted team summoning card, which allowed teammates to be summoned to one another's sides without limitations on numbers, time, or space, though it could only be used in the second round maps. The golden ember invigorated her spirit. The golden ember represented a powerful, unknown energy that could illuminate darkness. Fires ignited by it would instill fear and inflict burns upon abyssal creatures. Xia Sanfu felt incredulous. Was there truly a solution to the abyssal creatures, deemed a significant threat? Were the rewards from the prestige leaderboard truly this substantial? However, the specific effects remained to be tested. The last item was a box of living supplies. Just when Xia Sanfu assumed it contained basic necessities, it surprised her with something grand. Inside the sizable box lay a metal sphere the size of a bullet. Initially perplexed, she inadvertently pressed a dent while fiddling with it. Ding! Player fingerprint recorded. House core activated. Please select an open area to deploy the house. This reward was astonishing. She had acquired a house. Xia Sanfu directed her aim toward an open stretch of road and deployed it. The metal sphere cracked open, emitting a beam of white light. As the radiance faded, a container-sized bungalow appeared in its place, with metallic white walls and large floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The entrance opened with a fingerprint scan, revealing a compact yet complete living space. The living room, bathroom, and kitchen were all present. Most importantly, the living room was furnished with a bed and blankets, the bathroom stocked with shower gel, shampoo, a toilet, disposable towels, and a mirror, while the kitchen boasted a gas stove, range hood, dishwasher, refrigerator, and dishes. The entire house had water and electricity. It was a veritable salvation for her sleep quality and personal hygiene. Xia Sanfu immediately noticed the central control display by the door. The screen featured a three-dimensional layout of the entire house, with virtual buttons for water, electricity, gas, energy shield, and shopping cart. She clicked through each one. Indeed, good fortune does not fall from the sky. The house was free to occupy, but water and electricity were complimentary for the first 24 hours, after which fees applied. The prices of which were staggering. 300 points per kilowatt hour, an outrageous charge. Water and gas were even more exorbitant, best not to dwell on those. The energy shield protected the house, with costs varying by level. The most basic level 1 shield consumed 500 points per minute and could withstand group attacks below level 10. With her current savings, she could afford only 2 or 3 hours, far too costly. The shopping cart contained blankets, sheets, mattresses, pillows, shampoo, and tissues. And when her current supplies ran low, she could replenish them. However, future restocks would require payment, and the prices of items in the cart exceeded those in the service area supply store by 1 or 2 points. Xia Sanfu resolved to seize the moment, dashing into the bathroom to experience the bliss of using the toilet for the first time. The sound of rushing water temporarily washed away her wild existence. She lathered up, washing her hair and body, and even used a hairdryer to dry her hair. After her shower, Xia Sanfu examined the unfamiliar yet familiar reflection in the mirror. She did not consider herself stunning. In her memory, she was merely of above-average appearance, bearing a hint of languid indifference. When she first entered the bathroom a few moments prior and saw her reflection, she experienced a slight shock. For a fleeting moment, she felt the piercing gaze of a killer, fierce and sharp, until those eyes revealed the same bewilderment she felt. Although her face remained unchanged, the sensation was entirely foreign. She could scarcely recognize herself. Yet I like it. Xia Sanfu leaned closer to the mirror, her palms pressed against the surface, gazing face to face, feeling an intense surge of emotion welling within her chest. In the past 20 years, she had never experienced such fervent feelings. She found herself deeply moved by her own existence. Of course, this was not narcissism or a peculiar fetish, but in that moment of mutual gaze, she was undeniably struck at the heart. It was her first direct encounter with absolute confidence, with an untamed rebelliousness. She suddenly realized that she loved her parents, respected her grandparents, and interacted amicably with friends and mentors, yet she had never acknowledged that she could also love herself. Xia Sanfu recognized that she possessed the seed of absolute confidence, but had yet to transform that confidence into an everlasting aura. She understood her rebellious spirit, yet she remained a small creature, struggling to survive in a world fraught with danger. She knew that what she saw was a glimpse of her ideal self, enveloped in a unique atmosphere. In that instant, her past self, present self, and future self converged into one. Heartfelt admiration, yearning, and possession filled the void within her heart. She became her own true motivation for living. She was her ultimate ideal. Xia Sanfu felt as though she had experienced an epiphany. Amidst the disintegration of reality, she had found the soil in which to take root, and her aura transformed into one of unwavering confidence. I will find you and become you. Chapter 50. Medicinal cuisine. As the oppressive heat of summer waned, Xia Sanfu found herself lost in thought. She seized a pair of scissors and, with a decisive snip, transformed her waist-length hair into a chic shoulder-length style, suitable for a high ponytail, thus ensuring ease of maintenance while retaining its protective qualities against the cold and sun. Donning a fresh set of clothing, she stepped out of her mobile abode and pressed a metallic sphere which emitted a beam of white light, retracting the dwelling back into its compact form. The downpour had ceased, leaving behind an invigorating freshness in the air, as if a lingering malaise had been dispelled. Dressed in a crisp shirt and casual trousers, her feet clad in dry sneakers, she appeared as a different person altogether. Glancing at the time, which approached 7 o'clock, she resolved to visit the service area to procure some necessary items. Having made an advance reservation for a 7 o'clock session, she drove smoothly into the service area. At this hour, most patrons were resting. Xia Sanfu donned a disposable black mask and made her way to the food street. "Welcome to the god of cuisine," exclaimed a gray wolf waiter, who greeted her with a pot of tea and ushered her into a private booth. "Your medicinal dishes are prepared. Allow me to fetch them. Please enjoy some tea in the meantime." Xia Sanfu chuckled. "I did not order this tea. Consider it a complimentary benefit for our esteemed guests," the waiter replied. Taking a sip, she confirmed it was indeed the same tea she had relished before, which had cost her 35 points for just 3 small sips. Before long, the waiter returned, pushing a large cart, followed closely by Chef Feng Lian. "I have fulfilled your request, except for the organ meats you specified. Everything else is of bronze quality." With confidence, Chef Feng Lian began to introduce the items on the cart. A small bowl of energy-boosting turtle soup, 200 slices of blood-stopping cake made from turtle shell, 10 liters of bone-strengthening ointment crafted from turtle bones, 9 detoxifying pills derived from turtle bile, and a bucket of noodle toppings made from the organs, weighing over 100 pounds. Naturally, the portion belonging to the restaurant was not included in this count. Additionally, the black hide shed from the golden-backed alligator turtle had been bundled and set aside. Xia Sanfu specifically requested the neurotoxin extracted from the brain of the golden-backed alligator turtle, which Feng Lian personally handed to her. The vial was no longer than her little finger and quite light. However, Feng Lian solemnly stated, "This will suffice against level 20 foes." Xia Sanfu deftly shifted the conversation to praise the medicinal dishes before asking, "Forgive my audacity, but may I inquire, is medicinal cuisine a surname? Or is it a term? How does this bronze-grade blood-stopping cake compare to the bronze-grade blood-stopping pills from the medical station?" Medicinal cuisine, of course, is under the medicinal category. It offers a delightful taste and a satisfying fullness, while its effects remain comparable to that of the pills. Feng Lian replied with a questioning gaze. "Do you know why the food in the food street is so expensive?" Xia Sanfu gestured to the table. "I have tasted 2 cups of tea here and felt invigorated." Exactly. The essence of the food street lies in dietary therapy. Unlike medicinal cuisine, dietary therapy is focused on consumption first, with an added benefit of health restoration. Thus, many patrons leave feeling revitalized after a meal. However, it cannot be treated as medicine. My medicinal cuisine, on the other hand, can serve as medicine, though moderation is key. I have detailed the specific consumption methods on this sheet. Feng Lian handed her a piece of paper. Xia Sanfu examined it closely and nodded with a smile. "I appreciate your guidance. I have another question. Some magical beasts have unpalatable flavors, and their energy seems difficult to digest. Can you handle such cases?" Each case must be analyzed individually. Not all magical beasts are suitable for direct consumption. The term magical signifies the energy substances within these creatures, which can be detected from subtle to overt. Generally, we refer to this energy as essence. Each magical beast possesses unique qualities, and their essences vary greatly. Just like this cup of tea, it may be strong, mild, toxic, or harmless. You can consume what you can tolerate. However, I must respectfully say that your constitution is too weak. For you, more than half of the magical beasts cannot be consumed directly. Your stomach lacks the versatility to handle various essences and may be harmed by them. This is the very reason for the existence of the food street. With a flick of his finger above the teacup, Feng Lian extracted a brown substance, rendering the liquid transparent. "Try it again." Xia Sanfu followed his suggestion and took another sip, savoring the sensation. Though devoid of flavor, the effect of stimulating appetite and relieving fatigue remains. Precisely. As chefs, we can extract these energies while eliminating undesirable impurities, filtering them into a pure form that is easy to absorb. "May I inquire what level of chef you are?" Feng Lian replied with confidence. "I am a senior chef and an advanced alchemist." This clarified the ability to create medicinal cuisine. Xia Sanfu was also studying cooking, but noted that beginner courses primarily focused on theoretical ingredient handling and nutritional pairing. The extraction of essential energy required a refined mental capacity, achievable only at the intermediate level. I'm truly enlightened. I have several magical beasts that have been skinned. Can the restaurant assist with their processing? Xia Sanfu presented 3 wild boars, 5 wolves, 2 spotted deer, 6 rabbits, and a python, their impressive sizes making the booth feel cramped. All were low-tier magical beasts possessing essence. She also had a collection of wild vegetables with minimal essence that she could not process. The preservation area is nearly empty, and the fruit in the storage area can be conveniently transferred there, Feng Lian remarked. These energies are insufficiently rich and lack significant medicinal value. Thus, they cannot be transformed into medicinal cuisine. However, if you wish, we can prepare them as dietary therapy dishes. They will be purified, with energy refined, nutritious, and easy to absorb. We can split the dishes with the restaurant, 4 parts for you and 6 parts for us. The processing fee starts at 200 points for over 100 pounds of ingredients, with additional charges based on the complexity of the dishes. As a distinguished guest, you can enjoy a 10% discount. The benefits for diamond-level guests were quite tangible. Xia Sanfu replied, "Let us not complicate matters. I will go with the 4-6 split." "Very well." Feng Lian inquired further, "Do you have any specific requests for the dishes?" "Delicious and filling," Xia Sanfu stated. Feng Lian nodded for our diamond guests. "We offer door-to-door service. Simply activate your guest card and keep an eye on the icon for the God of Cuisine. It will notify you when your meal is ready." The diamond guest card was not a physical item, but rather an icon attached to her personal information panel. By clicking the icon, she could access the service area and view various shop icons. The interface resembled a takeout menu. She could add dishes to her cart for purchase. With a customer service window available below, Xia Sanfu inquired, "Can I store these ingredients at your restaurant and request a meal's worth whenever I wish?" "Certainly." However, with the 4-6 split, the choice of dishes will be entirely at the restaurant's discretion. When you wish to eat, simply notify customer service, and they will remind you when your quota is nearly finished. The survival game demonstrated a commendable level of humanistic care in this regard. Yet, on another note, if she were to perish midway, any unconsumed portions would revert to the restaurant. After all, the buyer would never be as astute as the seller. Nevertheless, Xia Sanfu remained unconcerned by this detail. Chapter 51. Training base. Initially, Xia Sanfu merely found it challenging to cook the meat of the alligator turtle. However, the aroma was quite delightful. It was only after tasting the flesh of other magical beasts that she realized the alligator turtle meat was a rare delicacy. Some meats had a strong gamey flavor, while others were foul and sour, awakening her memories of nutritional components and viruses, rendering her hesitant to take another bite. Even the wild vegetables she identified as edible required processing. Many needed to be treated to remove astringency before they could be enjoyed. Numerous magical beasts and plants, endowed with their own energy properties, could not be simply cooked or fried. They required a purging of impurities through mental focus or other methods. In short, after spending 3 hours preparing a meal, she would consume it in just 2 minutes, making the endeavor both time-consuming and anxiety-inducing. With that time, she could engage in far more productive activities. Hence, with a relatively abundant supply of ingredients, she was willing to forego a portion in exchange for convenience. Of course, there were also some gentle magical beasts and plants that she could prepare for herself, such as the colorful feather wild chicken still in her preservation zone. After signing a trade contract with the restaurant, she departed, pressed for time as she had numerous tasks ahead. The gray wolf waiter and Feng Lian stood at the staircase. Watching her leave, they could not help but comment that the new champion had some prowess, acquiring a diamond VIP card in the first round of the map and seemingly gaining several valuable items. Feng Lian appeared to reminisce about distant memories, a hint of melancholy in its deep gaze as it strolled back to the kitchen. Before exiting the food street, Xia Sanfu purchased a golden rice bun worth 80 points for breakfast. She was both hungry and curious about the extraordinary qualities of the food in the culinary district. The golden rice bun was the cheapest staple there, about the size of 2 fists, golden and robust. After a few bites, she savored its subtle sweetness and fragrant rice aroma. However, satiation and the fulfillment of the body's energy requirements are two distinct concepts. Xia Sanfu had long recognized that while ordinary food could fill her up, it lacked the energy her body needed. Thus, she had to consume a considerable amount to feel satisfied, only to find herself hungry again soon after. Previously, she would eat half a pound of bread or biscuits, and within 2 to 3 hours, hunger would strike her again, while half a pound of golden-back alligator turtle meat could sustain her for an entire day. The energy derived from the golden rice bun could sustain her for nearly half a day. Consequently, as the overall strength of players increased, the issue of food would become increasingly pressing. They could either purchase food with points from the culinary street or hunt magical beasts and gather edible magical plants. She also needed to consciously save some points for future use, rather than depleting her resources each time. Upon exiting the underground culinary street, she made her way to the training base on the 8th floor. She only had a vague understanding of this place, which was said to offer tailored strength training for players, although her physical capabilities had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing her to temporarily overpower most magical beasts and players through sheer force. She was acutely aware of her limitations when facing formidable foes like the Night Demon King, the golden-back alligator turtle, and the Monkey King. Without the assistance of various equipment, she could scarcely fathom how many times she would have perished. It was imperative for her to ascertain her true level of strength first before enhancing her capabilities in various aspects. The glass sensor door slid open, revealing a powerful-looking black gorilla standing behind the reception desk, adorned with a small red flower on its ear, greeting her with a smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Xia Sanfu briefly outlined her needs. The gorilla's smile widened as it understood her requirements. "You currently seek a physical strategy instructor. We offer instructors at 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Please take a look." It lowered its head and operated a console, causing a holographic display to project numerous faces and descriptions. Xia Sanfu felt a pang of regret for entering. The prices were exorbitantly high, charged by the hour. She suddenly considered that perhaps training on her own wasn't such a bad idea. "Who is the most skilled instructor here?" she inquired. "The gold-level physical strategy instructor, Jing Shua," the gorilla replied, pointing to the first avatar, which belonged to a level 99 expert adept in various combat techniques and physical training, possessing immense strength and the valor to face thousands alone. Xia Sanfu pressed further. "If I engage an instructor, I would have to disclose personal information. Can you guarantee confidentiality?" The gorilla nodded, reassuring her, "Rest assured, our staff are prohibited from disclosing client information. This is a rule written in our employee code of conduct. If you remain concerned, we can also sign a binding confidentiality agreement." "What about internal disclosures?" she asked. The gorilla was taken aback by the question, maintaining an awkward yet polite smile. Xia Sanfu, contemplating, asked, "Do you have a contract template?" "Indeed," the gorilla replied. "The confidentiality contract comes in 2 forms, temporary and permanent. The temporary one costs 300 points and is valid for 1 map round, while the permanent one costs 1,800 points. After some consideration, Xia Sanfu declared, "I want the instructor with the strongest willpower in the training base." The gorilla's pupils dilated as it fiddled with the console for a while, eventually producing another holographic display featuring a gold-level mental strategy instructor named Gaia. Gaia's starting hourly rate is 5,999 points, it stated. Xia Sanfu inquired, "Since Gaia holds the title of mental strategy instructor, can they also guide me in physical training and willpower? Do you not have a dedicated willpower instructor?" "Apologies, but our training base does not employ a willpower instructor. As for other matters, it depends on the instructor's discretion." Xia Sanfu pondered for a few moments and resolutely decided, "I'll choose Gaia." Even if they are reluctant to teach physical and willpower skills, any guidance on mental matters would be beneficial. Many concepts cannot be understood solely through reading. "Please proceed to the training room and wait," the gorilla instructed, leading her to a training area. The door to the training room appeared unremarkable, just an ordinary door. Yet inside it was a different world. Upon entry, she scanned her surroundings, which were expansive, akin to a football field. It was entirely white, devoid of any other objects. Once the gorilla exited, she found herself alone in the vast space, which felt particularly isolating. The stark whiteness seemed to obscure direction and disorient her senses. After standing for only a few seconds, she experienced a slight discomfort and quickly focused her mental energy to introspect. Have you already begun self-cultivation of mental energy? Quite commendable. A voice remarked. Xia Sanfu swiftly pinpointed the source of the sound and noticed a minuscule black dot on the ground, smaller than a fingernail. Gaia's avatar resembled an ant. She had expected it to be at least human-sized, only to find it truly no larger than an ant. Xia Sanfu crouched down, greeting, "Hello, Instructor Gaia." Gaia stirred its two antennae and replied, "Hello, Instructor Gaia. Time is equivalent to points. Forgive my forwardness, but let us be candid and efficient. First, I wish to consult you regarding my belief that willpower significantly influences both the mind and body. During your guidance, can you provide constructive advice on willpower? And can you also offer insights regarding physical training in this process?" Logically, as a mental strategy instructor, Gaia was under no obligation to provide guidance on other aspects. After all, that would encroach upon a colleague's domain. However, Xia Sanfu had framed her request in a way that if willpower intersected with mental energy, could it be discussed in tandem? What a clever and ambitious child. Gaia sighed, a hint of amusement lacing its tone. But you are correct. Willpower is the foundation of everything. If you possess the requisite talent, my guidance will inevitably encompass it. Chapter 52, Guidance from Gaia. Xia Sanfu felt a sense of assurance and requested Gaia to sign a permanent confidentiality agreement. Gaia acquiesced without hesitation. Xia Sanfu obtained the contract from the gorilla, and after both parties inscribed their names, the tutorial commenced. Xia Sanfu courteously stated that she would follow Gaia's pace. "Let's first assess your fundamental condition," Gaia suggested. Xia Sanfu initially assumed she would need to disclose her personal information, but in the next moment, Gaia demonstrated the prowess of a master instructor. It waved its antennae, and Xia Sanfu felt a gentle breeze sweep through her being. This ethereal wind coalesced before her into a shimmering golden humanoid figure. Gaia instinctively shielded its eyes and, upon realization, was filled with astonishment. It was the Golden Will. No wonder this child. Gaia adopted a more serious demeanor and conjured a virtual pointer from thin air, directing it towards the golden radiance. The faint and scattered golden light indicates that you have awakened your willpower and possess a formidable core. Yet you still fail to comprehend what willpower truly is. It then pointed to the blue light emanating from her brain, indicating a mental capacity of 292 points, with preliminary signs of cultivation. Given this sensation, you must have practiced the dark meditation technique. The pointer descended, circling around the faintly red body. Your physical potential is alarmingly deficient. The maximum level is merely 10 points. Though you have awakened a 1-star physique, your progress is constrained to this level, leaving no room for advancement. Xia Sanfu's heart raced. What did this mean? Literally speaking, your race's physical potential is capped at 10 points, with a possibility of developing 5 points through postnatal efforts, marking the pinnacle of achievement. Fully unlocking 10 points grants you a 1-star physique, and those of exceptional quality may break free from genetic shackles to awaken unique traits. You appear to lack such quality. Forcibly unlocking all your potential through attribute points is already quite fortunate. Nevertheless, the limitations of your physical potential are predetermined by fate, making it impossible to surpass the 1-star barrier. Imagine your potential as fuel and your physical abilities as power. Insufficient fuel may lead to brief bursts of energy, but inevitably, it will extinguish unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Suddenly, Gaia produced a magnifying glass 1,000,000 times its size and inspected the area around the humanoid model's abdomen. There is an energy cycle here. Do you possess some cultivation manual? I have not encountered traces of such cultivation before. It appears incomplete. Indeed, it is a fragment of a manuscript. Even with a signed confidentiality agreement, Xia Sanfu refrained from revealing her secrets, since Gaia could not discern them. She saw no need to disclose the name of the manuscript. What a peculiar manual. The essence of your race's life lies within these 5 organs. If you continuously enhance these organs, perhaps you could elevate the upper limit of your physical potential. Of course, I cannot guarantee that. Shifting the conversation, Gaia continued. Let us return to mental capacity. Unlike physical potential, as one of the intelligent races, your cerebral structure is quite exceptional, allowing for a high upper limit of brain domain potential. If I am not mistaken, it stands at 99 points. However, due to the underdeveloped intellectual civilization, low physical potential restrictions, and deficiencies in brain domain development methods, the average only reaches 3 points. Discovering 7 or 8 points independently would qualify one among your race as a prodigy, and those with exceptional talent might reach 10 points, thereby perceiving the existence of mental energy. The brain domain is profoundly mysterious. It is the cradle of intangible forces. This upper limit of 99 points provides a stage for the manifestation of mental energy. Xia Sanfu was perplexed. You mentioned that reaching 10 points might allow one to perceive mental energy. Why did I awaken mental energy only after developing to 15 points? What I refer to as development is natural development. To illustrate simply, there's a distinct difference between natural growth and forced ripening. Thus, am I considered to be forced ripening? Xia Sanfu inquired, will there be any side effects? Gaia's expression reflected a teachable spirit. What the system provides bears no side effects. Yet you must heed one crucial point. During cultivation, do not rush. Solidifying your mental energy requires diligence, and it is advisable to seek calming aids when possible. Xia Sanfu nodded, noting this, and posed another significant question. Does physical potential also influence brain domain capacity? Everything requires energy support, including brain activity. With inadequate physical potential, energy cannot be acquired or sustained. Hence, your brain domain development remains below 10 points as a form of self-protection. Xia Sanfu further inquired, is the so-called star civilization based on physical potential and brain domain potential? More accurately, it is based on the average developmental values of the populace. Whether physical or brain domain, achieving a potential of 10 points qualifies one for a 1-star rating. Ah, I see. Xia Sanfu felt embarrassed. Having assumed that a physical development of 10 points was required to attain a 1-star physique and brain domain development of 15 points to awaken mental energy. In reality, true prodigies could awaken special traits with a physical development value of 10 points and activate mental energy with a brain domain development value of 10 points. She realized she was hardly a genius in terms of talent. She then asked the most pressing question, what is my willpower? Her personal information displayed a question mark for willpower. Gaia waved its antennae. Willpower cannot be quantified or measured. You are correct in your assertion that will is the foundation of all. For mental energy, will serves as the steering wheel. For the body, it is the controller. It is the supreme ruler of life, the issuer of all commands, influencing every aspect. It may suddenly strengthen or just as swiftly disintegrate. There exists no precise, systematic method to enhance willpower. You must endure hardships, continually hone your cognitive abilities, concentration, imagination, perception, and memory, thereby strengthening your decisiveness and initiative while broadening your knowledge to harness the power of truth, which will ultimately elevate your willpower. Gaia remarked, for players lacking in will, I would advise them to abandon mental skills and focus solely on physical training. Those with weak willpower struggle to divide their attention between 2 tasks, often abandoning one in pursuit of immediate results. It would be more beneficial for them to practice a skill that offers swift results for survival. Conversely, for players with sufficient willpower, I would encourage them to set aside physical training and devote all their energy to mastering mental energy techniques. In comparison to futile physical enhancement, it is better to anticipate the miracles that mental energy may bring. You are different. You should emphasize the willpower underlying both mental energy and physical abilities. Likewise, training in mental energy and physical capabilities will also aid in cultivating willpower. Gaia produced a sheet of paper 1,000 times its size and began to write furiously. This is the plan I have devised for you. In-depth analysis of mental energy will assist you in comprehensively understanding mental energy. Dark theory and philosophy of the underclass will help you grasp the concepts represented by the dark meditation technique. The wondrous drawing board will enhance your concentration, benefiting your mental energy cultivation. The body refinement technique under refinements diagram in conjunction with your fragment may yield extraordinary results. Give it a try, but do not rush. Do you have any other requests? Xia Sanfu promptly responded, I lack a systematic approach to combat. Indeed, your awareness of this is commendable. Begin with this mental energy tactical framework. No, I mean methods of fighting. I am currently using a mace, but I'm still unclear about which weapon suits me best for combat. Gaia adjusted the small glasses perched on its nose, searching for a physical strategy guide. If you seek guidance on physical strategy, do not disregard this mental energy tactical framework. Chapter 53. Hoarding. All right, let us first thoroughly digest this information. Once you comprehend it, come find me. The 100 Refinements tome is available for 5,800 points, while other books and the sketchpad are for rent and must be returned later. With a deposit of 1,200 points and a daily fee of 20 points. A special offer of 7,000 points is available. Xia Sanfu inquired, is there a 10 discount? Gaia calmly added, this is a private service, a small business, not something you can find in the Corvidi bookstore. I want it. You truly have impeccable timing. Xia Sanfu paid the points. With a soft thud, 5 books and a sketchpad appeared in the empty space. Seizing the last moment, Xia Sanfu asked, I have sensed the existence of mental power. To what extent must I develop it to utilize it for actual attacks? Your current mental power is too weak, at best. You can control equipment that requires mental support. Do not rush. Lay a solid foundation first. Digest the knowledge thoroughly and practice according to the dark meditation method. Once your mental power reaches 500 points, you can attempt to learn some effortless low-level mental skills. Farewell. Gaia's projection faded away. An hour had passed. Xia Sanfu exited the training room, greeted by the bright smile of the gorilla. Welcome, esteemed guest. The contract is 1,800, the instructor is 59.99, and with a 10 discount, it totals 7,019 points. How exorbitantly priced. I spent 14,019 points on this trip. However, her gains were indeed substantial. She had gained a profound understanding of her physical potential, brain capacity, stamina, mental power, and willpower. Additionally, she hoped these books would truly assist her. Previously, the introductory mental theory textbook had left her increasingly confused, not because the knowledge was incorrect, but rather because the more she learned, the more she realized the depth of this field. Retaining the information was easy. Comprehending it entirely was quite challenging. With Gaia's books, perhaps she could achieve a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of mental power. As for her stamina, it currently stood at 311 points. Through organ visualization and her haphazard exercise regimen, coupled with her diet, she was gaining a point every 2 days. At this rate, in just over 1,300 days, she would reach the first star completion. Now, with the assistance of body tempering techniques, this process should accelerate. She must cultivate her elemental power to better grasp the foundational theories. Time in the service area was always of the essence. Xia Sanfu left the training base and immediately headed to the equipment store to inquire about ecological bottles or other items that could simulate an ecosystem, as she needed to change the environment of the heart of sludge. The fox shopkeeper seemed surprised and replied, I'm sorry, we do not sell those. When she asked where they could be found besides title rewards, he fell silent. Xia Sanfu understood that the more urgent the matters, the less one could afford to rush. She needed to focus on her immediate survival. She currently had enough food, fuel, and cart equipment, but lacked water and items for the next map cycle. The good news was that all items in the shops had not yet increased in price, including sunscreen. With her Diamond VIP card, she could place orders directly without running around. Once outside the service area, she sat in her vehicle and placed an order. She searched for containers in the living supplies store and purchased 3 plastic water tanks capable of holding 1 ton of water each. Wait, what is this? A collapsible water basin, 50 cubic meters, for 800 points. 50 cubic meters could hold 50 tons of water, or 50,000 liters, and it only costs 800 points. This item was massive and would seem impractical to others, but she had storage space. How convenient would it be for her to store water? The only drawback was its susceptibility to damage and aging, but it was still a worthy investment. Xia Sanfu promptly purchased 5. Waterproof sunshade fabric was priced at 50 points per square meter. She bought 10 square meters to cover her vehicle. Sunscreen, 200 points for 60 milliliters. She purchased 2 bottles as a backup. Xia Sanfu glanced at the sunscreen clothing and sun hats, deeming them unnecessary, as long sleeves, long pants, and a helmet would suffice. However, the term sunscreen was most dreaded when associated with sunburn, high-altitude oxygen deprivation, and heat stroke. Thermal clothing, suitable for temperatures ranging from -70 to +70 degrees. Functionality ceases upon damage, priced at 2,000 points. Ice-keeping ear studs, maintain body temperature at 26 degrees, effective for 30 days, costing 2,500 points. Equipment capable of enduring temperature fluctuations seemed limited to these 2 items. Feng Lian mentioned that the black fabric derived from the golden-backed crocodile tortoise was used to create thermal clothing, but only a mid-level tailor could craft it, so that material would have to gather dust for now. After some contemplation, Xia Sanfu decided to purchase the ice-keeping ear studs, believing they might be more suitable given the high damage rate of her clothing. Finally, she accessed the medical station, even with her Diamond VIP card. She could not escape the consultation fee, paying 9 points to enter the convenient medication purchase interface. The prices for ordinary sunburn ointments and medications for preventing and treating heat stroke were not exorbitant, all under 100 points. Yet, she felt that relying on ordinary medications in this survival environment was somewhat futile, as their onset time was too lengthy, potentially unable to keep up with the speed of illness. Just as in the previous map cycle, if one caught a cold in such conditions, ordinary cold medicine would only provide temporary relief without a cure. However, on the other hand, even consuming an instant healing potion would not prevent future illness. Regardless of the perspective, the demand for medications was exceptionally high. Did the medical station possess that much inventory? Xia Sanfu selected a bronze-level potion, Gonstone Wash, for 1,000 points, 100 milliliters. Effective for mild to moderate sunburns, insect bites, and skin ailments caused by plant toxins. One application would cure it. She adjusted the order quantity to 1,000, far exceeding her payment capability. You wish to purchase 1,000 units of Gonstone Wash. Are you sure? Confirm. Sorry, your points balance is insufficient. This indicated that there were indeed 1,000 units in stock. She then adjusted the quantity to 10,000, and it still showed available inventory. When she tried 20,000, a notification appeared indicating insufficient stock. Xia Sanfu's spirit surged. After several attempts, she found that 10,001 units would not work, indicating that the total inventory was precisely 10,000 units. Would they restock once sold out? Was there a possibility that every item could be sold out? In the first map cycle, players' purchasing power was not particularly robust, and she had not heard of any items being sold out. Xia Sanfu switched between various shops, continually probing ordinary, bronze, silver, weaponry, armor, accessories, potions, and living supplies. She initially discovered that stock for various items was indeed limited, with higher-tier items having lesser inventory, which seemed to follow a certain pattern. Ordinary items had a maximum limit of 50,000 units. Bronze items had a maximum of 10,000 units. Silver items seemed to have a cap of only 1,000 units. Furthermore, items like the Exorcism Stone and Holy Light Guardian, which resisted abyssal creatures, were only available for purchase on the last day of that round, indicating they likely had stock limits as well. Alarmingly, ordinary antipyretics had 5,725 units. The tested stock showed both whole and fractional amounts. The most plausible explanation was that after consumption in the previous map cycle, there had been no restocking. Xia Sanfu specifically tried other popular supplies from the last map cycle, such as coal medicine and rain gear. Their inventory levels were all quite low. Did this imply that once sold out, they would not be replenished? Was this why there was a need for professional players to engage in production? Xia Sanfu took this matter to heart, planning to continuously monitor the inventory situation in the service area. However, for now, with points in hand, she intended to hoard supplies that were directly related to her survival. Chapter 54. Day of rest, gather 3 bottles of Gonstone Wash, a potion effective for treating frostbite. Heat stroke, gastrointestinal issues, colds, fevers, allergies, and detoxification. 3 portions each. Acquire the Silver Armor Set, Monsi from the equipment shop for a total of 15,000 points. This set boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand physical attacks from level 20 and above. She values her life dearly, hence this acquisition is essential. Initially, she contemplated purchasing a silver weapon, yet the shop only offered a sword, which she does not know how to wield. Thus, this idea was temporarily set aside. She procured a silver accessory capable of alerting her to dangers, a wind chime, crafted from jade, resembling a small bell the size of a thumb. This item can detect threats within a radius of 1 kilometer, including abyssal creatures, and can nullify 3 mental attacks, costing 10,000 points. After this expenditure, even with a discount, she had nearly 70,000 points drained, leaving her with just over 50,000. Xia Sanfu deployed her mobile house onto the roadway, connecting the faucet to a water pipe to fill the plastic water storage tank. Water, electricity, and gas are free for the first 24 hours. This opportunity should not be wasted. Regrettably, the shop lacked mobile power sources or solar panels for energy storage. Xia Sanfu sent a private message to Qi Chaoyan. To be candid, she was unclear about Qi Chaoyan's business acumen. Thus, rather than relying on uncertain dividends, she preferred to exchange for tangible benefits from her expertise and creativity. Therefore, she devised a new collaboration proposal. First, limited to the 3rd round of maps. Xia Sanfu would invest 3,500 points per round with the expectation that Qi Chaoyan would conduct paid lessons in the Crow Community Scientific Information Zone, as well as provide private answers to her queries for 2 hours daily. Given that Qi Chaoyan is an inheritor of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, she is undoubtedly familiar with human anatomy. Hence, within the 30 days of the next round's map, she is to update her knowledge related to the human body, encompassing bones, acupoints, organs, meridians, causes of diseases, mechanisms, symptoms, diagnostic methods, and treatment principles. Second, during each round of maps and rest days, the transaction volume in the trading area must exceed 1,200 transactions or generate total earnings surpassing 12,000 points within 31 days. Should these requirements not be met, the collaboration would be terminated and the turbo engine mortgaged with Xia Sanfu would not be returned. Additionally, she suggested Qi Chaoyan create a donation post regarding outdoor first aid knowledge. If she agrees to the collaboration, the first payment of 3,500 points will be transferred to her as a donation. As for the trade of damp-removing soup and detoxification pills, that would be Qi Chaoyan's own affair and unrelated to this collaboration. Qi Chaoyan pressed her legs against the edge of her tricycle, waiting for dawn, or rather, a response before dawn. She was not a naive individual lacking experience. Having traveled through various mountainous regions for years in search of medicinal herbs and consultations, she had endured the trials of nature and encountered the malice of humanity and the suffering of the world. She considered herself to have cultivated a heart devoid of emotion, yet filled with benevolence. Healing and saving lives was merely a respect for existence. Profound medical skills and the exploration of the unknown were her true pursuits. However, within the survival game, the collapse of order was unimaginable. When she was coerced at the free trading square, treating a killer with stolen bandages, needles, and powders while corpses lay nearby and bystanders hurried past, afraid to glance, she realized the fault lay with this world, and those who harmed her compassionate heart deserved death. Both killing and saving required strength. She needed power. Hence, even without responses to her previous 2 private messages, she sought to contact Xia Sanfu for collaboration once more. Ding Dong. Qi Chaoyan promptly opened the private message. The collaboration terms proposed by Xia Sanfu surprised her. She never anticipated that amidst such tension, someone would still think of education. Yet, she had no reason to refuse. Her vehicle was inadequate, and earning points through mileage would take an eternity. However, if the expectation was for her to impart professional knowledge and sell medicines, she felt confident. What astonished her further was the ambitious vision of this top player. She seemed less concerned with the food and medicines that everyone desperately sought and more focused on enhancing her own depth and attracting traffic to the forum. Qi Chaoyan recognized the disparity, and while she admired it, it inevitably intensified her urgency to strengthen her own capabilities. Upon her agreement, Xia Sanfu issued a draft transaction scroll, instructing her to use the engine to finalize the agreement, thereby ensuring the collaboration. Communication in the channel did not require typing. Thoughts generated text. Qi Chaoyan completed a lengthy chapter on outdoor first aid measures, spanning over 10,000 words, within 30 minutes, and published the donation post. 10 minutes later, Xia Sanfu publicly donated 5,000 points, propelling the post to the top of the trending list. Just waking up, her eyes were blurry, and she considered resting again. What a remarkable post! Receiving such a generous donation of 5,000, she exclaimed. My goodness, under normal circumstances, I can barely cover 300 kilometers in a day. I'd be utterly exhausted. Summer God, love me once, and I shall post too. Qi Chaoyan's content primarily introduced edible or medicinal plants found in the wilderness, a topic of great interest to players. Seizing the post's momentum, she linked it to a procurement thread for herbs, seeking to buy large quantities of raw materials. Such is the power of a professional. The various blueprints available in the Raven bookstore require corresponding professions to unlock. Yet, many materials in the game are identical to those found on Blue Star, allowing professionals to create relevant items without relying on blueprints. In this regard, past knowledge was not learned in vain. Meanwhile, Xia Sanfu became engrossed in her tasks. The rain-soaked forest was a vast treasure trove, with clusters of mushrooms and foraging animals demonstrating the vibrancy of life. By 9:30 in the morning, Xia Sanfu ventured over a kilometer into the forest. With her steel wings unfurled, she surveyed the ground from above, significantly increasing her efficiency in discovering a mountain spring. Upon landing, a refreshing breeze greeted her, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water and the occasional melodious bird call. Xia Sanfu employed a water quality tester to analyze the composition, confirming the presence of beneficial minerals and trace elements for the human body. She set up 2 folding water tanks, diverted water from sturdy bamboo into the tanks, and quickly located another spring, placing 3 more tanks before continuing her search for food. Thanks to her flying advantage, she could easily spot fruit-bearing trees and large animals. A flash of orange yellow in a valley caught her attention. Upon inspection, she found 3 trees laden with golden fruits resembling persimmons. Her item scanner indicated that these fruits, known as Zhen Tu Hogua, belonged to the Moro plant family and were classified as magical fruits. While the skin could induce unbearable itching upon contact, the flesh possessed strong properties for enhancing digestion and quenching heat. She collected them. Following the stream for 3 to 4 kilometers, she emerged at a vast azure lake, bordered by tall grasses resembling rice, reaching heights surpassing that of a person, adorned with dreamy pink tassels. Chapter 55. New map. Xia Sanfu scanned and identified the newly discovered plant, which turned out to be a variety of rice known as wind-rolling rice. After maturity, the unharvested rice ears quickly carbonize, and when the wind blows, they resemble a swirling cloud of pink sand. Observing the color of the rice ears, it was evident that this field was at its peak maturity. She gently squeezed a grain, revealing a plump, translucent pink kernel about the size of a fingernail. The identification indicated that it could fulfill the body's basic energy requirements. This was undoubtedly a staple food. Xia Sanfu gazed at the expansive rice fields, momentarily troubled. Although her storage space had a picking function, it was limited. First, it needed to be unowned. Items on others, those growing in the earth, and freely roaming plants and animals were not considered unowned. One had to either eliminate them or detach them from the land for them to qualify. Perhaps she could experiment with Windblade. Before that, however, the plump ducks grazing in the fields could also serve as sustenance. In the azure lake, a flock of waterfowl with bright red bills frolicked, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Quack! Quack! A large net descended from the sky, capturing a dozen large autumn ducks, startling the other birds into flight. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Sanfu bled the ducks and placed them in the preservation area, while the net reverted to a card. This net, obtained from the Night Demon City loot, could ensnare creatures below level 15, was of excellent quality, and could be used 3 times a day. Xia Sanfu grabbed a long bamboo pole and struck the rice field, startling out snakes, insects, and rodents. She equipped her iron wings, carefully controlling the angle, and released a wind blade just 20 centimeters above the ground. With a swoosh, the wind blade sliced through, laying low a swath of wind-rolling rice. Nevertheless, it took her 2 hours to harvest all the rice, and once completed, she initiated the pickup command. Amidst the stubble, she uncovered numerous nests, amounting to over 100 eggs, giving her the illusion of a bountiful harvest. An online trading frenzy erupted, with players beginning to sell the small creatures they had just captured. Some players, unable to access the service area due to insufficient mileage, took plastic bags and bowls from the service area to sell in the trading zone, as they had gathered materials without containers. Xia Sanfu caught fish, foraged for wild chestnuts, and hunted a few low-tier magical beasts. World announcement. The rest day is about to end. Please ensure you are on the road, as a new journey is about to commence. The next map is a high-temperature desert. World announcement. Areas with fewer than 50,000 players will merge randomly. Exception. Areas with leaderboard players will retain their serial numbers, while other areas with fewer players will merge around them. Area announcement. Some players from region H0074 will merge into our region in the next map. Prepare accordingly. Prepare for what? To be robbed? Goodness. A desert. It will feel like a clash of ice and fire. I can't bear it. Have you noticed your potential dropping? My initial physical potential was 410, where 4 was the development value and 10 was the fixed potential. To my surprise, it has dropped to 9. It seems that 10 is the human limit. After a month of continuous rain and repeated bouts of illness, my body has sustained irreparable damage, resulting in a decline in potential value. This game is unbearable. The trading zone experienced a tremor. Food and water were rapidly taken off the shelves as everyone hoarded supplies. Only 30 minutes remained before the map change. Xia Sanfu, a bit distant from the road, flew to the mountain spring to gather 5 full water tanks, then divided the mud into 2 parts. The heart of mud and silver quality, bronze quality mud, along with lake water, were transferred into a 10 cubic meter water tank, placed in the preservation area. The remaining half, equating to a classroom's worth of mud, was of high quality but had to be stored in water tanks in the storage area due to the preservation area being filled with fruits and medicinal ingredients. After organizing her storage space, she hurried back to the road, took a 3-minute shower in her mobile home, stowed it away, and settled into her vehicle. Countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xia Sanfu peeked around her surroundings. No change. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and she turned to see the road collapsing at an alarming speed. She ignited her vehicle and pressed the accelerator to surge forward. Just then, a cloud of yellow sand swept in, and in the blink of an eye, the forest receded, replaced by an icy chill. Once the sandstorm subsided, she found herself on a straight road, with rolling dunes silhouetted against the dark. Exhausted from the day, Xia Sanfu deployed her mobile home and took a nap. When sunlight streamed through the window, she glanced at the time. It was 6:30. The sunlight at this hour was more intense than at noon. With a sense of curiosity, she freshened up, stowed away her mobile home, and climbed back in her vehicle. Oh dear! Xia Sanfu opened all the car windows, revving down the highway while extending her hand to feel the warm wind against her palm. The temperature should be over 30 degrees, but it was still bearable. After driving over 500 kilometers, she collected 11 ordinary treasure chests, marveling at the shifting dunes, and eventually halted her vehicle upon entering a stony desert expanse. Around 8 in the evening, the sky remained bright. She conducted a low-altitude survey within a kilometer radius, spotting only sparse, low shrubs. Alighting on a massive rock face, she activated her Diamond VIP card, instinctively checking the prices, confirming her suspicions. Items related to the current environment had doubled in price. Ice sleeping ear studs, originally 2,500 points, now required 5,000 points. Ordinary sunscreen, previously 200 points for 60 milliliters, transformed into 400 points. A 1,000 point treatment for sunburn, now soared to 2,000 points. Xia Sanfu sighed and tapped the customer service of the food god pavilion. Within 2 minutes, a large, basin-sized vortex of white light appeared before her, for which a meal box materialized. Inside, it contained braised wild boar and stir-fried wild vegetables. The taste was unquestionable, and she savored the meal contentedly, leisurely finishing it while opening the crow community and messaging Qi Chaoyan politely. "Professor Qi, are you still able to move?" Qi Chaoyan replied, "My brain still functions." "Then there's no problem," Xia Sanfu responded, knowing she could communicate through thought to generate text. She glanced at Qi Chaoyan's shop, noting over 300 transactions, primarily for acquiring various medicinal materials, with no drugs yet for sale. Switching to the scientific information section, she observed that Qi Chaoyan was still quite active. The first chapter of a paid post on human anatomy had been published, outlining basic structures. Xia Sanfu paid 2 points to skim through the content, then began to ponder and inquire in detail. Traditional Chinese medicine's understanding of the human body, especially regarding meridians and internal organs, was profound, steeped in philosophy. She sensed this would deepen her comprehension of the concept of the void. As Xia Sanfu posed increasingly challenging questions, Qi Chaoyan's expertise and teaching ability became evident, unveiling the grand and mysterious world of traditional Chinese medicine. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed, and adhering to her agreement, Xia Sanfu took her leave, sitting quietly atop the rock wall to consolidate her gains. Chapter 56. The refinement of the 100 training diagram today. In addition to acquiring a profound understanding of human anatomy, she gleaned 2 seemingly ordinary yet previously overlooked pieces of wisdom. The essence of well-being lies in the adage, "Sleep early and rise early." A hearty breakfast is essential, a fulfilling lunch is necessary, and dinner should be light. Each aspect is intricately linked to the functions of the internal organs. One should retire before 11 p.m. to facilitate the metabolism of bile, as this is when the gallbladder meridian is most active. It is said that the clarity of one's mind is proportionate to the purity of the gallbladder. When the gallbladder efficiently completes its metabolic process, one awakens with a clear mind. Conversely, neglecting this can lead to insomnia and anxiety. By 1 a.m., one should be in deep slumber, as this is when the liver's blood begins to flourish. The liver stores blood, governs the tendons, and supplies energy that supports thought and action. Any disruption in the liver's metabolism may result in fatigue and weakness. At 3 a.m., one should remain in a deep sleep, for the lungs become active, distributing qi and blood to other organs. By 5 a.m., the large intestine commences detoxification, and at 7 a.m., the stomach's digestive capabilities peak. By 9 a.m., the spleen begins its function of transformation. It governs the body's muscles, and any impairment may lead to muscle weakness. Also influencing cognitive functions, an invigorated spleen promotes a nimble mind. At 11 a.m., the heart meridian is in its prime, facilitating blood circulation and nurturing vitality, thus necessitating a period of rest. By 1 p.m., the small intestine becomes active, making it imperative to consume a nourishing lunch to absorb nutrients. At 3 p.m., the bladder takes precedence, its meridian running from the back of the head to the heels, primarily distributed along the back and the posterior thighs, acting as a significant detoxification channel that expels various ailments. Therefore, massaging or scraping along the bladder meridian can have therapeutic effects. At 5 p.m., the kidneys store essence. In traditional Chinese medicine, essence is the source of all life. Whatever the body lacks can be replenished through this essence. By 7 p.m., the pericardium meridian is active, serving as a conduit for qi and blood. This is an opportune time for joyous activities to maintain a positive mood, which benefits the pericardium's flow. At 9 p.m., the Sanjiao meridian is dominant, connecting the heart and lungs with the spleen and stomach and the liver and lungs, thus serving as the main conduit for the body's energy circulation. Hence, traditional Chinese medicine suggests this time is suitable for nurturing health during the intense summer heat. She was inspired to reflect on the operations of the 5 organs as conceptualized in the Great Void visualization. The functioning of the 5 organs within this framework is divided into 2 dimensions: One involves absorbing excess essence from other organs and storing it in the kidneys, while the other entails utilizing the kidney's essence to nourish the other organs. These processes occur simultaneously, with the external energy source from the nutrients derived from food and the breath, the former being the predominant contributor. Thus, she has always engaged her internal energy following meals, as this is when external energy is most abundant. However, this does not necessarily indicate that the organs are in their optimal state. She contemplated whether to experiment with directing energy to each organ at its peak activity, extending the duration of essence retention within each organ to amplify nourishing effects. For instance, at 11 p.m., she would concentrate the essence in her liver to bolster its strength, promote bile secretion, and enhance liver metabolism. By 3 a.m., she would focus on her lungs to strengthen them, as they are interlinked with the large intestine, thereby enhancing its digestive functions. At 7 a.m., she would direct energy to her spleen to fortify its capabilities and replenish energy from food. By 11 a.m., she would focus on her heart to augment energy in both the heart and small intestine, facilitating the nurturing of spirit, qi, and tendons. At 3 p.m., she would return to her kidneys, converting essence to support the interconnected bladder. During this summer heat, she suddenly experienced an epiphany and retrieved the 100 training diagram provided by Gaia. As she meticulously perused it, she could not help but applaud. Truly, it was worthy of its initial price of $5,999 as a premium strategic guide. The diagram contained illustrations of various movements. The static movements were designed to exercise different organ systems, allowing her to circulate internal energy while maintaining these positions. Meanwhile, the dynamic movements served to invigorate the meridians. The period from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., when the Sanja meridian is active, could be utilized to train the meridians, assisting in the regulation of overall energy flow. The time from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., requiring a joyful disposition, was perfectly suited for learning and inquiry. Of course, these were merely her hypotheses, yet untested. She resolved to commence this experiment at this very moment. It was now 11 p.m., and she began with exercises for her liver. She executed a split, bending the front leg with the sole pressed against her groin, raising the back leg, twisting her spine, arching backward, one hand reaching from above and the other from below, forming a circle with her fingertips touching. Alas, she soon realized that her body felt as rigid as steel. It was a considerable challenge. After engaging in some warm-up exercises and attempting several times, she finally replicated the standard movement depicted in the diagram, feeling as though she had undergone a vigorous battle. She took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and directed her internal energy to circulate through her 5 organs, ultimately pausing the essence in her liver. At this moment, she was devoid of thought. Each time she entered a meditative state, her body and mind seemed to drift into a profound slumber. Yet, it was as if an invisible camera was monitoring her internal and external state, allowing her to sense the wind and perceive the liver's activity without any subjective judgment. Merely observing objectively, she had long since mastered the control of her biological clock. 4 hours later, she awoke, noticing a significant reduction in her essence. This indicated that her liver had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, suggesting an enhanced, nourishing effect and indicating that the liver was functioning more efficiently. The desert night was frigid, the winds chill likely below 10 degrees. She donned a plush pajama set, adjusted her position, and after another cycle of energy circulation, directed her essence to her lungs. As dawn approached around 4 a.m., the sun began to rise, and she resembled a peculiar statue in the light. It was not until nearly 7 a.m. that she returned to her mobile dwelling, attended to her physiological needs, refreshed herself, and ordered a meal from the Divine Food Pavilion, consuming it with diligence. The energy expenditure had been substantial, and this single meal was insufficient to meet her body's demands. She then retrieved the chi-boosting soup, a medicinal concoction originally designed for rapid recovery, now repurposed as sustenance. Indeed, after drinking the soup, she felt a satisfying sense of fullness. She performed movements to strengthen her stomach, circulating energy to nourish it. Before 11 a.m., she consumed 2 meals, then shifted her focus to nurturing her heart. At 3 p.m., she dedicated time to her kidneys. With the aid of the 100 training diagram, all 5 organs appeared to receive both nourishment and fortification. This round of enhancement was directly reflected in their increased efficiency. The lungs governed qi, invigorating her spirit. The spleen facilitated transformation, enlivening her blood. The heart housed the spirit, allowing her thoughts to be vibrant and clear. The liver stored blood, imbuing her with strength. The kidneys stored essence, endowing her with abundant energy. This indirectly influenced the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and sanjiao, enhancing their functions of digesting food and transmitting energy. At 7 p.m., she continued her studies with Qi Chaoyan on human physiology. Perhaps due to her favorable state, her learning efficiency soared. By 9 p.m., she practiced the 12-pushing meridian diagram, invigorating her entire meridian system, culminating in a profound sense of openness and flow. Chapter 57. Gold Medal Physical Training Strategist. The 100 Refinements diagram requires a rigorous 21-day regimen of high-intensity exercises. Once these movements can be executed with ease, one may attempt to seamlessly perform the entire sequence within an hour. Achieving this indicates that all blockages between the internal organs and the body's meridians have been thoroughly cleared. Curiosity piqued, Xia Sanfu attempted 2 movements in succession, quickly breaking into a sweat. Although there was no notable sensation when performed separately, the combined execution revealed a pronounced sense of obstruction. With determination, Xia Sanfu resolved to commit to this training for the next 21 days. Beyond the motivations stemming from a 100 Refinements diagram, her ambition was also fueled by the advanced practices concerning the 5 internal organs within the Taishu contemplation. Once the 5 organs are strengthened to a certain degree, the accumulated essence could be transformed into tangible energy, circulating through the meridians, nourishing the body's tissues while fortifying bones, flesh, and skin. This energy is known as yuanli. The term strengthened to a certain degree refers to the state where the 5 organs can consistently maintain optimal performance. The practice of the 100 Refinements diagram would expedite this process. Additionally, the vitality of the 5 internal organs signifies the augmentation of the body's functions, enhancing resistance to natural disasters. As Xia Sanfu entered a cycle of self-cultivation, the arrival of the second day of extreme heat introduced a troubling shift. The daytime temperature soared above 30 degrees Celsius, and the rising heat began to take its toll. A sticky sensation enveloped her, and the oppressive warmth started to affect her condition. Adorning herself with cooling ear studs, she felt a refreshing aura envelop her. The communication channels were filled with lamentations as the harsh natural environment rendered survival increasingly arduous. Xia Sanfu recalled that her career plan hinted at rewards for forging apprentices, including basic heat-resistant protective gear and a smelting furnace set. This protective outfit might serve a purpose in the current climate. The blacksmith profession was obscure, and with basic necessities unmet, few would venture into mineral extraction. Xia Sanfu shared this information in the gaming strategy section of the Crow community, leaving it to others to decide whether to pursue the path or attain the qualification. She then procured over 300 towering trees, felled by collisions with the alligator turtle and her own efforts, intending to use them as fuel. She planted these trees along the roadside, artificially creating a shaded area to shield vehicles and mobile homes from the sun. Afterwards, she visited the supplies store to purchase a threshing machine, spreading the harvested straw and grains on the road to dry after threshing. Completing these tasks, she resumed her training beneath the newly created shade. By noon, the temperature reached over 40 degrees, and even she felt the heat. Having applied sunscreen and changed into protective clothing, she remained resolute, refusing to succumb to lethargy. Her internal organs were undergoing rigorous enhancement, and her demand for energy was increasing exponentially. On the first day, she consumed 3 meals, 3 liters of water, and a bowl of energy-boosting soup. The following day, her intake escalated to 4 meals, 5 liters of water, a bowl of soup, and a cup of fruit juice. With a deep breath, Xia Sanfu stretched her body, closing her medicinal materials textbook which faded along with the instructional projection. She could not constantly visualize the state of her internal organs. Thus, while practicing the 100 refinements diagram, she would also meditate or adjust her materials to projection mode for study. After reapplying sunscreen, she stepped out of her mobile home, using her homemade wooden rake to turn the rice spread across the road. A day of sun exposure would suffice. The quantity of rice was substantial, stretching 1,000 meters in a tender expanse, easing her concerns about future sustenance. However, resources are finite, and her ecological bottle could only accommodate 4 square meters of land. In the evening, Xia Sanfu gathered the rice and applied for entry into the service area. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the training base within the comprehensive building. This time, she sought the guidance of a physical training strategist. Lacking any foundational training, she realized that aimless practice would be futile. Xia Sanfu specifically requested the renowned gold medal physical training strategist, Jing. The imposing figure of a 2-meter-tall warrior with a leopard-like visage materialized before her, his golden-brown eyes assessing her with a detached demeanor. Xia Sanfu greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Jing. My objective is to comprehensively develop my physical capabilities and learn combat techniques. Do you believe this is feasible?" Jing's gaze was filled with an intimidating aura as he replied, "I have no objections. It depends on your perseverance." Curious, Xia Sanfu inquired, "I've heard of a profession called warrior. Are you familiar with it?" Jing explained, "The entry requirement for a warrior is the cultivation of yuan qi. However, possessing yuan qi alone does not make one a true warrior. Every profession has a core essence. For warriors, it is spirit, obedience, and fearlessness. This spirit can stem from yourself or other sources, and the obedience can be to oneself or others. It must be robust enough to sustain you in the face of adversity, fostering an indomitable heart. This encapsulates the essence of a warrior, while externally, it involves the development of a comprehensive combat methodology." Xia Sanfu chose not to pursue the topic further. "Let us establish a confidentiality agreement and commence today as instruction." Jing appeared somewhat dissatisfied, questioning the necessity of a confidentiality contract, deeming it trivial. Xia Sanfu smiled. "Accepting responsibility, it's not directed at you, but rather a personal matter. It provides me with peace of mind." With that, Jing could not counter her reasoning. Upon signing the contract, Jing stated, "Physical capability is reflected in strength, speed, agility, defense, explosive power, endurance, and stress resistance. We will begin by assessing your metrics." He gestured towards a virtual screen, from which an array of equipment emerged from the walls and floor. Jing pointed to a sandbag suspended from a force measurement machine, instructing, "Use your maximum strength to strike the bag with both hands continuously until I say stop." Having warmed up before entering the service area, Xia Sanfu wasted no time, channeling her energy to rapidly strike the sandbag until she reached 70 or 80 punches before being called to halt. Jing's expression soured as he remarked, "This is dreadful. Your striking technique, frequency, and power distribution are all in disarray. It is evident you lack any foundation." Xia Sanfu nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely correct, which is why I seek your guidance." "Very well. Take note of your current metrics. Left fist, 800 kilograms, speed, 1. 5 seconds per punch. Maximum explosive force, 850 kilograms. Maximum explosive speed, 0. 9 seconds. Right fist, 500 kilograms, speed, 1. 3 seconds per punch. Maximum explosive force, 570 kilograms. Maximum explosive speed, 0. 5 seconds. Now, let us assess your obstacle running. Give it your utmost speed." Xia Sanfu stepped onto the mobile running track, which functioned similarly to a treadmill, allowing her to run in place. It would intermittently present various obstacles, sometimes a 3-dimensional virtual tree, other times falling rocks or a small river to cross, not to mention the occasional pursuing dog. Initially composed, Xia Sanfu's demeanor shifted to one of increasing desperation as she faced the onslaught of challenges, colliding with obstacles and tumbling before regaining her footing, eventually completing the 10,000 meters only to be called to stop. Jing, with a deadpan expression, announced during unobstructed intervals, "Your average speed is 10.5 seconds per 100 meters, while your reaction time during obstacle phases is 0.9 seconds. Though Jing expressed dissatisfaction, Xia Sanfu felt a glimmer of optimism. Even the renowned Blue Star sprinter's record was merely 9.56 seconds per 100 meters and with no formal training. She was only a second behind. Observing her lack of urgency, Jing maintained his impassive demeanor, instructing, "Now, let us test your stress resistance. Do not evade. Take a punch from me." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike. Xia Sanfu crossed her arms in a defensive stance, feeling an overwhelming force as she was propelled backward, rolling before regaining her balance. Jing inquired, "What is your potential development level, upper limit of potential, and current physical capacity?" 315, she replied. Jing expressed his discontent with the subpar data. Yet ironically, others have already reached the pinnacle of their racial potential. Chapter 58, Transformation Just Now. That punch of mine registered at 850 kilograms, which is the maximum force your left fist can deliver. Currently, your resistance level is approximately at this threshold. It is evident that your physical capabilities have yet to be fully realized. With a stamina value of 315, theoretically, you should be able to exert a force of 3,150 kilograms, which is 10 times your stamina value. Xia Sanfu began to comprehend the situation. With a single slap, she could potentially sever someone's neck, comparable to the mightiest champion in Blue Star. And this is without tapping into her full potential. Quite disappointing indeed. Let us now assess your defensive strength. Jing gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, causing an array of sharp objects to fall. Needles, small knives, cleavers, hammers, awls, and more. Xia Sanfu's eyelids twitched. How is this to be tested? Simply draw them across your skin. Do not worry. The medical station is on the first floor. Both external and internal injuries can be treated. Xia Sanfu hastily intervened. Was there truly a need for testing? It was certain to break the skin. Jing retorted, his eyes wide. How will you know unless you try? Xia Sanfu was not afraid of injury or blood, but the idea of inflicting harm upon herself felt rather peculiar. She picked up a small knife and gently grazed it against her arm, a small wound appearing, which she promptly covered with a bandage. Jing's voice boomed. You just endured a punch from me. Let us see if there are any bruises on your arm. Xia Sanfu turned her arm to reveal indeed a bruise. Your bones, tendons, muscles, and skin all exhibit insufficient strength. I shall now devise a training regimen for you. Jing took out a notebook. Do you possess any cultivation manuals? I have a manual on visualizing the 5 organs and another titled The 100 Refinements, which focuses on training the 5 organs and meridians. Demonstrate it to me. Very well. Xia Sanfu sat cross-legged and visualized the 5 organs. Jing observed intently, his golden brown eyes shimmering with traces of light as he detected the flow of energy within. After a moment, he declared done. As Xia Sanfu exited her meditative state, he remarked, Your manual is indeed intriguing. Typically, elemental energy manuals guide the body's energy flow through movement, whereas yours directs it through mental focus, simultaneously refining mental strength, an exceptional rarity. Xia Sanfu explained her current training method, demonstrating her practice of visualizing the 5 organs while engaging in the 100 refinements, allowing her vital energy to concentrate on the exercising organs to enhance their absorption. Jing nodded, then shook his head. While this approach may yield short-term enhancements to organ function, prolonged practice will lead to strain on the organs and joints. Your physique is not suited for such intense training at this time, and your body is not yet prepared for such rigorous conditioning. What should I do then? What level of training plan do you desire? Without hesitation, Xia Sanfu replied, Since I have sought your guidance, I naturally wish for the optimal plan. That will incur additional costs. Feel free to state your price. Jing appreciated her forthrightness and stated plainly, the combination of 100 refinements and your manual is feasible, but the duration and method of training must be adjusted. First, I will employ a set of techniques to open your body, stretching your tendons and mobilizing your joints. Secondly, a daily medicinal bath will nourish your organs, meridians, and bones, solidifying the conditioning effects. This will require 7 sessions, at an additional cost of 7,000 points for 7 medicinal packages. The 100 refinements is indeed a conditioning technique. Practicing it will also aid in stretching and mobilizing your joints. but you will need at least 20 days to master the movements and achieve full extension. With my techniques and medicinal baths, I can ensure your body reaches its optimal conditioning state within 7 days, and by the 8th day, you should be able to seamlessly integrate the 100 refinements without any side effects. During this period, you may practice according to the active periods of your organs to facilitate the absorption of the medicinal properties, but you must limit each practice session to half an hour. After 7 days, once you have mastered the 100 refinements, dedicate 1 hour each morning to rehearse the movements, maintaining a breath count of 3 to 5 for each action to awaken your body. This approach leans towards health cultivation. Excessive practice is unnecessary. Regarding your elemental energy manual, prior to formally manifesting elemental energy, do not exceed 6 hours of practice daily, as your body may not withstand it. After you have manifested elemental energy, we will reassess based on your condition. Training is energy intensive, and a significant source of energy must come from external intake. Thus, nutrition is crucial. I shall provide you with a dietary plan. As Xia Sanfu observed him jotting down notes, she silently committed the details to memory. She had already arranged for a balanced diet from the food god pavilion, ensuring she would not suffer from malnutrition. Jing inquired finally, "Do you agree to this training plan?" "Agreed." Spending 7,000 points for 7 medicinal packages to shorten the conditioning period is quite worthwhile. Time is of the essence. Completing the conditioning lays a solid foundation for me to learn martial techniques. Xia Sanfu then asked, "With my current weapons, a long knife and a wolf-tooth club, do you have any martial techniques to recommend? I could familiarize myself with them during the conditioning period." Jing replied, "Do you recall the recent assessment? You have yet to tap into most of your physical capabilities. Your limbs are unsteady. Engaging with weapons now would only hasten your demise. What is your suggestion?" Jing's gaze sharpened. "If you trust me, I will guide you from developing your physical potential to wielding weapons in this phase. I trust you." Given her current strength, as long as she avoids the bronze-level dungeons, she should be safe on the road, allowing her this 30-day period to learn. Jing nodded. "Return to me in 7 days. For now, we shall begin the opening process, which consists of 2 parts, opening the meridians and opening the joints. It may be somewhat painful. Here, take this leaf and place it under your tongue. Your body is too fragile, and it will shield you from harm. By the way, this leaf costs 1,500 points. The leaf was a crystalline green, as if light flowed within it, and it felt cool against her tongue, spreading a refreshing sensation throughout her body. Here it comes. Do not resist," Jing commanded in a booming voice, seizing Xia Sanfu's arm, his fingers swiftly tracing from her fingertips to her palms, elbows, and shoulders, as if a blade were slicing through flesh. Before she could react, she was lifted with punches and kicks raining down upon her, at times feeling akin to the agony of flesh being pulled, at others as though her joints were being severed, rendering her voiceless with pain. In a daze, she heard Jing declare, "All right, time is up. The medicinal packages will be prepared, and the customer service will deliver them to you. Pay attention to the information provided. Additionally, I advise you to remove the ice breath ear studs. Do not wear them for extended periods, allowing your body to acclimate to the environment." Xia Sanfu was unable to think clearly, but understood the need to transfer funds, promptly scanning the 8,500 points owed to him. "Why does it feel as though I spent money to receive a beating?" Xia Sanfu lay still for half an hour, the echoes of the beating gradually fading, her thoughts returning. The leaf had melted under her tongue, the cool essence alleviating her pain and restoring her senses. Struggling to her feet, she moved her limbs, bending at the waist and executing a split. Even the challenging movements from the 100 refinements felt remarkably fluid. The flexibility of her body had undergone a complete transformation. The expenditure on points was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 59. The Zodiac Blood Scorpion. She settled the payment for the mentorship and confidentiality contract with the chimpanzee and hastily departed from the service area. After a round of navigating the map, the players had confirmed that once they left the service area, even if they turned back, they could not return to their original path. Beyond the service area lay new routes and fresh landscapes. This further solidified the players' belief that they were in a virtual game. With 5 billion people, how could they not encounter one another? To ensure that 5 billion individuals never cross paths would require an immense expanse. Such a reality was unfathomable. Xia Sanfu was torn between belief and skepticism. Were her mental and physical capabilities mere illusions? If so, the implications would be terrifying. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. She was determined to clear the game, treating the fictitious as genuine. Suddenly, she recalled Jing's suggestion and removed her ear studs. The car lacked air conditioning, but thankfully, twilight was approaching, and the temperature began to drop. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she propped one hand against the car window while gripping the steering wheel with the other, driving a leisurely pace, merely seeking solace. In this tranquil moment, she spotted a scorpion the size of a basin, carrying an ordinary treasure chest. The car came to an abrupt halt, causing the scorpion to scurry away even faster. With a swift motion, Xia Sanfu ensnared it in a hunting net. Due to her title as a butcher, most magical beasts below level 10 would instinctively avoid her, while those above level 10 would often provoke her first, some fleeing while others charged headlong. This behavior was entirely dependent on their temperament. This scorpion was likely below level 10. With a decisive strike, she received the notification. Congratulations, player has slain a level 9 Zodiac blood scorpion. As this was an active kill on her part, no achievement points were awarded. Blood scorpions? The name struck a chord in Xia Sanfu's memory. After rifling through her recollections, she pondered the potential medicinal properties of its venom when employed judiciously. Could it not serve as a pain reliever, a diuretic, an anti-inflammatory, a coagulant, or even enhance immunity? For the moment, she was not in a rush, opting not to waste points on identification. Instead, she transformed her compendium into a book and perused the entries, locating the Zodiac blood scorpion under the scorpion category. Indeed, its medicinal value was substantial. Judging by the effects of its venom, it could likely be utilized in the creation of hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory medications, and remedies for coughs and colds. Without damaging the venom sac, one could even concoct remedies using the entire scorpion. What a valuable resource! If only she could breed them for a continuous supply of venom. Taking advantage of its recent demise, Xia Sanfu donned gloves, retrieved a glass vial, and scraped the venom secreted from its stinger. In the process, she opened the treasure chest, discovering 10 ordinary cooling patches, which proved to be quite useful. After securing her findings, she climbed atop the car to survey her surroundings. To the northeast lay a cluster of rocky formations, according to the habits of blood scorpions. It was likely that they congregated there. Xia Sanfu resolved to set up camp in this vicinity. After savoring a meal, she tuned into Kizayan's instructional session, which focused on human meridians and acupoints. She found herself deeply intrigued, as Jing's techniques seemed to correlate with these concepts. Though she was uncertain how they compared to traditional Chinese medicine, Kizayan presented the material with clarity and detail, avoiding unnecessary digressions. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. They refrained from idle chatter, maintaining a strictly professional discourse until the session concluded. However, this time, Xia Sanfu called out to her, daring to inquire about Professor Qi's chosen profession. Physician or alchemist? She asked, or both at the novice level. How did this knowledge compare to that of Blue Star's medical and pharmaceutical fields? The foundational content was merely superficial in terms of knowledge itself. It bore an 80% similarity to her previous studies, with the remaining 20% intertwined with mysterious forces such as elemental and mental energies. Although this 20% of knowledge was novel, it was comprehensible and had been studied to a degree because these energies originated from the human body, an area of research she had been pursuing. Yet, it was evident that while they were still in the research phase, such forces were already in application. The difficulty of achieving novice titles in these professions was on an entirely different level compared to skills like farming, driving, or leather processing, which could be understood through experience and memorization. In contrast, the former seemed like an inscrutable tome. Xia Sanfu had been studying herbal medicine for several days, and despite her strong learning ability, she found the material challenging, having only made it through half of the book thus far. Nevertheless, her current focus remained on Professor Qi's profession, as she possessed a career planning document that outlined the rewards for obtaining novice titles in these two fields. The alchemist's novice reward was an ordinary pharmaceutical workstation, while the physician's novice reward was a basic medical equipment set. Possessing a pharmaceutical workstation would mean having the conditions necessary for the refined processing of medicinal herbs. With candor, Xia Sanfu sent over the information regarding the zodiac blood scorpion, inquiring if it might be possible to create a hemostatic agent. The sunset's golden glow at 9 o'clock was still dazzling. As Professor Qi scrutinized the text she had received, it was a raw material for many medicines, but concoctions required compatibility. One could not simply create a remedy from a singular ingredient. Though it could be processed for consumption in its entirety, the efficacy would be significantly diminished, rendering it little more than nutritional supplement. If the scorpion was dead, it was crucial to promptly extract the venom sac, dry it, and grind it into powder for preservation. The most valuable aspect of this scorpion lay in its venom, which could be stored in this manner. As Xia Sanfu treaded upon the coarse gravel, listening to the rustling sounds, she recalled having inspected the rocky formation just as the lesson was concluding, where she had discovered traces of the zodiac blood scorpion. Indeed, there was a nest of scorpions here, which prompted her inquiry to Professor Qi. She presumed that the professor understood the significance of hemostatic agents in this survival game. This blood scorpion was a rare find. If within 7 days, she could locate other herbs to formulate such a remedy, they could collaborate on a significant endeavor. Using long tongs, Xia Sanfu captured 3 minuscule zodiac blood scorpions and placed them in a glass vial, which she then listed in the trading area for Professor Qi to purchase for research purposes. These tiny scorpions were level 0. Alas, should any of them reach level 1, a single sting would shatter the glass vial to smithereens. Xia Sanfu cautiously approached the rocky formation, careful not to alert the other blood scorpions. Whether she could concoct a hemostatic agent would determine her approach towards the scorpion nest, whether to capture them alive or harvest them for their venom. With medicinal resources in short supply, self-sufficient potion crafting was a formidable challenge. The service area stocked finished medications but lacked raw materials. Furthermore, the game's workbench and blueprints served merely as tools and recipes, entirely reliant on the player's skill. Professor Qi's ability to create an antidote for zombie toxins was a testament to her prowess. If even a professional could not concoct a hemostatic agent, Xia Sanfu would not waste her energy pursuing this endeavor. There were many other tasks awaiting her attention. As she prepared to focus on her physical training, wary of the possibility of nurturing live scorpions to death, she decided to remain here for 7 days while seeking a way to construct an ecological bottle. She would need to procure additional ecological bottles to ensure the scorpion survival. The medicinal packets had been delivered, each bearing their respective effects and precautions. She picked up the first health-enhancing packet, requiring 300 liters of hot water and a soak time of 120 minutes. Xia Sanfu first searched the online trading area for a bathing tub or a large water container, but found nothing. Ultimately, she placed an order for a collapsible bathtub from the living supply shop and proceeded to kindle a fire to heat the water. After toiling for over half an hour, she finally filled the bathtub. As she submerged the medicinal packet into the water, the clear, hot liquid gradually transformed into a deep green hue, releasing a potent herbal aroma. Testing the water temperature, she shed her clothing and immersed herself, initially feeling warmth that intensified into a searing heat, with a sensation akin to needles pricking her skin. In a moment of carelessness, she inadvertently broke the edge of the bathtub. This plastic folding tub proved too fragile. Xia Sanfu clenched her fist, submerging her hand in the water, exerting effort to restrain herself. Eventually, as the heat subsided, her body began to feel remarkably comfortable. When the time elapsed, Xia Sanfu emerged from the bathtub, feeling invigorated. She proceeded to practice the 64 movements of the 100 refinements technique, albeit still lacking fluidity. Yet, she managed to complete them in just over an hour. The tangible progress she witnessed brought her a sense of accomplishment, even if it was achieved through shortcuts. Points, after all, were of paramount importance. Chapter 60. Upgrading the repair station. At this moment, the temperature had dropped to a little over 20 degrees, and players who had been hiding throughout the day began to stir. It's scorching. My tire burst. Changing a tire costs 600 points. Surely that S for a regular tire. In this heat, we need high-temperature resistant tires, which cost 1,200 points. How can my initial vehicle not have air conditioning? I feel like I'm going to dry out. At least you have a vehicle. Mine was wrecked in the last map, and now I'm on foot. I can't even walk. Help me, I don't want to die. It's only the second day, and I've already run out of water. Does anyone have any? I'll pay a high price. Where's the leaderboard? Didn't they say the top player would distribute points? Exactly. Once the leaderboard is out, if you want to maintain your prestige, you must help us. That is a valid point. How can the top player turn a blind eye to our suffering? As the leaderboard appeared, players from the original H0074 zone began to rally together in excitement upon learning they were merged with H0081. After all, H0081 had two top players, known for distributing points to fellow players in the region. It was said that the top players were benevolent leaders who garnered goodwill from the community. Yet, to their dismay, there was not a single word from them, only the cawing of the crow community at the forefront. They refused to acknowledge the various trading opportunities and diverse players within the crow community that could aid survival. All they saw were overpriced water and food in the trading zone, cursing the paid posts and tipping posts in the forums where players exchanged skills for points. Soon, someone retorted. A prominent player mentioned on their day off that one could venture off the road to gather supplies. Water and food are vital for survival. Everyone knows that. Who told you not to stockpile during your break? If you have time to complain, why not learn desert survival techniques from the community's experts? You can drink your urine if you have to. By the way, has anyone obtained the beginner blacksmith title? Is the protective gear it provides useful? Thanks for the invite. I just finished the first chapter and feel like I might not survive to read the rest. I'm not like you. I want to know if the prominent player is tied to the community. If the prominent player dies, will our community perish as well? Whoa, Watson, you've hit a blind spot. May the prominent player live forever. May the prominent player live forever. Blessings. May the prominent player live forever. Blessings. Look at your servility. What's so impressive about that? If you're so capable, why not give out free water? Indeed, spending more time online led to encounters with clever individuals. The crow community was not tied to her, regardless of life or death. She pondered whether the community could be usurped by special means while she was still alive. Currently, the bound equipment included the compendium of all things and the storage space, both inherently bound. She inquired at the consultation desk, which informed her that to permanently possess certain equipment, one must purchase a binding card. The card shop only had bronze-level binding cards, which could only bind bronze items. Her crow community was of gold level, while the divine hand was of epic level, and even the moonlit crystals were of silver level. The only item of binding value left was the bronze-level repair station, a spiked bat, and a long sword seized from a player. The repair station could be upgraded using points, but it was uncertain whether binding it would become ineffective upon reaching silver level. Having considered this, Xia Sanfu decided to give it a try, as the worst outcome would be losing a binding card worth 1,000 points. She had already stockpiled one, so she took out the repair station and applied it directly. System prompt. Do you wish to use the binding card to bind the repair station? Once bound, it cannot be forcefully taken by outsiders. Yes, the binding card transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the repair station. The display screen of the station flickered to life, indicating successfully bound to the unique user ID, H0081540888 Xia Sanfu. Xia Sanfu tapped the display screen and selected the upgrade button, scanning her face to recharge with 10,000 points. Beep, 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 the machine is upgrading. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Please do not move. Then, it appeared to malfunction, producing a cacophony of clanging and crashing parts until only a phone-sized display screen remained. Xia Sanfu picked it up and tested it, illuminating the screen, which displayed a scanning inspection and began the upgrade process with 3 icons. Upon clicking upgrade, a pop-up appeared indicating that upgrading to gold level required 500,000 points. The leap from 10,000 to 500,000 is quite vast. In recent days, the crow community's net income had hovered around 10,000 to 20,000 points. Without spending points elsewhere, she would need to save for 50 days to reach that amount. Xia Sanfu noticed a camera on the display screen and aimed it at the rear window, which had developed a crack. Ordinary rear windshield, valued at 1,000 points, with a damage degree of 15. A minor 10-centimeter crack requires a repair fee of 10 of the original price, totaling 100 points. Unsure if this was a bargain, she retrieved her night vision goggles. Bronze-level night vision goggles, valued at 1,500 points, completely wrecked, requiring a repair fee of 95 of the original price, totaling 1,425 points. Previously, the requirement had been a 100% repair fee, but now it had dropped by 5%. Xia Sanfu chose to proceed with the repair, as the goggles possessed a useful perspective effect. She also scanned her flashlight. Bronze-level laser flashlight, valued at 3,000 points, with a damage degree of 90. Requires a repair fee of 85 of the original price, totaling 2,550 points. Xia Sanfu felt she had stumbled upon something intriguing, as she took out an axe with a tiny chip that did not affect its usability. Ordinary hand axe, valued at 200 points, with a damage degree of 3, requiring no repair fee. She then placed a slightly damaged ordinary shirt on the scanner. Ordinary thin long-sleeve shirt, valued at 89 points, with a damage degree of 2, requiring no repair fee. Indeed, items with a damage degree below 5 could be repaired for free. To be honest, it felt somewhat redundant. Such minor damage meant the items could still be used normally, rendering the repair seemingly inconsequential. She still needed to accumulate points to prepare for the promotion to gold level. Furthermore, the soul-bound user displayed on the screen remained her name, indicating that the upgrade did not affect the binding, making the use of the binding card worthwhile. Unfortunately, it cannot repair the cards. Xia Sanfu repaired the laser flashlight, the night demon set, the defensive necklace, and the waterproof and fireproof leather jacket. Then, as per her usual routine, she checked the operational status of the Crow community. Currently, the most popular posts in the strategy zone were the 2 pinned discussion threads she had initiated, encouraging players to consolidate any game patterns they discovered. Consequently, each day saw new posts and discussions. There was little constructive feedback. Instead, most shared gradually uncovered game knowledge, such as how bodily deficits would lead to fixed potential value losses, or that developing bodily potential would aid in adapting to high-temperature environments. The third and fourth most popular were 2 paid survival tips posts published by renowned survival experts. The strategy zone enforced stringent review standards for posts. Only those deemed genuinely informative could be successfully published. Thus, their content held significant reference value, and Xia Sanfu diligently followed their updates. Chapter 61. The forum, a player known by the nickname Survival Expert of the Special Forces, has updated his post with 3 videos. One on personal protection, another detailing methods for sourcing water in the desert, and the most recent showcasing night travels. The videos are shot from a first-person perspective, and the audible voice reveals a man of few words, yet his actions are precise and effective, demonstrating practical survival techniques in each clip. His popularity surged primarily due to his night travel video released the following day, where he proposed a strategy of seeking temporary shelter to rest during the day and travel at night. To be frank, in sweltering temperatures, players instinctively seek shade to avoid heat stroke, so his suggestion was not particularly groundbreaking. However, he was the first to voice this idea in temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, demonstrating how to locate and construct temporary shelters, quickly becoming a guiding figure for many players, attracting a considerable audience. Another trending post was created by a woman calling herself Seeking the Oasis. In contrast to the survival expert's informative approach, she focused on resource gathering tailored to the environment. Her familiarity with the desert was remarkable, as if she had always lived in such arid regions. Her post began with a frantic chase across the desert, evading a delirious camel, its hump collapsed and frothing at the mouth. This camel, driven mad by hunger, pursued her as if she were fodder, yet she planned to ride it in search of an oasis. Accompanied by a voiceover, she skillfully deployed a homemade lasso to bring the camel down, initiating a series of actions to find insects, water, meat, and plants to nourish both herself and the camel. In the latest video, the camel's condition had markedly improved. Aside from these 2 popular survival posts, others garnered little attention. The survival techniques are generally similar. The one who shares them first enjoys the advantage. No one dares to set high fees for access, as excessive pricing could lead to competitors undercutting them, resulting in most survival technique posts being accessible for merely 1 point. Moreover, players tightly clutch their points, deliberating for long periods, even when full access requires just 1 point, instinctively gravitating towards posts with higher view counts, which they associate with greater accuracy of content, a rather simplistic notion. Switching to the entertainment gossip section, it remains the most vibrant area, teeming with a plethora of topics. Some players even share their misfortunes, like a simple fall, to vent their emotions. Accumulating points in this zone is particularly challenging when lives are at stake. Who would pay for entertainment? Unless one encounters a fortuitous opportunity akin to the player once supported by a skeleton. Nevertheless, many brave souls have initiated donation posts, striving to amuse the masses. The scientific information section, however, is rather niche. Recently, doctors influenced by the Qi phenomenon have surfaced, uploading a variety of medical knowledge. The most sought-after information pertains to first aid, while other topics fail to generate significant interest. Players, focused on survival, prioritize expedience over unrelated research. As the peak of summer draws to a close, the trading area experiences a lull. After a wave of exchanging basic living supplies during the rest day, activity has waned. Qi has been selling a dehumidifying soup for points only, 3 bowls for 200 points. Though the quantity is limited, it sells out almost instantly. Her prices are relatively low. The humidity from the environment does not dissipate despite the high external temperatures. It causes skin ailments and, more directly, leads to lethargy and gastrointestinal distress. In a survival game, immobility and inability to eat equate to failure. Whether players are genuinely ill or merely cautious, anyone with points will rush to purchase. The medical station's dehumidifying pills cost 258 for a course, plus a consultation fee of 10 points. Furthermore, 3 bowls of dehumidifying soup equate to 3 bowls of water, making it undeniably worthwhile. Yet considering she sells 30 bowls daily, her supply must be dwindling unless she has discovered an oasis or invested a significant portion of her startup funds into storage equipment. In the equipment store, the only available storage items are a 1 cubic meter storage ring priced at 1,200 points and a 1 cubic meter preservation storage ring at 2,000 points. Aside from her, others are also selling medicines. A previous donation of 5,000 points attracted considerable attention, prompting many players to follow suit and procure various herbs, which they have been selling over the past few days. When discussing pillar industries, those related to fire are paramount. Although treasure chests grant flint, finding plant life in the desert is often a rarity, with only low shrubs present, making it challenging to start fire. Given that nighttime temperatures plunge close to freezing, the demand for fire remains high. Thus, many players collect any desert plants that can provide warmth, trading surplus supplies. Emerging professions include cultivators, hunters, and alchemists, with great interest in these trades. Unfortunately, while cultivators possess land, the growth cycles of crops resemble those on Blue Star and require watering and fertilizing. The quickest growing crops are sprouts from various seeds, such as bean sprouts maturing in just 7 days. Presently, cultivators lack water, fertilizer, and seeds. Hunters are short on game, and alchemists are in need of medicinal materials. The scarcity of production tools and resources stifles the growth of industries and professions, rendering their potential value negligible. Conversely, this moment is exceptionally suited for capital accumulation. Xia Sanfu organized her resources. She traded for a 5-seat business vehicle equipped with a smart display and a 2.0T turbocharged engine, alongside an estimated 4 to 5 liters of fruit juice, another 4 to 5 liters of fruit brew, and 10 liters of brewing fruit liquid, 6 cylinders in total. Additionally, she possesses an abundance of fruit, thousands of pounds of rice, over 300 trees, more than 100 duck eggs, 50 assorted leather goods, and over 300 ordinary tools from Night Demon City, along with a vast array of ingredients stored at the Food God Pavilion, 5 50-cubic water tanks, and baskets of chestnuts, alongside a collection of medicinal dishes. Aside from the medicinal dishes, fruits, and wild chickens and ducks that she can prepare for consumption are stored in the preservation zone. Everything else is in the storage area. She supplied all hunted beasts to the food god pavilion due to the limited space in the preservation area. With an excess of fruit, she needed to consume it. Fortunately, the fruit liquid was ready, and she retrieved 6 wine barrels, each equipped with a tap. As she turned the tap, the clear fruit liquid flowed out, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. 1 barrel of fruit yielded approximately 80 liters of fruit liquid, totaling 480 liters across 6 barrels. She carefully poured the fruit liquid back into the clean barrels, adding a mixture of Bichine grass mash, and sealed them for an additional 30 days of fermentation to produce fruit brew. She also ordered 10 smart, temperature-controlled wine barrels, releasing 1 water tank to clean various fruits without blemishes, allowing them to dry before filling all 10 barrels and adding fermentation yeast to continue brewing fruit liquid. Xia Sanfu cleared the leaves from the water tank, placing the newly purchased ultrafiltration purification stone within. The stone emitted a gentle red glow, transitioning to blue approximately half an hour later, indicating completion of purification. The previously murky water had regained its clarity. She cupped her hands to scoop some water, tasting the refreshing sweetness akin to spring water. Observing the water tank filled with purified water and the remaining less-than-perfect fruits, she ordered some plastic bags with nozzles and began preparing her offerings for sale. Chapter 62. Launching Survival Supply Pack. Survival Supply Pack Number 1. 1 liter of drinking water. Assorted fruit, not less than 120 grams, in exchange for any potion materials or seeds, or 1,000 points. Survival Supply Pack Number 2. 10 liters of drinking water. 3 hemostatic cakes, in exchange for an ecological bottle, or 10,000 points. The pricing was not arbitrarily decided. She had observed the food street, where all the dishes possessed therapeutic effects. The beverages, particularly those involving water, were various health juices and teas. The most affordable option was 50 milliliters for 35 points. Merely a few sips. When converted, 1 liter equated to 700 points. As for the fruit, it was likely that no one had any available. One piece was estimated at 300 points, totaling 1,000 points. Similarly, for the second supply pack, the hemostatic cake was a bronze-level medicinal dish. A single piece could staunch bleeding from a wound the size of a bowl, while also providing sustenance. Priced at 1,000 points, it was slightly more economical than equivalent medicines at the medical station. Players capable of acquiring ecological bottles could afford textbooks and passed assessments swiftly, indicating their competence. Only in dire circumstances would such players part with their ecological bottles. She prepared a portion of wind-threshed rice, rinsing it and boiling it with water. The resulting rice was pink, each grain glistening and emitting a delightful fragrance. Xia Sanfu took a taste. It was perfectly textured, chewy, with a pure sweetness, characteristic of high-quality rice. After digestion, the refined energy produced was considerable. Xia Sanfu finalized the third survival supply pack, 15 liters of drinking water. A portion of turtle stew over rice, in exchange for any bronze item or 11,000 points. The 15 liters of water were priced at 10,500 points, while the turtle stew, sourced from a level 15 beast and crafted by a master chef, was a therapeutic dish that retained only essential nutrients without burdening the body, allowing for rapid recovery of stamina, estimated at around 500 points. She initiated the first step of listing, opening the display case, and allowing the assessment system to scan the items for a detailed report. Supply pack number 1. Drinking water, premium spring water, drinkable 1,000 milliliters. Peach, ordinary yellow flat peach, edible 121 grams. Supply pack number 2. Drinking water, premium spring water, drinkable 10,000 milliliters. Hemostatic cake, bronze level medicinal dish. Effective in stopping bleeding, stamina recovery 10. Restores consumed stamina points. Healing speed 120. For instance, a wound that requires 120 hours to heal now takes only 1 hour. Supply pack number 3. Drinking water, premium spring water, drinkable 15,000 milliliters. Turtle stew, bronze level therapeutic dish. Stamina recovery 200. Players with total stamina below 200 should consume cautiously, as they may experience temporary surges in energy or fatigue. The second step was to edit the text. Summarizing the detailed report. The report used milliliters, but the text used liters, and the peach was replaced with assorted fruit, not less than 120 grams. The third step was to determine the names of the traded items. Supply packs number 1, 2, and 3. The fourth step involved setting the trading format. She selected both item for item and points for purchase trades. The fifth step was to establish the traded items and amounts, as previously mentioned. The sixth step was to set the inventory. She had 3 types of supply packs, opened 3 display cases, with each type having an inventory of 20 units. If the counterpart paid with items or points, those would remain in the transmission system, and she needed to deliver the corresponding traded items within 10 minutes of the transaction to proceed. Otherwise, the items would be returned. Additionally, at the moment of listing, the assessment system would scan the items again, and if there were discrepancies with the details in the display case, a notification would be sent to the buyer. The transaction would only continue if the buyer consented. To avoid complications, Xia Sanfu specifically purchased a measuring cylinder and scale to ensure accurate weight and volume. Players in the area were closely monitoring the Crow shop. Upon new listings, they all received notifications, leading to a flurry of discussions in the communication channel. Soren, why won't they share the water with us? Lian, isn't the price a bit outrageous? I can't even scrape together 1,000 points, and now it's over 10,000? Lu Yao, the amount of water being offered is absurd. While we trade a mere dozens or hundreds of milliliters, they offer liters. Qian San Yao, it's dire. I have no points or supplies, and with the heat rising, I feel like I'm about to dehydrate and perish. Indeed, the heat was intensifying. On the 5th day of the heat wave, surface temperatures soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Remaining outdoors for 10 minutes caused skin to itch and redden, akin to being lightly cooked. Alarmingly, on the 6th and 7th days, the temperature continued to rise, reaching 55 degrees, while nighttime temperatures plummeted to -10 degrees. Players transitioning from a humid, rain-soaked environment to a harsh, fluctuating desert climate found their bodies struggling to cope. Accounts were being canceled by the thousands daily. By the 8th day, the player count dwindled to 80,000. Discussions among players shifted to strategies for digging caves for respite. It's madness. We hide in caves during the day and scavenge for food at night, unable to travel. Finding a new place means digging again, and without stamina, we struggle to find suitable digging spots. Has anyone encountered a dungeon? I can't take it anymore. I'm ready to fight monsters and level up. Is it true that enhancing physical development value helps withstand the heat? Why are items related to shade and heat stroke so exorbitantly priced? A sunburned individual, his skin purplish red and peeling, trudged through the sandy terrain, his legs resembling noodles, occasionally giving way beneath him. Famished and parched, his mind felt as though it had been baked dry as he mechanically searched for a place to dig a hole for shade. But all he could see was yellow sand. In a daze, he spotted a plant and lunged to consume it, but suddenly halted. What if it were a potion material? In region H0081, it was evident that no one was oblivious to the top-ranked shop. He was aware that it had recently listed survival supply packs, but he could hardly afford a trade. Perhaps this time. He opened the forum and navigated to the Crow community, eagerly locating the display case, clicking to redeem. A beam of light illuminated the plant in his hand. Desert Goblin. Mature magical plant. Possesses energizing, calming, and beneficial effects for the spleen and lungs. Would you like to proceed with the trade? He was momentarily stunned, his thoughts swirling. Just from the description, he recognized the substantial value of this magical material. But he needed water. He needed water. Ding! You have received an order. Someone had ordered supply pack number 1. Finally, the shop was open for business. Chapter 63. Resource gathering on the eve of the midsummer. Xia Sanfu opened the notebook she had recently purchased and examined the detailed report of the items she was trading. Subsequently, she uploaded 1 liter of water and 120 grams of berries. Once the recipient confirmed the receipt, the transaction was completed, and a beam of white light emanated from the system interface. Encased within this light was a yellowish, conical object, adorned with 2 yellow leaves and bearing 5 or 6 black seeds. Xia Sanfu held it in her hands, scrutinizing it closely. In the study of herbalism, such magical plants known as earth spirits possess formidable energy-replenishing properties, capable of being crafted into potent tonics that restore physical vitality. She glanced at the black seeds atop the object, recognizing them as the seeds of the earth spirit. However, a dilemma arose. Desert earth spirits require a dry and scorching environment to thrive. Her ecological bottle, which cultivated brewing fruit and Vernhart grass, lacked the warm and humid conditions of the deep mountains, making it unsuitable for desert earth spirits. Ultimately, what she lacked was an ecological bottle. Nevertheless, this transaction had opened a gateway. Some players, clutching valuable items, were beginning to feel the pressure. The scarcity of water would only worsen. And what would happen when their stock was depleted with no new supplies? Ding. You have an order, Ding. You have an order. Throughout the day, she received a total of 8 orders, which included the Desert Earth Spirit, 3 kinds of magical herbs, a vehicle acceleration card, a fuel tank expansion card, a fireball card, and 2 defense cards. Xia Sanfu applied a cooling patch and examined the fireball and defense card she held. Were these obtained from a dungeon or extracted from a roadside treasure chest? Based on the information currently available, ordinary roadside treasure chests typically yield basic life supplies, while bronze roadside treasure chests are likely to produce items related to vehicles. There are even accounts of players discovering vehicles from them, albeit with a low probability of obtaining weapon cards or dungeon summoning tickets as special items. Thus far, her bronze roadside treasure chests had only yielded a smart display and 2 vehicle repair cards. The ecological bottle had only appeared during the lucky draw upon the first completion of the bronze dungeon across the entire server. Indeed, relying solely on self-collection of resources proved to be a slow endeavor. Xia Sanfu resolved to utilize the unlimited team summoning card. She posted a bounty in the entertainment and gossip section, seeking clues for dungeon locations, requesting private messages with screenshots of dungeon rifts, and offering long-term buyouts for dungeon summoning tickets. She also sought various mineral clues, including but not limited to iron ore, quartz, limestone, feldspar, salt alkali, boron, and coal, inviting players to share screenshots in private messages, again on a long-term basis. Additionally, she called for experienced players in botany, biology, agriculture, and soil science, prioritizing those who had achieved the titles of planter and soil cultivator, urging them to share their personal information via screenshots, showing ID name, physical development value, mental development value, achievement points, combat level, and profession level, with a deadline of 6 hours. As soon as the post was made, responses flooded in. Is the boss looking to enter a dungeon? I once encountered a bronze dungeon, but didn't dare to enter. I merely passed by. I haven't visited the service area yet. Perhaps I should return to find it? Do you need materials for weapon and glass production? The latter seems to be a raw material for glass. What reward are being offered? Are you bringing teammates? Can I join as an agricultural student? Xia Sanfu clicked on the screenshot sent by Qi Chaoyan, skipping over the ID name and noting the physical development value of 6, mental development value of 10, achievement points of 3,556, combat level of 3, and initial titles of junior physician and junior alchemist. She couldn't help but be taken aback by these statistics. A level of 3 implied the acquisition of 3 free attribute points. Xia Sanfu herself had a physical development value of 3 and a mental development value of 8, totaling an initial value of 11. Her initial value was at least 13, which was quite remarkable, especially considering the system's notes indicated that the average physical development value for Blue Star humans was 4, while Gaia remarked that most Blue Star humans had only autonomously excavated 3 mental development points, leading to an average initial value of 7. She was nearly 50 above the average. However, wasn't she working on a hemostatic agent? Xia Sanfu replied to her with a question mark. Qi Chaoyan, a minor in biology, hold a doctorate degree, and specialize in molecular biology. I also have knowledge in genetics, biochemistry, microbiology, cytology, ecology, and botany. Do you need assistance? I can also handle physical combat. I have trained in martial arts since childhood. Xia Sanfu, what script are you following as the protagonist? Diligent Qi Chaoyan wondered. Why hasn't she responded? Is it because my abilities are too lacking? My mental power has also awakened. It isn't particularly useful at the moment, but I can sense danger. Ah yes, This aligns with what Gaia mentioned about prodigies who awaken their mental powers at 10 points. I awakened at 15. Xia Sanfu responded, asking if Professor Qi had any insights regarding the hemostatic agent. Using ordinary herbs for the formulation would require numerous materials, but since it is a magical insect, if she could combine it with magical herbs, she would only need to find coagulation grass and cloud petals. This was the optimal formula outlined in the hemostatic agent blueprint. Someone had brought coagulation grass from a dungeon, and I purchased 2 stocks, but I still need cloud petals. I suspect that those may also be present in the dungeon, as it revolves around the medicinal mountain, with completion rewards allowing the extraction of 3 types of herbs. Additionally, I have replaced them with other desert herbs of similar efficacy to create a hemostatic powder, which, while not reaching bronze quality, is somewhat superior to ordinary hemostatic agents. Xia Sanfu posed 3 queries. Can the coagulation grass retrieved from the dungeon be cultivated? Is that player still near the dungeon? Is there a possibility of mass cultivation for the desert herbs you found? The coagulation grass is fresh and intact, so there's a chance of survival. Desert herbs can be cultivated as long as there is land available. I traded with that player the day before yesterday. I shall inquire. After a moment, Qi Chaoyan sent a message. The player had completed the dungeon, and the dungeon rift had vanished. The only information available was that it was a common dungeon titled Nightmare of the Medicinal Mountain. Generally, dungeon rifts appear randomly on the road, and encountering one depends on luck. Alternatively, if a treasure chest yields a dungeon summoning ticket, it can directly summon a dungeon rift. This was previously concealed in the last map, but it is no longer a secret in this round. Items have been sold in the trading area. After completing the dungeon, the rift that serves as the entrance may disappear immediately or linger in place. If it remains, the player can return to find it as long as they do not pass through the service area and refresh their location. The Nightmare of the Medicinal Mountain dungeon warrants attention. If possible, Xia Sanfu wishes to cultivate coagulation grass and cloud petals in bulk, along with breeding golden-blooded scorpions. To master the raw materials for this hemostatic agent, the issue with the ecological bottle must be addressed promptly. As for the hemostatic agent, that can wait until I locate the dungeon. For now, I have a task to obtain the junior planner qualification within 2 days and then within 1 day. Provide me with 200 questions based on the examination points. The deposit will be 500 milliliters of water, with 10 liters upon completion, should the quality meet standards. Further requests will follow, including provision of food, water, and points. This transaction will remain confidential and must not be disclosed. Understood. Chapter 64. Recruitment. Xia Sanfu's private messages flickered incessantly during the sweltering summer heat. After filtering through the irrelevant information, over 1,000 individuals claimed to be students, lecturers, doctoral advisors, and experts in related fields. She promptly edited a selection of questions she encountered during the planting engineer assessment and forwarded them with a one-click multi-select feature, demanding responses within 5 minutes, which narrowed the field down to merely a few dozen. Seeking assistance, she posed a challenging botanical question to Qi Chaoyan, subsequently forwarding it to her remaining candidates. 4 individuals, 1 with a Ph.D. in biology, another in agronomy, and 2 with doctorates in botany. Their combat levels were modest, 1, 0, 1, and 2 respectively. However, Xia Sanfu noted that their initial brain development values were commendable, starting at no less than 6 or 7 points. This observation corroborated a statement she had encountered in her detailed analysis of mental faculties. The extent of brain development is directly linked to the active cooperation of various brain regions, influencing mental energy and serving as a composite measure of intelligence and cognitive abilities. While brain development does not equate to intelligence, those with lower IQs invariably possess limited brain development. In her recruitment endeavor, she stipulated that candidates must independently obtain a junior planting engineer certification within 2 days at their own expense, followed by submitting 200 questions based on the assessment criteria within 1 day. A deposit of 500 milliliters of water was required, with an additional 10 liters upon satisfactory completion. Should the quality meet her expectations, further demands would follow, including the provision of food, water, and points. This transaction would remain confidential and must not be disclosed to outsiders. 3 individuals consented, yet the agronomy Ph.D. sent a message. Wait, Songxue. I apologize. My points are insufficient. The only valuable possession I have is a bicycle. May I offer it as collateral to borrow points for purchasing textbooks? If not, I understand if this seems presumptuous. Wait, Songxue huddled in the shadow of an eroded pillar, his head wrapped in a sweat-drenched shirt steeped in urine. However, it would not be long before the heat evaporated the liquid. Initially, he had 200 points and a small tent, which he lent to a student in dire straits. During the previous map cycle, their group, friends, colleagues, and students had supported one another through trades, yet now only he and the student remained. He could not allow someone to perish without assistance. Licking his chapped lips, his throat felt like parched wood. He had prepared himself for death when he lent out his supplies, knowing only one could survive. He stared at the private chat interface, fully aware of his impending fate, yet who would easily relinquish hope. The bicycle is of no use to me. I can assist you in acquiring textbooks. Let us draft a contract. Should unforeseen circumstances not arise, you will provide me with 18 hours of guidance in agronomy. I shall not offer additional compensation. Wei Songxue managed a bitter smile. Why not agree? Knowledge was nearly worthless now. Apart from the struggles for survival, there was little else to occupy his time. No sooner had he consented than a system message appeared. Player Xia Sanfu invites you to form a team. Do you accept? Startled, Wei Songxue sprang to his feet, dusting off the sand from his clothing and discarding the urine-soaked shirt. He accepted. A white vortex materialized before him, revealing a figure clad in a full-face helmet, leather garments, and black boots. His throat, hoarse and dry, rendered him speechless as he stepped forward to nod in greeting. They signed a contract, exchanged textbooks, and the water that served as a deposit. The other party's clear and tranquil voice instilled in him a sense of unease, accustomed as he was to authoritative figures. After signing and receiving the materials, the person vanished, the entire exchange taking less than 3 minutes. Xia Sanfu tested the unlimited team summon card and glanced at Wei Songxue's true state. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with a dusky complexion. Removing her night demon helmet, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Her current constitution was resilient enough to withstand the oppressive heat, though the sun's rays were relentless, affecting her overall condition. She began to doubt how many would survive if the temperature continued to rise. The ordinary cooling pads she had unearthed from her loot proved only marginally effective, offering relief for a mere 10 minutes at best. Xia Sanfu accessed the communication channel and the Crow community, reviewing the player survival statuses. The communication channel, strictly real-name based, was rife with complaints, pleas for help, and vitriol, while the Crow community, adorned with pseudonyms, fostered a warmer atmosphere of mutual support and rational survival strategies. Her first-hand experience revealed that the heat-resistant protective gear awarded to novice blacksmiths could withstand heat waves, providing a degree of cooling and thermal resistance, albeit with discomfort during prolonged wear. Surviving the heat was paramount. Comfort was secondary. However, passing the examination was essential. Who knew how long it had been since she last opened a book after leaving school? Her mind felt incapable of absorbing knowledge. The scorching days left her feeble, while the chilling nights made her shiver as she pressed onward. Surviving was a stroke of luck, leaving little time for study. She began acquiring fabric to manufacture tents. After catching a snake, she bartered it for water, inviting interested parties to message her privately. Xia Sanfu switched to the trading backend, observing the players with the highest transaction volumes. Qi Chaoyan ranked among the top 3, continuously purchasing snakes, insects, rodents, and certain desert plants while selling basic hemostatic powders, painkillers, and snake broth. She was a remarkable individual capable of concocting remedies without relying on medicinal blueprints. Other physicians existed in the area, but Qi Chaoyan had gained an edge, trading for essential resources. Xia Sanfu did not shy away from individuals like Qi Chaoyan, who had clear objectives. Her needs made her useful. Aside from Qi, several players exhibited high trading volumes, evident from their gameplay dedication, living off hunting and selling food while seeking medicines or items to enhance vehicles. However, the overall trading volume displayed a downward trend, with only about 2,000 transactions across the region yesterday. She opened the previous day's income and expenditure report. Income, transaction guarantee fee, 4,122 points, teleportation fee, 2061 points, paid revenue share, 256 points, tips revenue share, 1572 points, theft prevention revenue, 100 points. Expenditure, basic usage fee, 1,500 points, daily fee for transaction evaluation system, 800 points, daily fee for tip function, 300 points, daily fee for paid features, 500 points, daily fee for theft prevention function, 800 points, daily fee for photography function, 700 points, daily fee for membership level calculation, 200 points. Two-way teleportation usage fee, 396 points. Total forum revenues amounted to 2,915 points. The paid revenue share and theft prevention income were primarily attributed to her post on abyssal species. Should the trading volume continue to dwindle, the forum would soon face financial insolvency. Xia Sanfu rested her chin on her hand, feeling little concern. After all, it was merely a game. She had done all she could, and now it was up to the players to deliver what she desired. Nevertheless, it was time for her to leave this area. Xia Sanfu procured an iron box, lined it with gravel, and set out to eliminate a nest of yellow path scorpions. After a prolonged effort, she captured over 100, securing them in the iron box and loading it into the trunk of her vehicle as she hit the road. The heat forced her to become nocturnal, leaving her to leave behind a damp imprint of her shape on the bed during the day. Jing suggested she refrain from wearing the ice breath earrings for extended periods, and she had indeed heeded that advice. When the heat became unbearable, she would splash cold water on her face, apply some cooling ointment to stave off heat stroke, or compel herself to meditate and visualize her way through the day. Ironically, this practice enhanced her mental focus, allowing her mental strength to increase by 3 points daily. After 7 days of therapeutic herbal baths, she felt as if she had undergone a metamorphosis. Not only could she perform the 100 refinements technique seamlessly, but her physical state also brimmed with newfound vitality, as if she possessed boundless energy. Chapter 65, The Terrarium Project, Day 9. Xia Sanfu revisited the training base to consult with Jing, who remarked, "The inexhaustible energy you perceive is merely untapped physical potential. I shall prescribe a breathing technique for you. This long hidden respiration method is akin to a self-administered massage for the body, exercising the spine, muscles, and abdominal viscera. Furthermore, coordinating this breathing technique with physical exertion can enhance the circulation of qi and blood, harmonize the body strength, safeguard the organism from wear and tear, and prolong endurance. The intensity of the 100 refinements diagram is considerable. I advise you to perform a maximum of 6 sets daily. Exceeding this limit may prove counterproductive, potentially leading to latent injuries and strain. The long hidden breathing technique can be integrated into your daily respiration, adopting it as a habitual practice." Xia Sanfu meticulously noted this, recalling that the 100 refinements diagram also mentioned the necessity of reducing training intensity upon achieving mastery. Jing continued, "These two elements address your overall physical condition. Next, we shall focus on your specific physical data. First, do you desire ordinary training or an intensive regimen? What is the distinction? One is economical, the other costly. One yields results over a longer duration. The other at least has the time required to achieve efficacy." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Sanfu declared, "I desire the intensive training regimen. 4-leg training, 36 styles of demonic legwork, 8 sets daily. 4-waist training, 1,000-pound battle dance, 5 sets daily. 4-arm strength and hand speed, explosive fist, 5 sets daily." These are not merely physique-enhancing exercises, but also highly practical combat techniques at the bronze level. Additionally, for practicing these techniques, you will require supplementary tools, a weighted suit, and a sparring robot, available for lease at a total cost of 12,000 points. Xia Sanfu resigned herself to her fate. The Crow community's daily profits were insufficient to satiate her expenditures. She had become a veritable whale in the game. Elevate your leg higher. The speed of your kicks must be faster. Do not twist your waist in that manner. It will cause injury. Employ your hips for rotation. Reduce the angle between your upper arm and your side. Do not use your arm to punch. Envision your entire body as a bow, using movement to propel your entire being, transferring power from your feet, legs, waist, hips, shoulders, and back to your arm, unleashing a devastating blow. Xia Sanfu possessed a natural aptitude for learning, quickly grasping the form of the techniques under Jing's meticulous guidance. The remaining aspects required diligent practice. Upon returning to the highway, she eagerly retrieved the robot rented from Jing. It possessed a sleek, silver-white, technologically advanced humanoid form. Upon activation, it automatically entered sparring mode, offering selectable levels of engagement. At the easy level, it would only passively defend. At the normal level, it would engage in reciprocal exchanges, and, at the difficult level, it would engage in genuine combat with the objective of victory. Xia Sanfu, exhibiting youthful audacity, immediately selected the difficult level. As expected, her newly acquired, superficial skills were swiftly dismantled, only serving to heighten her enthusiasm. Practicing combat techniques, meditating, visualizing, driving, reading, and studying. Time inadvertently slipped away until the 11th day. Qi Chaoyin and the other four had already obtained their primary level planner certifications. As seasoned professionals, acquiring a primary level certification within 2 days posed no challenge. Simultaneously, they submitted the questions they had compiled based on the textbooks to Xia Sanfu. 5 individuals contributed 1,000 questions. After reviewing them, Xia Sanfu dispatched her next request, hiring tutors, daily wage, 10 liters of water, and 1 pound of rice, responsible for assisting players in acquiring certifications. Reward: 50 points per certified primary level planter. Deadline: 5 days, working hours, 20 to 3 o'clock. The 5 recipients were bewildered. The top player's thought processes were exceedingly peculiar. Was she establishing a tutoring center, earning money from players seeking certification? However, this endeavor seemed unpromising. Possessing terrariums themselves, they understood their limitations, requiring water, seeds, and fertilizer while exhibiting slow growth. Farming demanded substantial investment in both resources and time. It was not a matter of simply planting and harvesting within hours. The realism of this game was disheartening, yet the 10 liters of water and 1 pound of rice were enticing, as water resources were a valuable commodity on the current map. However, with the sudden emergence of a message to players, they realized they had underestimated the situation. The top player was not merely assisting players in acquiring certifications. She desired terrariums. In these perilous times, as humanity grapples with both natural disasters and the treachery of fellow humans, it is crucial to remember the enduring power of human compassion. While suspicion and self-interest may prevail, we must not forget our shared objective: to complete the game and return to Blue Star alive. The following pertains to speculation regarding power and professions. Currently, 2 forms of power are known: Yuan power and spiritual power, contingent upon accumulating battle merits, acquiring free attribute points, unlocking physical and mental potential, and activating physique and mental power bars. Reaching level 10 and purchasing corresponding manuals for learning is essential. This aspect relies on the individual strength and initiative of each player. External assistance is limited. Our collective endeavor is to establish a player market, mitigate the exorbitant prices of the service area, broaden the beneficiary base, and enhance the survival rate. This depends on the flourishing of various professions. The immediate challenge is addressing the scarcity of production materials, as resources obtained from the wilderness and dungeons are inherently limited. I intend to initiate a pilot program for cultivating commonly used medicinal herbs, ensuring access to medication and treatment. Currently, a shortage of terrariums exists. Therefore, I am enlisting players to acquire primary level planner certifications. Recruitment conditions. 1. Party A will fund the purchase of the primary level textbook Botany and provide 5 liters of water. 2. Party B must obtain the primary level planner certification within 5 days of receiving the textbook and surrender the unassigned terrarium to Party A to receive an additional 20 liters of water as a subsidy. 3. If Party B fails to obtain the certification within the stipulated time frame, they must return the textbook and repay 5 liters of water in value. Refusal to surrender the terrarium will result in permanent blacklisting and pursuit by the Crow community. 4. Applicants must submit screenshots of their personal information. including a minimum brain development index of 4 via private message on the forum. Information for Party B. 1. Previously acquired certifications are ineligible for re-examination. 2. Subsequent attempts after the initial failure will result in reduced rewards. Players have reported that the second successful attempt at the planter examination yields only a planting pot, not a terrarium. 3. Surrendered terrariums will not be returned. 4. Party A assumes no responsibility for the life, death, or well-being of Party B during this period. Limited slots available. Registration closes at 6:30 on the 12th day of the high-temperature desert. If the number of applicants exceeds the limit, a secondary screening process will be implemented. This recruitment initiative targeted players facing the most dire circumstances, lacking the points to purchase textbooks. Xia Sanfu disseminated this information on both the Crow Community Forum and the Regional Communication Channel, igniting a frenzy. Players tormented by the scorching heat fixated on the word water, their eyes gleaming with avarice, oblivious to all else. Meanwhile, other players inquired, is the boss supporting the pharmaceutical market? Haha, my alchemist skills have not been in vain. Boss, do you need fertilizer? Are you a demon? Expecting people to obtain certifications in 5 days? Why exclude those with a brain development index below 4? Am I being discriminated against? You have so much water. Why not distribute it to everyone? This is exploitation. Chapter 66. The counselor Xia Sanfu's forum private messages chimed incessantly, but she merely glanced at them before immersing herself in her tasks. It was not until 6:30 a.m. on the 12th day of the sweltering desert heat that she finally opened her messages. A staggering 60,000 messages awaited her. The majority were from those wishing to enroll, while a portion inquired about various matters. Messages lacking personal information screenshots were discarded, as were those from individuals with a brain development score below 4. It remains true that brain development does not equate to intelligence. However, those with low intelligence are unlikely to possess high brain development. The average brain development score among ordinary humans is merely 3, whereas hers stood at an impressive 8, marking her as exceptional among her peers. Given her experience in education, a score of 3 suggests a rather mediocre learning ability. While hard work might help one overcome deficiencies, achieving success in a short span, such as mastering basic textbook concepts within 5 days, would be improbable. For preliminary certification assessments, theoretical exams can indeed be rote memorized, but practical skills require hands-on application, which, though not overly challenging, still demands competence. The baseline for insurance was a brain development score of 4. After filtering through the applicants, only 7,000 remained. The numbers were overwhelming. Her current points totaled just under 80,000, with a budget of 50,000. The basic textbook was worth 180 points, and she anticipated 275 slots. Water was not a concern, as she possessed a foldable reservoir containing 50,000 liters. Xia Sanfu conducted a second screening, now focusing solely on players with a development score above 6, and with a decisive clang, only a few dozen remained. It appeared that as the development score increased, the number of candidates diminished dramatically. She supplemented the group with an additional 200 individuals from the 5-point players. A unified message was then dispatched to the 275 players. Those wishing to enroll must use a team summon card for concentrated study sessions from 8 p.m. to 3 o'clock a.m. Water allocation of 5 liters must be collected over 5 days, with 1 liter per day. During the study period, no noise or unrelated discussions are permitted. Strict adherence to discipline is required. Otherwise, cooperation will be terminated. Please respond within 3 hours if you agree. Her unrestricted team summon card had no limitations on numbers, frequency, or space. However, the dungeon, service area, and roadmap constituted 3 distinct spaces. Players could not be summoned across these areas. She intended to gather them on the road. Concentrated study would expose their individual circumstances, prompting some players with ulterior motives to withdraw. By the appointed time, only 255 players had agreed. Xia Sanfu again recruited a few more from the applicants to reach the needed 275 and notified them to prepare for their first concentrated study session at 8 o'clock p.m. that evening. Simultaneously, she initiated a paid post in the scientific information section, featuring 1,000 questions available for free to the selected 275 players, while others would need to pay 8 points. Xia Sanfu drove to a desolate stretch of Gobi Desert, anticipating a drop in temperature at night. She needed to chop wood for a fire and also complete the water distribution for the day. This endeavor occupied her until 7 p.m. The sun remained bright, and the temperature had cooled to just over 30 degrees. The road was littered with business vehicles that could not be stored in several large bonfire piles. At 7:30 p.m., Xia Sanfu changed into her rugged stone suit, a black, form-fitting, breathable, cut-resistant bodysuit, combat clothing resistant to piercing, chemical, and biological attacks. A vest-style external armor, finger gloves, and protective gear for her wrists, knees, elbows, and shoulders. She donned combat boots, a toxin-filtering hood, an anti-explosive helmet, and attached thermal imaging and night vision goggles to her helmet. This ensemble evoked the essence of a futuristic warrior, visually imposing yet surprisingly lightweight. With a shield in her left hand and a spike club in her right, she summoned 5 counselors. A flash of white light startled a passing lizard, and the 5 figures materialized one by one, 3 men and 2 women. Having endured over 40 days in the survival game, a duration that felt like a lifetime, regardless of their past glories, they now appeared as downtrodden refugees. Xia Sanfu introduced herself. "I am Xia Sanfu. Please introduce yourselves." The first to speak was Wei Songxue, a professor of agronomy at the Agricultural University, his head wrapped in cloth. "You can call me Old Wei." Qi Chaoyan, professor of traditional medicine at the Alliance Medical University, another voice chimed in, belonging to a woman whose sun-darkened face belied her youthful voice. "I'm Tao Defeng," said a frail-sounding woman, a researcher at the Plant Research Institute of District 15. "I am also a researcher from the Plant Research Institute of District 15, added Deng Boxian, the only one clad in high-temperature protective gear. He unzipped his suit to reveal a head covered in sunburnt sores. Xia Sanfu appraised him briefly before turning to the last individual. The final figure was a middle-aged man of mixed descent with broken glasses perched on his nose. "I am Li Zhao, a professor in the Department of Biology at Gaohang University." Xia Sanfu pondered. Aside from Qi Chaoyan, the others hailed from District 15, although it was possible Qi had been there as well. The Game's regions may well have been allocated based on real-world geography. "Given your vast knowledge, I trust you require no guidance in teaching. My terms are straightforward: a daily rate of 10 liters of water and 1 kilogram of rice. This time, 275 individuals will participate in the learning process, with each instructor responsible for 55 students. The reward for successful assessments is 50 points. How much you earn from me will depend on your capabilities." Xia Sanfu provided each of them with a liter of water. As they received the cool, clear mountain spring water, they cast aside worldly formalities, some gulping it down, while others sipped slowly to moisten their throats. 20 minutes remaining. Please adjust your states," she instructed as she continued to operate the team summon card, inputting over 200 IDs, a task that required some time. As the counselors observed her busyness, they exchanged glances and greetings, sharing a sense of familiarity due to their shared field of expertise. Tao Defeng, being the eldest and the deputy director at the Research Institute, initiated the conversation. "Have you all decided on your teaching methods?" Li Zhao rasped. "In just 5 days, we can only resort to rote memorization." Qi Chaoyan remarked the 1,000 questions in the post are meant for practice, right? If we have time, we could also speculate on potential exam topics. The theory and practical components for the preliminary certification are not particularly challenging." Deng Boxian and Wei Songxue nodded in agreement. Although we've heard that each person's exam paper is unique, the textbook is the same and the knowledge points are finite. The only advantage of this game is that it has broadened my horizons. Some of the knowledge points I've encountered here are entirely new to me. I cannot ascertain their authenticity. Xia Sanfu clicked confirm. The system chimed, and the 275 players were alerted by a notification. Player Xia Sanfu invites you to form a team. Do you accept? Some players, as though grasping a lifeline, wept tears of joy, while others exhibited a faint flicker of emotion on their otherwise numb faces. Xia Sanfu hoisted her spike club onto her shoulder, surveying the players emerging from the light. Each one appeared weary, gaunt, and devoid of vitality, resembling zombies. In their current state, they were even too numb to exhibit any signs of agitation. Chapter 67. Focused learning. It brings me great joy to see you all alive. Xia Sanfu scanned the crowd, capturing everyone's attention, and continued, your brain domain development level stands at 5 points, which is commendable. What you lack is merely an opportunity for a breakthrough. That opportunity is now before you. I will assist you in obtaining your junior professional title, providing you with sustenance, and granting you a chance to survive, albeit the ultimate rewards will come into my possession. However, with the junior title, you will unlock further possibilities, along with a significant allocation of 25 liters of water resources. After accounting for personal consumption, I trust you will utilize it wisely to carve out a new path in this sweltering desert. In addition, the rewards include ecological plots of land graded as excellent, good, and inferior, determined by your assessment results. Submitting an excellent plot will earn you an additional 3 pounds of rice, while a good plot will grant you 1 pound. Those with inferior plots will receive no extra rewards. My rice is rich in energy, allowing for rapid recovery of stamina, and can fetch no less than 100 credits per bowl in the food market. I hope you will take this seriously. Let's not linger on idle chatter. Maintain silence. Form a queue, and proceed in groups of 55. Report your IDs to receive your textbooks and a liter of water. Then find a place to sit and study under the guidance of your instructors. Complete the entire textbook within 5 days, followed by a unified assessment. Any disturbances, pushing, or quarrels will result in disqualification from this registration. Now line up. Xia Sanfu distributed textbooks and plastic water bags, instructing the instructors to register IDs and distribute materials in sequence. Once the first 55 were served, they were to follow her onward. She pointed towards the 5 campfires behind the van. Chi Chaoyan stepped forward to distribute supplies to the waiting players. The sight of the water bags stirred some excitement among the crowd, yet they quickly fell silent upon noticing Xia Sanfu advancing with her spike club. The disparity in both strength and morale between the two sides was stark, resembling a scene where space warriors dominated primitive, unrefined beings. Xia Sanfu remained vigilant, wary of potential unrest. Suddenly, someone in the queue collapsed. She rushed to assess the situation and found a faint pulse. It seemed they had succumbed to heat stroke. She dragged the individual into the shade of the van and offered a few sips of water, leaving the rest to fate. Voices arose, questioning. We just leave him like that? Someone help him. This outcry ignited a minor commotion. Indeed, we are all compatriots. We. Xia Sanfu forcefully slammed the spiked club down, the dark crimson stains on its surface rendering it particularly menacing. Silence enveloped the crowd. The announcement had made it clear, I am not responsible for your life and death. I urge you to uphold the spirit of our agreement. I do not engage with those who lack integrity. If you have grievances, voice them now, and I may consider disbanding the group. Xia Sanfu surveyed the crowd, yet softened her stance slightly, stating, should anyone faint, I can temporarily allow them to remain. If they awaken, they may continue. If not, they need not return next time. Those demanding assistance were primarily testing her resolve. If she intervened, they would exploit the situation. Some matters, once opened, cannot easily be retracted. With her firm demeanor, Xia Sanfu quelled the unrest. Hasten your pace. Time is of the essence. Once you have received your materials and water, find a suitable spot to settle down. Enter a state of study within half an hour. I trust you do not wish for 5 days to pass by with only a liter of water each day. Under her urging, the queue diminished rapidly. Almost everyone, upon receiving their water bags, drank eagerly. Xia Sanfu had provided the water beforehand to alleviate their mental strain. The 5 instructors were equally diligent, encouraging the players to peruse the textbooks after they quenched their thirst. Xia Sanfu listened attentively, recognizing that the instructors had likely coordinated their methods. Players were required to engage in focus study using the most intuitive projection teaching mode in the textbooks, completing a quarter of the material, followed by 5 hours of self-study, with the last 2 hours guided by the instructors for reinforcement. Problem-solving would be reserved for daytime and the 5th day. The instructors primarily served to reinforce, clarify doubts, supervise, and provide exam tips. As the clock struck 9, the sky darkened gradually, and the temperature dropped swiftly. Xia Sanfu ignited the campfire, casting a warm glow upon the scholars traversing the path of survival. The scene held a peculiar juxtaposition of discord and harmony. During the day, Xia Sanfu had engaged in meditation, visualization, and exercise, and now she opened her textbook. She had reached the final section of her herbal studies and planned to pass the junior alchemist assessment within the coming days. At 3 a.m., the teaching period concluded. Xia Sanfu confiscated their textbooks, which were temporarily bound to their IDs. Completing the entire book would trigger an assessment prompt. Thus, they need not worry about losing progress. Some players harbored dissatisfaction but dared not voice it, instead pleading, "Please let me take it back to study. I can't continue learning through the night and day." Her action of confiscating the textbooks served dual purposes: to prevent potential losses from unexpected player deaths and to deter some from selling the materials for profit, thus avoiding disbanding the group. In business, one encounters all manner of peculiarities, necessitating thorough consideration of all aspects. She replied, 7 hours of concentrated study is mentally taxing. Use the remaining time to travel, search for treasure chests, rest, reflect on today's content, and tackle those 1,000 questions. I hope that, during the next 7 hours, you will be alert and efficient. Xia Sanfu spoke with reason and conviction, her words resonating powerfully. Once the dissenting voices subsided, she disbanded the teams of 275 players, sending them on their way, before engaging in brief discussions with the instructors to gauge their learning conditions. Tao Defeng cleared her throat softly, noting that everyone's state was poor and would certainly impact their learning progress. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, deeply concerned, insisting they must be pushed to study. Indeed, if one's body falters, how can a mind absorb knowledge? Deng Baxian had long shed his heat-resistant suit, his round face reflecting his amiable nature as he tentatively posed a question. "Xia, may I speak candidly? To reap rewards, one must invest. Do you have any surplus food, such as rice? Perhaps we could set up a few pots to prepare some thin porridge to warm their stomachs." Deng quickly added, "I merely suggest that with something in their bellies, they will learn better. If not, just consider my words as unspoken. Ha! It's all for the sake of increasing the passing rate." The mask obscured Xia Sanfu's expression, yet she remained relaxed and cheerful, her tone devoid of displeasure. "Just call me by my name. Mr. Deng, your reasoning is sound. Unfortunately, my budget is limited, which is a significant challenge we players face. Food is paramount. As you well know, I require ecological bottles, and I admit this selfish desire. However, I believe I am among the most likely to possess numerous ecological bottles and safeguard them, utilizing them effectively. I implore you all to overcome these obstacles and contribute your efforts. The higher the passing rate, the more credits you will earn, and I may have the opportunity to cultivate grain on a large scale." Chapter 68. The past as summer approached, Xia Sanfu began to outline his ambitions. To be candid, the challenges of cultivating this land, fertility, cycles, and seed issues, were abundant, and I lacked confidence in resolving them. This collection of ecological bottles was merely an experiment. Should it fail, my focus would shift elsewhere. As long as the service area remained, my sustenance was assured. However, if it succeeded, Xia paused, relying on the esteemed teachers for guidance to expand cultivation and enhance yield. Naturally, the resources I possess would also be at your disposal. The group inhaled deeply. This fellow was indeed remarkable. His eloquence contained nobility, inducement, veiled threats, and promises. Regardless of the truth behind it, it sparked a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Deng Baxian quickly changed his demeanor, a joyful expression gracing his face. Adapting his address, he stated, "We are compensated for our efforts. You are our employer, and our diligence is our duty. Rest assured, Boss Sanfu, the pass rate for my class will surely not fall below 50%. The atmosphere brightened, and Wei Tsongxua joked, "I thought Teacher Deng was going to say something more grandiose. I have even more faith. I'll aim for 51%. Laughter rippled through the gathering. Xia Sanfu did not linger, handing them their due, a generous 9 liters of water and a pound of rice. As white light flickered, Only Qi Zhaoyan remained. Just as she gazed over in confusion, Xia Sanfu removed his helmet, head covering, and right glove, smiling as he extended his hand. Professor Qi, allow me to formally introduce myself, Xia Sanfu. Qi Zhaoyan hesitated, perhaps taken aback by his youthful visage or his vibrant energy. Hello, she replied cautiously, shaking his clean hand. It had been far too long since she had encountered a healthy, normal person. She lingered on his hand for a few seconds, noting its defined bones, plumpness, and length. Even a simple handshake conveyed a potent strength. Qi Zhaoyan had speculated about the nature of the individual who topped the charts, whether they were someone who stumbled into fame, a product of sheer luck, a cold and ruthless figure honed by combat, or perhaps a grounded person displaying diligence in online teaching. Yet upon truly meeting his gaze, all her assumptions crumbled. He was a youthful zealot, humble yet proud, confident yet audacious. He possessed the audacity to stand above 3.5 billion people, even in the face of dreadful outcomes, displaying a sense of calm in his arrogance. Professor, the nightmare of Medicine Mountain instance, has potential. Xia Sanfu's words jolted Qi Zhaoyan from a reverie. What do you need me to do? She inquired. I cannot enter the ordinary instance myself. If you are willing, let's make a deal. You venture in and complete the challenge. If successful, bring back the coagulation grass and cloud petals for me, while you keep the other rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhaoyan decisively nodded. All right, grant me some time to prepare. Will 2 hours suffice? That will be adequate. Xia Sanfu disbanded their group, taking a moment to extinguish the campfire, salvaging the unburned wood for future use. Seizing the cool weather, she set off in her vehicle to seek out treasure chests along the highway, the game interface lingering in the corner of her vision. Her attention occasionally diverted to the information displayed. Previously, she had posted a series of recruitment threads on the forum, seeking clues about instances, with no less than 10 leads. But unfortunately, all were ordinary instances that she could not access due to her level. Among them was the nightmare of Medicine Mountain. She had exchanged 2 liters of water and the special anti-heat medicine as requested for an opportunity to enter. Now, the ordinary anti-heat medicine at the medical station had surged from 100 to about 500 points, and it was effective only for mild cases of heat exhaustion. The bronze-grade special anti-heat medicine for severe cases had soared to 2,000 points, having been purchased at 999 points. Had it not been for the necessity of items within this instance, and her prior acquisition of special anti-heat medicine, the costs would hardly equate to the potential gains. In the late hours of the night, when players were most active, Dangbok Xian opened a private chat, hesitated momentarily, and typed a few words. I'm back. Immediately, a response came through. Meet at the service area. Let us gather. At 4 a.m, in the service area parking lot, a scruffy man waved at him. Old Deng, over here. Dangbok Xian followed him into a 4-seater car, where he noticed a man and a woman seated in the front. The man introduced himself. This is Major Qin Shao. Dangbok Xian noted the man's resolute features, exuding a faint military air. The man then gestured toward the woman in the passenger seat. This is Lu Yao from the City Hall. The speaker, Sun Lu, was a university lecturer and the intermediary for this meeting. Dangbok Xian was acquainted with Sun Lu, who in turn knew Lu Yao, and Lu Yao was connected to Qin Shao. They had been trying to reach Xia Sanfu, but were unsuccessful until Xia called for talent in botany. Through Sun Lu, they contacted Dangbok Xian, confirming his enlistment, and provided him with a set of high-temperature protective gear to help ascertain Xia Sanfu's circumstances. In the cramped vehicle, an unpleasant odor permeated the air. Dangbok Xian had accepted their offering and refrained from boasting, promptly recounting the events of the day. Sun Lu, upon hearing, remarked, this top player possesses considerable capability. At that moment, Lu Yao repeatedly confirmed, her voice youthful, it's definitely a female, right? Dangbok Xian nodded, yes, why? Do you know her? Lu Yao glanced at Qin Shao. It must be her. Sun Lu grew impatient. We're all on the same team. Why the riddles? Lu Yao revealed. She is a troublemaker from Gaohang City. In recent years, she has been one of the planners behind 2 large-scale protests in the city. However, due to her age, mental health issues, and various accolades in regional and global competitions, the education department has made efforts to protect her, resulting in merely a couple of suspensions. Deng Baxian and his son Lu exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the implications of her description. Son Lu suddenly recalled. Are you referring to the protests regarding the land protection movement on August 12th and the pollution protests on March 14th? Lu Yao nodded solemnly. But you said she was a minor? Yes, she was underage at the time, Lu Yao clarified. Her mother was a member of the Regional Grain Industry Association. As you know, before the Fourth World War, many countries had privatized land. After the global amalgamation, each region retained autonomy. Most regions inherited the land policies from before the war, preserving private ownership, with only the 9th to 18th districts of Zhongzhou influenced by their predecessor, embracing public ownership. As land resource issues intensified, some individuals sought to seize control over land resources, converting public ownership into private to facilitate concentrated development. The proposal originated from the president of the Grain Industry Association, but it faced strong opposition from its members, including her mother, who emerged as a leading competitor for the presidency due to this friction. Generally, such proposals involve numerous influential figures and cannot arise from mere whimsy. Ultimately, her parents tragically passed away when she was 16. Chapter 69. Encountering the treasure chest, Lu Yao took a deep breath. A year later, she spearheaded the 812 protests, besieging the headquarters of the association, which unexpectedly led to a stampede that resulted in the president's death. As the leader of the march, she was expected to bear responsibility. Even the police suspected it was no mere accident. However, as I mentioned earlier, she was a minor. Another year passed, and the pollution caused by the Maoyan group, which led to a cancer outbreak in a village, was suddenly disclosed. This was followed by revelations of collusion between the Maoyan group and officials, under the guise of concentrated land development, altered land ownership to effectively seize farmers' land for the construction of highly polluting factories. A public outcry erupted. Protesters blocked the entrance of the Maoyan group, and chaos ensued. Someone broke into the company building and obtained evidence of the group's bribery of officials at various levels. Wait a minute, Deng Baxian interjected. Maoyan was one of the top 500 companies in the world. How could someone just break in? Indeed, came the response. The entire building security system was rendered ineffective. It was as if that person had prior knowledge, gaining access to the handwritten ledger in the chairman's secret safe and broadcasting its contents live online, triggering a massive political upheaval in District 15. The official credibility suffered a severe blow until a purge of corrupt officials restored order, culminating in the formal rejection of the land privatization proposal. Subsequent investigations revealed that the disclosure of both the pollution incident and the ledger was facilitated by anonymous tips received by the journalist and the intruder. She had been overly brazen, leaving no traces to conceal. The cybersecurity department swiftly traced the IP address that had compromised the security system. Coincidentally, that day was her 18th birthday, with a cake, a meal, and 3 sets of chopsticks laid out before her. She had come of age, yet beside her lay a psychiatric evaluation report. Those who knew her claimed she suffered from severe hallucinations, having lost the memory of her parents' death, living in a fantasy where they were still alive, a notion even corroborated by the psychiatric assessment. She denied any illegal acquisition or disclosure of information, asserting she was merely playing a hacker game, showcasing a simplistic drawing style game. If I had truly done it, there would have been no way for them to trace my IP address, she insisted. Ultimately, she was deemed to have acted during a psychotic episode, treating reality as a game. Sun Lu was taken aback, questioning the extent of her hacking skills, wondering if she would be protected by those in power. Investigations indicated her previous talents lay in chemistry and writing, while her computer skills had been acquired in the past 2 years. Those present were left in stunned silence as Deng Baxian asked hesitantly, "So, does she actually have a mental illness?" He suddenly regretted divulging information about Xia Sanfu, fearing the consequences if it were to be discovered. Lu Yao shot him a glance, suggesting, "Mr. Deng, why not join us?" Regardless of her mental state, her vengeful nature is evident. Deng Baxian was left speechless. "What do you intend to do? Are you an official organization?" Lu Yao sighed. "We are not high-ranking decision-makers, nor do we hold an official status. In this game, who truly knows who? If we were to claim an official identity, all sorts of malevolent entities would emerge to exploit it. Our primary goal is survival, Initially, we aim to collaborate with Xia Sanfu to form an alliance to assist players in surviving. However, despite my numerous supportive comments in the channel, I was unable to gain her friendship. She is impervious to flattery. If she is indeed that individual, it is prudent not to approach her deliberately. Her danger level is high, and she will not be compliant. Liu Yao persuaded Deng Boxian. We are merely a cooperative group of acquaintances, each possessing some skills. The heat-resistant protective suit I provided you was crafted by an engineer. We primarily share resources, and we have created a team card, indicating that this game will undoubtedly involve cooperative projects. Who knows? There may be guilds in the future. Do you not desire reliable teammates? The reticent Qin Xiao interjected. Setting aside immediate interests, we require a strong team for self-rescue. Xia Sanfu, as the top player, poses a risk. Her unstable mental state could lead her to extremes or even self-destruction. Without the temporarily stabilizing presence of the Crow community, survival will be increasingly arduous. Deng Boxian, feeling anxious, contemplated smoking. He wished to avoid offending either side while keeping a hand in both. I can agree to join you, but I, Deng Boxian, have a sense of public duty. My current work with Xia Sanfu is a verbal agreement that must remain confidential. However, my circumstances were dire, and I did not wish to perish. Hence, I accepted your protective suit. Following this, I will not disclose any developments regarding Xia Sanfu. Liu Yao nodded. Relax. We are not engaging in espionage. Our inquiry is merely to verify her identity. It is normal to seek collaboration and conduct background checks. Look what I have found. Xia Sanfu exclaimed excitedly, shifting slightly. At the end of the light, a large snake, the same color as the sand, coiled atop a bronze treasure chest. The desert horn viper, crowned with 2 spiked scales, is a highly venomous species, with a diameter as thick as a bowl and a length of 10 meters. It was likely a beast of level 10 or higher. She needed just over 1,000 battle points to reach level 16, making it a perfect target. The sudden light had startled the snake awake. It shook its head and raised its body slightly. She needed it to strike first to earn battle points. Xia Sanfu cautiously approached from a distance. The snake, a formidable opponent, surged toward her without any provocation, moving in an S pattern. Xia Sanfu soared into the air, unleashing wind blades to disrupt its movements, activating the hunting net, which descended upon it, capturing it. The snake expelled a torrent of venom, visibly corroding the hunting net. What? It has even evolved corrosive venom? Seizing the opportunity as the snake's head emerged from the net, she struck with her blade, penetrating only 3 inches into its flesh. The tough scales absorbed much of the impact, leaving her with a strong sense of resistance. She immediately withdrew, soaring away to evade the snake's counterattack and launched a laser net. Its scales proved exceptionally resilient, allowing it to struggle even within the laser. In those fleeting seconds, it broke free from the hunting net, its head disfigured, burrowing into the sand and fleeing rapidly. The desert horned viper moved swiftly, once submerged in the sand. It was as elusive as a fish in water. Yet, Xia Sanfu persevered, utilizing a thermal imaging device to track the snake's movements beneath the sand. With its head severely injured, the snake's speed diminished within minutes, lying motionless in the sand. Xia Sanfu refrained from approaching recklessly, activating her flashlight once more, casting a laser upon it. The great serpent writhed in pain, stirring up a cloud of sand, only settling after a prolonged period. Chapter 70. Formal analysis. Congratulations to the player for defeating the level 15 mutated desert viper. Achievement points 1500. Congratulations to the player for reaching 70,000 achievement points. Promoting to level 16 and receiving a promotion gift package. Free attribute point 1. Source stone fragments 1. Points 160. The points awarded are rather meager. Xia Sanfu allocated the free attribute point to her cerebral domain. The cerebral domain development value increased to 20 points. The higher the development value, the more agile her senses and thoughts became. Particularly after augmenting this attribute, it seemed as though a qualitative transformation occurred, and she felt a profound clarity. She was not inherently a particularly intelligent individual. Her moments of brilliance before the age of 16 stemmed largely from her prowess in specialized subjects. Later, during those tumultuous days. In her quest to master psychology and computer science as a contingency, she relentlessly overexerted her mental faculties, forcing herself to learn. While she managed to acquire some knowledge, the excessive mental strain resulted in a deterioration of her memory, rendering her mind as rusty as an old machine, incapable of contemplating particularly profound issues. This was undoubtedly a slow demise for her. However, with the development of her cerebral domain, it was as if the old machine had received new oil. She seemed to regain her capabilities, especially after surpassing 10 points. She sensed that she could easily outshine her previous peak state. Reaching 20 points brought an entirely new sensation. As her cerebral domain began to influence her senses, the faintest sounds of insects crawling in the sand at her feet and her naked eye vision at night appear to have sharpened significantly. Just as Xia Sanfu prepared to fully appreciate her transformation, a private message from Qi Chaoyan arrived, signaling that the time had come. She first opened a bronze treasure chest, and in an instant, her spirit surged. A dungeon summoning ticket, a valuable item, allowing her to bypass chance and directly summon a dungeon. The completion time for ordinary dungeons typically does not exceed a day, while the sample size for bronze dungeons is too limited. From her experience in the Night Demon City, it required 3 days. Therefore, she needed to wait until the current matters were resolved. She communicated with the player providing clues for the Medicine Mountain Fright dungeon and invited them to form a team. A beam of teleportation light appeared before her. She stepped into the light and soon found herself on another road. Lin Daxiang was curled up, wrapped in a piece of cloth, inside a battered two-seater car. In the previous map, he had endured fever after fever, and in this round he suffered from repeated heat strokes, spending all his earned points on medicine. It felt like walking a tightrope, with the risk of falling into the abyss at any moment. For instance, this time, he lacked points to enter the service area for more medicine, and due to the sudden heat stroke, he had no energy to drive and accumulate points, losing consciousness multiple times. Otherwise, he would have ventured into the dungeon Fisher himself. Upon seeing the emerging figure, he merely fluttered his eyelids, completely lacking the strength to speak. Xia Sanfu handed him 2 liters of water and a potion for treating heat stroke before turning to summon Qi Chaoyan. The Fisher for the Medicine Mountain Fright dungeon lay beside the road, resembling a streak of white aurora. Qi Chaoyan said, "I have procured some precise information. This dungeon is a professional dungeon, and the main task is to survive for 6 hours. This will at least trigger 2 side quests, and completing the herbal field trial will yield herbal rewards. According to the patterns summarized on the forum, the first rule is that almost every round of maps presents a dungeon Fisher. Some players may encounter it 2 or 3 times. Simultaneously, using a dungeon summoning ticket is also a way to enter the dungeon. The second rule is that the main task of the dungeon typically revolves around survival. With main rewards being points, surviving until the time limit ends allows for completion, but to acquire additional resources, one must devise methods to trigger side quests. This was her first time hearing about a professional dungeon. Xia Sanfu refrained from probing further. The fact that Qi Chaoyan voluntarily disclosed this information indicated respect for her, and pursuing the matter further would signify a lack of boundaries. Returning safely, the aurora enveloped Qi Chaoyan's figure. Xia Sanfu glanced at the team panel. Qi Chaoyan's ID remained, but it appeared in a gray, disconnected state, rendering communication impossible. It was now past 5 o'clock, the dawn was breaking, and the heat was beginning to rise. Xia Sanfu could not afford to wait idly. She left the road and ventured out to explore her surroundings. The desert map was undeniably a particularly barren terrain, with even the beasts being scarce. In contrast, her condition was relatively favorable. In the previous round, she borrowed points to repay her debts, occasionally sharing a game strategy, which helped her establish a trustworthy reputation. Coupled with the public recognition of being at the top of the leaderboard, she managed to gather a significant number of responses when soliciting dungeon clues and recruiting participants on the forum. At this moment, the player community had become an intangible resource for her. Based on the treasure chest probabilities summarized on the forum, walkers have a high chance of encountering ordinary treasure chests every 5 to 6 kilometers. Bicycles, tricycles, and other low-speed human-powered vehicles encounter them every 30 to 40 kilometers. fuel vehicles every 80 to 90 kilometers. The probability of encountering a bronze treasure chest is more uncertain, but based on existing player feedback, it is guaranteed to happen at least once per round. Up until now, a silver treasure chest on the highway had yet to appear. As for outdoor resources, one could only rely on luck. She relied on the survival supplies package displayed in the showcase, and within a few days, she managed to trade for 12 bronze supplies, which was the advantage of seizing the initiative. Yet, she remained uncertain how long this advantage would last. Having inadvertently entered a bronze dungeon at the start and barely surviving to accumulate combat level advantages, she sensed a decline with the unfolding of 2 rounds of maps. Just by observing the overall server leaderboard, the second player, Bucket, had already reached level 11. The players ranking from 3rd to 100 had all caught up to level 10, with many unfamiliar names making the list. Each advancement within the top 10 levels requires 1,000 achievement points, while after level 10, it escalates to 10,000 achievement points. Merely encountering beasts on the highway was insufficient to sustain the accumulation of such achievement points, making it evident that they were grinding wild monsters and delving into dungeons. Possibly being elite soldiers, warriors, or master-level martial artists themselves. These individuals would swiftly narrow the level gap with her. Players on the mileage leaderboard were further intensifying their efforts. It was likely that their vehicle configurations have been enhanced, equipped with air conditioning and heat-resistant, explosion-proof tires, allowing them to drive during the day. With daily mileages fluctuating between 300 to 800, some even exceeded 1,000 kilometers. Though such instances were rare and likely involved the use of acceleration cards or mileage exchange cards that the top mileage leaderboard player had revealed in the World Channel, essentially trading points for mileage. Unless one aimed for the leaderboard, the average player would probably refrain from such exchanges. According to human physiology, under particularly favorable road conditions, excluding time for meals and sleep, driving 800 kilometers for 10 hours a day is nearly the limit. Driving can be an arduous task, and even ordinary individuals would struggle after driving just 100 or 200 kilometers daily. Being on a mileage leaderboard is no small feat. It indicates a willingness to risk everything. As for this leaderboard, Xia Sanfu had temporarily given up. She could not afford to drive constantly. And due to her low vehicle usage rate, even her tires remained in their original state, as they had yet to burst. Thus far, her vehicle had only been equipped with a smart display and a 2.0T turbocharged engine, in addition to a fuel tank expansion card obtained through trading her survival supplies package, increasing her fuel tank from 48 liters to 58 liters. Chapter 71. Lin Daxiang's inquiry. She observed an intriguing trend. Players on a mileage leaderboard began to vie for positions on the level leaderboard. For instance, Huangfu Jingyan, who previously ranked 3rd on the mileage chart, now appeared on the level leaderboard. Although the top 2 players remained anonymous, their region codes were not concealed, allowing for their identification within the level rankings. Conversely, players on the level leaderboard were also competing for spots on the mileage leaderboard, with Bouquet entering the top 10 of the mileage rankings. There was a fundamental calculation at play. For every 100 kilometers traveled, there was a chance of encountering a treasure chest. Thus, for players focused on mileage, the likelihood of encountering 3 or more treasure chests daily was considerable, essentially facing 3 guardian monsters, assuming all 3 were ordinary chests corresponding to normal monsters below level 10. The typical monsters encountered would have a level randomly assigned, yet over 80% of the time, they would be close to the player's combat level. Disregarding all uncertainties, if one were to avoid hunting for resources in the wild and refrain from entering dungeons, relying solely on road treasure chests and consistently encountering 3 ordinary chests each day without sustaining injuries or hindering the next day's quest for treasures, one could start from level 0 on the first map. Level 0 monsters yield 10 achievement points. Over 30 days, this would accumulate to 900 achievement points, leaving only 100 points short of reaching level 1. Surviving the final day's abyssal creature attacks should pose no issue in attaining level 1. Upon reaching level 1, players would encounter level 1 guardian monsters, yielding 100 achievement points, with a conservative estimate suggesting that one could reach level 2 within 4 days. subsequently facing level 2 monsters worth 200 achievement points. Progressing in this manner, by the 8th day, achievement points could exceed 10,000, corresponding to level 10. Now, on the 13th day in the sweltering desert, she noticed that the level leaderboard was entirely dominated by level 10s, aligning closely with her predictions. This indicated that the first map represented a gradual development phase, while the initial 8 days of the second map marked a period of explosive level growth. This analysis pertained solely to high-level mileage players. After reaching level 10, two significant changes emerged, one being the aforementioned level disparity, where the difference between level 10 and level 11 was a staggering 10,000 achievement points. Additionally, monsters above level 10 exhibited various mutations, such as mental and elemental attacks, corrosive venom, and even the use of items, markedly increasing their lethality. Moreover, the distribution of road treasure chests remained problematic, even upon reaching level 10. Encounters with guardian monsters and ordinary chests predominantly yielded creatures below level 10. In summary, prior to level 10, players would likely face guardian monsters corresponding to their level, while post-level 10 encounters would be more randomized, ranging from levels 0 to 9. The creatures possessed acute sensitivity, often fleeing upon encountering higher-level players. Even if one actively hunted them, no achievement points would be gained for such actions. With the title of Xia Sanfu, they fled even more swiftly, resulting in minimal achievement points accrued from guardian monsters throughout both rounds of maps. For dedicated players, this was intolerable. The game seemingly compelled players to venture into the wild or dungeons for leveling up. Therefore, after reaching level 10, predicting levels became increasingly difficult, and she could only estimate that by the end of this map, high-level players would likely reach levels 12 or 13. This matter could not be pondered too deeply, as it would induce anxiety. She merely needed to achieve the objectives set for this round of the map. The side quests she had assigned herself were quite demanding. Firstly, she aimed to master her combat skills, targeting a physical point total of 500 by integrating the 100 refinement technique and body training combat skills. Her physical points had improved from an increment of 1 every 2 days to 1 per day. She anticipated that once she fully mastered these body techniques, complemented by the 5 organs visualization method, she could enhance her points by 5 or 6 daily. Currently, she stood at 325 points with only 17 days remaining, making her quest quite urgent. Moreover, from her previous discussions with Jing, she learned that achieving 500 physical points was a prerequisite for cultivating elemental energy. Secondly, she aimed to achieve 500 mental points to learn mental skills. In contrast to physical points, mental points seem to increase more rapidly, supported predominantly by the dark meditation method, with the 5 organs visualization method serving as a secondary aid, thereby developing the brain domains that sustain her mental energy. Works such as Dark Theory, Fundamental Philosophy, Detailed Explanation of Mental Energy, Basic Mental Energy Theory, and Mental Energy Tactical Framework Thinking aided her in comprehending the essence of mental energy, instructing her on cultivation methods, alongside tools like the magical drawing board designed to enhance concentration. Over the past few days, she managed to increase her points by 8 or 9 daily, currently standing at 336 points. If she could maintain this pace or exceed it, she would be well-positioned to officially learn mental skills by the end of this map. Thirdly, she aimed to maximize the ecological bottles she could obtain from her available water resources. Fourthly, she intended to clear at least 2 bronze dungeons. Fifthly, she aspired to qualify as a junior alchemist and junior tailor. Lastly, she sought to complete over half of the aforementioned books, including the foundational study of elemental energy theory. After 6 hours in the Qichao Yin, Xia Sanfu circled the vicinity, capturing several common